This is John Daly on a little sagebrush-covered mesa overlooking the Mission Alamo. The besieged and completely surrounded garrison of free Texans, less than 200 men, are still blocking the advance of Santa Anna's 3,000 Mexican troops into the heart of free Texas. They still hold out, but it may be that on this morning of March 6, 1836, Santa Anna's troops will storm forward in their final all-out attack. For a short while ago, Santa Anna's cannon, which for 11 days have kept up a relentless bombardment of the Alamo, suddenly ceased firing. And there are signs of activity in the Mexican lines. Couriers began to dash to and from Santa Anna's headquarters.
The Alamo, March 6th, 1836. CBS is there.
The defense of the Alamo. CBS asks you to imagine that our microphone is present at this unforgettable moment of Texas history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the sixth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
The Alamo, March 6th, 1836, and John Daly.
Out before us, we wonder, as the whole world wonders, what is going on inside the Alamo. The little mission, which looks like a brown roosting hen, its head the bell tower and its body the rectangular stockade that stretches back from the mission proper, is ominously quiet. Our CBS mobile unit is outside the Mexican lines and about a half a mile away from the Alamo. The Mexicans have taken no notice of our unit since they first questioned us when we arrived on the scene. The fact that the United States is officially neutral in this revolt of the Texas patriots against the Santa Anna government still protects us and permits us to continue our observation and reports without let or hindrance. No military action in all history can be compared to this siege. These men, these Texans, could have escaped. They had full warning of Santa Anna's approach with his army of 3,000, but they chose to stand because they knew that unless Santa Anna was stopped, if only for a few precious days, unless his relentless march was stalled, all of free Texas would fall before the invaders. Of course, it's still possible that the Alamo may be relieved. It's still possible that reinforcements may come. Involuntarily, we keep staring toward the east. Along the road, relief may come, must come, if it is to come, a road swept by a cold March wind. Actually, we know that the chances for relief are so small as to be practically non-existent. These Texans, these farm boys and trappers and cattle raisers, these lads who a few weeks ago were plowing fields and milking cows, have almost overnight become soldiers. And meanwhile, one of the most puzzling aspects of the situation has been the continued silence of the portable radio transmitter we know to be inside the Alamo. Our technicians have been on the alert constantly, day and night, but so far we have not been able to get any signal from within the walls. Meantime, the panorama of battle stretches out before us. It looks like some toy battlefield, but we know it is real. The bodies of white-clad Mexican soldiers sprawled on the ground are real. The red blood flag denoting no quarter flies from Santa Anna's lines. Soldiers always say that waiting is worse than battle. We know what they mean now, but we will wait here. And this is John Daly, returning you to the temporary capital of this infant nation, Washington on the Brazos, and Ken Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts inside the small, rude, unpainted building which houses the Free Texas Convention, or Consultation as it is called. That cold March wind John Daly spoke about is blowing on the Brazos, too, and the windows of the building have been covered with canvas in an attempt to hold out the cold. The convention, which is working on the Free Texas Constitution, is in recess. Most of the delegates are standing about in small, solemn groups. They're talking quietly and soberly of the news they've just heard from John Daly, the news that the final all-out attack on the Alamo may be impending. Mrs. Eliza Benson, who lives in the neighborhood, is here with me now. She has kindly consented to answer a few questions. Mrs. Benson, I understand you have a son with Lieutenant Colonel Travis at the Alamo.
Yes, I have, Mr. Roberts.
Well, how long has he been in the Army?
Oh, not long. 2 weeks, maybe. We only been in Texas all told less than 3 months.
Where did you come from, Mrs. Benson?
From Indian Territory out near Independence Way. See, we had a few acres that Sam, my husband, bought from the land office.
Uh-huh.
And the Indians come and Sam was killed. We didn't have anything, not even a wagon. So I took my boy Philip and we walked down here. 250 miles. Sure was a long walk.
Yes, it must have been. And now you have a home here in Texas?
Well, we got some acreage near Goliad. But just when Philip was getting set to put in a crop, all this trouble started. All the young men went into the army, and Philip, he went too.
Do you think those boys, Philip and the others, will be able to hold off Santa Anna?
Well, I didn't know anything about that. Philip is where God put him. It's not for his mother or anyone else to decide such questions. But I know the men who are with him, Billy Travis, Colonel Boyd, David Crockett, and the other lads from our little town, other towns in Texas. They'll be doing what they should be doing. They'll be brave.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson. I wish you could see these faces around me now. They're American faces, wind-bitten and square-jawed. The language is the language of the Tennessee hills, the Mohawk Valley, the farmlands, the old frontiers, the places you and I know. Although until 4 days ago, when the Texas Declaration of Independence was signed, this land had been politically foreign, it has long been culturally and physically allied to the United States. These people, these Texans, are the cousins and the brothers and the husbands of our own families. They are our kin. For example, the Texan, the typical Texan who's standing at our CBS microphone now. He's a tall, bony figure of a man in buckskin breeches and homespun shirt. He's grinning at the description. What is your name, sir?
Smithwick. Noah Smithwick.
And where is your home, Mr. Smithwick?
Well, I got a parcel out San Felipe way.
Well, where was your home before you came to Texas, Mr. Smithwick?
Kentucky. Hopkinsville.
And what brought you to Texas?
Well, I reckon the same thing that brought the others. A chance to own some land, new start. Maybe just a kind of itch to haul up anchor and see some new ports.
You talk like a Navy man.
Well, I was one during the war against England, 1812.
I see.
Yeah, gunner's mate on the good old Constitution. Ironside, that was.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I came home after the war and kind of couldn't get used to things, you know. And a fella come through town, he talked mighty big about this here place called Texas and said as how old Moses Austin got himself a whopping big grant of land and was offering farmland and some 400 acres of pasture to folks who'd come down this way. So pack up my kit and caboodle and come down.
Well, did you get all that was promised to you, Mr. Smithwick?
Got some.
Well, is Texas what you expected it to be?
Well, I reckon it's a mite different from what we was told it'd be.
How's that, sir?
Well, this fellow who signed us up, he's a tolerable good liar, you know.
Liar?
Yeah. He said that there'd be no taxes, and he said as how the country was so full of game. Now, get this. Wild horses, turkey, and buffalo, that all one would have to do to get a meal is pitch a bowie knife over his left shoulder. And he said as how when you planted corn, you'd have to back up real fast so as the stalk wouldn't bash in the chin coming up. Terrible good lie he was.
Well, Mr. Smithwick.
Yeah.
How do you feel about what the boys at the Alamo are doing? Holding off Santa Anna, I mean. Giving Texas time.
Oh, well, I tell you, I figure this way, Mr. Roberts, that's your name, isn't it?
That's right, sir.
Well, those boys, they kind of calculated what the situation was and did what they figured was needed. And it's a right grand thing they're doing, and we ain't forgetting that either. Those boys know what they're fighting for.
Yes, I guess they do.
So we got no more reason to be part of Mexico than we has to be part of China, you know.
How's that, Mr. Smithwick?
Well, we don't speak the same language, think the same way, and that ain't all. We've been doing our best, you know, to mind our own business, asking precious little. But now what's happened? Well, I tell you, Steve Austin goes down to Mexico City to speak our cause, and Santa Anna smacks him into a dungeon for almost a year. Now tell me, is that how free citizens get treated in a decent country?
Oh, I guess it isn't.
No, you guess right. We ask for schools for our kids and little things like trial by jury and the right to speak a piece when we're in a mind to speak. Now, I know See, I know what the talk is how we're all of us here nothing but a crew of pirates and ruffians out to stir up trouble. Well, that just ain't so. We're plain, ordinary, God-fearing
Excuse me,
folks.
Mr. Whitwick. The rider has just entered the convention hall. His clothes are caked with mud. He looks tired. He looks as if he's ridden a long way and ridden hard. The men are crowding around him now, but he's pushing his way through to the dais. I'm going to try to get up to him. One side, please. Would you step aside, please? Get off that cable. Please, let me through. Please. Who is the rider, sir? Where is he from?
Billy Travis from the Alamo. He's got a dispatch for General Houston.
The rider is from the Alamo. He's come from the Alamo. General Sam Houston has just entered the hall. The rider is talking to him now. And there's Mr. Richard Ellis, the president of the convention. The news of the rider's arrival has spread all over. All the delegates are pouring in now. General Houston is reading the dispatch handed to him by the rider. It must be news from the Alamo at last. News from inside the Alamo. Now General Houston is talking to Mr. Ellis. He's pointing to the dispatch. Wait a minute, just a moment. Mr. Ellis is raising his hand. He's sounding for orders.
Gentlemen, quiet, please. Please, quiet. Quiet. Gentlemen, we have here a dispatch from Lieutenant Colonel William B. Travis, commanding the garrison at San Antone de Bexar. General Houston has asked me to read it to you. To the Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Texas. On the 23rd of February, the enemy in large force entered the city of San Antone de Bexar, which could not be prevented as I had not sufficient force to defend my position. Colonel Batters, the adjutant major of the President General Santa Anna, demanded a surrender at discretion, calling us firing rebels. I answered them with a cannon shot. The enemy commenced a bombardment with a 5-inch howitzer, which together with heavy cannonade has been kept up incessantly ever since. I instantly sent express to Colonel Fannin at Goliad and to the people of Gonzales and San Felipe. Our numbers are few, and I have every reason to expect an attack from the whole force of the enemy very soon. But I shall hold to the last extremity, hoping to secure reinforcements in a day or two. Do hasten on aid to me as rapidly as possible, as from the superior number of the enemy, it will be impossible for us to keep them out much longer. If they overpower us, we fall a sacrifice at the shrine of our country, and we hope posterity in our country will do our memory justice. Give me help, O my country, victory or death. Signed, W.B. Travis, Lieutenant Colonel. So ends the dispatch.
There it is. There you have it. The first official word of the situation within the Alamo. I hope you heard it as Mr. Ellis read it to the delegates here at Washington on the Brazos this morning of March 6, 1836. Although the dispatch confirms everything John Daly has been able to report to you from the CBS mobile unit, although most of the information contained in the dispatch is already known, still this is the first official word that has come through from the Alamo itself since it was besieged 11 days ago. While the dispatch was defiant, almost heroic, its meaning is clear. The situation was desperate then when there was still hope for reinforcements. It is even more desperate now that hope is dim. Mr. Ellis, General Houston, and some of the delegates have been holding a consultation. Mr. Ellis is calling for order again.
Gentlemen, quiet. Quiet, please, quiet. General Houston, I will now give you your orders. As Commander-in-Chief of the Texas Army, you're ordered forthwith to repair to such place on the frontier as you may deem advisable. You will proceed to establish headquarters and organize an army, and you will require all officers of the army of whatever grade to report to you. And, as it is impossible at this time to determine any particular line of action, you will act according to the emergencies of the occasion and the best dictates of your own judgment for the purpose of protecting our frontier and advancing the best interests of our country.
Thank you, sir. Good day.
You have just heard General Houston's orders as given to him by Mr. Ellis. The general has saluted Mr. Ellis now. He's coming this way, pushing his way through the delegates. They're shaking his hands, patting him on the back, and wishing him well. Oh, General Houston, this is CBS.
Yes?
General Houston, can you tell us anything about your plans?
It is my intention to fight Santa Anna.
But are you ready, sir? Is Texas ready to challenge, to fight the immense army of Santa Anna?
When is Texas not ready to fight?
What about the Alamo, General Houston? Can you tell us anything about the Alamo?
Colonel Travis and his boys are standing at the Alamo for one purpose, to give me time to organize a defense against Santa Anna. They saw their duty. They did not waver. I will not waver in mine.
Can you give us a message to the American people, General Houston?
Yes. You heard the dispatch from Colonel Travis. He said, "Give me help, oh my country." Well, I say, volunteers from the United States for the Army of Texas will be welcome. I say to all red-blooded Americans, come to Texas. Come with a good rifle. And come soon. In the name of the men of the Alamo, liberty or death.
Thank you, General Sam Houston, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Texas. The general is leaving the building now, surrounded by the delegates. These people have placed their highest hopes in Sam Houston, the tight-lipped, broad-shouldered ex-governor from Tennessee, upon whose military skill their very lives are now dependent. Undoubtedly, the events that have happened here in the last few minutes have given John Daly, our CBS correspondent near the Alamo, the first official news of the situation inside the mission. So now, John Daly.
Heard some faint sounds from the shortwave transmitter inside the Alamo. The couriers behind Santa Anna's lines have disappeared. The silence has deepened. The wind continues to howl, and the first rays of the sun are now beginning to streak the battlefield before me. I can't tell you how deeply all of us here were moved by the reading of the message from Colonel Travis. As we heard his words, we were able to look down on the mission, to see the pitiful inadequacy of its defenses. Less than 200 men against 3,000. The odds are staggering, and they become epic when you stop to think that they were chosen by the less than 200. I keep watching that road over which reinforcements must come. There's no sign of help, but there is something coming through by shortwave from the Alamo. We have a shortwave receiver tuned to their frequency, and the signal is clear. Let's listen to it.
Lieutenant Colonel Travis, our garrison commander, has a message. Here is Lieutenant Colonel Travis. To the people of Texas and all Americans in the world, fellow citizens and compatriots, I have sustained a bombardment and a continual cannonade for many days, and have not lost a man. I shall never surrender or retreat. I call on you in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and everything dear to the American character, to come to our aid with all dispatch. If this call is neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due to his own honor and that of his country. Victory or death. This is the Alamo. This is the Alamo. That was the commander of our garrison, Lieutenant Colonel William B. Travis, appealing for reinforcements. I hope we're getting through. I hope you heard the colonel, because we sure need those reinforcements. Now here's the Honorable Davy Crockett. He wants to say a word.
Howdy. Can't talk long, because it looks like we got a little excitement here about. Some of you folks are wondering what an ex-congressman is doing down here in San Antonio. Well, I had a bit of a difference of opinion with my constituents back home in Tennessee. I told them that if they didn't re-elect me, they might all go to blazes, and I'd go to Texas. Here I am. And here's where every freedom-loving man ought to be. I'm proud to identify myself with the fighting men of Texas. I consider it a rare honor to be able to defend, in company with my fellow citizens, the liberties of our common country.
That was the Honorable Davy Crockett talking to the people of the United States of America. Well, where are you, lads? You coming? We're waiting on you. This is the Alamo. This is the Alamo. Hope we're getting through. I reckon you folks might like to know how we're making out here. Well, we got beeves enough, corn enough, and I ain't heard no complaining yet about the supply of liquid refreshments. It's quiet now. Too darn quiet for comfort, if you're asking me. Some of the boys are catching a little shut-eye at the posts. And we made up that when the attack comes, the bells here will be rung, and that'll be the alarm. Well, now, some of the boys got some messages they want me to send, so here goes. Pinky Benedict says for his wife not to worry, and maybe it'd be a good idea if she visited her sister in Memphis for a stretch. Wally Bradley, he says for his kid brother to be sure he watches out for his traps, he said, in the bayou, and to move him over to Short Creek for beaver in about a month. Now, this next one is kind of personal, so all you people listening, stop up your ears, see? It's from Dick Salmon. He says to his wife that he sure loves her a heap, and to kiss the baby for her. Kiss him for me too, Mom. Well, now, that's all for now. This is the Alamo signing off. We'll try to get back on the air again soon. Signing off. Signing off.
You have just heard the first radio message direct from the Alamo. The convention on the Brazos must have heard it also, so back to Convention Hall and Ken Roberts.
The impact of the message from the Alamo on the delegates assembled here was profound. They gathered around the radio and hung on every word. Their faces reflected their anxiety, their anguish, their prayers for the boys at the Alamo. But they have not permitted their feelings to sway them from their determination to make Texas free. The delegates have taken up their new day's labor on the draft of the Constitution. They are determined that the time granted them by the stand at the Alamo must not be wasted. These few days of respite may mean the difference between victory for free Texas or death for its dream of independence. And help is on the way, we know that, as Travis and his men hold off Santa Anna on the western frontier. Volunteers from the United States are pouring in from the east. They're coming, they're on the march. Men from Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, and Indiana. Men from Maine and New York and Massachusetts. Right at this moment, a transport loaded with troops headed for Texas is about to pull out from a wharf somewhere in Louisiana. For an on-the-spot description of the embarkment of these volunteers, we take you now to Jackson Beck.
This is Jackson Beck on the wharf in Louisiana. A crack regiment of militia, Colonel Thomas Watson commanding, is aboard ship and ready to sail for Texas. There's a band here on the deck serenading the boys, and hundreds of people have turned out to see them off. I'm not permitted to give you their exact number, but I can tell you that the number is not meager, and the men are packed with fight. For the past few days, ever since news of Santa Anna's advance and the siege of the Alamo reached New Orleans, an air of wild excitement has spread over the city. Though the United States government maintains a strict policy of official neutrality, it is inevitable that the natural sympathy for the American colonists in Texas should be translated into action. Enlistment officers are on every street corner. The roll of volunteers swells every hour. Beside me now is the man who commands this detachment, Colonel Tom Watson. Colonel Watson, it looks like your men are anxious to get to Texas.
Anxious, sir? If that steamboat don't sail fast enough, I reckon this hour they'll get out and swim. We're all anxious. We're proud to be able to lend a helping hand to our brothers of Texas. To fight for freedom, sir, is man's greatest privilege. If the boys at the Alamo are listening, here's our message to them. We are coming. We are marching to Texas. Victory or death.
Thank you, Colonel Watson. There goes the ship's bell. She's ready to pull out. Colonel Watson's going aboard. The excitement of the crowd is now at peak level. The lines have been thrown off. There's the ship's whistle. Big side wheel is beginning to turn. You can probably hear it, threshing the water as the ship gets underway. Now the crowd's going stark raving crazy.
This is the CBS studio in Washington on the Brazos. We have interrupted Jackson Beck because we have a report of action at the Alamo. We take you now to John Daly.
Santa Anna has begun the attack on the Alamo. The Alamo bells are sounding the alarm. The Mexican bugles are calling for the charge. We can see it all. It's like a play on a stage spread out before our eyes. The Mexican infantry, dragging escalades to scale the walls, is pouring over the little patch of ground that has separated the Alamo from the Mexican forces. They've been met with a withering fire from the Texans' rifles and small cannon. But although Santa Anna's men are falling like flies, they're still pressing forward. The ground is covered with bodies. The Mexican losses will be terrific no matter what the outcome. But no one can doubt their bravery. Some of the escalades are against the walls of the Alamo now. But as far as I can see, not a single Mexican has yet been able to scale them. The smoke and the dust of battle has settled like a pall on this bloody scene. We can hear gunfire, the shouts of officers, the moans and the screams of the wounded. It's a ghastly, horrible drama of blood and war. There seems to be some slackening of fire from within the Alamo, and Mexican troops have rallied and are storming the walls once again. They're up on the escalades. I think they've mounted the ladders and are getting inside the Alamo, but there's so much smoke and dust, it's impossible to be sure. Here come the Mexican cavalry. About 1,000 horsemen, they're charging across the field. Their sabers are glittering in the sun. Their horses setting up a terrific cloud of dust. The Alamo is calling. Our shortwave receiver is blasting a message. The Alamo is on the air.
I'm here in a little chapel, and I can see them falling over the wall and dropping into the courtyard. It's a whopping fracas, you take it from me. Over yonder ways, on some kind of a scaffolding or something, Colonel Travis has set up a little cannon. He's got it aimed right smack at the courtyard. Like a broom cleans red ass. But it ain't stopping others from coming over the wall. They're coming even faster. Travis and his boys are trying to reload the cannon. But now the Mexicans have opened up. They're firing point blank at him. Travis is down. He's down, but he's still got his pistol. Look at that. He's aiming at one of the officers. Got him. Now they're headed this way. Some of the boys here have squatted down in back of the windows and doors. We ain't got time for reloading, and they're coming straight on at us. The boys have turned their rifles upside down. They ain't gonna walk in like this here was a meeting house. You're listening. This is the Alamo. We're still here, still fighting. And whatever happens out there, you keep right on fighting, understand? Reckon how the boys could use an extra hand. Travis is dead. Boy is dead. But we ain't. Not yet. Not alone. What is the old man?
This is John Daly. The signal from the Alamo has failed, finished. The flag of Texas is coming down from the mast. The battle is over. The Alamo has fallen. We remember the blood-red flag, the no quarter sign which flew from Santa Anna's lines, and we wonder how many Texas survivors there are, if any. Santa Anna has promised there will be none, and Santa Anna is noted for his cruelty. He has gained the Alamo, but strictly from a military point of view, he has lost something far more precious, surprise and time. If the defenders of the Alamo had not held him here for 2 weeks, if they'd permitted him to march eastward into the heart of Texas, it's impossible to say what the consequences would have been for Texas' dreams of independence. But now, because of what these less than 200 heroes have done against the enemy's 3,000, now Texas has a fighting chance for freedom. Undoubtedly, they've won for themselves immortality. Undoubtedly, they'll never be forgotten. There will be others who will take their places. Of that you may be certain, for Texas has only just begun to fight. And at this very moment, General Sam Houston is gathering an army of volunteers, men who will soon be ready to take the field against Santa Anna, men who are even now dedicating themselves to avenging the slaughter here. Mexicans are still scaling the Alamo walls amidst the confusion of the littered banners.
San Antonio, March 6, 1836. The Alamo falls, but Texas independence is saved.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the sixth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
the Roman Empire, August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and destroys Pompeii. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. Tonight's broadcast was written by Irv Tunick. Democracy isn't just a system of government. It's a doctrine of mankind. It teaches that the next fellow's as good as you, whether he's white or colored, Jew or Gentile. Some people with Nazi techniques are trying to sow the seeds of hatred and prejudice in America. America's no place for it. If someone runs down a neighbor's race or religion, remind him that he's out of joint with democracy. Help keep America democratic and strong. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Don Hollenbeck, CBS London, October 12, 1492. After 3 days of silence, we're going to try to reestablish shortwave contact with the missing Columbus expedition. For 3 days now, there has been not a single word from John Daly, our CBS correspondent, aboard the Columbus flagship Santa Maria in the Western Ocean. No one in Europe knows what has happened. By now, the Santa Maria and her two sister ships, the Nina and the Pinta, have either sighted land, turned back to Spain, or met an unknown fate in uncharted seas. When last heard from, the fleet was still afloat, but a crisis had arisen which eloquently revealed the difficulties which have beset the little flotilla.
October 12, 1492, London. You are there.
Europe speculates. What has happened to the Columbus expedition? Triumph or disaster? CBS takes you back to the fears, the hopes, and the suspense of 1492. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
CBS London and Don Hollenbeck.
Contact with John Daly, who has a shortwave transmitter aboard the Santa Maria, from which he has been sending us regular broadcasts. 3 days ago, at the crisis of the voyage, those broadcasts ceased. Perhaps the fleet has run into adverse atmospheric conditions. Perhaps John Daly has had trouble with his transmitter. Or perhaps, and this is of course entirely possible, the Columbus expedition is lost. Our circuits are open now. We'll try once more to make contact with John Daly out in the Western Ocean. Come in, John Daly. Go ahead, John Daly. This is CBS London calling the Columbus expedition. CBS London calling the Columbus expedition. Come in, John Daly. Come in, John Daly. Once more, we have failed to make contact. We'll try again in a few moments. From the character of the men on the expedition, there is good reason to believe that the three ships and the men aboard them will carry this voyage through successfully. To show you the type of men and the strength of the ships they sail, we take you now to Palos, Spain, for the personal testimony of people directly connected with the expedition. Go ahead, Ken Roberts, in Palos, Spain.
Here in this little seaport town north of the city of Cadiz on the west coast of Spain, the Columbus expedition departed 70 days ago. Here the ships were outfitted. Here the 90 men aboard were recruited. Here, in a very real sense, is the heart and soul of the Columbus expedition. And here beside me now is the brother of the Admiral, Bartolomeo Columbus. Senor Columbus, what do you think has happened in the 3 days of silence since we last heard from your brother's flagship?
With my head, senor, I do not know more than you, but with my heart, I know my brother is safe and will accomplish his great mission.
What makes you so sure, senor?
Well, my brother has the best ships afloat. He has strong-hearted and tested mariners. And he is a skillful and experienced navigator. But above all, senor, my brother has a plan, a dream to reach the Indies by sailing west.
Senor Bartolomeo, how long have you been associated with your brother in his great project?
For 15 years, my brother tried to interest the kings of England, France, Portugal, and the Republic of Genoa, but they called him an impractical dreamer. Alone, the king and queen of Spain understood.
Tell me, Senor Columbus, has your brother the Admiral been a sailor all his life?
Oh, yes. Our father was a poor weaver in Genoa. The sea first called my brother when he was a little boy. He sailed in the service of Genoese merchants until his ship was sunk by pirates.
Pirates? Where?
It was off the southern coast of Portugal in 1476.
And what happened to the Admiral?
My brother was wounded in the battle. In the water, he hung onto a piece of wood, and though he was bleeding and his strength was flowing from him, he swam to the shore. My brother has the great courage. He is not easily conquered. He has fought the sea before and beaten it. He is fighting it now, and he will win.
Thank you, Senor Bartolomeo Columbus. The Admiral's brother has shown you the quality of the leader of the missing Columbus expedition. To tell us now about the qualities of the men who sail under him, I'm going to call on the wife of one of the mariners, Senora Ruiz. Senora Ruiz will speak in Spanish, which I will interpret, and I hope you will hear in her voice the confidence born of her faith in her husband. A faith which is typical of the families here whose men are aboard that fleet. Senora Ruiz, ¿cree usted que su marido regresará?
Si es posible para un hombre el regresar, sí lo creo. Él conoce el mar. Ha sido un marino toda su vida y su padre lo fue antes que él.
I asked Senora Ruiz if she believed her husband was coming back. She said he knows the sea. He has been a sailor all his life, and if it is possible for a man to come back, he will. Pero, señora, ¿y qué me dice usted de esos terrores misteriosos, los monstruos, las cuevas, los remolinos? Quizás el fin de la tierra.
Nadie puede saber nada acerca de esas cosas. Si tales contrariedades se sucedieran, estoy segura de que estará en las manos de Dios. Pensarlo me da miedo, me preocupo. No puedo conciliar el sueño de noche. Pero rezo y tengo fe.
Gracias, señora. As for the terrors of the deep, sea monsters, whirlpools, other things that are said to exist out there on the ocean, she says for such things, he is in the hands of God. The Senora Ruiz admits that she is afraid. She worries and cannot sleep nights, but she does pray, and she does have faith. Great faith. So does Father Juan Perez of St. George's Church here in Palos, the spiritual leader of this little seafaring community. Father Perez, you gave the Admiral communion before he sailed, and you pronounced a benediction for the fleet, didn't you?
Yes. It was a cool morning, gray before the dawn. The people stood on the dock and waved farewell. The women cried and held up their babies for their husbands to see. The seagulls went with the ships, and the church bell rang. See, it was a cool morning when the Admiral sailed in search of the setting sun.
And you think, Padre, that...
Have no fear, my son. They are safe. The Admiral sails for God on a new crusade. God will protect him.
Do you speak, Padre, of the Admiral's desire for a crusade to rescue the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem from the Moslem Turks?
See, my son, that is why the Admiral has sailed to the Indies, to find the treasures there and use them in the holy war against the infidel. So, as I told your colleague, Juan Daly, just before he sailed with the expedition, they cannot fail.
But, Padre, they have been out of touch for 3 days.
Out of touch with men, perhaps. Not out of touch with God.
Gracias, Padre. And now this is Ken Roberts returning you to CBS, London. This is Don Hollenbeck in London. Once more, we will try to make contact with our correspondent, John Daly, aboard the Columbus flagship Santa Maria. This is CBS London calling John Daly and the Columbus expedition. Come in, John Daly. Come in, Santa Maria. The signal is not of broadcast quality. That sound of voices may be what the technicians call ghost voices, weird patterns of static which sound like people talking. But on the other hand, it may be John Daly trying to get through, so we'll call him in again. This is CBS London calling John Daly with the Columbus expedition.
And once again, nothing. But we'll continue to try to make contact. It's possible the fleet has run into atmospheric or ocean conditions with which men have never had any experience, because the Columbus expedition has been sailing in completely unexplored and uncharted waters. Strange things have already happened on the voyage. John Daly's shortwave description of events on the afternoon of September 21st is typical. We made a record of that broadcast here in our studios, and we play it for you now.
This is John Daly on the bridge of the Santa Maria, 12 days out of the Canary Islands. For the past 3 days, the men of both the fleet have lived in growing terror. We are in a sea of weeds. Nobody has ever seen anything like this before. That's the lookout at the mast calling out, "Weeds to the horizon," and the man at the bow answers, "Bow still free." As far as the eye can see in all directions, there stretches a great meadow of weeds of green and yellow, and it looks solid enough to walk on at night. When your imagination is at work, you think you see strange shapes moving about. But the ocean hardly moves. The mat of weeds holds it down. You can put your hand in and lift up great masses of it, but there's no clear water underneath. The weeds close over the hole as fast as you make it. We first saw these weeds 5 days ago. On the 16th, the weeds were scattered then, appearing in strips and islands. But slowly they closed around us till they became the present solid mass. How long this will go on, I don't know. The men don't know, not even the Admiral. And the Admiral's pilot, Senor Alonso Nino, beside me here, doesn't look very optimistic either. Senor Nino, is there any prospect that these weeds will break up and give us clear water once again?
No, senor. I very much fear that the weeds, they do not break up. They get thicker all the time.
Well, what will happen, Senor Nino, if the thickness of the weeds increases?
We will be trapped here, stranded in this desolate waste. We will be frozen in.
This is Don Hollenbeck again. A sea matted with weeds from which the ships finally emerged is just one of the unknown terrors the Columbus expedition may be up against at this very moment. On October 9th, John Daly reported another strange situation which changed suddenly. And here's the record of that shortwave broadcast, which we made in our studios at the time of its transmission.
This is John Daly, a little after sunrise of October 9th, 1492. It's hot, baking hot. For 3 days we've been sitting motionless on this heated oven of an ocean, not moving. There's not a breath of wind. We're in a dead calm in the middle of nowhere, and we're worried about our water supply. Even the voice of that cabin boy that you can hear singing in the background sounds parched. And by the way, he's chanting the traditional ditty with which he has turned the hourglass. Admiral Columbus insists that traditional ceremonies be kept up even though it's been 30 days since we last saw land. He feels that it helps morale, but the morale aboard this ship and the other 2 ships of the fleet can't hold out much longer. The men have only one thought now: to turn back, to go home, to write off this expedition as a failure. They're in an ugly mood. 4 of the crew are condemned murderers who obtained pardons from the Spanish king by sailing with Admiral Columbus, and they are the ringleaders now. Desperate men with nothing to lose. I don't think it's going too far to say that there's mutiny in their hearts. They might have seized this ship or these ships before this and forced the return, except for just one thing. There's no wind, not even a breath of air. And the silence is so complete that the men are afraid of their own voices. Even the Pinzon brothers, the captains of the Nina and the Pinta, have petitioned the Admiral to turn back, but he won't listen. He's stubbornly set on a dream to reach the Indies by going west, and it's become an obsession, a fanaticism. However, it's no longer a question of the Indies now, it's men's lives. The crews aboard the ships of this fleet are liable to make serious trouble if the wind ever blows again. But that's the matter. Nothing has happened. The ship is heaving, rocking, and moving about. Only by hanging onto the rigging can I keep on my feet. Waves, but where have they come from? There are huge waves all slamming into us broadside, but there's no wind. And yet this ocean is in a turmoil. The men are all pointing at the water. A huge monster, he says, big as a mountain, crashing the water. I can't see it. I can see only those huge waves. Admiral Columbus has come out on deck. He's ordering the men back. If they hear him, they quiet it down. But they're losing with fear. Mira! Vamos, rápido! They were rooted is a better way to put it. The Admiral caught it and climbing up into the rigging like monkeys. He caught it with the stretched sail for a storm. But what storm? There's still no wind. Only those waves. Admiral Columbus! Si, senor. What do these waves mean, sir? You speak of a storm, but there's no wind. Where's the wind? It will be here, senor, soon. Somewhere out there is a hurricane. We cannot see it, but it has sent those waves rolling back. And the wind will reach us soon, sir. See, soon our sails will be filled with wind once more. To blow us home, Admiral, to blow us back to Spain. No, senor. To blow us forward to the Indies. We sail on. Sail on.
This is Don Hollenbeck in London again. That was the last word heard from the Columbus expedition. Since then, we've had no luck getting through. Our circuits have been open all through this broadcast, and now our technician tells us those ghost voices are back and that the signals are clearing up a bit, so let's listen. We're not sure yet. It may be nothing but those strange patterns of static coming in from the Western Ocean. Wait, I thought I heard CBS. It is. It's John Daly's voice. The Columbus expedition is found again. John Daly's gotten through. He's trying to establish contact with us. This is CBS London calling John Daly. CBS London calling John Daly. Come in, Daly. Go ahead, Daly.
I hear you, CBS. Can you get me clearly? Are you getting me clearly?
Yes, we hear you, John, and we're certainly glad to hear from you again. Go ahead, John Daly. Go ahead, Daly.
I'm sure glad to hear you. You must have been wondering what happened to us.
All Europe has been wondering, John. We were afraid you'd dropped off the earth.
Oh, nothing as bad as that, Don. As a matter of fact, I got news. Great news. That's why I've been trying frantically to get through. I can only hope I'm coming through finally. It must be those weird atmospheric conditions, friend. Probably magnetic forces, because the needle of our...
What's the news, John? Have you found land?
To something that's never been experienced before.
But tell us the news, John. What's the news? What's the news?
Oh, well, look. My great news is that land is near. It must be near. We haven't seen it yet, but we've had so many conclusive indications that we're pretty sure we're going to find it. Flocks of migrating birds have been flying overhead. There have been floating boards, pieces of carved wood, and finally, just about an hour ago, a branch was fished out of the water with the leaves still fresh and a little flower clinging to it that resembles those dog roses on the hedges in Castile. Any moment now, while I'm speaking, you may hear the cannon from any one of our three ships. That's the prearranged signal that the one of them has sighted land. It's a beautiful night out here, or morning, I should say. You know, it's 2 o'clock now, October 12th. The moon is past full, riding high up on our port quarter. Jupiter is rising, Saturn is just set. The stars, however, are dim in the reflection of the moon. It's very bright, but I can still make out the square of Pegasus and Cassiopea's share. I can also see our other ship, the Pinta, is out there in the lead, plunging and rolling and throwing spray. Her sails, with that great green cross of the Christian sovereigns of Spain on them, are bellying out into the wind. All of us, by the way, are carrying full sail, and that's probably kind of dangerous at night, where there's a chance that there may be hidden shoals, but nobody seems to care. The excitement is so intense. We just don't care about shoals. Our drive is on to the promised land, which lies somewhere out there ahead of us. Perhaps it will be some time yet before... The guns! The guns! That's it! The signal has come from the Pinta. Land! Land! That was the signal from land. Land is out there ahead of us somewhere. I'm standing down on the deck. I can't see it. But the lookout up in the mast sees it. He's pointing forward. The men are crowding the rails, straining to see. Oh, it's land all right. Land, although I still can't take it out. Somebody else has just seen it. And there's some more of them. They're crowding onto the rail, pointing forward. And I can see it now, too. A white sand cliff gleaming on the horizon. And another one of those sand cliffs, and there's a dark line of land connecting them. Land! Land! We found what we came after. Pandemonium has broken loose here on the decks of the Santa Maria. The strained men have been under his snap. They're shouting and laughing and crying, knocking each other on the back. There's no limit to their joy. And I'm finding it kind of hard to talk myself. I'm all cooped up. The only thing I can say is we've made it. We've made it. We've arrived at the Indies. I'll be back with you soon to describe the actual landing, and until then, I return you now to CBS in London.
This is Don Hollenbeck in London, and this is the moment all Europe has been waiting for. And now to explain the meaning of this momentous news we've just heard from John Daly, we have at a CBS microphone one of Europe's most famous geographers, the Florentine Amerigo Vespucci. We take you now to Barcelona and Amerigo Vespucci.
I am Amerigo Vespucci. It is impossible to conceive the full significance of the news which we have just heard from the Santa Maria. The land which Admiral Cristoforo Colombo has reached is Cipango, or the legendary island of Japan. Behind it lies the kingdom of India and the territory of the Grand Khan of Cathay, or China. Of these lands, the famous Venetian explorer Marco Polo has told us that they are rich beyond imagination. The people eat off golden plates. They walk on floors of gold. The children wear pearls, and the women dress in satins and pearls. Admiral Colombo has shown the way. Shortly, many will follow. Many. I will be among them.
Thank you, Amerigo Vespucci. And now to the Royal Palace here, and Ned Calmer.
This is Ned Calmer reporting to you from the throne room of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella in Barcelona. The king is speaking to his subjects, celebrating Columbus's sighting of the Indies. Ferdinand is a man of about 40. I've never seen him so excited before. He's permitted himself to loosen his regal calm. He's smiling, and he shakes a bit as he fumbles with the paper from which he's reading.
Le concedo la gracia de llamarse el mismo Don Cristóbal Colón, Grande de España.
The king has been announcing the honors and rewards which he will bestow on the admiral. Columbus will be governor and viceroy of the lands he has found, with a 10th part of the riches therein, free of all taxes. And furthermore, he will be entitled to call himself Don Christopher Columbus, Grandee of Spain and Admiral of the Ocean Seas. Now, Queen Isabella is speaking, or as she's called here in Spain, Isabel. The Queen is a charming, sympathetic woman, also about 40.
Mil veces ha justificado mi fe en él. Si necesario, las joyas mismas de la corona hubiera empeñado para ayudarlo en su empresa.
The Queen has said that she thanks the Lord that in his mercy he sent Don Christopher Columbus to the Spanish court. She has 1,000-fold justified her faith in him, for she would have pledged her royal jewels, if need be, she said, to send him on his voyage. The ceremonies here in the court continue, but CBS cuts away now to La Rábida and Arthur Hannes.
This is Arthur Hannes in the monastery of La Rábida, a mile and a half from the little seaport town of Palos, where Admiral Columbus began his great voyage. With me at our CBS microphone is the Admiral's 12-year-old son, Diego. Young Diego has a prepared statement in Spanish, which he will read, and I will translate. Anda, Diego, anda.
Dice este mi libro que el sabio Séneca dijo un día.
In my school book, there is a speech of Seneca's that reads,
Tiempo vendrá en que el mar océano descorrerá el velo de su misterio y hará ver en lontananza luengas y grandes tierras.
An age will come after many years when the ocean will loose the chain of things and a huge land lie revealed.
En que Tifos revelará nuevos mundos, en que Thule no será ya la última.
When Typhus will disclose new worlds, and Thule no more will be the ultimate.
Y ahora, escrito y al margen, tal profecía, cumplídola a mi padre el almirante, en el año de 1492.
Today I wrote beside it in the margin, this prophecy was fulfilled by my father, the Admiral, in the year 1492. Gracias, Diego Columbus. This is Arthur Hannes at La Rábida. I return you to CBS in London. This is Don Hollenbeck in London. We've made contact again with the Columbus expedition. And now for the story of the landing on the Indies shore this 12th day of October 1492, we switch you to John Daly.
This
Daly with a shortwave portable transmitter in a ship's boat rowing towards land. We're headed for a fine coral reef. Behind it are trees. Perhaps it's the park of some nobleman's estate. But there are no horses in sight yet, no palaces, no rich houses, no people in silks and pearls on the beach, no gold rooftops glistening in the sunrise, but then we're still some way off and so... Oh, I can see a man! The first man of the Indies. He's come out of the trees and others are running out after him. Dozens of them. They're streaming down to the water's edge, and many of them, as predicted, are richly dressed in tight-fitting garments of red and blue and... No! Gee, Hossafat! They're not dressed at all! What I mistook for clothes is paint. These men are painted every color of the rainbow, but otherwise they haven't got a stitch on. The natural color of their bodies is brown, light brown, a fine, well-built people, and now our boat has touched bottom. Come on, over the side we go. I'm in the water now, up to my knees, but my feet are on land, the ground of the Indies. As we wade ashore, a man of the Indies comes rushing forward. He's smiling, holding out his hand. Greetings, my friend. Greetings from Europe. I don't understand, but now Senor Torres, our official interpreter, is talking to him, and he'll have something about it in just a minute. What's the matter, Senor Torres? Senor Torres, can't you understand what this man is saying? No, Senor, I am asking what language is in Hebrew and Arabic, but this is strange tongue, a language I never heard before. But Torres, if these are the people of the Indies... Indies, los Indies! These people are barbarians! They do not understand me! Here are the fleet trumpets and drums, and Admiral Columbus is coming ashore. In front of him goes the royal stand-in. Behind him walk the Pinzon brothers, captains of the Pinta and the Nina. The Admiral has taken the royal stand-in and planted it in the sand. He looks across the beach and to the forest beyond, surveying this new strange land. Now he's knelt down. A hush has fallen over the crowd. Even these people here of the Indies stand around in childlike amazement, seem to know something important is happening. Admiral Columbus bends down to kiss the sand. Now he lifts his head. Católicas Majestades, nuestros señores Don Fernando y Doña Isabel, tomo posesión de esta ínsula y nómbrola San Salvador. The Admiral is still kneeling, head bowed in prayer. He's taken possession of this land in the name of their Catholic Majesties Ferdinand and Isabella and named it San Salvador. And now the Admiral has risen. He's looking curiously at the natives. No doubt he is wondering, as we are, just who these people are and why they aren't dressed the way we expected to find them. Why they don't speak the language that we expected to hear. At any rate, with the official ceremonies over...
San Salvador, October 12th, 1492. Columbus discovers America.
This is John Daly in Paris. I'm standing outside the sentry booth in the square in front of the Bastille on this sweltering hot day of July 14, 1789. More than 50,000 citizens have been kept waiting here since 10 a.m. Paris time, 5 a.m. New York time, by the Marquis de Launay, governor of the Royal French Prison Fortress. The crowd is demanding that the governors surrender the Bastille so that the people may have the arms inside to defend themselves against the king's mercenary troops who are at this very moment surrounding the city. If Delaunay refuses to turn the fortress and its arms over to the citizens of
Paris, July 14, 1789. CBS is there.
The citizens of Paris before the Bastille. Columbia asks you to imagine that our microphone is at this famous event. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the second in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Paris, July 14th, 1789, and John Daly.
Off the minute, the people of Paris are angry and restless. After years of indignities, hardships, and a struggle for a voice in their own government, King Louis XVI called the National Assembly at Versailles to write a new constitution. The hopes of the people for recognition of their rights were raised high, only to be rudely shattered a few days ago when the king suddenly, without warning, threw 30,000 troops around Paris, mostly foreign mercenaries, and threatened to suspend the National Assembly by force. The people are boiling with anger at this betrayal of their hopes, and they're also desperately afraid that the king's troops may invade the city, or at the very least attempt to force them into submission by starvation. In a frantic hurry to gather arms with which to defend themselves, they have assembled here before the Bastille, the only remaining royal garrison in the city. 4 times they have sent delegations inside to demand its peaceful surrender of the governor. 3 times they have returned not only empty-handed, but also with a warning to disperse. Now, the 4th and what may be the final delegation has been inside the Bastille for over an hour. If the governor still refuses, there's no telling what may happen. The people don't want bloodshed, but they're grimly determined to have arms and the Bastille, which to them is a symbol of tyranny. And they're carrying every conceivable kind of weapon right now that they've been able to lay their hands on. I can see pikes and sticks and hatchets. Others are carrying axes and old swords, and a few even have muskets, which they seized this morning from the Hotel des Invalides. There are also several cannon. But whether they can take the Bastille is another matter. I've asked a young Parisian lawyer to tell you what he thinks about that. His name is Jacques Danton. He's standing by the sentry booth with me at the foot of the outer drawbridge. The booth, by the way, is empty. The guard was taken away by the people earlier, enabling us to set up our CBS equipment here. Monsieur Danton, the Bastille is surrounded by 2 moats. It has a 10-foot stone wall, a garrison of Swiss mercenaries and old French soldiers, and it literally bristles with cannon in the towers. Now, if the governor refuses to surrender, it would seem almost impossible for the people to take it.
The walls of the Bastille, monsieur, are no stronger than were the walls of Jericho.
Now, that red and blue cockade you're wearing, Monsieur Danton, I see that almost everybody here is wearing one. Does it have any special significance?
It is the colors of Paris, but we call it the cockade of liberty.
Now, tell me, sir, haven't I seen you at the Palais Royal with Messieurs Desmoulins, Robespierre, and Marat?
That is possible, monsieur. We are friends.
Well, aren't you more than that? Aren't you all leaders of the radical group here in Paris?
Some people say so.
Right. Well, where are your friends today? Are they with you? Are they down here?
Yes, they are out in the crowd somewhere.
And that crowd, sir, seems restive. It seems to have a bad temper.
Temper? We are sick of financial ruin caused by war, corruption, and extravagance, falling on those least able to bear it. We are no longer willing to carry the load our fathers endured. We look to political changes that will make all men free and equal, brothers of one great human family.
Well, some of your countrymen, Monsieur Danton, have told me that our own American Revolution has had some influence on the spirit of the French people during the past 6 months.
Monsieur Daly, we admire your young country very much. It has given the people of Paris hope for better things. Not beyond the grave, but here on earth, now, today.
Thank you, sir. Monsieur Danton is walking away now, losing himself in the crowd. A huge, brawny figure of a man, black-browed, with a powerful face, and a heavy shock of black hair, which he keeps brushing away from his eyes. There's still no sign of the delegation's return from the Bastille. We thought they were ready to come out when we went on the air, but there seems to be more delay. We're still waiting here at the sentry booth, and we hope you'll stay with us. My colleague, Ken Roberts, is out there in the crowd somewhere with a portable transmitter. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to him. Go ahead, Ken. Come in, Ken Roberts. This is Ken Roberts. I'm standing approximately dead center of the Place de la Bastille, right in the very heart of this massive mob of people. It's hot here. The heat here is terrific. The temperature must be at least 110. Regardless of what happens here this afternoon, July 14th will probably be remembered by the people of Paris as the hottest day of the year. The crowd here around me stretches way back up the Rue Saint-Antoine as far as the eye can see, into the very heart of Paris. There are all kinds of people here, shopkeepers, middle-class citizens, and many of the city's 200,000 beggars. There are even some women and children. Most of them are poorly dressed and undernourished, reflecting the conditions under which they've been living for so long in these narrow, crooked, and dirty streets of Paris. They're standing and moving about in small groups. Some are hanging out of the windows bordering the square. I've been looking around here trying to find some people who can speak English, but I haven't had much luck except for one man. We'll get to him in just a moment. But first here's a typical young Parisian housewife, and I'm going to...
Madame Dupré, monsieur.
Oui, madame, s'il vous plaît. She is slender, dark complexion, hair disheveled, wearing a faded gingham dress. I'm going to ask her what she intends to do with that axe in her hand.
Oh, demandez tout.
Madame Dupré, qu'allez-vous faire avec cette hache?
Détruire la Bastille, monsieur. Tout le monde reste de la Bastille. Nous en avons assez. À bas la famine.
Smash the Bastille, she says. Everybody's smashing the Bastille. We're tired of starving. We've had enough.
Mettre le feu aux quatre coins du château de Versailles.
Madame Dupré wants to wipe out the aristocrats, to burn down the palace at Versailles. And she looks as if she means it, gripping that axe in one hand and a little boy in the other. Here's a little boy now. Comment te parles-tu, petit?
Philippe.
Philippe. And quel âge as-tu, Philippe?
J'ai 8 ans, monsieur.
Philippe says he's 8 years old. Philippe, qu'est-ce que tu fais ici aujourd'hui?
Je vais prendre la Bastille. Vive la liberté!
Philippe says he's going to take the Bastille. And now for the man I told you about before, the one who speaks English. His name is Monsieur Latude. Monsieur Latude, it's rather unusual for anyone in Paris today to speak English. Have you lived in England? Is that where you learned it?
No, monsieur. I learned English in the Bastille.
In the Bastille?
Oui, I was a prisoner there for 35 years.
35 years in prison?
You are astonished, monsieur.
Well, yes, you didn't tell me, Monsieur Latude. I had no idea. And I asked, how did it happen? Why were you in there?
I was charged with insulting Madame de Pompadour. She was the favorite of King Louis XV.
Well, did you insult her?
No, it was not true, but what can one do against the king's lettre de cachet?
Letter de cachet? Isn't that the paper the king signs committing a person to the Bastille without trial, evidence, or judge?
Oui, monsieur, that is the lettre de cachet. The king signs it in blank, and he leaves the name of the victim to be filled in.
And then he gives these blanks to his friends to use as they see fit. Is that it?
That is it, monsieur. Put yourself in that place. If anyone tries to make love to your wife or annoys you by loud talk at a dinner party, all you have to do is just write in the offensive person's name, hand it to the authorities, and voila, that is the last you hear of him.
Well, is that all you did, Monsieur Latude? Is that why you spent 35 years in the Bastille? For nothing?
For nothing, monsieur.
Well, Monsieur Latude, what is it like inside the Bastille? How do they treat you in there?
That is a long story, monsieur. But I will tell you one thing. Once they put me into a dungeon. The cell was covered with a foot of water. I was chained to the wall, and they kept me there for 40 months. Oui, the Bastille is a poor. It should be destroyed. À bas la Bastille!
I understand how you feel, Monsieur Latude. And now tell me, please, who was it who taught you English in the Bastille?
It was another prisoner, Major the White from Ireland. He is still in there. You see, I escaped.
You escaped? Well, tell us about it, Monsieur Latude. I never heard of anybody escaping from the Bastille.
Well, monsieur,
Just a moment. Excuse me, please, Monsieur Latude. I can see a signal from the battlement. A man is up there waving to the crowd. Something is evidently going on. Perhaps the delegation is coming down. I'm too far away, so I'm going to switch you back to John Daly at the outer drawbridge. This is John Daly. The signal from the tower is coming from Monsieur Rosier, the leader of the People's Delegation. He's waving his hat. He's holding up his hand for attention. The crowd is quieting down a bit now. Apparently, he's about to say something. I'd like you to hear it if it's possible, so I'm going to lift our CBS microphone high in the air.
Mes amis, action! Nous sortirons tout de suite. Tout de suite.
He says the delegation will be out immediately. This is it. The delegation will be out immediately. The crowd is very like the governor has finally come to terms. The people will have the Bastille and the arms to defend themselves against surrounding Paris. Monsieur Rosier has disappeared from the tower. The people's delegation is on the way down now, and I'll have the details of this surrender for you in just a few minutes. A feeling of enormous relief seems to have swept the square. I don't think anyone here really, in his heart, thought he could take this fortress by storm. And if you were here with me, you could see what I mean. The 8 circular towers of the Bastille, each 70 feet high, bristle with cannon. The entrance is defended by 2 yawning moats, 25 feet wide and 25 feet deep. And even if the people could drag down the drawbridges and hurdle these moats, they would run into the murderous fire of the guns manned by the French and the Swiss garrisons. But there's no chance of anything like that happening now. This powerful fortress, which has played host to nearly every famous man in France at one time or another, played host to the man of the Iron Mask, to Marshal Richelieu, to Cardinal de Rohan, to Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, is about to fall into the hands of the French people for the first time since it was built in the 13th century. By the way, you can probably hear the chains rattling as the inner drawbridge comes down. And remember, even Peter the Great, the Tsar of all the Russias, was refused entrance into this tower of human misery and inhuman woe. No one knows how many prisoners are in there now, but if you'll stay with us for a while, we'll soon find out. For their day of liberation is here. The inner drawbridge is down now. There are the delegates. They're coming over the bridge. 5 men in black hats and long black frock coats, with Monsieur Rosier in the lead. They're walking across the inner court, and the outer drawbridge is coming down. But the first one is being taken up again. I don't quite get the meaning of that, for if the Bastille is to be surrendered, both drawbridges should be down. But we'll find out about that in just a moment. Now the outer drawbridge is down, and the delegates are walking rapidly across the bridge. They seem to be in a great hurry, and this crowd is pushing me around here. They're pushing me forward onto the drawbridge. Monsieur Rosier! Monsieur Rosier, into the microphone, please.
En arrière! Le gouverneur ne s'est pas encore rendu! En arrière!
Something has happened. Something is wrong. Rosier has just shouted that the governor has not surrendered the Bastille. I'll repeat that. The governor has not surrendered the Bastille. Monsieur Rosier is right on the edge of the bridge with me. Now some of the people understand. They're pushing back towards the Place de la Bastille. But the ones behind them who haven't heard are still pushing forward. Attention, cab, s'il vous plaît, attention! There's a lot of confusion here, and I'm caught in the mob. En arrière! En arrière! La Bastille n'était pas encore en dos. Oh, it's no use. I just can't hold them. They pushed Rosier and the delegates aside, and we're being forced across the bridge with the mob into the courtyard. S'il vous plaît, laissez-moi sortir. En arrière! Attention, cab! I'm in the courtyard now, rather, and I hope the microphone cable is swung out over the drawbridge into the moat. I don't know whether I'm still on the air, but assuming that I am, the people are still coming over. There are about 200 with me, and they're screaming and yelling. The guards are raising the outer drawbridge. People are spilling off into the moat or jumping forward into the inner court. Both the drawbridges are up, and we're jammed into the island courtyard between the two moats. Now, this is what has happened. This crowd of about 200 men and women who pushed across the outer drawbridge have been cut off here from the main mob across the moat in the Place de la Bastille. There is water on both sides of us. We're cut off. Gee, Huckaback! The governor has turned the guns of the Bastille on the people here in the court. They're helpless. So am I. If these bridge members don't stop those bullets. He's shooting them down like cattle. Men, women, falling, screaming. This is horrible. The mob in the square outside can't do a thing. They can't get to us. They've opened fire on the Bastille, though, but their fire is useless. The bullets are smacking into these bridge timbers like so much hail. We're trapped here between the two drawbridges, but at least a couple of our men are up hacking away at the chains of the outer bridge. The people are being massacred, cut down. They're all on the ground, turning and twisting in agony. They're killing them, all of them, every one of them. There's hardly a person standing up. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. It's ruthless, inhuman. Our only hope now is to get the outer drawbridge down and get some help from outside. 2 of our men have gotten up on that drawbridge, as I told you, and they're hacking away at those chains. You can hear it probably. They cut it through. There it goes. The outer drawbridge is down. The outer bridge is down. And the mob from the square is coming across to help us. They're pouring in by the hundreds, by the thousands. The Bastille is stormed. The people are storming the Bastille. The people are firing up at the parapet, trying to pick off those Swiss guards. The bullets are flying all around us. Ow, that was close. The Frenchmen are shooting at the Bastille from across the square and up on the rooftops. The garrison, the guards, are answering with volley after volley of fire from the fortress. I can see some wagons now loaded with hay, and the people are bringing them up here. They're going to set fire to the governor's house here on the island between the two drawbridges, and they're doing it. There are 3 cannon. 3 cannon are being wheeled into place. The people must have taken them this morning from the Hotel des Avilades. They're training them on that inner drawbridge. They're going to blast it down. The governor's house is starting to burn. Smoke is curling up from it, and now our cannons are in position. They ought to go off at any minute. No, something's changed. The firing inside the Bastille seems to be slackening off a bit, but the people out here are still firing. They're mad with rage at the sight of the bodies of their own people who were shot down by the governor. Now the firing from inside seems to have stopped. The governor's house is burning, though, a flaming inferno. Smoke is shooting up in great billows. Oh, someone on the parapets is waving a white flag. He's shouting something. I can't hear what he's saying. There's too much racket. But the inner drawbridge is coming down. is down. The Bastille is really surrendering this time. The gates are being opened. The people have stopped firing, and they're going wild. They're screaming over the bridge into the fortress. I can't follow them, but Ken Roberts is coming up with his portable transmitter. Go inside. Inside, Ken. Stay with the mob. I'll switch to you when you get well inside. Well, now the unbelievable has happened. The people have done the impossible. They have captured the Bastille. I still can't understand why the governor fired in the first place. It was either accidental, that is, a misunderstanding of orders, or it may have been deliberate treachery. I also can't understand the suddenness of this surrender. It was completely unexpected, and there must have been some strong reason for the governor to surrender so quickly after his massacre of these people out here. Perhaps there was a mutiny inside by French troops, or else maybe the governor could have been shot. Or perhaps it was the threat of the 3 cannon out here which persuaded him to give up in the hope of generous terms. Well, at any rate, the Bastille has surrendered, and Ken Roberts should be well inside by now and ready to tell you what's going on in there. Go ahead, Roberts. This is Ken Roberts. I'm inside the Bastille in a huge inner courtroom, quite high, I'd say about 20 feet, and 40 by 40 in length and width. There are no lights, no windows, a stone floor and walls. Pine torches stuck into the walls cast an eerie light over the wild confusion going on in here. The people are still pouring in. Some have seized the keys and already gone down into the dungeons to release the prisoners. The mob in here is shouting threats at the terrified garrison. The soldiers are lined up on 2 sides. Old French soldiers on the right, Swiss mercenaries on the left. They're all trembling with fear. They're shouting at the top of their lungs, "Le Bastille se rend! Le Bastille se rend!" The Bastille surrenders. The governor is in the middle of the room, surrounded by the mob. He's wearing a gray frock coat, a red cross of Saint Louis, no hat. Somebody's just snatched his gold-headed sword cane from him, but the governor is taking it all. He's standing there, prim and defiant. He's got a lot to pay for. The brutal massacre of those people out there in the courtyard. Now I've worked my way up to one of the old French pensioners, and I'm going to ask him why the Bastille surrendered. Monsieur, pourquoi la Bastille s'est-elle rendue?
Nous l'avons forcé. Nous n'avons pas tiré sur nos frères. C'était les mercenaires suisses qui ont tiré.
He says it was the Swiss guards who fired. The French soldiers refused to fire on their own people. They forced the governor to surrender.
Le gouverneur voulait décharger son pistolet dans le tonneau de poudre. Il voulait faire sauter la Bastille. Nous l'avons empêché.
He says the governor wanted to blow up the Bastille, but they stopped him. And now the mob has seized the governor and the soldiers. They're dragging them out of the Bastille. Monsieur Rosière! Est-ce que vous les emmenez?
L'hôtel de ville, pour répondre de ses crimes devant le tribunal du peuple.
They're going to take the governor and his soldiers to the Hotel de Ville to be tried before a people's court. Just a moment, there's a prisoner. The first one, he must be a prisoner. He's old, very old. His hair is down to his feet, and it's white, completely white. I can see where the chains have been cut from his ankles. He's dragging a chain with him. He's blinking. He's holding his hand above his eyes. I guess he's not used to the torchlight. I'm going to speak to him. Votre nom, monsieur. Votre nom.
Monsieur est parvenu.
Quel âge avez-vous, monsieur?
J'ai 90 ans.
He is 90. How long in prison, monsieur? Combien de temps avez-vous passé à la Bastille?
30 ans. 30 ans.
30 years in prison. Je vous félicite, monsieur, de votre libération de la Bastille.
Oh, merci, monsieur. Qu'est-ce que Louis XV et Madame de Pompadour diront de tout ça?
I congratulated Monsieur Tavernier on his release, and he says he wonders what King Louis XV and Madame Pompadour will say. Both have been dead for at least 15 years. Now I'm going to ask him how many prisoners there are in the Bastille today beside himself. Monsieur, combien de prisonniers y a-t-il?
Jean, Bouchard, Bernard, Desroches, Antoine Pujata, De Wright, le comte de Sodelage, la Corrèze.
Oui. Combien d'autres?
C'est tout.
This is incredible. Monsieur Tavernier named 6 men. Counting himself, that makes only 7 prisoners in the Bastille at the time of its fall. This is John Daly again at the sentry booth by the outer drawbridge. I've taken the air away from Ken Roberts because I've just been informed by our CBS studios here in Paris that the news of the Bastille's fall has already reached the king and his troops in Versailles, and we'll switch out there in just a moment. First, a last look at this turbulent scene. Part of the mob is dragging the governor and his garrison up the Rue Saint-Antoine to the city hall, the Hotel de Ville. The people here are rolling barrels of gunpowder and cannon across the bridges, They're passing out guns, thousands of them taken from the Bastille arsenal. They're working feverishly against time because they're desperately afraid of the king's reaction. But now, for an on-the-spot account of that reaction, I switch you to Versailles. Harry Marble reporting.
This is Harry Marble in Versailles. King Louis XVI has just ordered his troops withdrawn from around Paris. The order was issued just a few minutes ago, after His Majesty was informed of the surrender of the Bastille. The king was in the palace when the Duc de Liancourt, a member of the royal household, brought him the news. When de Liancourt told the king that the Bastille had been stormed, His Majesty inquired, "Is this a revolt?" And the Duke replied, "No, sire, it is a revolution." The king then, without his usual bodyguard, without even his hat, but accompanied by his two brothers, ran out of the palace to the National Assembly on the edge of the palace ground. There he made an unprecedented appeal to the National Assembly. He placed himself in the hands of the people's representatives, men he had only yesterday threatened to destroy. He urged them to help him ensure what he termed the salvation of the state. The king said, "I await this from the National Assembly, from the zeal of the representatives of my people." The king also announced that he would go to Paris tomorrow and personally conciliate the people. He has also appointed the Marquis de Lafayette, head of the new National Guard, and the Marquis will escort him into Paris tomorrow. Lafayette, who helped us, the American people, win our independence a short time ago, has been playing a major role during the last 8 years in France, helping his own people win a voice in their government. Today, he is Vice President of the National Assembly. It's a particularly happy day for him. He's standing right here beside me. Monsieur de Lafayette, what does this mean today for the people of France?
It means, monsieur, that the spirit of the rights of man, which was born in France and nurtured by your country, has now returned to Europe. The King's decision to permit the National Assembly to continue with our work of writing a new constitution is the first concession he has ever made to the people. Whatever happens from now on, France, like America, has set its course on the road to democracy. There can be no turning back.
Thank you, Marquis de Lafayette. And now, for the people's reaction to the King's announcement, we return you to Paris and John Daly.
This is John Daly. I'm standing in the Place de Grave, the city square in front of the Hotel de Ville, the city hall. The unexpected news from Versailles has turned Paris into a frenzy of celebration. The people are dancing and parading in the streets, no longer in fear of their lives. They're shouting, "Long live liberty, long live France." The governor of the Bastille has been executed for the massacre of the 171 men and women murdered by his guns this afternoon. Several of the soldiers have also been executed, and one was thrown into the Seine. The heads of the governor and his soldiers have been placed on pikes and are now being carried around the city. This strikes a rather ghoulish note in the celebration here, perhaps, but if you knew the suffering of these people and what they have endured for the last 50 years at the hands of such despots as the Marquis de Launay, you perhaps would understand, if not condone, their actions. Tyranny always breeds violence, and to the people of Paris, the Bastille, with its drawbridges and dungeons, was a symbol of rotting tyranny. The excesses committed will perhaps soon pass, but the ideals behind them are certain to live on and to grow in the hearts of the French people here today and in the hearts of their children. Oh, here come the paraders once again, and they're singing. I recognize the tune. It's Ça Ira, an old French dance to which revolutionary words have been set. They're singing about hanging all aristocrats from lanterns. The streets of Paris, you know, are lighted by lanterns swung on ropes stretched across the roadway. But let's listen to the singing. Young women in the crowd is waving a large key, a very large key. One moment while I ask her what it is. Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle! Qu'est-ce que c'est?
La clé de la Bastille!
Oh, she said it's the key of the Bastille.
Demain, je la donnerai au Marquis de Lafayette.
And she says she's going to give the key to Lafayette tomorrow when he arrives in Paris.
Oui, au Marquis de Lafayette. Il la donnera au général.
À quel général?
Washington!
To Washington, our General Washington and Lafayette's former commander. He's going to give the key of the Bastille to Lafayette so that Lafayette may present it to our own first President of the United States, His Mightiness George Washington. The crowd is still singing. I hope you can hear them. They're singing that song with the on this 14th day of July, 1789. The day that will undoubtedly go down in history as
Paris, July 14th, 1789. The Bastille is stormed and the French Revolution begins.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the second in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
October 12th, 1492. Columbus discovers America. CBS is there.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, who wrote tonight's broadcast in collaboration with Macaja Wren. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in the Salem Court of Massachusetts Bay Province. The recess in the witchcraft trial of 71-year-old Rebecca Norse, which started at 10 o'clock in the morning of this 29th day of June, 1692, is just about over, and the trial should soon resume. As you know, Rebecca Norse, great-grandmother and mother of 8, whose husband owns a 300-acre farm not far from the Crane River Bridge, went on trial this morning as a witch. The penalty for witchcraft is death. This courthouse on Townhouse Lane is jammed to the rafters.
Salem, Massachusetts, June 1692. CBS is there.
A Salem court tries a woman as a witch. CBS invites you to believe that our microphone is there waiting for the verdict. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fourth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Salem, June 29th, 1692, and John Daly.
Tell them how this trial is progressing. The tension with which this day opened here in Salem has grown greater, if possible. In this trial, second in the biggest roundup of suspects these colonies have ever seen, 2 key witnesses for the prosecution this morning testified that the defendant, Rebecca Norse, was responsible for fits, seizures, and the unnatural torment which have been plaguing a dozen or so Salem girls for the last few months. Another woman named by these girls, Bridget Bishop, has already been hanged, and waiting in jail at this very moment to be tried by this same court on these same charges of witchcraft are 150 local residents who were seized in their homes in nearby Lynn, Topsfield, Marblehead, Amesbury, Andover, Wells, as well as Salem, and as far off as Boston. This morning, a prosecution witness, the Reverend Mr. Samuel Paris, minister of Salem Village, testified that the alleged unnatural activities of Rebecca Norse against the afflicted children are actually part of a much larger plot against the government. Is that correct, Mr. Paris?
If that plot had not been discovered, the plotters would soon have succeeded in sinking this government.
On the stand this morning, Mr. Paris, you spoke of proof.
They have been holding meetings, sir. They have been holding meetings and plotting to root out the Christian religion from this country.
I see. You said, too, that they were prepared to blow up all the churches and wreck our government.
And set up instead their own diabolism.
So, well, I'm told, sir, that before you came to this church, you were a merchant in the Barbados Isles.
I gave up commerce for the ministry.
You brought back with you some slaves, sir.
2.
Is it true, Mr. Paris, that there has been a dispute going on between you and members of your congregation as to what were the terms of your salary agreed upon 2.5 years ago?
When I accepted the call to this parish 2 years and 7 months ago, my salary was clearly determined.
But there is a dispute, isn't there, as to whether it gives you permanent ownership of the parsonage or merely the use of the ministry and the pasture.
The salary for my services includes full and permanent ownership of the parsonage and surrounding grounds. Those who have disputed it are simply not in possession of the facts.
I see, but is the prisoner's husband, is Francis Norse, among those who have disputed your claim to permanent ownership, Mr. Paris?
Francis Norse is not in possession of the facts.
Just one more question, Mr. Paris. About the committee charged with furnishing you with firewood last November, when you tried to have them brought to law.
The committee had stubbornly and for a long time been derelict in its duty to furnish the parsonage with firewood.
But it was argued then that an extra sum had been added to your annual salary to compensate you for finding your own firewood.
But
Mr. Paris, Rebecca Norse's husband, the husband of the woman against whom you testified this morning, is on the firewood committee, is he not?
Rebecca Norse has been plotting the destruction of our government.
Thank you very much, Reverend Samuel Paris. Also on the stand this morning, we heard Dr. William Griggs, village physician, testify that a number of his patients had been bewitched. Dr. Griggs, you said that you yourself had seen evidence of their unnatural affliction.
I saw the ministers, the Reverend Mr. Paris's own niece, try to fly up the chimney.
You described how she was picked up by an unseen force.
An unseen force hurled her through the room so that she flew from wall to wall. Then she began to show every evidence of starting to fly, stretching up her arms as high as she could and crying, wish, wish, wish.
This morning, Dr. Griggs, you testified that the girls were under the baleful influence of an evil eye. Now, speaking as a medical man, what is the explanation of the evil eye?
When a witch turns her evil eye on a subject, an invisible and impalpable fluid darts from the eye of the witch and penetrates the brain of the bewitched. From then on, the witch can do with the bewitched as she pleases.
Thank you, Dr. Griggs. The excitement over the witches brings to a head the anxiety and unrest which has been disturbing these people of Salem. Dissatisfaction with a succession of governors, high taxes, a high cost of living, and lately rumors of war make it easy to understand why the distracted Salemites feel, as one put it to me this morning, that Satan is loose in New England, and why they're not surprised to learn that 150 of their own neighbors and even friends have been plotting with the devil against them and their government. The judges are coming in now. Judges Sewell, Sargent, Winthrop, Richards of Boston, Corwin, and Gedney of Salem. And here comes the deputy governor, the Honorable William Stoughton, who has been acting as Chief Justice during the trial. This is the sign that the recess is over, the prisoner is about to be brought in, and the trial resumed. The crowd grows quiet. Attorney General Thomas Newton has walked over to say something to Deputy Governor Stoughton.
Here she comes.
Oh, here she comes. Here comes Rebecca Norse, accused witch. She's flanked by George Herrick on the right, another constable on the left. Her husband is standing up. Francis Norse is waving to his wife, trying to get her attention, but the elderly prisoner seems to be either too indifferent or too tired to look up. That was her daughter's voice. The voice you heard was Sarah Norse's, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter. She called out, "Mother," and her mother seems to have heard her. She raises her head. She looks a little bewildered. Judge Stoughton is pounding on the desk for order. The trial is about to start. In the front row, the afflicted girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, who are here to testify against Rebecca Norse, are staring at her. The marshal helps the prisoner to the platform where she stood this morning. Apparently, Rebecca Norse is still not going to sit. She's going to stand through this session. She's standing about 8 feet from the judges now, facing the judges. Attorney General Newton has opened the trial, and he tells Rebecca Norse, "You are now in the hands of authority."
I adjure you to answer the questions of the court truthfully and not to lie.
He warns her not to lie, and now I'll throw open the microphone on the witness stand and let you hear the proceedings.
Rebecca Norse, why do you hurt these children?
I do not hurt them.
If you are guilty of this fact, do you think you could hide it?
The Lord knows.
Ann Putnam, have you seen this woman hurt you?
Yes, she beat me last night.
Despite the fact that Rebecca Norse was locked in the Salem jail last night, 12-year-old Ann Putnam accuses her of having beaten her in her own home, thereby implying that Rebecca Norse can be in two places at once and is therefore a witch.
Abigail Williams, have you been hurt by this woman?
Yes.
Now, Rebecca Norse, here are two, Ann Putnam, the child, and Abigail Williams, who complain of your hurting them. What do you say to it?
I do not hurt them.
This morning you heard read the confession of one Abigail Hobbs, confessed witch. She named you as the queen of a witch's feast. What do you say to it?
How could she say that? She is one of us.
What do you mean by that?
By what?
What do you mean by one of us?
She is like the rest of us, innocently imprisoned.
Didn't you say you would tell the truth? Who hurts these children now? Look upon them.
May I go to prayer?
We have not sent for you to go to prayer. Why did you stop coming to church when the girls were seized with fits?
It made me ill.
Why didn't you visit them in their affliction the way the other neighbors did?
I was not able to go out of doors because of illness.
What sort of illness?
I suffer from weakness of the stomach, sir.
What did he say to you?
We mustn't believe everything these distracted children say. There is no one whispering in the ear.
You dare to lie before this whole assembly. You are now before authority. I expect the truth. What did the man whisper in your ear?
I ask anyone here to tell me they saw anyone beside me. You can see I am all alone.
Next time is the sacrament, David. Please do not be there.
There has been talk among your neighbors, Rebecca North, that your illness is of a supernatural character. What do you say to that?
I've had difficult times, sir. I am the mother of 8 children, and I suffer with the weakness that any woman would, my age and condition.
Do you have any wounds? Attorney General Newton has asked the defendant perhaps the most dangerous question of all so far. Do you have any wounds? Referring to those marks found on the person of a witch which betray that she is in league with Satan. But Rebecca North being slightly deaf, he has to repeat the question, do you have any wounds? I have none but old age, she answers. 71-year-old Rebecca North is beginning to tire. Her white hair, somewhat disheveled, is clinging to her forehead. She's wringing her hands, nervously clasping and... Something strange is happening. 12-year-old Ann Putnam is screaming. She is pinching. She is pinching. And now Abigail Williams is screaming. She is choking me. Both of these girls seem to be having some kind of a spasm. They're rising on the floor, clutching at their throats and crying that Rebecca North is choking them. Deputy Marshal Herrick and another constable have run over, and are each holding one of the prisoner's hands to keep her from pinching and choking the girls, who are at least 10 feet away from her. They're now manacling her hands behind her back. The turmoil is dying down. The spectators are taking their seats. Attorney General Newton again turns to the prisoner, who seems visibly...
You see, Rebecca Doss, what a grave condition these girls are in. Why do you hurt them?
I do not hurt them.
When your hands are freed, the girls are pinched and choked.
There, sit down. I do not feel well.
You are strong enough, Rebecca Noss, to bewitch these girls. You are strong enough to stand at your trial. Do you think these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily? What do you say, Rebecca Noss? Do these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily?
No.
The court is not able to hear you.
May my husband come up to wipe me for it. Sweat from me for it. My hands are bound.
These girls charge you with hurting them. If you think they suffer involuntarily, then you admit that what they say is true. And if you think they suffer not willingly, then you are calling them murderers. Which do you say, Rebecca Noss?
I do not mean to call them murderers. I don't know what to make of their conduct.
Answer the question, Rebecca Noss. Do you think these girls suffer against their will or not?
I do not think they suffer against their will.
Rebecca Noss is showing extraordinary courage. Old, alone, pitted against men of superior education and legal training, with no lawyer to defend her, she nevertheless sticks to her point that the girls' fits are not involuntary. Now Ann Putnam's mother, Mrs. Thomas Putnam, takes the stand.
Tell the court what happened.
One morning, Rebecca North came to me.
What time was it?
It was very early morning. Just as it grew light. She was still in her nightgown. She came to me, and she brought a little red book in her hand.
She tried to make you sign it?
She said if I wouldn't, she would tear my soul out of my body.
What happened then?
Then there appeared to me 6 children in winding sheets. And they called me Aunt.
Who were these children?
They told me they were the children of my sister Baker, who lives in Boston. And they said that Rebecca North had murdered her. And they told me to go and tell it to the magistrate, or they would tear me to pieces.
The testimony piling up against Rebecca North has become more serious, if possible. And now another neighbor of the accused, Sarah Pepper, a widow, takes the stand.
Now, without fear, will you tell the court, Sarah Pepper, whether anything ever took place between the prisoner and any member of your family?
Yes, sir. About this time, 3 years ago, my dear husband, Benjamin Pepper, now dead, may the Lord bless his soul, was as well as I ever knew him in my life.
Yes, go on, please.
He was healthy and happy till one Sunday morning, Rebecca North.
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft?
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft.
What did she do?
She came to our house and fell to scolding and railing at him because our pigs had gotten into her fields.
Your fields are close together?
Yes, sir. And we're only supposed to keep half the fence mended. It's up to her to mend the other half. That was the agreement.
What happened then?
Her side of the fence was down and our pigs got through. We told her we'd kept those pigs hobbled, but there wasn't a thing you could say to quiet her down. She railed and scolded, calling on her son Benjamin to go and get a gun and kill the pigs.
How did your husband answer her?
My poor husband never said one word amiss to her. And it was right after that he was taken with a fit.
Was his seizure the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having?
His seizure was the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having.
Did your husband have any seizures after that?
My poor husband was never the same again. The day before he died, he talked very cheerful. But he was seized at midnight, and this fit lasted till the next night. And then he died.
The deputy marshal is leading the weeping widow Pepper back to her seat, and Attorney General Newton turns to confer with the 7 judges behind him. This looks bad for the defendant. So far, all of the testimony... Wait a minute. A young man is coming towards the judge's bench. It's Samuel North, the prisoner's son. The sheriff challenges him.
I want to speak. If you have any evidence to present, Samuel North, present it at the proper time.
This is the proper time, and I ask leave of the court to present my evidence.
Tell your story.
On the 27th of March, I and my sister's husband, John Tarbell, he's here now, and he'll swear to everything I say.
Tell your story.
John and I went up to Thomas Putnam's to find out why his wife and daughter were making shocking accusations against my mother.
The reason why is no secret. You heard them tell the court.
I wanted them to tell me. At the house, I found Miss Putnam, her daughter Anne, and one of Anne's friends. I asked young Anne how she came to name my mother among the witches. I said, did she mention my mother's name first, or did someone else say it to her?
What point are you trying to make?
When I asked young Anne how she first came to mention my mother's name among the witches, she replied that she had seen the apparition of a pale-faced woman sitting in her grandmother's chair. I said, who was that woman? She said she didn't know her name. I said, who told you to say my mother's name?
Are you saying
That's when her friend spoke up. Why, Anne, don't you remember? She said it was your mother. That made Miss Putnam very angry. She cried why it was not. It was you told her to say Rebecca North. Then they turned on each other and they said it was you told her to say the name.
I still don't understand the point you are trying to make, Samuel North.
What I'm trying to say is that not one of those who now accuse my mother would admit it was they first named her among the witches.
First, all us, they named her.
Attorney General Newton seems to be a little impatient as he motions Samuel North to return to his seat. His sister has risen. The North family seems to be on the attack now in defense of their mother. Sarah North, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter, without being asked, without permission, has come up and is now standing before the bench. Attorney General Newton ignores her. He's conferring with the judges. Rebecca North is looking at her daughter. She's smiling, a strange, vague smile. Now Attorney General Newton has turned to Sarah North. He's taking her testimony.
I was in the meeting house on the 24th of March, the day the committee first examined my mother. I was there when Miss Bibber...
You are referring to the widow Bibber who lives in Wenham?
That's the one. I was there when she went into a fit.
The court knows that.
I was watching her when she began to scream that my mother was sticking her with pins.
You're adding nothing new to the facts, Sarah North. If that is why you have asked for permission to testify...
But I saw Miss Bibber take the pins out of her clothes. I saw her take the pins out of her clothes. That's all! I saw Miss Bibber take some pins out of her clothes and hold them between her fingers. Then I saw her clasp her hands around her knees. And that's when she began to scream that my mother was sticking pins in her. That's a lie! You're a liar! You're a liar!
One of the spectators probably sees Mrs. Bibber screaming, that's a lie. She's a liar. Sarah North is answering her, shouting, it's the truth, and you know it. The marshal is making her go back to her seat.
Come on down and take your seat. I would like to speak.
Benjamin Putnam is asking to testify.
Forward.
The Attorney General is inviting him to come forward. Is asking the brother-in-law of Mrs. Thomas Putnam, who testified against Rebecca North just a minute ago, to come forward.
I have a paper here, signed by 39 people of Salem, and Salem Village. I ask the court's permission to read it.
You may read it.
We whose names...
Will you read it a little louder?
We whose names are hereunto subscribed, being desired by Francis Norse to declare what we know concerning his wife's conversation for some time past, can testify to all whom it may concern that we have known her for many years. And according to our observation, her life and conversation were as she claimed it, and we never had any cause or grounds to suspect her of any such thing as she is now accused of. Signed, Benjamin Putnam, Sarah Putnam, Job Swinnerton, Esther Swinnerton, Samuel Abbey, Hepzibah Ray, Daniel
This
Andrew...
is a surprise. 39 of Rebecca Norse's neighbors, including Ann Putnam's own brother-in-law, testified by petition to their belief in Rebecca Norse's innocence. Rebecca Norse seems stunned by this unexpected turn in her favor. The spectators, too, seem visibly impressed by the long list of responsible and respectable names. Mrs. Putnam looks startled. She keeps brushing her hair out of her eyes. Her face is pale. Judge Stoughton is turning to the jury.
Rebecca Norse! Didn't you bring the devil with you? Didn't you tell me to test God and die? How often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation, Rebecca Norse?
That was Mrs. Putnam. She's screaming, how often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation? She's hysterical. She's becoming violent. She's ripping her clothes. Her husband has received the court's permission to take her outside, and he's lifted her bodily. He's carrying out, kicking and screaming out of the courtroom, and has taken her out now. The trial can start again. Rebecca Norse seems to be on the point of fainting. It doesn't look as if she can keep standing on her feet much longer. Once again, Judge Stoughton... Wait a minute. Something else has happened. A woman among the spectators threw her shoe and hit Rebecca Norse in the face. There's a red streak on Rebecca Norse's right temple where Mrs. Pope's shoe hit her. Rebecca Norse looks white and shaken. The courtroom is quieting down. Judge Stoughton turns to the jury. Apparently there's going to be no more testimony. He's going to send out the jury for a verdict right now.
I charge that you, being the judges of the facts, if you find that Rebecca Norse did bewitch the said girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, so that they were sore afflicted and tormented, then you must find her guilty of witchcraft under the statute of James I.
The jury has risen now and is filing out of this courtroom to consider the verdict. The judges are leaving too, and Deputy Marshal Herrick is taking Rebecca Norse from the courtroom. Some of the spectators are leaving for a breath of fresh air. The jury is out of the courtroom now. Of course, there's no possible way of knowing how long they will be. They may return momentarily, and if they do, we will switch back here to the courtroom immediately. Meantime, there are about 150 other suspects, as we told you, who have been rounded up in this drive and who are now in nearby jails waiting to be tried by this same court. My colleagues Harry Marble and Ken Roberts are at this moment in two of those prisons, Boston and Ipswich, with CBS microphones. And we switch you first to Harry Marble in Boston Prison.
This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I'm standing in a room about 25 by 35 and 7 feet high. The walls are of stone and the windows are barred. Leaning against the walls and chained to the benches here are about 25 or 30 men who are waiting to be tried for witchcraft. Right beside me, his hands manacled, is Navy Captain John Alden. Captain Alden, what are the specific charges against you?
Witchcraft, I presume.
You have to pay your own room and board while you're in prison, don't you, Captain?
Yes. And should I have the misfortune to be found guilty, my family would have to pay the cost of my execution. And, of course, my property would immediately be confiscated by the authorities. The deputy governor, I imagine.
I am told that some of your fellow prisoners confessed to practicing witchcraft, Captain.
I will tell you how one confessed. A boy of about 18. They had him tied neck and heels until blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He confessed.
One more question, Captain Alden. Are you by any chance related to the John Alden who married Priscilla Mullen?
That was my father, sir. My parents met on the Mayflower coming over from the other side.
Thank you, Captain John Alden. This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I now switch you to Ken Roberts in Ipswich Jail.
This is Ken Roberts in Ipswich. The jail here is crowded with women of all ages. Beside me here is the prisoner, Dorcas Good, accused witch. How old are you, Dorcas?
I'm 4 years old.
4-year-old Dorcas Good was arrested the same day as Rebecca Norse.
I'm 4, going on 5.
Dorcas just corrected her age. She is 4, going on 5. Why are you here, Dorcas?
I want a piece of bread with honey.
Do you know why they put you here, Dorcas?
My name is Dorcas Good, and I'm 4 years old, going on 5.
Chained beside 4-year-old Dorcas here is Mrs. Rebecca Jacobs of Salem Town. Why have they put you in prison, Mrs. Jacobs?
They ran in the street. They ran in the street, and I said, look at the children. They are running in the street.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Then the men said, these are your children. They are running after you. Tell them to go back.
Your children saw you arrested, Mrs. Jacobs?
Come home, Mother. Mother, come home. I want my children. I want my children. I want my mother.
Do you get enough to eat here, Mrs. Jacobs?
Children, don't cry. Mother will be home. The night men are just taking your mother for a walk.
Mrs. Jacobs, have your children been allowed to visit you?
Bloodroot and windflowers, sweet Mary and lilacs, they grow in my garden. When night comes, they close their eyes and go to sleep. I want my children. I want my baby.
I want a slice of bread and honey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobs, but a message has just been handed to me. The jury trying Rebecca North has just come back into the courtroom. So this is Ken Roberts returning you to John Daly in Salem.
This is John Daly in the Salem courtroom. The jury has come back. The jury charged with the fate of Rebecca Norse has just returned. The judges are in their places. The prisoner, her hands still manacled, stands facing the bar. The spectators are silent, waiting. The jurymen have taken their seats, all except Thomas Fisk, the foreman. The foreman is standing, and now Judge Stoughton turns to the jury.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What have you found?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. The jury has found Rebecca North not guilty. She looks stunned and stands bewildered and confused, pale and shaken. Her husband is fighting his way up to her. 72-year-old Francis North is crying, and his wife, Rebecca North, is now in his arms. Rebecca North, her gray head sunk on his shoulder, is crying for the first time since this trial began. Her sons and daughters are kissing and hugging her. They're all trying to touch her. They're patting her face, her hair, her dress, and they're laughing, and at the same time, tears are streaming down their cheeks. Now Judge Stoughton has left the bench and is talking with Thomas Fisk, the foreman of the jury. George Herrick, the deputy marshal, is pushing his way through to Rebecca North, probably to tell her that he's glad she was acquitted. The deputy marshal is saying something to Rebecca North now, and for some reason or the other, he's taking her by the shoulder. And now the jury is going out again, and Sam North has run over to the deputy governor. He seems to be having a heated argument with Judge Stoughton. I'm going to get over there to find out what's going on. There's something going on. There's a great deal of confusion all around here.
This to my mother. I did not impose on the jury. I've merely given them a fact which they had overlooked.
Mr. North, what has happened?
They're making the jury convict my mother. The jury comes back with a verdict of not guilty, and Stoughton sends them out again. They come back and he tells them that they have misinterpreted the facts. They have my mother on the stand, and they tell her Abigail Hobbs said she was a witch. And she says, how can Abigail say that? She is one of us. Now the judge says that when my mother said she's one of us, she admitted she was a witch, too. But he heard my mother say she didn't mean that. She meant Miss Hobbs was just one of the prisoners. Why, what Stoughton's done is tell the jury to hang her.
But why? Why should Judge Stoughton do this?
Because they've got some people in office around here who are scared of being pushed out. There are too many people who don't like them. So they find themselves some scapegoats. They take women like my mother. They say she's a witch. They say they're trying to bewitch our children and sink the government. All they're trying to do is save their own necks, and for that they're going to hang my mother.
Sam North is angry, frenzied. He seems to be absolutely sure the jury will change its verdict. I've never seen anything like this happen in a courtroom before, and it's hard to believe. But we'll see. The jury is coming back already. They've only been out a short while. With Tom Fisk leading them, they're coming back into the jury box. Their faces are grave. Judge Stoughton is banging his gavel for order and has turned now to jury foreman Thomas Fisk.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What is your verdict?
We find Rebecca North guilty as charged.
Mother! Mother!
Rebecca North has been found guilty. What Sam North feared has happened. Everything he said was apparently true. And if this is contempt of this court, let it be so. A woman adjudged innocent by a jury of her peers, by almost precise direction of a presiding judge, has been found guilty and now must pay the supreme penalty.
Salem, June 29, 1692. Rebecca Norse is guilty, and the witch hunt goes on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fourth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
July 29, 1588, the English Channel. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Salem Witch Trial was written by Sylvia Berger. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in the Great Hall of Fotheringay Castle in Northampton, England. On this 8th day of February, 1587, it is less than 30 minutes now to the hour when Mary, Queen of Scots, is destined to mount the scaffold erected here last night and to suffer execution for the alleged attempt to assassinate Queen Elizabeth of England. Less than 30 minutes, and still the Scottish Queen has not asked for the pardon that can save her life. She is still apparently determined to choose death rather than risk any shadow of guilt upon the faith and church to which she is so passionately devoted. It is known on good authority that Mary can have a pardon. She can save her life if, and this is the great condition, if she will confess her guilt, and in so doing throw that mantle of guilt over the whole of the apostolic faith. Here in the great hall of Fotheringay Castle, assembled on all sides of the scaffold, that is like a small stage whose principal property is a plain wooden block shrouded in black velvet, there are
February 8, 1587, Fotheringay Castle, England. You are there.
In the face of death, will Mary, Queen of Scots, sacrifice her head to save the face of her church? The woman held in her hand the immediate destiny of two great forces met in a life-and-death struggle for world power. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
in plain view of a scaffold in Fotheringay Castle and John Daly.
Bleak Hall. These 200 or so of the nobility have been assembled in haste from the neighborhood. They're speaking in hushed tones, speculating on whether or not this woman will choose to end her mortal life and thereby become immortal as a martyr to her faith. All last night, this great hall here at Fotheringay Castle was filled with the constant clamor of carpenters' hammers erecting the scaffold. Mary slept in her guarded chambers above the clamor. Bull, the London executioner, and his assistant are waiting now upon the platform. They're masked, black masks. Bull, the executioner, is here because the plan, the drama conceived by one man, has at last reached its final act. That man is Queen Elizabeth, Her Majesty's Secretary of State, Sir Francis Walsingham. All Europe knows that to Sir Francis and Sir Francis alone goes the credit for the setting and springing of the trap that snared the Scottish Queen in a plot to murder Queen Elizabeth.
What?
Sir Francis, do you think that Mary will yet ask for a pardon at this late hour?
No man can swear what is in the mind of this woman. She loves to crowd the center of the stage with her pretended glory. Her place, however, is not in the galleries, not on the stage, but in the pit.
And by the pit, Sir Francis, do you imply a place with the commoners below the stage or the grave?
No worthy pun. The pit, the grave, is where her body deserves to mold. But Mary is also fickle, deceitful, ambitious. She will yet choose to live. That woman will yet beg for a pardon.
And what, may I ask, Sir Francis, has brought you to this conclusion?
Logic, the laws of logic. The woman is guilty.
I take it you mean that all the guilty ask for a pardon?
No. I speak only of Mary, not all the guilty. That woman has devoted her life to the quest of pardons for all the crimes of her life.
Crimes, Sir Francis?
Many. From her swaddling clothes, she was wrapped in the mantle of death. Her father, James V, was killed on that day of her birth. When he was told on his deathbed that a daughter had been born to him, his dying words were, "Farewell, life came with ane last, and it will pass with ane last." It was a true, dismal prophecy. For Mary's life is shrouded
with a dozen deaths and murders. Why, whoever ventured close to her suffered death, violent death. Her first husband, the sickly King Francis of France, then the French poet Chastelard, who was discovered in Mary's chamber and sent to the block. Then David Vizio, the fiddler, and her beloved, assassinated and stabbed 50 times by daggers in the hands of the friends of her jealous second husband, Lord Darnley. And he was blown to bits by the man who became her third husband, Bothwell, who in turn fled from the murder and died in exile. Add to their numbers the deaths of the conspirators, Ballard and Savage and Sir Anthony Babington. This is the woman to whom the gracious Elizabeth granted sanctuary 19 years ago when Mary fled Scotland after murdering her husband. Aye, the life of Mary Stuart verily reeks of death and murder. And all her murders tended toward a singular effort to secure the throne of England from Elizabeth and rule both Scotland and England.
Sir Francis, there is one thing that was not revealed at Mary's trial. You are known to be one of the most accomplished masters in Europe at tracking down criminals. Sir Francis, just what device did you use to trap Mary?
A barrel of beer.
A barrel of beer?
Yes. You see, I devised a beer barrel with a false bottom through an agent in Mary's confidence who was also in my employ. Needless to say, the fellow did well. He was paid by both parties. I arranged that Mary should use this unique method of postal delivery in her correspondence with the conspirator. Simple matter to intercept the barrel, have the letters copied, and then send them on again.
That's quite ingenious.
Well, not
but it would seem, Sir Francis, that you set a trap for Mary.
Only the guilty fall into traps.
Thank you, Sir Francis.
Thank you for the privilege.
There are only 22 minutes left to 8 o'clock. The Queen of the Scots has still not entered this hall, but if Sir Francis Walsingham is correct in his prediction that Mary will ask for a pardon, then she will not mount the scaffold this day. Here in Fotheringay, however, and everywhere in Europe, people are divided over the life and death of this tragic woman. There are many who hold to the opinion that she will die rather than confess her guilt. And for an analysis of that point of view, we take you now to London and Quincy Howell.
Yes, John, some of the best informed people here in London believe that Mary will not ask for a pardon and that the Queen of Scots will mount the scaffold in 21 minutes. Their reasoning runs this way. Mary is the champion, the symbol of the Catholic faith. Elizabeth is the greatest Protestant monarch in the world today. The Catholics want the throne of England, which they lost when Henry VIII, Elizabeth's father, renounced Rome. If they succeed in putting Mary, or any Catholic ruler for that matter, on the English throne, they will not only regain England, but much of what they have lost to the Reformation in Europe as well. In addition, they'll have a free hand in the new world of America, where the exploring, adventuring, colonizing fleets of Elizabeth lay claims to land and gold and wealth that the Pope has granted to Spain. Naturally, the Protestant powers are determined to spread the doctrines of the Reformation all over the world. They've already gained much of Europe, and they mean to hold all that while extending their power to America. Mary now finds herself caught up in this conflict and has been tried and found guilty of an attempt on Elizabeth's life. She protests her innocence, but to save her life, she must confess her guilt. Why, then, do so many informed observers predict that she will not confess? Because, they say, innocent or guilty, Mary cannot risk damaging the prestige of her church by admitting she had anything to do with an attempt on the life of a Protestant monarch. Is Mary innocent or is she guilty? Even now, in these last moments, there's a sharp difference of opinion. To let our listeners judge for themselves, we'll play some recorded excerpts of Mary's trial, which we broadcast from Fotheringay last October 14th. The first voice you will hear will be that of John Daly, who reported the trial.
Has risen, and a hush has fallen over the assembled lords and the 36 judges for the Crown of England. Lord Bromley is walking toward the Queen of Scots, and she awaits him calmly, her eyes brilliant. This regent of France and Scotland is past 40. She still retains the beauty and dignity that have captivated so many hearts. Her auburn hair, more red it is, has been busked by the hands of skillful tirewomen and arranged a la Mary Stuart. Lord Bromley is speaking.
I present to you the matter at hand. The most high and mighty Queen, Elizabeth, being not without grief of mind, advertised that you have conspired the destruction of her and of England, and the subversion of our religion.
That's the charge. Note that an act originally passed 15 years ago required anyone accused of high treason to be confronted with witnesses. But there are no witnesses against Mary. They're all dead or in prison. Mary replies to the charge.
I came into England to crave aid, which had been promised me, and yet have I been kept in prison ever since, to my grievous wrong. I solemnly protest that I am no subject of my cousin, the Queen of England, nor can I be constrained to appear before your lordships or any other judge whatsoever for any cause whatsoever, save before God alone, the highest judge. This I protest, lest I should prejudice mine own royal majesty and my son and successors as well as all other absolute princes. But now I appear personally to the end that I may refute the crimes objected against me, and I call you all to bear witness.
Mary is then accused of having plotted during these past 18 years of her protection, or as Mary calls it, her imprisonment in England, with foreign princes and the Pope to gain her liberty. To this she answers,
I am accused of having written to the Pope to press for my liberty. I confess I have done so, and I should do it again. What human creature, oh good God, would not do the same to escape from a captivity such as mine? But I'm not here to answer for any plots to set me at liberty, but for plots against the life of the Queen, my sister.
A new charge is made, a charge which also has no relation to the main charge of murder for which Mary is on trial. Mary is accused of conspiring with Philip of Spain for the invasion of England by a Spanish armada.
I know nothing of a conspiracy or invasion of the realm. I've warned my friends to take care not to make any enterprise.
Mary seems to contradict herself. Lord Bromley points out that with one breath she disclaims knowledge of an invasion of England, but with the next she speaks of warning her friends not to attempt a plot to invade.
That I knew it had been done, I admit, but that I knew it was going to be done, I deny. As to what foreign princes have done or attempted, I wash my hands of them and decline to be responsible. You're wasting your time. I am not bound to render to you an account of my business and my intelligence as Christian princes. You lay to my charge my letters to Babington, but I have conspired to slay Elizabeth. I defy you to show me a single word in them about Elizabeth, and then I shall allow you right to prosecute me.
But Lord Bromley presents much more than a single word. He presents a letter, the famous Babington letter, alleged to have been written by Mary. This was the climactic evidence which strung Babington's neck in a noose, and which Lord Bromley hopes will place Mary's head on the block. Lord Bromley reads the damning portion of the Babington letter.
6 noble gentlemen, all my private friends, who for the zeal they bear to the Catholic cause and your Majesty's service, will undertake the tragical execution. The tragical execution. What say you to that, your Majesty? Does not that tragical execution mean that Babington plotted to murder the Queen of England and, as he said, in your Majesty's service?
Whether Babington wrote this or no, I know not. Perhaps he did. But let it be proved that I received it. If Babington or any others affirm it, they lie openly. Other men's crimes are not to be cast upon me. I am a woman, stripped of all aid, left naked and defenseless to mine enemies. I have not what the poorest criminal has, an advocate, someone to speak for him. And my judges are men who seek my ruin. Oh, you do me wrong, sir, in treating me in this fashion. You do me foul wrong. I pray that you give no more credit to those that slander me than I do to such who accuse you. Spies are men of doubtful credit which dissemble one thing and speak another. Do not believe them when they say that I consented to the Queen's destruction. I would never make shipwreck of my soul by conspiring the destruction of my dear sister. My lord, I bear no malice to anyone in this assembly. I pardon you for what you have done or said against me. And I say that there is not one in all the company whom I do not wish well. Finally, my lord, I require that I may be heard in full Parliament or in person speak to the Queen, my sister, and with the Council.
Mary has risen from her throne. She is walking slowly toward the lawyers for the Crown. The great hall here at Fotheringay is hushed. No one speaks, no one moves. The Queen of the Scots has stopped before a group of lawyers for the Crown. She's smiling at them, smiling graciously now, or is it contemptuously?
Yes. You have behaved rudely enough in your duty and have treated me too roughly for a person who is not accustomed to it, nor learned in the laws of chicanery. But God pardon you and keep me from having any more to do with you.
Recorded excerpts from the trial of Mary, Queen of Scots. You've heard the evidence, and now, for some opinions on the question of Mary's guilt or innocence, we take you first to Windsor Castle in London, the Protestant center of the world. Ken Roberts speaking. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
I'm in Fotheringay unit outside Windsor Castle. Through the open doors, you can hear the great and excited crowd. Right by our door is a man playing a tabor and pipe, and another man clanging a cowbell and shouting, "The Queen is saved! Death to Mary! Death to Jezebel!" I'm going to try and get them to our microphone. First, the man with the tabor and pipe. You, playing the tabor and pipe. Do you think Mary is innocent or guilty? The man is very excited. Perhaps we can get him to talk later. Meanwhile, let's listen by the clangor of the cowbell. He's dressed in woman's clothes. Sir, would you stop that cowbell? I am an actor. Always ready to address the multitude. An actor, I see. Is that why you're wearing woman's clothes? Precisely. I have a woman's part. Come to see me. I'm playing at the Curtain Theatre in Finsbury. Thank you, I shall. I am playing Christopher Marlowe's Tambourine. A fine play, but I was not expecting it. Perhaps you'd like to attend Thomas Kyd's The Spanish Tragedy. I have a Spanish tragedy, yes. But what do you think of the Scottish tragedy? The Scottish tragedy? No tragedy at all. A happy ending. Mary is a sweet morsel for the devil's mouth. Strong words, Sir Actor. Do you think Mary is guilty? Burn her! Burn her! She's not worthy to live. Kill her! Drown her! Stone her! Stone dead hath no fellow. Cut off her head and make no more ado about her. Thank you, Sir Actor. Thank you. And now our friend of the tabor and pipe is ready to talk to us. Sir, would you tell us, please, is Mary guilty or...
Guilty, guilty, guilty. So preached the bishop. Aye, he preached England has escaped a new St. Bartholomew's Day. We are saved. We are saved from the torture of the Inquisition. Death to Mary. St. David committed murder and slaying Uriah for his wife, and so would she. St. David was a sinner, and so is she.
Thank you, Sir Player. It can be stated authoritatively that the opinions you have just heard expressed here are quite representative of the crowd outside this mobile unit in front of Windsor Castle. The people are crushing against the gates of the castle, shouting for a view of Queen Elizabeth. Huge bonfires lit last night are still merrily blazing. We'll open our microphones outside now and let you hear the crowd. Listen. Here in London before Windsor Castle. Up in Northampton, however, outside of Fotheringay Castle, where the execution will take place, there are people of the Catholic faith. For a report on their views on the guilt or innocence of Mary, Queen of Scots, we take you now to Ned Calmer outside Fotheringay.
Here in the shadow of the grim gray walls of Fotheringay, it's bitterly cold. A few inhabitants of the nearby town are gathered here. Some have come out of curiosity, many out of reverence for the Queen of Scots. Many also are kneeling in prayer. A man and his wife are here at our microphone. They will not give their names. I'm going to address the wife first. Good madam, do you believe that Mary is guilty?
Guilty, perhaps, but not of crimes, only of blunders. A woman's blunders are twice cursed, as blunders and as a woman.
And you, sir, do you hold an opinion on this question?
This execution is a blunder. We live well now under Elizabeth. We are content. Why cannot the Queen of England be content to let Mary live? For Mary is her dear sister, so tender a cousin and friend. There are not many of our faith left here in England, but there is meat on our table, whereas but a few years ago there was only salt fish.
Yes. But to what avail is our new house of brick and stone if persecution
is better than our old house of twigs? Do we not enjoy our new pewter plates instead of the old wooden ones? And we even have 2 silver plates. And our chimney corner and our carpets and pillows. Imagine, sir, we use pillows now. We have windows of glass. We see what forebodes.
Forebodes indeed. This will be the end of us. There will be no followers of the true faith left in England soon. There will be bitterness and...
This is Don Hollenbeck in Fotheringay Castle. I'm in the chambers of the Queen of Scotland. Her Majesty has granted us an interview. Your Grace, can you tell us at this moment whether you will ask for a pardon?
My dear sister and beloved cousin, the good Queen, wishes to invest herself with a halo of benefactress before the world. A noble woman who saves the life of a sister queen. But were I to grant her a place among the saints by begging for a pardon, she would lose it soon. For the queen, my sister, is determined upon my death. There would be a dagger in my back or poison in my cup, for she would resort to her ultimate purpose to do away with my life. I am a Scottish burr upon her English bed, and she sleeps uneasily as long as I live.
Then you still believe, Your Grace, that you're the victim of a conspiracy?
I came to England seeking sanctuary. It was promised me. But the very moment I set foot upon English soil, the agents of Elizabeth began to spin their webs to lure me to a dismal grave.
But, Your Grace, Sir Francis Walsingham is...
Sir Francis Walsingham. He is an ambitious, a cunning, a heartless liar. He has ruined more innocent persons than the whole of Elizabeth's Privy Council. He's covered the seas and the continent with English exiles and spread over Europe a leprous sign. And this in Elizabeth's realm. The good Queen Elizabeth. Yes, I am the victim of a conspiracy, the greatest conspiracy ever perpetrated on an innocent woman. The conspiracy of Elizabeth and Walsingham.
But in spite of that alleged conspiracy against you, Your Grace, there's still time to save your life.
Save my life? How can I save my life? By confessing my guilt? I have none to confess. I am an innocent woman. How can I save my life when the envoys of Elizabeth threaten to slay me in my bed if I refuse to ask for pardon? Oh, they may consummate their injustice when they please. The Earl of Kent has said that my life would have been the death, as my death will be the life of the Protestant religion. But this knave of Elizabeth is wrong. For my death shall be my triumph over my sister queen, and the victory of my faith over hers.
Thank you, Your Grace. This is Don Hollenbeck. I switch you back to John Daly in the Great Hall.
You have just heard from the Queen's own lips that she will enter this hall in a few moments. Beside me at our microphone is Sir William Pickering, the Speaker of the House of Commons. Sir William, what do you think Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth will say when she learns of Mary's decision to die?
Her Majesty has no knowledge that the Scottish one is to be beheaded this morning.
No knowledge, sire?
Precisely. No knowledge whatsoever.
But that's impossible. The whole world knows.
I repeat, the Queen has no knowledge that the Scottish one is to be beheaded this morning.
Well, Sir William, if Queen Elizabeth did know, what would be her wish? Would she oppose this execution?
Certainly. She would never allow it to come to pass. Elizabeth has pardoned many rebels and winked at many treasons. After Mary's trial...
Excuse me, Sir William. The Queen of Scots is about to enter this hall of execution. She's accompanied by her ladies-in-waiting and the Earl of Kent and the Earl of Shrewsbury together. Wait a minute. The Queen has stopped at the entrance. She's speaking to the Earl of Kent. The entrance is too far off for us to hear what she's saying, but Don Hollenbeck is there. Come in, Hollenbeck.
The Queen has refused to enter the hall unless accompanied by her two ladies-in-waiting.
No. I pray you, my lord. No. I pray you permit them, that their eyes and ears may see how patiently their queen and mistress dies, true and constant to her religion.
I forbid it.
Then I do not enter the hall.
You will. I command it. In the name of Her Majesty.
Let us give our consent, my lord. What harm can come of it?
All women would make a scene.
My lord, let us be kind.
I tell you, they will dip their handkerchiefs in Her Grace's blood. Whereon it is very unmeet for us to give allowance.
Come, my lord, the hour is upon us. Our Queen commands. Jane Kennedy, Elizabeth Curl, you may follow Her Grace into the hall. Let us proceed at once.
This is John Daly again. The Queen of Scots has passed through the door, and now she's approaching the scaffold. She walks with difficulty. 2 troopers are assisting her, and her ladies-in-waiting walk close behind. The Earls, Kent and Shrewsbury, walk a little to the left of the Queen, and she is followed by the Protestant Dean of Peterborough. The nobles in this great hall have fallen grimly silent. Her servants are weeping, but Mary, the Queen of the Scots, holds her head high. She's reached the scaffold now, is ascending the 2 steps of the platform upon which stands the executioner, Bull, with his assistant. Mary has turned. She now faces the nobles with great dignity. She's cast off the soldiers like a cloak and stands erect on her own weakened feet. Bull has moved toward her. He reaches for her mantle. It is the custom to unclothe. Mary waves him back.
Come. I was not wont to have my clothes plucked off by such grooms.
The Queen's ladies-in-waiting, Jane Kennedy and Elizabeth Curll, have come forward, and they are removing from her head the dress of lawn, the chain of pomander. Now they're unclasping the Agnus Dei about her neck. The veil of lawn is being unfastened from her caul, and her black gown of satin is... The Dean of Peterborough has moved forward, and he is speaking to Mary.
The throne of the great judge of heaven is laid open.
No, give me a brief.
Of all your life.
Please, Master Dean, trouble me not.
The particular sentence.
I will not hear you. I am resolved in my own fate.
All the enemies of the Queen.
Please, Master Dean, you have nothing to do with me than I with you.
All the enemies of the gospel.
Mary has knelt, a crucifix clasped to her breast. She is clothed now in a crimson petticoat. The executioner, Bull, masked, has knelt before Mary. His assistant has also knelt. It is the custom of executioners to beg forgiveness.
I'll forgive you with all my heart. For I hope this death shall give an end to my trouble. No.
Mary has spoken a last word of French to her ladies-in-waiting. She's begged them not to cry.
February 8, 1587, Mary, Queen of Scotland and the Isles, dies, and the Reformation lives on.
Listening to The Execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, another in the series You Are There. This program was presented originally by CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and came to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The troops who escaped with the little Corsican from the island of Elba just 6 days ago are falling into line. Once again, Napoleon is on the march. He may go forward up the winding mountain road to Lapry Pass and attack the 1,000 royalist soldiers entrenched there, blocking his way to Paris. An almost suicidal operation. Or the former French emperor may decide to retreat southward towards the city of Gap, arm the French peasants, an act which will most certainly plunge all France into a bloody civil war. The order to assemble came just a few moments ago, just as the first gray streaks of dawn began to appear in the sky above this little French alpine village. In characteristic,
March 7,
whatever Napoleon
1815, Namur, France. You are there.
Napoleon Bonaparte, 6 days returned from exile on the island of Elba, moves to counter the roadblock King Louis XVIII has thrown up between him and Paris. CBS takes you back 134 years to the obscure but dramatic episode which determined the fate of the little Corsican's spectacular attempt to recapture the throne of France. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
the village of Namur in the French Alps, and John Daly.
You should know what Napoleon will do. March up that road from Namur to Lapry Pass and undertake a desperate attack on the king's troops entrenched up there, or turn back to Gap, arm the French peasants for civil war in France. Napoleon has given no indication of what he intends to do. Last night, when he arrived at Namur, and the scouts reported the Bourbon troops at Lapry Pass, Napoleon immediately went into conference with his staff officers. They took over the house of the mayor of Namur. We're broadcasting from the porch of that house now, and there's been no sign of Napoleon or any of his officers all night. Outside, here in the village square, several hundred people are gathered, even at this early hour. They've come from all parts of the surrounding countryside, waiting for a glimpse of Napoleon, and an officer has just come out the door.
Compliments of Marshal Bertrand, sir. He will speak with you now if you will come inside.
Thank you very much. Marshal Bertrand is Napoleon's chief of staff. He was with the former French emperor on Elba all during the year of his exile. We're inside the house now, in the parlor, a typical room of a typical middle-class French provincial family, a room stuffed with overstuffed furniture. Several of Napoleon's staff officers are standing about, talking quietly, and Marshal Bertrand is approaching us now.
Sir, I've been instructed by His Majesty to inform you that he shall be pleased to speak with you in a few moments.
Thank you very much, Marshal Bertrand. Can you tell us what Napoleon has decided to do?
May I sit down, please? I'm very weary, very tired.
Please do.
What was it you asked me again?
What decision has His Majesty made? Which way will he go? Ahead to Lapry Pass or back to Grenoble?
I don't know. I just don't know. I presume His Majesty will tell you himself.
Well, what do you think his decision will be, sir?
I don't know.
Well, you've been talking with the Emperor all night, Marshal.
Yes, all night.
Well, may we ask what you have suggested, sir?
There is no harm, I suppose, in telling you. From a military point of view, I consider our position highly insecure. I believe, and I spent many hours last night attempting to convince His Majesty, I believe that we have no choice but to retrace our steps to Gap, consolidate our position, arm the peasants. Then, with the citizens' army, march on Paris.
But won't that mean civil war, Marshal? Frenchmen fighting Frenchmen?
Frenchmen? Any man who fights under the standard of the Bourbon is not Frenchman. Oh. But 25 years, Louis and his followers have lived away from France. They have fought in the armies of the enemies of France. They have intrigued, plotted to overthrow the legitimate government of France and destroy the reforms, the good that has come to our people since the Revolution. No. Fighting the Bourbons would not be fighting Frenchmen. It would be fighting the enemies of France.
Well, what has Napoleon said to your argument, sir?
Not a word. As usual, His Majesty listens. Then makes up his own mind.
Napoleon is coming down the stairs. He wears his very familiar long gray overcoat, military boots, cocked hat, and under the brim of the hat, that famous lock of hair that seems plastered to his forehead. The former emperor of the French seems to have taken another sleepless night a lot better than most of the younger officers of his staff. He's smiling, seems to be at ease, confident. He stopped for a moment to talk with Marshal d'Estaing and the other officers of his staff. Napoleon has just said something to his officers, something I haven't been able to hear, something that's brought looks of astonishment to their faces. They're all speaking at once now. I don't know what they're saying, but Napoleon shakes his head. He seems to be the only one unperturbed, but the men about him are showing every evidence of being highly exasperated, highly disturbed. Napoleon just stands in their midst, calm and confident. This is the man whose enemies thought they had buried him on Elba, as good as dead, better than dead, for to them a dead Napoleon was something that might rise up to haunt them, but a Napoleon rotting away on Elba was nothing to be afraid of, just a fat old man put out to pasture. Now here he stands again in the flesh, the man who rose from obscurity to mastery of all Europe, a strange, magnetic personality capable of inspiring men and women to intense loyalty and equally intense hatred, a man whose every act has been the subject of bitter controversy and influence for great good or great evil, depending pretty much on what point of view you take toward him. Here he is, as dynamic, as forceful as ever. His Majesty has stopped talking with his officers. He's coming this way now.
Monsieur, you are no doubt wondering why I have agreed to speak with you at this time.
The people of America are intensely interested in anything you have to say, sire.
Yes, I am well aware of that. Between your people and mine, there is a solid bond of brotherhood. For both our people are children of revolution. That is why I wish to speak with you, and who you, to the people of America. But, come, monsieur, there is no need for formalities. My interview on Elba taught me, if nothing else, the value of relaxation. Sit down, please.
Thank you, sire.
I have made a decision. A very difficult decision. But one which I know your people will understand. I'm going ahead. I'm going to La Prépasse.
You're going to attack?
No, I shall not attack. I shall take my troops part of the way up to the pass. Then I shall stop them. I shall dismount. I shall walk up ahead to the breastworks. I shall greet my soldiers, and I shall say to them, soldiers, if there is one among you who would kill his emperor, let him do it. Here I am. That is what I shall do.
And what do you expect will happen, sire?
Eh bien, that is a good question. What do I expect will happen? I will tell you. My men, my comrades, my soldiers will pour over the barricade. They will embrace me. They will shout, Vive l'Empereur! They will cry, I will cry, we shall all shed happy tears. And then together, we will march to Paris. That is what will happen.
But, sire, how can you be sure this will happen? The soldiers at La Prépasse have sworn allegiance to Louis XVIII. They're commanded by Bourbon officers who hate you. Do you expect the men to disobey their officers?
I do not expect the men to disobey their emperor. Who are these men at La Prépasse? I know them. They are a battalion of the 5th Regiment. Men who fought with me at Austerlitz, Jena, Moscow, all across Europe and back again. They are my children. And once the soldiers of the 5th rally to my side,
All the other regiments in France will follow.
That may be true, sire, but surely you must realize that if one soldier presses a trigger, you may be killed.
Not I may be killed, monsieur. I will be killed. I train my soldiers to be good marksmen. I put on some weight, as you can see. If anything, I am a better target today than I was prior to my late vacation. But I assure you, not one soldier will fire, not one trigger will be pressed.
But what about the Bourbon officers, sir?
Oh, first, they will not have the courage to shoot me themselves. Second, they will be much too busy saving their own necks to take time off for even one wild shot at a little copper.
But why are you taking this risk, Your Majesty? Why not heed the suggestion of your staff officers and retire to Gap where you can arm the citizenry?
Yes, that would be a way. But that would mean civil war. And that I will not have. If I am to take my place again on the throne of France, I must be placed there as I was once before, by the free, the unanimous choice of the French people and the French army. If blood must be shed, the blood must be mine and mine alone. I hope the people of America will understand this. I know they will.
Thank you, sire. Napoleon has risen and is once again talking to Marshal Bertrand. Now the two men are walking, the other staff officers following them, to the door. The sentries have thrown it open. Napoleon has gone out onto the porch. We're following him, and the little Corsican has been greeted by his soldiers and by the people gathered here in the village square. Napoleon has raised his hat. He is smiling at the warmth of their welcome. The people are shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" And now a little girl has come out from the crowd. She has a bouquet of flowers in her hand, and she offers them to Napoleon. The little Corsican reaches down, has taken the flowers, gives them to Marshal Bertrand, and now he lifts the little girl up in his arms and is kissing her on both cheeks. The child is laughing happily. The crowd is relishing this little scene, and even the soldiers in the ranks are smiling. Napoleon has set the little girl down now. He turns to the mayor of Namur, who is on the porch with him. The former French emperor is thanking the mayor of this small village for his hospitality. The mayor bows and beams. This certainly is a day he won't forget. One of Napoleon's aides has brought up a white charger, and now the little Corsican swings into the saddle. He spurs the horse gently, and now he moves out toward the head of the line. Marshal Bertrand, also mounted, rides a few paces behind, and after them the other staff officers. Napoleon has halted his horse. He wheels around, raises his hat once again to the cheering people. Bertrand has raised his arm and motions the troops forward. The military band has struck up a march, and the villagers are swinging in behind the troops. Evidently, they all intend to follow along up the mountain road. The advance has begun. Napoleon, at the head of his troops, is marching on Lastre Pass. With them. In the time it takes for Napoleon to climb this rugged mountain road to the summit, to Lastre Pass, we will know whether or not his return from Elba will lead him to triumph or defeat, perhaps death. Ned Calmer, up at the pass with the men of the 5th Regiment. Can you see Napoleon's troops?
Yes, John. We can see General Bonaparte's troops very clearly from our observation point on the breastworks up here. The men of the 5th can see them also. General Bonaparte and his men look like a band of tin soldiers marching out of a little Tory village. But the soldiers here know that they're real, very real. They know that in the space of these next few minutes, they must make the decision that will affect the destiny of France. Captain Rondon, the young commander of this battalion of the 5th, heard General Bonaparte's startling announcement that he intends to face these troops alone and unarmed. As far as I know, he's issued no new orders. Is that correct, Captain Rondeau?
Of course. Why should I issue new orders? My old orders are good enough.
And what are they, mon capitaine?
To stop General Bonaparte.
But isn't it true, sir, that you expect an attack in force?
I have had no particular expectations in this situation. If one man comes, if 600 come, I will do my duty. I will stop one man. I will stop 600. I will stop 6,000.
Well, will you order your men to fire on General Bonaparte, sir, or will you attempt to take him alive?
I will order them to fire.
And you expect them to obey?
Oh, what a question. Soldiers always obey. That is why they are soldiers.
Captain Rondeau, General Bonaparte said a few moments ago that your men will not fire and that the officers of this battalion will not have the courage to fire. What about that?
Look, my friend. Here is my pistol. It is primed and cocked. My finger is on the trigger. Let him come. Let him come and find out for himself.
But, Captain Rondeau, these men of the 5th fought with General Bonaparte at his side. How can you be so confident that they will obey your command to shoot him down in cold blood?
You do not believe they will, monsieur. Dear, here is one of my men. Ask him for yourself. Go on, ask him.
Captain Rondeau has pointed out one of the soldiers standing against the breastwork. Dites-moi, soldat, est-ce que vous pensez tirer sur le général Bonaparte quand on vous ordonnera de le faire? Hein? Alors, vous allez tirer, oui ou non?
J'obéirai mes ordres.
I just asked the soldier in French if he will obey the order to shoot General Bonaparte, and he answered, his exact words were, I will obey orders. Alors, soldat, vous abattrez l'homme qui vous conduisait à la victoire, votre ancien empereur?
J'obéirai mes ordres.
Vous ne vous rallierez pas au général Bonaparte?
J'obéirai mes ordres.
To every question, the soldier has a single answer. I will obey orders. Merci, soldat.
You see, monsieur, my men are good soldiers. They will obey orders. And also, they are good Frenchmen. They have had their fill of this Corsican brigand. They have seen their brothers die, slaughtered in the battlefield. Victims of General Bonaparte's insane thirst for power and glory. France has had enough of this butcher. Enough. I thank God that I shall be the man privileged to order his death.
Thank you, Captain Rondeau. Down here below us on the road that winds up from La Mure, General Bonaparte's troops and the people following them have passed behind a ridge. For the moment, they're hidden from sight. But we know they're coming, and as soon as they come within range, we'll return you to John Daly. Now, we take you across the waters of the Mediterranean to the island of Elba. Ken Roberts reporting.
Here on the island of Elba, in a sitting room of the tiny palace at Porto Parejo, Napoleon's home and headquarters during his year of exile, is Napoleon's mother. Madame Bonaparte confesses to her 65th year, but she has the spirit and the energy of a person half that age. Certainly, Madame Bonaparte is one of the most extraordinary women in history. She has seen 3 of her sons become kings and one of her daughters a queen. She has seen the rise and the fall of the house of Bonaparte, and all who know her agree that she has taken the good and the evil with unmatched dignity and honest humility. Now, with her son marching toward his most fateful hour, she is still the same proud head of the house of Bonaparte. Madame Bonaparte, your son is taking a terrible risk. Why is he doing it? Why is he so sure that the soldiers of the 5th will not fire upon him?
My son? Napoleone? No. You will not be harmed by the soldiers of France. They love Napoleon. They have called him to come back. They need him, like they cannot do without him.
Why do you say the soldiers have called him back, Madame Bonaparte? Did your son ever receive any official invitation from the French army to return to France?
Official? Is there anything more official than the voice of France crying out in agony? Official. Everyone who came here to see Napoleon, they told him of the suffering of the people. So much taxes. The king takes away their land and gives it to the aristocrats. The secret police make everybody afraid. Napoleon, he looked across the water to France, and he cried. I have never known my son to cry before. Official invitation. Napoleon had to go back. France needed him back.
Your son's enemies have declared that if he should succeed in regaining the throne of France, he'll throw all Europe into war in his attempt to reestablish his empire.
No. That's not true. Napoleon has had enough of glory, of empire, enough of war. Now he wants only peace. He'll stay in France, and he will govern wisely under a new constitution. He has told me the people will be free. You shall see. France shall have peace and freedom.
Thank you, Madame Bonaparte. John Daly at Lafray Pass reports that Napoleon is well on his way to the summit. As soon as he arrives, we'll interrupt our broadcast. Now we take you to Vienna and Don Hollenbeck.
Here at the Palace of Schönbrunn, news headquarters for the Congress of Vienna, the representatives of the great powers that defeated Napoleon and sent him to Elba are remaking the map of Europe. Prince de Talleyrand is with us. Prince de Talleyrand, the former Minister of State for General Bonaparte, at present Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Bourbon King Louis XVIII, and the representative of France at this Congress. Monsieur de Talleyrand, you've known General Bonaparte a long time. You were one of his closest advisors. Why do you think he's risking everything on what you might call a single throw of the dice?
Oh, it is obvious, my good friend. Consider the Corsican as it truly is. An egomaniac. Then it all becomes as clear as the crystal in this glass. Denied the death of a hero on the battlefield, he now seeks the martyrdom of a hero. In a second, he thinks most proper for his dramatic action.
You believe, Monsieur de Talleyrand, that General Bonaparte's return from exile is merely a prelude to suicide?
But of course, certainly.
And you also think the soldiers will fire on him?
Oh, I'm indifferent to what the soldiers do. It does not matter. If they fire, well and good. Exit General Bonaparte. If they do not, then it is possibly may go to Paris. He may even seat himself on the throne. For a brief moment. But then what? Surely he has not lost his explicit sense of judgment so far that he does not understand that sooner or later all Europe will rise up against him and break him with the ease with which I break this glass. Yes, monsieur. This is suicide. Suicide at Lafray Pass or somewhere else later on. But suicide on a Napoleonic scale.
This is John Daly at Lafray Pass. We've interrupted the broadcast from Vienna as Napoleon's troops stop a few hundred yards from the breastworks manned by the troops of the Royalist 5th Regiment. Napoleon has dismounted. He's talking now with Marshal Berthier and the other staff officers. Apparently, they're still pleading with him to change his mind. Only time will tell us whether or not they are successful with their pleas. We came on ahead of the troops, have taken up a position between the pass and the place where Napoleon halted his men. We're behind some very welcome boulders, safe enough, we hope, if and when the firing begins. The people who came up with Napoleon have scattered onto the sides of the road behind the troops, have taken shelter, as it were, on the sides of the mountain and will probably stay there until some decision has been taken by Napoleon and his staff, still busily talking. No, Napoleon is walking up the road now. He's left his officers and is striding slowly up the rock-strewn path that cuts through the mountain up to Lafray Pass. A frozen silence has come to this brutally bare chasm high in the French Alps, and all eyes are on that lone figure. It's an incredible moment, a moment charged with drama and tension. The former French emperor, alone, unarmed, walking squarely into the guns of the men who once fought under his eagle. Napoleon risking his life, risking everything on his belief in the loyalty, the love of these men
who are his old soldiers who have fought with him for many years across the face of Europe. He is now in range of their guns, but not a shot has rung out. Ned Kelmer up with the Royalist troops. Is Captain Rondon given the order to fire?
No, John, not yet. Not yet. The soldiers are leaning against the breastworks, every musket aimed at Napoleon. Captain Rondon is watching the little figure of Napoleon as he comes closer and closer. He must be waiting for a point-blank range.
Napoleon is now within 100 yards of the breastworks, perhaps less, and he himself has told us that these old troops of his are good shots. He still strides slowly on, his long gray coat sweeping the road, his right hand in that characteristic gesture tucked inside his coat across his chest. Napoleon is still going on. He doesn't stop. He's going on ahead, closer, ever closer to those muskets, pressing on as if he were determined to walk right through the pass itself, over the breastworks, and right into Paris. But now he has stopped. Napoleon has stopped, and he's speaking to his troops. Soldiers of the 5th, do you recognize me? If there is one among you, he says, who wishes to kill his emperor, he is free to do so. Here I am. Napoleon opened his coat, and as he spoke those words, he flung out his arms in a gesture of invitation to the soldiers, but not a shot has been fired. It's amazing, unbelievable. The muzzles of 1,000 muskets are pointed at his heart, and no one pulls the trigger. Rondon has given the order to fire, but not a gun has replied. And again Rondon has cried, fire. A soldier cries out, long live the Emperor. Now another, long live Napoleon. Rondon still is yelling his orders to fire, but the troops refuse to fire. They're taking up the cry of long live the Emperor, long live Napoleon. They're tossing their muskets over the breastworks. And the soldier has just hurtled over the breastworks, running towards Napoleon. Others follow him. It's like a flood now, pouring over the breastworks. All of the troops, all of them are rushing to Napoleon's side. Napoleon's guards are rushing up now, too. And the troops of the 5th embrace their emperor, shouting and cheering, weeping for joy, just as Napoleon said they would. And the band, listen to the band, they've struck up La Marseillaise. The soldiers have begun to sing it, standing in the road. And now the people of Namur are pouring down from the mountainside, joining them in a frenzy of celebration. Just listen to this, just listen.
This is Harry Marble, CBS, London, July 29th, 1588. Somewhere in the English Channel at this moment, under cover of darkness, Sir Francis Drake and the English fleet stand face to face with the Spanish Armada. The decisive battle between Elizabeth of England and Philip of Spain, the battle which will decide the fate of Europe, the fate of the world for 1,000 years, is about to be fought. Before another day is done, we will know whether or not the sun will
London,
rise again.
July 29th, 1588. CBS is there.
Sir Francis Drake faces the Spanish Armada.
Alone, her fleet at bay in the English Channel, Britain girds to meet invasion. CBS asks you to imagine that our microphones are there sharing one of England's finest hours. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fifth of a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
London, July 29th, 1588, and Harry Marble.
This is a night England will never forget. This is a night during which no one has slept. All hearts, all minds, all eyes wait for the dawn. Because when the sun first streaks the English Channel with light, the two mightiest fleets the world has ever known will engage in the greatest sea battle of all time. This epic battle will be the climax of action which has been continuous in the English Channel for 9 days, ever since the sails of Spain loomed out of the sea off the beaches of Britain. A cloak of naval security has been flung over this 9-day action in the Channel by the English Admiralty. We know little of what has happened. We will know nothing more until dawn. But here beside me now is Sir Walter Raleigh, Commissioner of Cornwall, Commander of Plymouth, advisor to the Queen, and her emissary to the New World, America. Sir Walter, we know that you are about to leave to join the fleet for the morning's action. We also know that you speak for the Admiralty and can give us information without violating censorship. Will you, sir, give us a picture of what has happened up to now in this solemn moment of England's history?
I would say, sir, in all frankness, that we have succeeded to this moment in evading the Castilians.
You mean, Sir Walter, that Drake is refusing action?
Not refusing. Shall we say simply postponing? You may depend upon the Admiral to engage in his own good time.
Well, is it true, sir, that the Spanish fleet outnumbers Her Majesty's ships?
Well, that, sir, is restricted information.
But we have conflicting estimates, Sir Walter. Some reports put the Spanish fleet at 90 to England's 22. Others say the Armada has 130 to Drake's 90. Would you care to comment on that?
Well, let us simply say that Philip of Spain has considerably more tonnage, but that we have considerably more speed.
Well, isn't it also true, Sir Walter Raleigh, that the Spanish Armada is really a floating army?
Well, the Spanish galleons literally swarm with thousands of fully armed and armored soldiers. Once their ships have grappled with ours, it is their intention to board us and overcome our crews at close quarters.
But Drake's strategy is to avoid this, isn't it? To keep his distance, to seize every advantage of wind, and to smash the Armada with his guns. Is that correct?
Well, that is, shall we say, a rather interesting assumption. It is not correct, however, to refer to Drake's strategy. Howard of Effingham is Lord High Admiral of the English fleet. Sir Francis is his first operational lieutenant.
But enemy information would seem to indicate, Sir Walter, that the Spanish Prince of Parma is waiting at Dunkirk with a fleet of flat-bottomed barges and some 30,000 infantry and cavalry.
Well, that information has come to our attention also.
Well, if Drake cannot contain the Armada, the Spanish fleet will then proceed to Dunkirk, won't it? Pick up the barges and their troops and then attempt an invasion of the beaches of Britain?
I would prefer, if I may, to speak at some length to that point.
By all means, Sir Walter.
Philip, to be sure, believes that because he's taken Africa, Sicily, France, Flanders, and now sits astride the stricken and bleeding continent of Europe like a colossus, he will soon be setting his daughter on the throne of England. He fancies himself tearing from the new world's virgin soil the seeds I planted there in Virginia. But the Spanish sun, I fear, is conducive to hallucinations. The beaches of Britain, sir, have not been invaded since William the Conqueror. And Drake must not, will not fail. And should he, by some foul circumstance, fail, should this blessed isle be defiled by Spanish boots, our last ramparts will be the bodies of our men. We shall fight them everywhere. And in the end, we shall throw them back into the sea. Britons, sir, were not born to be slaves.
Thank you, Sir Walter Raleigh. Here in our CBS studios in London, this critical morning of July 29th, 1588, there is still no news of action in the English Channel between Sir Francis Drake and the Spanish Armada. The news blackout imposed by the Lords of the Admiralty continues. But there is no blackout on faith in England tonight. Everywhere in England tonight, from John O'Groats to Land's End, from Eddystone to Berwick Bounds, from Lynn to Milford Bay, the church bells are ringing as Britons everywhere turn to God in this, their hour of supreme trial. For the sound of the church bells of the ancient walled town in Canterbury, for the service there, now in progress, we take you to Canterbury Cathedral and Jackson Beck.
This is Jackson Beck in Canterbury Cathedral.
Here in this magnificent Gothic structure, shrine of Thomas à Becket and center of the new Protestant church, the people of Canterbury are waiting for the Archbishop's invocation. This is an unforgettable sight. From the balcony where I stand, I can view a sea of heads bowed in silent prayer. The great waxen tapers throw their eerie, flickering yellow light over the supplicants and send weird, dancing shadows high into the vaulted ceilings of this old, hallowed edifice. If you were with me now, watching this spectacle, you'd feel as I do, that here is the spiritual soul and heart and strength of Britain in this solemn hour. The bells have stopped ringing now. A figure almost lost in the immensity of this space steps into the pulpit and faces the worshippers. It's the Archbishop of Canterbury. His face is set, sober and stern. And tonight he reads from your text.
Oh, merciful God,
the Archbishop speaks.
In this our hour of travail, we turn to Thee for deliverance. We of England have sought to worship Thee in our own way, and according to our own conscience, as free men should, as Thou hast given us the right. But there are those who in their pride and lust for earthly power would chain and fetter us. We did not wish to sound the trumpet of war. We did not wish to take up the sword. But having the issue thrust upon us, and treasuring freedom to worship Thee more than life itself, we rise to meet the hosts of the invader. We know that Thou wilt hearken to our prayers, O merciful God. We know that under Thy benediction and guidance, the enemy will be vanquished, and that we shall continue to worship Thee in Thy sacred house. Amen.
Archbishop of Canterbury has concluded his invocation. His words strike the keynote of England's stake of religious liberty in this war with Spain. The service here in Canterbury Cathedral continues with the singing of the Canterbury tune from Estes Psalter. This is Jackson Beck in Canterbury returning you to Harry Marble at CBS London.
This is Harry Marble. Still no word from the Channel, but England knows that her ships are ready for anything that will come. And in a shipyard now, somewhere in the British Isles, is a man who can tell us about them. He is Master Shipbuilder Andrew McTavish, and our CBS correspondent, Ernest Chappell, is standing by to interview him. Come in, Ernest Chappell.
This is Ernest Chappell. Standing beside me in this shipyard somewhere in England is Master Shipbuilder McTavish.
Aye, but I'm not a man for words. I build ships.
So I'm told, Mr. McTavish. You had a hand in building Drake's flagship, the Revenge, didn't you?
Aye. I had a wee hand in it. I helped put down her keel and set her beam, and I shaved her masts and hammered her planks, and I had to fling it at the spars and rigging. Here are the calluses on my hands to prove it. But I would not have you think that I did it all alone. Nay, man, those other good lads here in the yard had a bit of her, too.
Well, what does the Revenge look like, Mr. McTavish? Can you describe her?
Well, I'll give you what information the census will allow. And like all the ships of the line, the Revenge is painted green and white, the colours of the House of Tudor. Mm-hmm. And she has the royal arms blazoned on her stern, and gilded British lions carved on her bow. The hungry lions this morning, hungry for Spanish meat.
And how do you think she'll stand up to the Spanish men of war, Mr. McTavish?
She'll dance. A bunny heel and fling around them. Now, mark my word, though. And so the Triumph and the Ark Royal and the Swift Shore and the Victory and all the rest of Drake's beauties. They're faster and surer and swifter than the floating Spanish castles with their poop decks high out of the water. They're no ships for slaves, but for free men. And we, the men who built them, say this to you. Have no fear. They're no failing when this morning.
Thank you, Master Shipbuilder Andrew McTavish. This is Ernest Chappell returning you to Harry Marble in CBS London.
This is Harry Marble. Still no news from the English Channel. 4 million Britons in British homes are waiting for news, but none waits more anxiously than a Welsh mother in the village of Nantiglow, Wales. We take you now to Nantiglow and Michael Fitzmaurice.
This is Michael Fitzmaurice in the home of widow Agnes Montgomery in Nantiglow. Nantiglow is a remote inland town in Monmouth Borough, far away from any city. And widow Agnes Montgomery's house is a humble one, with whitewashed walls, hard earthen floor, and thatched roof. How many sons do you have, widow Montgomery?
3 I had, and now but 1. This night he serves with Drake.
And the other 2 boys?
They were Bert and Hal. They too sailed with Sir Francis in bygone years.
What happened to Bert and Hal?
From Plymouth Sound, Bert sailed with Drake and good ship Pasha at Whitsuntide. He has never come back. He was found dead on the plaza at Nombre de Dios. A Spanish knife was through his heart, but his hands were clasped about a Spanish throat.
And Hal?
Hal fought, same as Bert, for Drake. He was taken of tropic fever at Dominica, aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure. And so now is left to me only my last, my Alfred, who this day stands with Drake on the Revenge. Would I myself could take a pike or pull rope, but I am an old woman and weak, and I have naught to give, except my sons and my tears. And those I give.
I hope Alfred comes back to you, Widow Montgomery.
God willing, let it be so. But if it be or not, he will not be found wanting when the time is come. He is a brave lad, and he sails and fights for a brave captain.
Thank you, Widow Agnes Montgomery. All England shares your faith in Admiral Drake. And in the Green Mermaid Tavern in Plymouth right now is a man who can tell us more about him. This is Michael Fitzmaurice in Nanticlow, Wales, switching you to the Port of Plymouth and Frank Gallop.
This is Frank Gallop in the Green Mermaid Tavern, Plymouth. The Green Mermaid is a typical English waterfront tavern, a pleasant and friendly place with its oak panels and deep bays, and the cavernous fireplace on which the great wood fire always burns. Here there is the smell of mellow ale and the salty sound of seaman's talk. And here, sitting across a rough-hewn table from me, is an old sailor, Boatswain George Spry, late of Her Majesty's Navy. You say you sailed with Drake, Boatswain Spry?
I sailed the Spanish Main with him and through the Indies and to the New World of America. I fought the Spaniard with him at Calais de Lima and sacked Valparaiso with him till our ship was ballasted with all the doubloons in Castile. And were it not for the fever which took my leg, by God's grace, I'd be in the Channel with him tonight.
Well, then, Boatswain, it follows that you know the Admiral well. What can you tell us about him?
The Admiral has a nose for the wind and a heart like a rock and a hate of a Spaniard.
Well, Boatswain, I understand that you were here in Plymouth when the Armada was sighted and Sir Francis Drake was first told about it.
I was standing on Plymouth Hoe when the news came in. The Admiral was playing at bowls on the green.
Sir Francis Drake was bowling, eh?
Aye, he and the other captains, Frobisher, Hawkins, Howard, and Sir Walter Raleigh, too. They were here for a council of war and having a bit of fun playing this match of bowls as pretty as you please when the news of the Spanish sail off the Lizard come in.
What did the admirals do?
Why, Frobisher and Hawkins and Howard and Raleigh, they were all for hurrying down to the water, but not the Admiral. No, not Drake.
What did Drake do?
Oh, steady does it, says he, calm and cool like. Let's finish the game. There's plenty of time to win the match and beat the Spaniards, too.
And, did they finish the match?
Aye, they aimed their last bowls, the winning cast was made, and then they went aboard and prepared for action with their hearts as light and their nerves as firm as they had been on the whole bowling green.
Well, thank you, Boatswain Spry. This is an anecdote to inspire all England this anxious morning. And this is Frank Gallop in Plymouth, returning you to CBS in London.
This is Harry Marble in London. We have had a report from our CBS observer on the cliffs of Dover overlooking the English Channel. He reports a dull red glow somewhere in the direction of the two fleets. It is impossible to tell what this glow means. It may be an action. We don't know. On the other hand, it may be without significance. We repeat, our CBS observer on the cliffs of Dover has reported a dull red glow on the English Channel somewhere in the direction of the fleets of Spain and England. But there is no official indication that... Just a moment. I have been advised that you have been hearing another voice conflicting with mine.
Yes.
That is the Spanish radio. Radio Spain intruding on our shortwave transmissions. This intrusion comes from the powerful shortwave transmitter at Barcelona, with regular enemy propaganda broadcasts directed at the British Isles. The voice you hear is that of the British traitor in the service of Spain, Sir William Stanley. Fortunately, we can cut out this interruption in a moment. But while we're shifting our shortwave transmission frequencies, you may be interested in hearing what Sir William has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. I can now announce with complete accuracy that the Revenge, flagship of the English fleet, is on fire in the English Channel. The battered remnants of Lord Effingham's much-vaunted naval squadrons are fleeing northward in cowardly flight. The intolerable affronts which the seamen of England have offered Spain for 30 years are at an end
The capture of Philip's treasure ships, the raiding of his colonies, the open assistance to his rebels are finished. Britons, lay down your arms. Do not resist. In your very midst we have many friends. Yes, friends, Englishmen who will welcome us with open arms. Surrender and renounce heresy, and Philip II in his kingly mercy will be disposed to treat you with charity. If you insist upon reckless, mad intransigence, his regal patience will be exhausted. Your queen will be publicly beheaded. Shiploads of scourges will be sent to scour your backs. All adults will be either killed or enslaved. Thousands of Spanish wet nurses will arrive to suckle your orphan infants. That is the mean...
This is Harry Marble, CBS, London. We have now succeeded in clearing up the Spanish interruption. The British Admiralty has asked us to declare unequivocally that there is absolutely no confirmation to the report which Sir William Stanley, the British traitor, just gave you. The report is just another clever enemy propaganda trick by the Spanish to cause confusion and dismay in the ranks of England's defenders. As far as we here in CBS London are concerned, there is still no news of any action whatsoever in the English Channel. And now, after this unexpected delay, CBS, with royal permission and in cooperation with the British Broadcasting Corporation, takes you to a military camp somewhere in England where Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, on this fateful morning of July 29th, 1588, is about to address her people over a national hookup of the BBC. The next voice you hear will be that of Bud Collyer, our CBS correspondent on the scene. Go ahead, Bud Collyer.
This is Bud Collyer. I'm standing on the balcony of a castle, which is the headquarters of this rallying point of the British Home Guard. The Queen is expected momentarily. A flourish of trumpets will announce her appearance. She will come out on this balcony and speak to all England via the BBC microphones, but the great crowd below will also hear her voice through loudspeakers spread around the grounds. On those grounds now are thousands of the Queen's men in cassocks of pale blue, Kentish and Yorkshire broadcloth, and buckskin jerkins and canvas doublets, their helmets glinting in the light of the sun. It's the Queen, Queen Bess Gloriana. She's just come out on the balcony. The Lord of the Castle is with her, also her Secretary of State, Lord Walsingham. The crowd has seen her. They're cheering. Listen to that ovation. The trumpets are sounding again. The Queen is holding up her hand. She's ready to speak. The crowd is quieting down. The Queen is a woman of 55. She wears armor. She's stately and calm in this solemn hour. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth of England.
My loving people, I have always so behaved myself that under God I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects. And therefore, I am come amongst you, as you see, being resolved in the midst and heat of battle to live and die amongst you all, to lay down for my God, my kingdom, and my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and a king of England, too. And think it foul scorn that Parma or Spain or any prince of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonor shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general. And with your loyal obedience and your valor in the field, we shall shortly have a famous victory over these enemies of my God, of my kingdom, and of my people.
The Queen is raising her hand to still the crowd. Again she speaks.
And now I have news for you. News which I myself have just received. My Lords Effingham and Drake have undertaken an action in the English Channel. The battle is begun. The issue rests with God.
The Queen has just announced that an action has begun.
This is Harry Marble in CBS London. We have interrupted Bud Collyer because, as you heard the Queen announce, there is action in the Channel. There is action in the Channel. The British Admiralty has given us permission to call in our CBS correspondents, John Daly aboard the Revenge and Ken Roberts on the deck of the Ark Royal. We switch you first to John Daly, somewhere in the Channel.
This is John Daly on the foredeck of Sir Francis Drake's flagship, the Revenge, just north of Calais off Gravelines, France. The English admirals have sprung a surprise with which they hope to cook the Armada's goose. They've launched 8 fire ships, have set 8 ships of the line of flame and are racing them in with the wind and the tide, directly into the heart of where they believe the Spanish Armada to be riding at anchor. This is an airy sight, 8 flaming masses reddening the grey dawn, which is just beginning to break, huge moving bonfires over the angry waters of the English Channel. None of the ships in the fleet can see the Armada. We're tacking back and forth, waiting for some sign that will send us into action. The Revenge is second in line. The Ark Royal, Lord Effingham's flagship, is ahead of us. Behind us are Hawkins and Frobisher. We don't know whether the fire ships will strike the Armada or not. The Channel tides are tricky. The wind may change. It's a desperate gamble. But the English admirals, already outnumbered by the Spaniards, have sacrificed, thrown away, written off as total losses, 8 men of war now heading for flaming destruction. The Armada is presumed to be anchored to windward of the British fleet. For at dusk yesterday, both fleets were at anchor, and it was not believed that there would be any action until dawn. But Drake, Effingham, Frobisher, Hawkins, these 4 leaders of Her Majesty's squadrons, have suddenly thrown this flaming challenge, this gauge, right at the feet of the Spaniards. The question is, what is happening to the enemy Armada? We ought to know soon. It's getting lighter now, and the first rays of the sun are streaking the horizon. However, I can't see the Armada yet. All I can see are the 8 bonfires bearing down upon the enemy ships. But it's time something happened. And perhaps Ken Roberts aboard Lord Effingham's flagship, the Ark Royal, ahead of us and closer to the Spanish, can see more. Let's find out. Go ahead, Ken Roberts. Go ahead, Ken. This is Ken Roberts aboard the Ark Royal at the head of the English line. I'm beginning to get a clear picture from here. The 8 flaming ships have plunged into the heart of the Armada. The English guessed its position correctly. Their desperate gamble is working, although none of the 5 ships actually touch the Armada. There's confusion among the Spanish ships. Incredible confusion. They're cutting their cables. They're letting go their anchors into the sea. The ships without cable or anchor are at the mercy of the tide. The great fleet is being swept out to sea, galleon crashing into galleon through a tangle of riding cables. And here we go after them. The Ark Royal, the ship I'm on. Effingham, Lord High Admiral of the British fleet, is showing the way with his squadron. And behind us in hot pursuit come Drake, Hawkins, and Frobisher at the head of their squadrons, racing in a single battle line behind us. There's the Revenge, the Nonpareil, the Hope, the Swifter, the Aid. That trumpet call you hear comes from the San Joaquin, flagship of the Duke of Sidonia. He's trying to rally the Spanish galleons. He's trying desperately to stop their flight, to bring them back in formation into that powerful battering ram of a Horn Crescent which the Spanish favor. You've got to give the Spaniards credit. They're trying to recover from their surprise. They're trying to rally. They're game. They're turning. They're going to stand and fight. But we're sailing head on. We'll be within gunshot in a few... No, we're turning. We're turning aside. Lord Effingham is dropping out to... Yes, there's a crippled Spanish galleon damaged in the fight of the Armada. It's drifting this way. Effingham is diverting his attention from the main objective. He can't resist the fate of the crippled Spanish galleon. But Drake and the Revenge behind us. Drake is going straight on. He's practically taken command. Hawkins and Frobisher are following him. From now on, the main action is with Drake. Drake! It's all Drake! Back to John Daly. This is John Daly aboard the Revenge, and the hour for which Sir Francis Drake was born has come. We're moving straight in for the Armada, barely 100 yards away. The Spanish are firing on us, and their shot is screaming across our decks. They've got a hit, and another. They're doing damage. The wounded are screaming with pain. The men are calling for the ship's surgeon. They're trying to clear away the splintered rigging. We're still boring in, but our guns are still silent. We haven't opened fire yet, but the Revenge is luffing, turning broadside, showing her port guns to the Armada. The 60-pounders, the 30s, the 18s, the 9s. You'll hear all of them in a moment. Our gunners are ready in its point-blank range. Fire! We're out of range, but behind us, the ships of Drake's squadron following our lead are pouring broadside after broadside into the San Martin, the San Sebastian, the San Matthias, and Maria de la Rosa. Now comes Hawkins and the Victory leading his squadron. Then Frobisher and the Triumph followed by his squadron. Guns flaming, enveloped in smoke. It's a shambles. The English fleet has suffered some hits, but the Spaniards have been raked and blasted. The smoke is clearing, and what a sight!
The water is beginning to clog with broken masts, wreckage, spars, the bodies of the dead. Men are in the water swimming for their lives. I can see 3, 4, 5, 6 Spanish galleons listing and sinking, and there are more, many more. The Spanish ships that are still afloat have turned tail. The Armada is running, this time for good. Here comes the Admiral. He's just come down from the quarterdeck. Admiral Drake! Admiral Drake! Are you going after them, sir? Are you going after them?
Hey! The Spaniard is running, and if he pauses, he'll be swept to leeward and scuttle off Dunkirk. We'll rake him fore and aft and forward again and again. We'll lay our helms to his dragging sterns and sink them, everyone. It'll be a long time before the Duke of Sidonia sees his orange trees at Samari Port. Hey, you men!
Admiral, what of the Prince of Parma, Sir Francis? What of the Spanish invasion boats waiting at Dunkirk?
By the grace of God and the good Queen's best, my lad, England will not be invaded this day. Nor ever.
You've heard Sir Francis Drake himself say that England has broken the Spanish Armada, that the danger of invasion is over. The Admiral is moving about his men, talking to the wounded, comforting them, seeing that
July 29, 1588. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada, and England lives on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fifth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
March 6, 1836, the defense of the Alamo. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Ewart Sheon. Tonight's broadcast was written by Max Ehrlich. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is John Daly standing in front of Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. This is indeed a red-letter night in the history of Ford's Theater, April 14, 1865. Because tonight, President Abraham Lincoln and his party will attend a special charity performance of the celebrated English comedy, Our American Cousins. Inside the theater, the curtain has already gone up. Outside, here in front of the theater, the crowd of curious spectators stand around.
April 14, 1865. Place, Washington, D.C. You are there.
Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. CBS takes you back to one of the great dramas in our nation's history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical facts and quotation. And now,
Washington, April 14th, 1865, and John Daly.
The damp and misty weather in Washington tonight has not dampened the ardor of the crowds who for 4 long days now have been wildly celebrating the surrender of General Lee to General Grant. The people here are in high spirits, gathered around Ford's Theater, which is a 3-story, red stone building, windows and entrances in gray. Tultival Saloon is on the right, Ferguson Saloon is on the left, and both of them are jammed. The windows and doors of the houses along both sides of the street are open. People are hanging out of them for a look at the president. Although the curtain has gone up on the play, some members of the cast who are not on stage at the moment stand around in their costumes for a look at Mr. Lincoln. There's John Diet and Mrs. Helen Muzzy. There's young Miss Jane Gowdy and John Wilkes Booth, the handsome, dashing Shakespearean favorite. He is not in the performance tonight, by the way. I think I see over there. Oh, yes, there's Mr. Harry Ford, one of the 3 brothers who manage this theater. Now, if I can just get through to him, excuse me, please. Oh, let me push through here. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Oh, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford.
Yes, sir?
Say, Mr. Ford, this is CBS. You have a great crowd here tonight.
Yes, the theater is sold out.
And have you raised your prices for tonight?
Tonight is a charity benefit. The orchestra is $1, the dress circle and the parquet 75 cents, and the family circle is 25 cents.
I see. Well, this is the second time President Lincoln has attended your theater, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
Yes, and tonight he's going to sit in the same box. And I brought in that old rocker he likes.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Ford.
Not at all, anytime.
Thanks a lot. I think I see John F. Parker, the president's personal guard, arriving on foot. Evidently, he's come ahead of the president to be on hand when Mr. Lincoln and his party arrive. Now, if I can get through to him, excuse me, please. Let me through. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Mr. Parker! Oh, Mr. Parker! Say, Mr. Parker, this is CBS. Has the president's carriage left the White House? Is he on his way over here?
Yes, he and Mrs. Lincoln left about 10 minutes ago to pick up Major Rathbone and Miss Harris.
Well, aren't General Grant and Mrs. Grant in the party?
No, they were supposed to come, but General Grant left on the evening train for Burlington.
Oh, that's too bad. We kind of hoped we'd see the general as well as Mr. Lincoln. Say, by the way, who is Miss Harris?
Well, that's Miss Clara Harris, daughter of the senator from the state of Maine.
Oh, yes, of course. And Major Rathbone is an attaché at the War Department.
That's right.
Excuse me, right. Yes, the president's carriage is just coming down 10th Street now. It has crossed F Street. It's going to pull up right here at the carriage platform. The president is smiling, bowing, doffing his high black silk hat to the crowd, and the band that's been waiting here for this moment is picking up its instruments and getting ready to play. Burns, the coachman, is throwing up the horses now. The carriage is stopping at the platform. Forbes, the footman, has jumped down to assist the party as they get out. Mrs. Lincoln and Miss Harris are getting out, and now the president, followed by Major Rathbone. The band wants to play a tune. They're asking the president what it is he wants to hear, but it'll probably be Yankee Doodle, Marching Through Georgia, or Rally Round the Flag. The president just said something to the band leader, but in all of this racket, I just can't hear what he's saying. Oh, do you hear that? It's Dixie! Mr. Lincoln has asked the Union band to play the Confederate song, and they've responded with a will. Above all this din, the crowd understands the meaning of Mr. Lincoln's request. It's his policy of forgiveness and reconciliation with the South, of harmony for the nation. The war is over. The United States of America is now one great nation. And Mr. Ford is leading the way into the theater, up the gray stone steps. Mr. Lincoln's just a few feet away. Oh, Mr. President! Mr. President, this is CBS, sir. May I ask you a question? Fire away. Well, as you know, Mr. President, the newspapers and a part of the clergy have been opposed to your practice of attending the theater. And I'm sure that...
Yes, I know. Some think I do wrong to go to the opera and the theater, but it rests me. I love to be alone and get to be with the people. I want to get this burden off, to change the current of my thoughts. A hearty laugh relaxes me, and I seem better able after it to bear my cross.
I understand, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Lincoln, and thank you. Now the presidential party has entered the door. A CBS microphone is inside the theater at the rear of the orchestra. President Lincoln will pass it in just a minute, and so into the theater and Don Hollenbeck.
The audience doesn't yet know the president has arrived. The ladies might be interested, by the way, to know that Mrs. Lincoln is wearing a white silk crinoline under her cloak. I'm trying to see here. It's an elaborate headdress of flowers and combs over her curls. There's silken mittens and a shawl held together at her throat with a brooch. The president, well, he seems to have lost a lot of weight, but, oh, he looks happy tonight, very happy. And now the party is turning right and going upstairs to the boxes. The president should be there in just a minute. The audience has caught sight of the president. The play stops. The orchestra strikes up Hail to the Chief. And now CBS has a booth directly across the theater from the president's box. And I see that John Daly's reached it, so over to John Daly.
We're in the CBS box now. I can see the president entering his box across the theater. We have Columbia microphones on the stage and in the audience. I'm going to open them both and let you hear what's going on. The president is in his box now. The audience is standing. Mr. Lincoln is acknowledging the welcome. Beaming, he nods his head and waves to the jam-packed crowd. And now, motioning towards the stage and the interrupted play, Mr. Lincoln sits down. The ovation continues, but following the president's lead, slowly, almost by sections, the audience resumes its seats and the play will resume in just a moment. Our American Cousin by Tom Taylor, by the way, is an eccentric comedy, as many of you probably know. It's a popular favorite, been performed at least 1,000 times. The play revolves around a typical, drawling Yankee in England who lights his cigar with an old will, burning the document to ashes, and thereby throwing a fortune into the hands of an English cousin. And now, the CBS microphones on the stage will pick up some of the dialogue. Lord Dundreary, a silly, foppish Englishman, is being teased by Florence the heroine, played by the star Miss Laura Keene.
Yes, but a lonely one.
What sort of night had she?
Oh, a very refreshing one. Thanks to the draft I've described for her.
What? Have you been prescribing for Georgina, Lord Dundreary?
Oh, yes, quite. You see, I gave her a draught that cured the effect of the draught. And that draught was a draught that didn't pay the doctor's bill. Didn't that draught?
Good gracious, what a number of drafts. You almost had a game of drafts. What's the matter?
That was a joke, that was.
Anyone can see the draft has been suspended.
Miss Keene has very neatly injected a bit of the National Peace Celebration into the play. With Lord Dundreary making so much of the word draft, Miss Keene threw in the line, anyone can see the draft has been suspended. And everyone in the audience knows that General Grant suspended the military draft this very morning. That was quite keen of Miss Keene, if I may be permitted the pun. Well, the President enjoyed that joke, too. He's smiling broadly. The play continues, and we'll take you again to the stage presently, but on this gala night, the audience is as interested in the presidential party as they are in the play, although because of the angle at which the box is set, they can only see Miss Harris and Major Rathbone. The presidential party is occupying boxes numbers 7 and 8, the partition between them having been removed to make it roomier. The boxes are decorated with 4 flags. The president is seated in that old rocker that Mr. Ford told us about before. There's a chair at the door of the box in which John Parker, the guard, is sitting. He can't see the stage, but he can hear the actors' voices. Oh, evidently John Parker wants to see and hear, for he's now getting up from his chair and taking a seat in the dress circle with a clear view of the stage. Mrs. Lincoln is seated on the president's right, and from time to time she leans over on his arm and they exchange a few words. The president appears completely relaxed, and perhaps his mind is on other things. Perhaps he is looking at his wife and thinking, we've had a hard time since we came to Washington, but the war is over, and with God's blessing, we may hope for 4 years of peace and happiness, and then we'll go back to Illinois and pass the rest of our lives in quiet. But then it's more likely that Mr. Lincoln is just plain enjoying himself tonight, for the president is listening with obvious pleasure to Mrs. Mount Chessington, an English lady in the cast, and Harry Hawk, who is playing Asa Trenchard, the American cousin. Now, once again, our microphones on the stage pick up the play.
Well, Mr. Trenchard, you are not used to the manners of good society, and that alone will excuse the impertinence of which you have been guilty.
Mrs. Mount Chessington flounces off an aristocratic dudgeon, leaving the drawling Yankee alone on the stage.
Don't know the manners of good society, eh? Well, I guess I know enough to turn you inside out, old gal. You sock-dologizing old man trap.
What was that? It sounded like a shot, but there's no shot in the play. One moment. Oh, Major Rathbone is struggling with a man in Mr. Lincoln's box. A man who is stabbing wildly at him with a knife. Major Rathbone's giving ground before that knife, and now his attacker has leapt over the railing. He's on the stage. The man has risen. He's running across the stage. He's gone through the stage exit directly under this box. That was Major Rathbone who shouted out, "Stop that man." Someone in the audience has leapt over the footlights after him. Something has happened. Something is terribly wrong. This is not part of the play. Blue smoke is curling from President Lincoln's box. I can't see him because Miss Harris and the Major and Mrs. Lincoln are surrounding him. President Lincoln has been shot. That was Mrs. Lincoln who just cried out, "He has shot Mr. Lincoln." The man did it. The man who ran across the stage. The man who grappled with the Major. John Hollenbeck is out there in the theater, already fighting his way up to the president's box. So go ahead, Hollenbeck.
John Hollenbeck, I guess we're on the air here. I'm trying to get through this crowd to find out what's going on. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened.
What is it? What's happened? Tell me what's happened.
Someone has shot Mr. Lincoln.
It was Booth.
Who? One member of the crowd has identified Mr. Lincoln's attacker. He says it was Booth, the actor, John Wilkes Booth. We'll try to get someone who was in or near Mr. Lincoln's box. Let me through, please. Let me through. Watch the cable, please. Watch it just a minute. Thank you very much. The whole theater's in an uproar. Everyone's standing, running up and down the aisles. women are moaning and fainting. Miss Keene is handing water up to Mr. Lincoln's box. Watch that cable, please. Men are lifting up an army sergeant and army surgeon up on their shoulders. The stage is swarming with people. We'll get through to Mr. Lincoln's box now in just a second. Stand back! Back! Soldiers blocking the door with bayonets poised. That soldier's crying. Tears are streaming from his eyes. There's an officer. Lieutenant! Lieutenant Crawford, sir. Lieutenant Crawford, what happened? Well, I was sitting in the seat. There's the door to Mr. Lincoln's box. I saw Booth go in. Just walk in, but where were the guards? Well, I don't know. I heard a shot, and I saw Booth leap over the railing. His spare caught in the flag as he jumped. It ripped the flag and broke his fall, and maybe broke his leg. Oh, are you sure it was Booth? I swear it. What did you do? Did you get into the president's box? Well, I rushed it, but the door was barred. Booth had barred it when he went in from the inside, and we broke through. Major Rapp won't let the doctors through. Only the doctors. Look, have they caught Booth? Did he get away? Just a minute, Lieutenant. The door is opening. 4 soldiers are carrying Mr. Lincoln out. Are you the president? Where are you taking him? Are you taking him to the White House? No, not to the White House. Doctors, the wound mortal, and Mr. Lincoln lives. Guards! President Lincoln is being carried out of the theater now. Healy. I've just been informed that John Daly's out in the street again, so go ahead, Daly.
Two more soldiers have joined the 4 who are carrying the president out here into 10th Street. The street is jammed with people who have heard the news. It's a wild, awed, panic-stricken, swirling mob. The guards are having a hard time breaking through the mob, crossing the street. The long roll you hear is the alert being sounded. There's a light in a house, and the door is open. A man stands at the door with a candle, calling to the group carrying Mr. Lincoln. They're taking the president in there. The number is 453, 453 10th Street. Anybody know who lives in that house? Peterson! It's the Peterson house! It's the only house available. The President's White House guard is thundering into the street. Perhaps you can hear the ring of their horses' hoofs on the cobblestone. They're flashing their sabers and clearing the street. President Lincoln has been shot. President Lincoln has been shot. There's been so much excitement. Only now the full horror of what has just happened at Ford Theater is beginning to dawn. We will stay here in front of the Peterson house and bring you immediately any reports on Mr. Lincoln's condition. But we have just been informed that something has happened elsewhere in Washington that we don't know of here on the scene, and so we return you now to our studio.
And I'll give you the bulletins as fast as they come in, Quincy, as soon as we get it back from Daly down there on the street, right?
How much time have I got, though? How long am I on?
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
You're on the air. This is Quincy Howe. John Daly has just announced that an attempt has been made on the life of Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. Secretary of State Seward, has also... just a second. Here's the bulletin. Secretary of State Seward has been attacked. A man entered the Seward house on Lafayette Square in Washington tonight. He overpowered all resistance, gained entrance to the Secretary's bedroom, and slashed at Mr. Seward with a knife. It's not known whether the attacker was John Wilkes Booth or an accomplice, or whether the two attacks were connected. Now, here's Ned Calmer with more bulletins.
All Washington is in a state of panic this terrible night of April 14th, 1865. There are wild rumors that the entire cabinet has been murdered, that General Grant has been assassinated, that the war is not yet over. There's no evidence as yet that these other wild rumors are true. I repeat, the other rumors are not true so far as is known. Secretary of War Stanton has arrived at the house on 10th Street where Mr. Lincoln has been taken. He's in complete charge of the situation up to now. Now again, Quincy Howe.
John Wilkes Booth has escaped. He left Ford's Theater by a rear door, leapt on a horse that was waiting for him, and dashed off into the darkness. Someone from the audience chased him, just missed him, a matter of inches. Booth left Washington by the Navy Yard Bridge, where a sentry challenged him, and he gave his real name, John Wilkes Booth.
The following is the fiend's description. Age, 26, lithe and sinewy of body, having probably a broken leg, intensive speech and behavior. Height, 5 feet 8, weight, 160 pounds. Hair black, eyes black, heavy dark eyebrows, wears a large seal ring on little finger, when talking moves his head forward, looks down. That is John Wilkes Booth. Rewards totaling $100,000 have been offered for his capture. Armed pursuit groups are after him already.
Booth must have had help. He just couldn't have committed this crime by himself or without lots of preparation. But who slashed Secretary Seward? Who crossed the Navy Yard Bridge a few moments after Booth? Why was it that Booth tried to see Vice President Johnson this afternoon and then left his calling card when he failed? Who cut the telegraph wires out of Washington and why? Where was the president's guard, John F. Parker? How could Booth have possibly gained entrance to the president's box without being challenged? These are some of the questions that the tragedy has raised here in this bewildered capital. How deep do the roots of this plot go? Does the trail perhaps lead right to persons highly placed up in the government? A note has just been handed me. John Daly, in front of the Patterson House, has news of President Lincoln's condition. So we take you now to the Peterson House.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson House, where President Lincoln was carried after he was shot in Ford's Theater across the street. The president is sinking swiftly. He has not regained consciousness since Booth sent a single bullet fired at close range into the area behind the president's ear. The surgeons are discussing now the question of removing that bullet. Mrs. Lincoln is in there at the bedside, so is the president's son, Captain Robert Lincoln. Tad, the president's younger son, is at the White House. He has been assured that his father will live, but this was told the lad only to quiet him. Major Rathbone was slashed about the arm and shoulder by Booth and fainted from a loss of blood. He has been taken home. In addition to Secretary of War Stanton, most of the cabinet members have arrived, and here comes the Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Gideon Wells. Mr. Wells, this is CBS. We know how great your grief is at this moment, sir, but there are so many questions still to be answered about this frightful tragedy. Will you help us? Who is this amazing madman, John Wilkes Booth?
This lunatic, this unspeakable Judas, is a known secessionist who did not have the courage to don the uniform of his cause.
But what possible motive, sir, do you think he could have had in committing this hideous crime?
Only a mind deranged could have given birth to such an act. It may be that he thought to kindle again the dead spark of rebellion. If so, he is as great a fool as he is a villain. The war is over. The Union will stand. Booth has done the Confederate cause more harm than he can imagine.
What about the South, sir? What will the South think of Booth's act?
I do not know the mind of the South, but I predict that when the men who fought with Lee, in uniform, under a flag, and according to a clean code, hear of this day, they will shrink with horror from this vile deed. Assassination is not an American tradition. It never struck in this country until tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I know that as Mr. Lincoln's friend and Secretary of the Navy, you want to go in and see him. A note has just been handed me. It says, "Oh, this is sad and tragic news. The president's pulse is still falling. His breathing becomes more labored." That's all the note says. As this night of unutterable gloom and sadness wears on, stern resolve melts. Great men weep openly. There's scarcely a dry eye in this crowd here. The door to the Peterson House is opening once again, and Mr. John Hay, President Lincoln's private secretary, is coming out. Mr. Hay, over this way, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hay, you've been close to Mr. Lincoln. Did he have any fear that he might be struck down before his great work was finished?
Our beloved president constantly received threatening letters, which he filed away in an envelope. In March last month, there were 80 letters in the envelope. It was marked assassination.
You mean letters from cranks and that sort?
Yes. In 1860 in Springfield, Mr. Lincoln saw a double image of himself in a mirror. One face held the glow of life and breath. The other shone ghostly pale, white, portent of a safe passage through the first term, and death before the end of the second.
That was 5 years ago, then, that he had this omen?
Yes. But only last week, the president dreamed that he was walking through the White House amid the sound of great sobbing. In the East Room, he came upon a coffin guarded by soldiers, surrounded by a weeping throng. The president asked, "Who is dead in the White House?" And the soldier replied, "The president. He was killed by an assassin."
Well, how did Mr. Lincoln feel about these presentiments?
Perhaps he answered that question this afternoon. He was walking across the White House grounds, and he passed some profane, drunken men. Mr. Lincoln remarked to his guard, "Crook, do You know, I believe there are men who want to take my life. And I have no doubt they will do it. I know no one could do it and escape alive. But if it is to be done, it is impossible to prevent it.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. The tragic news of the attack on President Lincoln has spread around the world. And now CBS takes you to important European capitals. First, to Buckingham Palace in London, England, and the voice of Her Britannic Majesty, Queen Victoria.
I speak to Mrs. Lincoln. No one can better appreciate than I, who am myself utterly broken-hearted by the loss of my own beloved husband, what your suffering must be. And I earnestly pray that you may be supported by him, to whom alone the sorely stricken can look for comfort.
And now to the French capital.
This is Paris. I am a French student speaking for thousands of us in the Latin Quarter. President Lincoln is a fellow citizen. There are no longer any countries shut up in narrow frontiers. Our country is everywhere, where there are neither masters nor slaves, where people live in liberty or fight for it. From Paris, we take you now to the capital of Russia.
This is St. Petersburg, Russia. I will read a message from Leo Tolstoy, our great Russian author, who has just been informed of the attempted assassination of President Lincoln. The message reads, in far places over the earth, on every continent, the name of Lincoln will be worshipped, and the personality of Lincoln will become a world folk legend. Many hardships and much experience brought him to the realization that the greatest human achievement is love. The greatness of Napoleon, Caesar, or Washington is moonlight by the sun of Lincoln. His example is universal and will last thousands of years. Lincoln is humanity. We return you now to the United States.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson home on 10th Street. It is past 7 o'clock in the morning, April 15, 1865. President Lincoln was shot last night at 10:15. Doctors say there is no hope. The long vigil will soon be over. Here outside the Peterson house, a cold rain is falling. The sky is dully gray. The early morning mist is like a shroud. The hearts of men and women are overflowing with grief. Some are kneeling, some lifting their voices in the singing of spirituals. We are told that Mrs. Lincoln is not in the room with the President. She has made her last farewell and is seated in a back parlor. Captain Robert, the President's son, is leaning on Secretary Stanton's arm. He has borne himself well. Only twice has he given way to his overwhelming grief. The Reverend Dr. Gurley has spoken a prayer. For Abraham Lincoln, there will be black borders on the newspapers today, anguished sermons on Resurrection Sunday tomorrow in a resting place. There will be the end of the mortal, but the beginning of the immortal. For Abraham Lincoln will live on in the union he has saved, in the freedom he has given, in the dreams he has dreamed, in the vision he has seen, the vision under God of a new birth of freedom, of government, of the people, by the people, for the people. Secretary of War Stanton is coming out of the Peterson house now. He pauses in the doorway, and the crowd, looking at his grief-stricken face, is suddenly silent. Mr. Stanton, how is Mr. Lincoln?
Now, he belongs to the ages.
The dread thing that we have awaited is come. President Lincoln is dead. The victim of Booth's vicious...
Washington, April 14, 1865. Abraham Lincoln is assassinated at Ford's Theater.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be...
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of the continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the inn to this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement therefore comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes?
Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
If you
intended
please, Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices, but no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to
Mr.
make...
Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coup d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for one half of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colonies battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolens, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right, quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen, my family's English, they're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see. This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence? Worse, much worse. Terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the worst second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What is he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself. What are you talking about? You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory. A Tory. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you. Listen, close your mouth.
Mr. Caswell has just been struck by some man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes, spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild, and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. Delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our heads. We must stand firm.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Kelmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British Commander-in-Chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General Howe, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They are the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Elliott in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Chalmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independent Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They're trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier! Soldier!
Let me go. I got called.
Oh, just a few questions. You got plenty of time.
But
What's your name, son?
Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Uh-huh. Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid, if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
2 months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month.
Uh-huh.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know.
No.
Some fellas enlisted for the money and then deserted without even serving their 3 months.
Well, yes, but what about independence, Tom? How do you feel about independence?
Well, I don't know nothing about that, honest, mister. Oh, there's the general. I gotta go.
General Washington is approaching the microphone. He wears his full dress uniform. His sword flaps against the side of his leg as he walks. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But, General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now, his shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collier in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken. And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
By proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely, that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet, some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortunes. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President,
British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a declaration of independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York and make the defense of that city hopeless. Pass the declaration and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of warfare with the mother country, but civil war as well. And in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success. Proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5, there go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett. New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence. Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams. The Patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence. Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery. Independence. Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman. Independence, unanimous. New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon.
Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence.
Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr. Caesar Rodney. Delaware votes unanimously for independence.
The Declaration of Independence is passed. Delaware has cast the deciding vote. There's no reaction from the delegates, and the voting continues. It will very probably be unanimous by colonies. Many of the individual delegates are shaking their heads. However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness."
July 4th,
these rights,
1776. John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
This is John Daly on the deck of the Mayflower at Plymouth Harbor, England. High tide and sailing time is here this 6th day of September 1620. But this tragic ship, with its company of 102 desperate, frightened, hounded souls who are displacing their persons from the old world to the new, has not yet sailed. These pilgrims, these refugees for religious freedom and civil rights, are still tied to Europe by a Gordian knot of heartbreaking difficulties. And unless these outlaws from the Church of England can cut that knot before the ebb tide sinks them deeper into danger, the Mayflower may never sail at all for the colony of Northern Virginia, recently renamed New England. The afternoon sun is throwing shadows of gloom on the town of Plymouth behind me. Soon will be...
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. You are there.
The exodus of the Pilgrims, out of the noose of oppression and persecution, into the arms of an angry sea and a desolate winter continent. CBS takes you back to a little-known but fateful moment in American history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. The deck of the Mayflower and John Daly.
Voyage to the New World and to freedom. Twice they have been delayed for repairs to their sister ship, the Speedwell, which has finally been withdrawn, crowding all into the Mayflower. And now, at last, they must sail with this tide. For today, the weather is good. Tomorrow or the day after, it may be bad enough to prevent their sailing at all, for winter is close upon them. Another delay and the Mayflower would have to face the grisly gales of an autumnal sea, and a far from certain arrival in a strange land gripped in the fury of winter. These refugees have already lost their summer chances, and to lose more is suicide. Here with me at our CBS microphone is Christopher Jones, the master of the Mayflower. Captain Jones is one of the most respected shipmasters in all of England. He's 1/4 owner of the Mayflower, a middle-aged, rather sedate man, a strict, strong, dependable citizen. These pilgrims will be in good hands if they succeed in getting away today. But right now, the face of Captain Jones is troubled with deep and anxious lines. Captain Jones, what's holding the Mayflower up? Why don't you sail, sir?
We will sail.
But how can you say that, Captain? Your canvas is still tied down, and the tide is at its height.
Well, I expect my orders momentarily, and we'll sail.
And who are those orders to come from, sir? From the Pilgrim elders who are locked in the cabin?
Yes, as soon as they settle their last-minute differences with Mr. Weston, the representative of the adventurers.
But who are these adventurers, Captain? What is their business with these refugees?
The adventurers, Mr. Daly, are a group of men who are venturing not their persons on this expedition, but their capital.
Well, Captain, do you know what the last-minute differences between these moneylenders and the Pilgrims are?
I can't say, sir. Something to do with the contract they agreed upon for the sharing of profits from possible trade in the New World. As if we haven't got enough trouble, Mr. Weston arrives 10 minutes ago and closets himself in the cabin and holds up our departure.
But as soon as these differences are settled and Mr. Weston gets off the ship, you will sail.
I certainly hope so, sir.
Hope? But only hope? Why?
Well, my passengers say they'll not sail without their charter from King James.
But what charter? I hadn't heard about that.
Why, the charter guaranteeing them civil and religious freedom from the King's authority in the New World. Sir Robert Norton, that's His Majesty's emissary, gave his word that he would arrive today.
But, Captain, suppose he doesn't come before the tide has ebbed?
Well, only Providence can answer that question, sir, not I. And now, if you'll excuse me...
One more question, Captain, please. Are all the elders on board the Mayflower now?
They're in the cabin. I'm going there now, sir.
Well, would you care to state who exactly of the elders is on board?
Well, in the cabin are William Bradford, Deacon Cushman, John Carver, and perhaps some others.
And would you care to say, Captain, if the elder William Brewster is on board?
Now, Mr. Daly, it was your desire and your promise to ask but one question. Now, I believe I've kept my bargain. Now, if you please, sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Jones. The master of the Mayflower is entering the cabin, and we really didn't expect him to answer our questions as to the whereabouts of William Brewster, the ruling elder of these departing refugees. Master Brewster is a hunted fugitive with a price on his head. He is at this moment, and for the past 10 years he has been, the object of an international manhunt instituted by His Majesty. He's been accused of printing a book entitled Perth Assembly, and His Majesty has denounced that book as being, and we quote,
an atrocious and seditious libel written with scorn and reproach against the king and his bishops. Printed copies of the book were smuggled from Holland into Scotland in French wine vats. Now, there's a flurry of excitement on the deck of the Mayflower. It's caused by the arrival of a royal carriage. It's speeding at a dangerous pace down the wharf right now, and it must be the arrival of Sir Robert Norton, the King's Secretary of State. The carriage is pulling up now at the boards leading up here to the deck of the Mayflower. Door is opening. Yes, it is. It's Sir Robert. It's the official who has intervened on behalf of the Pilgrims to secure them the King James Charter for the New World. He's coming up the planks now and must pass our CBS microphone on his way to the captain's cabin. I'm going to try to get a hold of him. Sir Robert! Oh, Sir Robert!
Stand aside, please.
Sir Robert, have the Pilgrims got their charter, sir? Do you carry the charter?
I said stand aside, please.
Yes, sir. Master William Bradford, Elder Bradford, has appeared at the cabin door to greet Sir Robert. Both men have gone in. The cabin door has been shut in our faces, but we hope that at least one of the difficulties besetting these poor, desperate refugees will be surmounted. This charter is vital to them. Without it, they cannot live under the protection of the king in the New World and enjoy liberty of conscience. You know, this Mayflower seems a pitifully inadequate vessel to brave the vast terrors of the Atlantic, particularly at this time of the year. She's no more than 100 feet, say, from bow to stern, and perhaps 20 to 25 feet at the beam from port to starboard. She has plied good wine and bad wine from every port in France in the past and landed it safely on the London River. And on some occasions she's carried luxurious taffetas and satins and stockings and coney skins. In fact, the aroma of her last wine cargo still pleasantly escapes from her hold. But on this, her first Atlantic crossing, the Mayflower's cargo has ironically turned from riches to rags. This time, she carries an unusual cargo: men, women, and crying children. And up at the bow of the ship, Ken Roberts, surrounded by these children, seems to have something to say. So go ahead, Ken.
Ready? Sing.
And the earth did shake and quake, and stirred the ground of the mountain shook. For
The children you hear doing their distracted best to sing one of the tongue-twisting psalms of the Pilgrims are being led by a pretty young miss, and she's doing her distracted best to keep them from crying.
eat out of his mouth, from it burned with heat.
Good children, very good.
Hush, children, hush.
Would you tell us your name, please, miss?
Priscilla Mullins.
And how old are you, Miss Priscilla?
18.
18. And is your father a religious dissenter, a pilgrim?
Oh, no, sir. My father is a shopkeeper from Dorking, Surrey. We are French Huguenots.
Well, then why is your family fleeing England if you are not religious dissenters?
Only 40-some-odd of the people aboard the Mayflower are religious dissenters. The rest of us are sailing for other urgent reasons.
Miss Priscilla, what are those urgent reasons?
My father says that there are many on board this ship that flee not the persecution of their souls, but the persecution of their bodies. For as you know, sir, all over Europe, they see the grim and gaunt face of poverty and hunger coming upon them like an armed man.
I understand. And, Miss Priscilla, who are these children you are shepherding? These children here?
4 of them are orphans.
Orphans on the Mayflower?
Yes, poor waifs of London town. Poor orphans dragged off quite as if they were debtors or criminals and sentenced to exile in the colonies.
But by whose authority?
Ask the Lord Mayor of London and his bishop.
Oh, I see. Less mouths to feed in London.
I suppose so.
I see. And, what is your name, young man?
Wrestle.
Wrestle what?
Wrestle with the devil.
Wrestle with the devil. Well, that's a good name.
My brother has a good name, too.
I'm sure he has. What is it?
Love.
What's that?
Love of God. Don't you?
Well...
My father does. He's a great man. My mother says not to tell where he is, but I know.
Wrestle, hush.
I won't tell, Miss Priscilla. I promised. My father's in prison, but he'll escape and fight the Indians with Love and me.
Oh, I see. You and Love are 2 big Indian fighters. And, what is your father's name?
William Brewster.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Rassel. Miss Priscilla, I didn't know these two were Master Brewster's children.
Oh, yes, there are two more of us. Two big sisters, Fear and Patience.
Of course, Rassel, of course. Fear and Patience. Very appropriate names for the children of William Brewster. Don't you agree, Miss Priscilla?
Yes. My fear is that we will not sail. And as for our patience, that is at an end, and so is our money. My father has sold his shop and all our worldly goods. We have burned all our bridges behind us. If we do
I'm sorry, there's a man coming through carrying a barrel.
I told you before, miss, to get these children out of here. Do you want their heads bashed in with a barrel?
You'll bash no one, you lout. I'm trying my best, can't you see? Come, children.
Thank you, Miss Priscilla. Thank you, children.
Children and wenches, as if we didn't have enough. Hey, you. Maybe you know when we're going to get underway.
Soon, I hope. What's your name?
Alden. John Alden.
That barrel you just put down must be pretty heavy. What's in it?
The body of William Brewster.
In little pieces, I presume.
That would be a story for you, eh? But it's only beer.
Beer for the sober pilgrims?
Would you expect them to drink ye plain water? It's a prolific source of human ills. Oh, they'll remain healthy as long as I take care of their kegs. I'm not a good cooper.
Are you one of the pilgrims?
Yeah. I'm a cooper out of Harwich. I'm hired on by them to care for their beer, their plain water, and their strong water. That's my task on this voyage.
Mm-hmm. And after the voyage?
Home again for me. I'm hired on for only a year. But if they let this tide run out much longer, I'll never go. Well, enough of this chatter. This barrel of beer wasn't meant for the sun.
Thank you, John Alden. Mr. Alden handles that heavy barrel of beer as if it were kindling wood. Though he can't be more than 20, he's tall, blond, and powerful. The kind of a fellow who's rough and ready with his hands. No doubt that's why the pilgrims hired him. That's why they... Oh, I see the door of the Mayflower's cabin has opened. Sir Robert Norton has just come out, so back to John Daly.
Sir Robert, the King's Secretary of State, is willing to tell us now what has happened. Sir Robert, has the charter been granted?
I should like to present, if I may, the mind of His Majesty in this matter.
Of course, sir, but did
His Majesty asked me what profits there may be of such an adventure.
By profits, His Majesty meant profits to the realm, I presume.
Yes, and I answered fishing.
Fishing?
Yes, fishing. The departing pilgrims would engage in fishing in the colonies.
And did that satisfy the king, sir?
It amused him. And he replied, so God have me soul, it's an honest trade. It was the apostle's own calling.
I see the king demonstrated his knowledge of theology and of the trade of fishing.
Yes.
But did he, sir, formally consent to the request for the charter?
His Majesty agreed not to molest them should they depart. But he would issue no official seal of protection.
Then the charter was not granted.
I wouldn't say that. His Majesty referred them to the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Sir Robert. The King's Secretary of State is leaving the Mayflower, but one moment. Oh, Mr. Bradford, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Master William Bradford, in the absence of William Brewster, is the ruling elder of these pilgrims. A rather young elder, I would say, wouldn't you, Mr. Bradford?
I am honored that you call me an elder. I am 31 years old, but we pilgrims age rapidly in the king's protection.
Well, how old is Master Brewster, sir?
Master Brewster is past 50.
Oh, I see.
Yes, he's the only, shall we say, real elder in our company. The rest of us are mostly around 30.
Well, as the present ruling elder, Master Bradford, are you going to follow His Majesty's suggestion that you see the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury about the charter?
Have my nose split down the middle? No, thank you. I believe we know what the answer of these venerable gentlemen of the Anglican Church would be.
But, sir, how can you sail without the charter?
To be sure, Mr. Daly, the charter is of great moment to us. Let us not be of too simple a mind about it. Even if we had a seal as broad as a house floor, what is there to prevent the king, if he were disposed to wrong us, from reaching out his long arm even to our new life in America, and there claiming us under his civil and religious authority?
Well, then that means that you will sail without the charter.
We sail without the charter. We sail...
No, I'm not sailing. I'm not sailing. I'm not sailing without our Please, William.
Take her away quickly. Take her below. Take her below quickly. Master Bradford, who is that poor woman?
My wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. But you are leaving your children behind?
Our only child. He's scarcely 5. My wife has been mad with grief. Forgive her, please, for she, too, is but a child.
But, Master Bradford, other children are going. Why, just a short while ago, we learned that Rassel and Love, the children of William Brewster, are on board.
Yes, but there's no space for all to go. We'd planned to sail on 2 ships. We are now all crowded onto one. And some, like my own child, must be left behind, because they are most unfit to bear the brunt of this hard adventure. And thus, like Gideon's army, we are divided, as if the Lord thought we few too many for the great work he had to do. But now, sir, you'll forgive me. I must return to our business with the adventure.
Well, just one more question, please, Master Bradford.
Yes?
Before you go, could you tell us exactly what the difficulty is between you and the adventurers?
Yes. We had agreed that the fruits of our labor and all profits got from traffic, fishing, and trade should be shared equally with the adventurers for a period of 7 years.
Yes?
Yes. But these bloodsuckers are not content to enslave a man for 7 years. Now they demand 7 days of the week.
Well, how many days had you agreed to work?
5. And the other 2 for prayer and for our own profit to build our homes. And moreover, at the end of 7 years, they now demand that our houses and lots be divided with them.
But surely, sir, the land and houses built in the wilderness will be but a trifle to these adventurers.
They do not think so. The division will be a great discouragement to us. They will have to borrow hours from our sleep to build our houses. But they ask if we will sleep better in the stinking London prisons.
That's too bad, Master Bradford, but what are you going to do?
What can we do? We have sacrificed everything we possess to pay for this journey. Shall we turn back now, penniless and destitute, and at the mercy of a star chamber and torture rack? We are like the children of Israel, but the Lord will yet guide us through this sea of oppression.
Master Bradford has gone back into the cabin again, and the people around me here on the deck of the Mayflower have heard the reality of their misfortune. They're discussing it with grim faces and in low tones, and certainly these people have a reason to be grim and unhappy. So many misadventures have befallen them since they first set out for the new world. A penny, you know, is worth £1 to these poor folk. There's not a wealthy man among them. There's not a patch of purple on these passengers, although they do not wear somber clothes, as many believe. Rather, it's the gay apparel of Lincoln greens and russet browns, the same splash of color that you would see on the streets in London town. Indeed, the missing elder, William Brewster, has been known to wear at his pleasure a red cap, a white cap, a quilted cap, or a dandy-laced cap, together with a violet coat and green drawers. Oh, Ken Roberts, up at the Mayflower's bow, has a passenger with 2 dogs, so over to Ken Roberts.
The dogs you hear barking are a great mastiff and a small spaniel. They belong to a man here beside me who has been quietly sitting on a barrel reading the Bible. He has kindly agreed to put aside the holy book for a few moments and speak with us. Sir, why are you taking these 2 dogs along with you to America?
Well, why not? Since my wife is not going, a man must have some form of companionship.
Oh, I see, but what will you do with the 2 dogs?
Do? Why, I shall hunt with them in the wilderness.
Hunt what, sir?
Lions.
Lions? I see. What is your name, sir? Richard the Lion-Hearted?
You jest. I'm John Goodman. My wife's name is Sarah. Sarah Goodman, just these past few months.
Forgive me, sir. Just married, and you're leaving your bride behind?
Oh, not of my choice, sir. I left her behind in Delfthaven, Holland. There was not room for all on our little craft, the Speedwell. Now I am fortunate to be on the Mayflower, for all men know the treachery of the Speedwell's captain, who claims the boat is unseaworthy.
Well, isn't it? Didn't it force you to turn back twice and delay you for a month?
I will tell you a secret, Mr. What is your name, sir?
Roberts.
Yes, I will tell you a secret, Mr. Roberts. The captain of the Speedwell and his men are afraid of remaining a winter in the wilderness.
They are?
Yes, but we're not afraid. We fear the wilderness less than the languishing death which we dissenters suffered in the London prisons, where many of us have perished by hunger and cold, and by long and hard imprisonment and held without bail in black dungeons where I could not see my hand at noonday. Oh, yes, I remember too well the Star Chamber and how we were whipped and pilloried in the presence of the court. Look, I had one ear sliced off, you see. So some have had their noses split down the middle and the letters SS branded on their foreheads.
SS?
Ah, yes, I see you know what that means. Stirrer of sedition. If reading this Bible in the common tongue makes me a stirrer of sedition, it might make me lose my other ear. But have no fear. Have no fear. I'm safe. We are free. I'm sailing to the new world. The new world where a husbandman may sing the psalms at his plow, and a weaver warble the words of the book at his shuttle. Nay, more. There in America, it will not be many years before a boy that driveth the donkey will know more of the Scripture than the Archbishop of Canterbury. And now, sir, may I speak a poem?
Yes, if you like.
I sit upon the deck. Book is in my hand. Do not fear, heaven is near, I say, by water as by land. I sit upon the deck.
Oh, excuse me,
Book is in my
There's
hand.
a disturbance on the wharf, a fight of some kind. I see John Daly down there, so down to the wharf.
It was a fight, Ken. One of the ship's passengers walked off the Mayflower with all his family and all of his belongings, and another man who appears to be a soldier accused him of deserting and tried to stop him. A fight flared up, and, well, it's almost over now, I hope, and we'll try to find out what it's all about. Now, look, one at a time, please, one at a time. And now, sir, suppose you tell us why you're leaving the Mayflower.
He's a man of coward, sir, if he fears that his children will be exposed to the miseries of the land in the colonies. Can a man bear to see his loved ones die of famine and nakedness and want?
We are well provisioned.
Sir, please, let him speak. Well provisioned, are we? We are in such a strait at present that we now scarce have any butter to brave the winter. We have no oil, not a hide of leather to mend a shoe. And are we provisioned against the change of air, sir? And the strange diet and the drinking of strange water that will affect our bodies with sore sicknesses and grievous diseases?
But there is a physician and surgeon on board the Mayflower, two of them, in fact.
And can he save us from the savages?
We have muskets.
Muskets! How many muskets against a cruel and barbarous and most treacherous people who are most furious in their rage? For I have heard that they are content not only to kill, but delight to torment men by playing them alive with the shells of fishes.
How do you know all of this?
I know. They cut up a body piecemeal. They broil it over the coals and they eat the collops of flesh in their sight while still the body lives.
You seem to be well informed, sir, about places you've not been to.
Aye, sir, verily I am informed. I am informed that 1,200 immigrants have sailed from England these past 3 months. 1,000 died on the voyage or after their arrival in the Virginia colonies. Now answer that, Captain Shrimp.
Who are you calling Captain Shrimp?
You take a moment, please. Just a moment.
I'll shred him to pieces. Yellow-livered libel. No one can call me Captain Shrimp.
Just a moment.
My name is Captain Miles Standish.
Well, then you are... Calm down, Captain Miles Standish.
Captain Shrimp, will you?
Aye, Shrimp.
Captain Standish is a short, stubby fellow with a flaming head of red hair that now matches the crimson rage in his face. Well, what are you captain of, Captain Standish?
I am a military man.
You are a Shrimp.
I fought with the Dutch against Spain. And any flea that calls me Captain Shrimp will find that I am a little chimney that is quickly fired. And should this cowardly deserter, this pernicious, poor
Captain Standish, now, Captain Standish, please. By what authority, sir, did you try to dissuade this man abandoning the voyage? Are you an elder?
No. But I've been chosen by the elders to preserve order and lead the pilgrim army in the New World.
You mean you're going to protect them against the savages?
I will protect them against any enemy, man or beast.
Well, I presume then, Captain Standish, that you are one of these pilgrims.
No, sir. I am a Roman Catholic. My task is simply to protect these people, even from such a deserter as this one.
I am not a deserter, sir.
Please. You've had your say.
He is stirring up fear among us. But we will be strong, even though today we are weak. With the help of God, there will come a day when the bees will have honey in their hives.
And then they will also have stings in their tails.
The Mayflower cabin door has been flung open, and the agent for the adventurers, Mr. Weston, is striding swiftly across the deck. He's coming off the ship and coming down the boards here to the wharf. He looks very angry. Perhaps I can stop him to say a word. Mr. Weston! Mr. Weston!
No comment.
But, sir, is the Mayflower sailing?
Let me by, please.
Just one question, please, sir. Has the contract been settled?
There is no contract.
But, Mr. Weston...
I have no time. If they leave, they stand on their own legs.
That's Mr. Bradford, sir. He's come out of the cabin and he's coming down the board.
Let him come. He'll do no business with me. Bloodsuckers, are we? Are my investors to be called bloodsuckers simply because they want to protect their money?
Weston, the new contract you propose is fitter for thieves and bond slaves than honest men.
I bleed for you, Master Bradford, but I'll not risk another penny of the adventurer's capital.
I understand. He that ventureth his money hath more power than he that ventureth his person.
We've been through all that. If you've nothing newer to say, then let me by.
We have a new proposal.
Then speak it and be quick.
Very well. Here it is. In return for 2 days and every 7 to build our homes, we will agree, if necessary, to guarantee your profits, though it take us more than 7 years. Will that suffice?
Then you guarantee our profits. That's reasonable. I think the adventurers will agree. I accept.
So be it. Begone then and let us sail.
Godspeed.
Captain, we sail at once. All on board! Godspeed, Master Bradford. Bradford has gone up the boards, and those on the wharf here are hurrying up after him. Captain Jones has given the order to raise the hook. There's a whirlwind of activity up there on the deck of the Mayflower. Sailors are shouting, leaping up into the rigging. The sails are going up, beginning to belly out into the wind. Captain Jones is wasting not a moment. He means to catch the last full strength of this tide. And now, a surprise in these last minutes before sailing. Elder William Brewster, the fugitive leader of the Pilgrims, the man with a price on his head, is on board the Mayflower and with Ken Roberts. So now, back to the cabin.
William Brewster is here, sitting across the table from us in the Mayflower's cabin as it gets underway to the New World. Master Brewster, will you tell us where you have been?
Some say I have been to London, some to Scotland, and still others to Holland. All are correct, but for the past hour, as you know, Mr. Roberts, I've been sitting in the hold of the Mayflower.
Master Brewster, how do you feel now that finally you're about to sail for a new land?
We are departing on a great venture. In the New World, we will establish a new form of living with ourselves and with God. I fervently pray that maybe next year, God willing, the Mayflower will return, perhaps with a cargo of salt fish and pelts, and sell them at a fair profit. And then when she sails again to America, many more families will go with her. Our men will build their own houses and till their own fields. And our women will weave Sunday clothes for their own families. We will all enter our own church and worship in our own way. Please, God.
A happy success on your hopeful voyage. And now, Master Brewster, I must go ashore, so Godspeed again. And back to John Daly on the wharf.
The lines have been cast off. Captain Jones is urging his crew on to hurry. And there it goes. The Mayflower is sailing. The people here on the dock are waving and weeping. It's a noisy, but at the same time, a tragic scene. Many of these people will not see their friends and relatives for perhaps years. The Mayflower, her sails filling and the wind is heaving through the water, making her way towards the Catwater and the Sound, bound for the New World and New England. The sun is setting against the rolling white clouds.
September 6th, 1620. The Pilgrims sailed for America to establish the first colony founded on civil and religious liberty.
This is John Daly in the radio newsroom of the United States Senate, just across the hall from the galleries of the Senate chamber itself. In less than half an hour on this historic and eventful morning of the 16th of May, 1868, Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, may be removed from office, convicted of high crimes and misdemeanors. In less than 30 minutes, the people of the United States may have a new president, the Honorable Benjamin Wade, Senator from Ohio and President of the United States Senate. The hour of decision is at hand. At the stroke of noon, Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase will mount the rostrum
reconvene the Senate as a court of impeachment, and each senator in turn will cast his vote.
May 16, 1868, Washington, D.C. You are there.
Washington. Andrew Johnson, the President of the United States, is impeached. The Senate is preparing to vote for acquittal or conviction. The fate of Andrew Johnson, Chief Magistrate of the world's greatest democracy, is at stake. CBS takes you back to witness the closing minutes of the trial of Andrew Johnson for high crimes and misdemeanors. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
the radio newsroom of the United States Senate and John Daly.
The drama of the 19th century is about to enter a new stage. The drama that began with the surrender of Lee at Appomattox, that was heightened by the bullet that ended the life of President Lincoln. And this drama reached its climax when Congress, determined to avenge the devastation and slaughter of the war, turned its anger on President Johnson for advocating Lincoln's policy of a charitable peace based upon his well-remembered words, with malice towards none. Now the final day of this trial without precedent has come, and the voting will begin in a matter of moments. Rumors are flying thick and fast throughout the Capitol. Quincy Howe has spent this busy day circulating among the senators, who, sitting as a jury in accordance with the Constitution, will soon pass judgment on President Andrew Johnson. He has just returned to the newsroom. Quincy, what's the feeling downstairs? Will the president be acquitted or convicted, and how will the balloting go?
Right up to this last moment, John, the radical Republican leaders have never doubted they could command the two-thirds vote of the Senate required for conviction. These radical Republicans belong to the extreme wing of their party, as you know. And they're called radical because they want to impose a hard peace on the defeated southern states. But now that the hour of decision draws near, the outcome has suddenly become doubtful. The radical Republicans can count on 35 votes. They need 36, or just one vote more. 7 Republican senators have either announced that they'll vote for acquittal or they've just said nothing. Senators Trumbull, Fessenden, Van Winkle, and Fowler definitely favor acquittal. So does Senator Grimes of Iowa. But Grimes is so ill that he probably won't be able to take his seat this afternoon. The 2 other doubtful senators, the men who hold the fate of President Andrew Johnson in their hands, are Senator Henderson of Missouri and Senator Ross of Kansas. The radical Republicans must get one of those 2 wavering votes in order to oust Johnson and put through their plan to subjugate the South. Neither Henderson nor Ross is on the floor of the Senate chamber right now. I understand they're both in the corridor outside the Senate lounge downstairs. Ken Roberts is down there, too. He's been trying to get them to the microphone, so come in, Ken Roberts.
It's absolutely impossible to get near Senators Henderson and Ross right now. They're both surrounded by radical Republican leaders who are alternately begging, pleading, arguing, threatening, cajoling. Perhaps later we can get Henderson or Ross to our microphone, but right now we have Congressman Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania, the man who, above all others, has been behind this move to impeach President Johnson. Congressman Stevens is convalescing from a recent illness, and 2 guards are carrying him in a chair. Mr. Stevens, will the president be convicted? What president? President Johnson, of course.
Oh, you mean the man who is now performing the function of president? Of course he'll be convicted. He entered upon that office through the foul door of assassination, and he'll leave it by the back stairs of shame.
And if the Senate convicts President Johnson, Senator Wade takes his place...
I assure you that'll happen.
Well, if it does, would you still insist that only Congress can reconstruct the southern states, or would you allow the new president to set the policy of reconstruction?
We'll dig that hole when we get a new shovel. As to the southern states, I recognize no such thing as a southern state.
I resent that, sir.
The territories to the south forfeited their right to statehood when they voted themselves out of the Union.
But, Mr. Stevens, according to the late President Lincoln, the war was fought to prevent the southern states from leaving the Union.
The late President Lincoln, to the contrary, the war was not fought to keep the Union. It was fought to rid this nation of a southern aristocracy that fed and bloated itself on the vile institution of human slavery.
But slavery has been abolished, Congressman Stevens, and the southern states are asking to be brought back into the Union.
They can be brought back, and in time they will, but only when they come back as prodigals, aware of the enormity of their crimes, only after they have earned the price of admission.
What is that price of admission, Congressman?
Complete equality for the Negro, including the right to vote. Elimination from public office of all who took arms against our country during the war. Full and unquestioning acceptance by the South of the great principles of the Republican Party.
Meaning that they must vote the Republican ticket?
Meaning they must vote the Republican ticket.
Congressman Stevens, President Johnson's supporters claim that not one scrap of evidence has been presented during the trial that warrants conviction for high crimes and misdemeanors.
That's what they say.
Well, do you have anything new to say in answer to that?
We don't need criminal evidence to warrant conviction. This isn't a criminal proceeding. This is a political action. I repeat, a political action. What we need, we have indisputable evidence of President Johnson's political malefection. Andrew Johnson has brought the high office of President of the United States into contempt, ridicule, and disgrace. That's all. Lift me up. Take me to the Senate.
Thank you, Congressman Thaddeus Stevens. The majority leader of the House is being lifted now into his chair and carried into the Senate chamber. Now, here is Senator Benjamin Wade of Ohio, the man who in a matter of moments may be the President of the United States. Senator Wade, how do you think the vote will come out? Will President Johnson be convicted?
For the good of the country, I pray so.
Senator, if conviction is obtained, what will be the policy of your administration towards the defeated southern states?
Well, my administration shall be dedicated to the greater glory of our loyal citizenry and to the elimination, the crushing, the smashing of every last vestige of secession and rebellion that dares to show itself in the conquered lands across the Potomac.
Would you vote on the article of impeachment, Senator? You know, of course, that some people feel that because you are in line for the presidency, your vote should be withheld.
I feel that I would be laggard in my duty to the people of Ohio if I failed to register their abhorrence of tyranny by forfeiting my own vote on the basis of personal involvement. Of course I shall vote. I shall vote against despotism until the last moment of the last hour of my life.
Senator Wade, there's been some talk that the president's supporters might ask for an adjournment at this time due to the serious illness of Senator Grimes. What do you think of that possibility, sir?
If God Almighty has stricken a member of this body so that he cannot be here to uphold the dictation of a despot, I thank him for it. And I will take every advantage of it that I can.
Well said, then. Well said.
Thank you, Senator Wade of Ohio.
Get to Henderson.
I still can't get to Senators Ross and Henderson. I'll keep trying to get them to our microphone, but it can't be done right now. Don Hollenbeck at the other end of the corridor has Senator Reverdy Johnson of Maryland at his microphone. So over to Don Hollenbeck.
Senator, please, this side. Thank you. Senator Reverdy Johnson is one of the president's staunchest supporters in the Senate. Senator Johnson, how do you think the vote is going to go today? Will President Andrew Johnson be acquitted?
If justice survives, he will be exonerated. He must be. He's guiltless.
In your opinion, then, the charges against the president have not been proved?
Why, of course not. The impeachment articles sent up by the House of Representatives are built upon an alleged refusal of the president to enforce a law.
You refer, of course, to the Tenure of Office Act?
Yes, sir, I do. This act was passed to prevent the president from removing from office any federal officer who was in sympathy with the radical Republicans in Congress.
Well, in your opinion, Senator Johnson, didn't the president defy the law when he removed the Secretary of War from his cabinet, Mr. Stanton?
Oh, no, sir, no. This was not a defiance by the president. He was merely attempting to test the constitutionality of the Tenure of Office Act in the courts. And in so doing, he deliberately walked into the trap set for him by his political enemies. He knew that this was precisely what the radical Republicans were waiting for. He knew that those wolves were drooling, the hyenas howling. But Andy Johnson was never the man to draw back from a fight. No, sir, not Andy Johnson.
Senator, if President Lincoln were alive today, do you think the radical Republicans would have dared impeach him?
Why, certainly. This would have happened to Lincoln as it's now happening to Andrew Johnson. It's inevitable. Any man who stands for mercy and charity to the South is the marked enemy of the radical Republicans. And I thank God that Abraham Lincoln was spared this ignominy by the bullet of John Wilkes Booth.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I've just been informed that Senator Grimes of Iowa, the senator who was so ill he wasn't expected to be present today, has arrived at the Senate entrance to the Capitol, so over to Ned Calmer.
I'm standing just inside the Senate entrance. Senator Grimes' carriage has just drawn up outside the door.
The Capitol Guards had to clear a way for it through the pressing, excited crowds, and now the guards have lifted the senator's stretcher out of the carriage. It's the senator's doctor is by his side, cautioning the guards. Mrs. Grimes, the senator's wife, is still inside the carriage. The senator's stretcher is being brought through the entrance door now. The senator's face is quite ashen white. His eyes are closed. He's breathing in labor. He hardly looks alive. It seems impossible that this man will be able to vote. Yet here he comes. There's a doctor walking beside him. Doctor, I beg your pardon, sir.
No.
This is CBS. If your patient can spare you for just a moment, may we ask you a question?
No. I'm sorry. I've got my hands full. I'm sorry.
The doctor has gone past me, following the stretcher. Mrs. Grimes is just coming through the door now, her hands full of pillows. I'll try to... Mrs. Grimes, if you could stop just a minute. This is CBS. Could you tell us, Mrs. Grimes, is the senator any better?
My husband is very ill. He's been brought here against the advice of his physician, but he insisted. He feels that he must be here even if it means his life.
Do you think he'll be able to vote?
If his heart is as strong as his will, he will vote. Oh, I'm so sorry. I must go with him.
Thank you, Mrs. Grimes. The senator's wife is going up to the caucus room now, and she... Wait a minute. I understand that Ken Roberts has at last been able to get Senator Henderson to the microphone. So over to Ken Roberts. Senator Henderson is standing beside me. Senator Henderson, have you made up your mind as to your vote? Will it be for conviction or acquittal?
For the past 2 weeks, my life has been unbearable. I have been spied on, followed, hounded almost to death. I am a Republican.
Yes, but Senator...
My desk is piled high with telegrams, most of them calling for my vote for conviction. But I shall not be swayed by threats or bribes.
But your vote, Senator, how will you vote?
I have in my hand a telegram. It is from my state, Missouri, from St. Louis. I will read it to you. There is intense excitement here. Meeting call for tomorrow night. Can your friends hope that you will vote for conviction? If so, all will be well. Signed, E.W. Fox.
Senator...
I have already wired Mr. Fox my reply. Here it is. Say to my friends that I am sworn to do impartial justice according to law and evidence. And I will try to do it like an honest man.
Does that mean, Senator Henderson, that you have decided...
It means that I shall follow my conscience and not my party. I shall vote for acquittal.
Senator Henderson will vote for acquittal. Senator Henderson will vote not guilty. Back to the radio newsroom.
This is Quincy Howe. Henderson for acquittal. Ross still uncertain. Grimes here, but so ill that he may not have the strength to register his vote of not guilty. If Senator Grimes fails to answer his name when the vote is called, the radical Republicans will have achieved their purpose, the conviction and removal of Andrew Johnson as President of the United States and the elevation of Benjamin Wade to that... there's the bell. The Senate is reconvening, so over to John Daly at the doors of the Senate gallery.
Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase has taken his place on the rostrum, tapped his gavel now for order. Every seat but one in the Senate chamber is filled. That one, Senator Grimes' chair is empty, still empty, a little stirring in the seats, but the Chief Justice is demanding and has gotten order.
We'll make proclamation. Hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on bail of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment against Andrew Johnson, President of the United States.
The Senate is now going through the preliminary routine incident to its convening as a court of impeachment. The curtain is going up on one of the great dramas of our time. For the first time in our history, a President of the United States stands impeached, waiting for the historic verdict of the Senate. The stage is set, and in a moment, the preliminaries will be over. The business of the court will then be ready to begin.
There is no objection. I will so order. Mr. Chief Justice.
Senator Williams of Oregon is calling for the floor.
I move that the Chief Justice, in directing the Secretary to read the several articles of impeachment, shall direct him to read the 11th article first. Shall then be taken on that article, and thereafter the other 10 successively as they stand.
The radical Republicans have moved to consider the 11th article of impeachment first. Quincy Howe is here with me. Quincy, what do you think is behind this last-minute maneuver?
It looks like bad news for President Johnson. You see, the 11th article, the so-called Stevens article, contains no specific accusations. It's a generalized article. Among other things, it accuses the president of having, in some public speech or other, denied the right of Congress to interfere in the internal affairs of the southern states. Now, this 11th article is known as the catch-all article. If the radical Republicans can snare a majority of senators into approving this 11th article, then the Johnson conviction seems almost certain.
And now a vote is being taken.
Those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by no. No. The ayes in the majority, it is so ordered.
The president's enemies have won another round as the Senate adopts the order. Senator Edmonds of Vermont.
Gentleman from Vermont.
I move that the Senate now proceed to vote upon the articles according to the order of the Senate just adopted.
And Senator Edmonds has just moved that the Senate proceed to vote immediately on the 11th article. Senator Fessenden of Maine.
Gentleman from Maine.
Before the motion is made, I move that voting be postponed for half an hour. Why I make this motion? The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Grimes, is not in the chamber. I saw the gentleman last night, and he told me that he should certainly be here this morning. It was his... Will the honorable member permit me to interrupt him for a moment?
Johnson of Maryland.
He's here. I have said he's on his way. He will be in the chamber in a moment. He's here.
Grimes is in the Senate chamber. Senator Grimes is here. One of the rare victories for President Johnson, for his vote will surely be for acquittal. Two of the Capitol Guards are carrying him to his seat on a stretcher. He seems to be unconscious. I don't see how Senator Grimes can vote. It looks impossible. Now back to the Chief Justice.
The question is now the motion submitted by the senator from Vermont. The motion will be read. That the Senate now proceed to vote upon the articles according to the rules of the Senate. Is that an objection? It is so ordered. Before we proceed to the vote, by direction of the Senate, the Chief Justice admonishes the citizens and strangers in the galleries that absolute silence and perfect order are required. It will be a matter of unfeigned regret if any violation of the order of the Senate should necessitate the execution of its further order that the persons guilty of disturbance be immediately arrested. Senators, in conformity with the order of the Senate, the chair will now proceed to take the vote on the 11th article as directed by rule. The Secretary will read the 11th article.
Article 11, that said Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, unmindful of the high duties of his office and of his oath of office, and in disregard of the Constitution and laws of the United States, did heretofore do it on the 18th day of August.
The clerk continues to read the familiar 11th article of impeachment, accusing the president of high crimes and misdemeanors. The crucial decision will come soon, and the scene below is one of somber tension. The senators listen to the monotonous voice of the clerk as it drones on. The face of Senator Ross of Kansas is impassive, not a muscle moves. He just sits in his chair, staring forward, eyes unblinking, almost with the look of a man in an hypnotic state. What his thoughts may be, how his vote will be cast, is still the big question. The presidency of the United States may rest upon the vote that will be cast by this small, unassuming man from Kansas. Around the chamber are the other actors in this great drama. Sitting at the manager's table, is Thaddeus Stevens, the congressman from Pennsylvania, majority leader of the House, and perhaps the bitterest enemy of President Johnson in this chamber today. No one will argue his claim to the title of Father of Impeachment. Across the chamber from Stevens, in the front row, is Charles Sumner, the senator from Massachusetts and the most powerful of the Senate Radical Republicans. Behind Sumner, a few seats to his right, is Benjamin Wade, the senator from Ohio, the man who, within a matter of minutes, may become President of the United States. Wade is nervously twirling a gold penknife from his watch chain, and he, too, is watching Ross. Well, he's still expressionless, still motionless. He's still a sphinx, an imponderable and unknown. And now the clerk is just about to finish reading the 11th article. This is the hour, and remember, 36 votes will convict, 19 votes will acquit.
Whereby the said Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, did then, to wit, on the 21st day of February, A.D. 1868, at the city of Washington, commit and was guilty of a high crime and misdemeanor in office.
The Secretary will call the roll.
Mr. Anthony
Mr. Senator Anthony, how say you? Is the respondent, Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, guilty or not guilty of a high misdemeanor as charged in this article?
Guilty. Fired. Not guilty. Buckley. Not guilty. Cameron. Guilty. Cattell. Guilty. Chandler. Guilty. Cole. Guilty.
The voting is as expected, no surprises yet.
Conklin. Guilty. Vaness. Guilty. Corbett. Guilty. Reagan. Guilty. Davis. Not guilty. Dixon. Not guilty. Doolittle. Not guilty.
9 guilty, 5 not guilty.
Drake. Guilty. Edmonds. Guilty. Perry. Guilty. Fessenden. Not guilty. Fowler. Guilty.
Senator Fowler has voted guilty. This is a completely surprising thing. It's unexpected. His vote seems sure for acquittal.
How say you? Repeat your vote.
Not guilty.
Oh, it was a misunderstanding. Senator Fowler did not speak distinctly. His vote is not guilty. He is for acquittal, and the roll call now continues.
Guilty.
Senator Grimes is next. Here's one of the crucial votes that makes up the scales.
The senator need not rise if he is unable.
Chief Justice Chase has given Senator Grimes permission to vote from his seat, but Grimes is getting up. He is struggling to his feet, refuses to vote seated. He's up now, standing, holding onto his desk for support.
Not guilty.
And the gallery, both those for the president and those against him, are saluting the courage, the bravery of Senator Grimes, which must have been a superhuman effort. He drew himself up to his full height, stood erect and proud a moment, and then almost defiantly, he delivered his vote for acquittal. The vote is now 13 for conviction, 8 for acquittal, 36 are needed for conviction, 19 for acquittal, and now it's certain that the decisive vote will be that of Senator Ross of Kansas.
The Secretary will proceed.
Harlan. Guilty. Henderson. Not guilty.
As he announced he would, Senator Henderson has defied his party and voted for acquittal.
Hendricks, not guilty. Howard, guilty. Howe, guilty. Johnson, not guilty. McCreary, not guilty. Morgan, guilty. Morrill of Maine, guilty.
The vote now is 18 guilty, 12 not guilty, 36 needed for conviction, 19 for acquittal. Senator Ross will cast the deciding vote.
Morton, guilty. Norton, not guilty. Nye, guilty. Patterson of New Hampshire, guilty. Patterson of Tennessee, not guilty. Pomeroy, guilty. Ramsey, guilty. Ross.
This is it. This is the deciding vote.
Ross, not guilty.
Ross has voted not guilty. Ross has voted for acquittal. President Johnson is acquitted, for the vote on the first 10 articles will now be a mere formality. The impeachment failed, and the president is saved. The radical Republicans have lost. The man who followed Lincoln is still able to fight for Lincoln's dreams and policies. Andrew Johnson is exonerated, and the policies of Abraham Lincoln are...
May 16, 1868. President Andrew Johnson is acquitted, and the first and only impeachment of a President of the United States fails.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the newsroom set up in the Capuchin Convent in the city of Querétaro, Mexico. In 20 minutes on this morning of June 19th, 1867, it will be dawn here in Querétaro. In 20 minutes, the sun will rise over the Hill of Bells, the execution grounds about 1 mile from this convent. And at that time, unless President Benito Juarez intervenes in the condemned man's behalf, the 35-year-old Archduke Maximilian of the Habsburgs, the former Emperor of Mexico, will die before a firing squad of the Republic of Mexico. The Archduke will be taken from his cell about 100 feet from this newsroom, escorted to the Hill of Bells, where 7 Republican soldiers will level their guns at Maximilian and his...
June 19, 1867, Querétaro, Mexico. You are there.
The fate of the romantic Maximilian rests in the hands of a realistic man of the people, Benito Juarez. CBS takes you back to the climactic moments in the life of the last crowned head to rule in North America. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
A convent in Mexico and Don Hollenbeck.
Extended the life of the Archduke for 3 days until dawn this morning. If President Juarez means to spare the life of Maximilian, there is little time for him to do so. The president is now in his executive offices at San Luis. Meanwhile, there is mounting international pressure upon Juarez to commute Maximilian's death sentence and send the former emperor back to Vienna. Eloquent pleas and protests from all over the world have been pouring into San Luis, and the rumor persists that Juarez may decide before the sun rises to heed those pleas for the life of the tragic Habsburg. And now for a report on those protests, we take you to San Luis and Ned Kelmer.
President Juarez has now heard from all the crowned heads of Europe. The royal houses have formally pledged that if Juarez pardons the Archduke, neither he nor any other royal personage will ever return to Mexico. But curiously enough, protests against Maximilian's execution have been coming in also from democratic quarters throughout the world. Secretary of State Seward, on behalf of the United States government, wired President Juarez that, I quote, harsh measures would not raise the character of the United States of Mexico in the esteem of the civilized peoples. Messages have also arrived from Victor Hugo, the noted French novelist, and Giuseppe Garibaldi, the great Italian liberator. Our overseas staff has made special tape recordings on which Monsieur Victor Hugo and Signor Garibaldi personally speak excerpts from their messages. Here is the first, Victor Hugo speaking.
I have today telegraphed the President of the Republic of Mexico. Juarez, this will be your second victory. The first in overcoming usurpation is superb. The second in forgiving the usurper will be sublime. Let the Republic rest on the command of God. Thou shalt not kill.
And now the voice of Giuseppe Garibaldi.
To His Excellency Benito Juarez, I have said, Juarez, you rose from a humble toiler in the Sierra of Oaxaca to become the great laborer of liberty, civilization, and progress. Because of your deeds and your virtues, you have been rightly hailed the Lincoln of Mexico. Now, add to your deeds and to your virtues, and spare Maximilian.
This is Ned Calmer. I return you to Don Hollenbeck in Querétaro.
The question is, will President Juarez be influenced by this mounting tide of pleas, protests, and threats? Here at our microphone is a young lady who personally pleaded with Juarez for Maximilian's life as recently as 72 hours ago. She is the Princess Salm Salm, an American born in New York, used to be a bareback rider in a circus. Then she married Prince Salm Salm and aide to Maximilian. Princess Salm Salm, when you came to him to beg for the life of the emperor, what did President Juarez say?
Juarez is no president. He's a monster, an Indian devil. I fell on my knees before him. I wept. I cried, save him, save my emperor. But that fiend didn't shed a tear, not a single tear.
But did he say anything to you, Princess?
He sniveled. The president of Mexico sniveled. And then he tried to raise me up. Princess, he said. Princess, if all the sovereigns of Europe were at my knees, I could not spare your Maximilian. It is not I who am taking his life. It is the law and the people. The people, what does that Indian know about people to kill the father of all people?
Well, then, in your opinion, Princess Salm Salm, President Juarez will not be influenced.
No.
He will not spare the life of Maximilian.
No. There will be no pardon. Juarez is a stone, and my emperor will die at dawn. Poor Max. If he had to die, he should have gone to heaven 3 days ago. He was ready then. But now, when the dawn breaks, he must die again. Why? Why must he die twice? Why?
Well, is it true, Princess Salm Salm, that you are now technically under arrest for being involved in a plot to bring about the escape of Maximilian?
Arrest? What does arrest mean? I would give my life, my body, my soul to free Max. And I tried, believe me, I tried. But the others were all cowards. The Austrian minister signed the check and then he cut his name.
What check, Princess?
The check for $100,000 that the Austrian minister signed. I was to use it to bribe the guards. But I failed. I failed my Max, my emperor. I failed miserably.
Thank you, Princess Salm Salm. We do appreciate your speaking to us. The princess has just said that Juarez declared it was not he who is taking the life of Maximilian, but the law and the people. And as for the law, let's hear now what one of Mexico's great legal minds has to say. Senor Mariano Riva Palacio, the man who defended Maximilian at his court-martial. Senor Palacio, is there anything in the law of Mexico that can save the Archduke's life?
Yes. If the law of Mexico were properly administered, it would snatch the Archduke from the firing squad.
Well, it's your opinion, then, that the law has not been properly administered.
It has not. I deny now, as I denied during the court-martial, the competency of the court to try my client. Let us look at the charge, eh? Maximilian was accused of being a rebel, a usurper of public power, an enemy of the independence and security of the nation, a disturber of order and public peace, and a violator of international law and individual rights. I ask you, senor, is that a reasonable charge?
Well, isn't it based on the Mexican Constitution?
No. These sonorous phrases are fit only for novelists, not for the courts of Mexico. Juarez knows that.
Well, Juarez himself is an attorney, isn't he?
Yes, he's a great lawyer. He knows that if Maximilian is a rebel, he should be tried by a civil court.
Well, isn't Maximilian a rebel?
No, he is a prisoner of war, and as a prisoner of war, he should be set free when the war is over. What is more, this is a civil war between the forces of Maximilian and the forces of Juarez. In the United States, you have just ended a civil war. Did Abraham Lincoln shoot the Confederate President, Jefferson Davis? No. And I say to you now that if Juarez is as compassionate and as logical as Lincoln, and I believe he is, he must let Maximilian remain alive.
But there are Mexican patriots who argue that Maximilian must be punished for the blood that's been shed these past 4 years.
Punishment, yes, but why punish a dupe? An innocent dupe who came here with pitiful illusions that he was welcome as an emperor, a great liberal monarch who would work hand in hand with Juarez to create noble social reforms.
Thank you, Senor Palacio. The attorney's point that Maximilian was an innocent dupe brings up the question, who did the duping? Who are the guilty? What are their motives? For an examination of those questions, here is Quincy Howe as recorded earlier today in London.
As the best-informed people in London see it, there seem to be 3 guilty groups with 3 sets of motives. First, Emperor Napoleon III of France and his half-brother, the Duc de Morny, have allowed themselves to become the paid collection agents of a notorious Swiss banker named Jecker. This Jecker lent an earlier Mexican government $750,000 cash. He now demands $15 million back. That's 20 times as much as he lent. And Jecker promised to give the Duc de Morny a straight 30% commission if the Duke could persuade Napoleon to set up a Mexican government that would pay the $15 million. Maximilian tried to set up such a government. But Maximilian himself represents a different group with different motives. Maximilian belongs to the ancient House of Habsburg, which has one supreme purpose in this world, to destroy the French Revolution and all its works everywhere. This means the Habsburgs and their supporters also oppose our American Revolution and all those Latin American revolutions that overthrew Spanish rule and established republics in the New World. The Habsburgs and their supporters want to set the hands of the clock back to the year 1500, to reassert the divine right of kings, to restore some of the power and prestige that the Roman Catholic Church has lost since the time of the Protestant Reformation. Certain British conservatives, whom the late Lord Palmerston used to lead, represent the third guilty group in Mexico. They did not back either Jecker or the House of Habsburg openly, but they did welcome Napoleon's attempt to set up Habsburg rule in Mexico because it seemed likely to weaken the Monroe Doctrine and to give Mexico a government through which foreign capital could exploit the country. But Palmerston did not represent the mass of the British people any more than the Habsburgs represent the mass of the people of Europe. As a result, public opinion here in England, and on the continent too, has little sympathy for the guilty groups whose mixed motives have brought tragedy both to Maximilian and to Mexico.
This is Don Hollenbeck in Querétaro. You've just heard Quincy Howe by transcription in London. And now we've just had word that Maximilian has completed his final devotions, and for a first-hand report from Maximilian's cell, we switch now to Richard C. Hartlett.
The Emperor's cell is small and narrow. There's an iron bed, a simple washstand, and 3 chairs. With the Emperor in these last moments are his confessor, Father Hilarion Frias y Soto, who, oddly enough, is a follower of Juarez, and also Jose Luis Blasio, Maximilian's secretary. The Emperor is standing here with me. Your Majesty, would you care to make a statement?
What is there to say? I've just learned that my poor Queen Carlotta is dead, and because of this I go to my grave more tranquilly. She was my only remaining earthly tie, and now she's in heaven.
But, Your Majesty, the rumor of the Empress Carlotta's death has been denied.
Rumor? What shall we say of rumors? There's also a rumor that Juarez will spare my life. But it does not matter. I deserve to die. My only wish, which was Carlotta's too, is that we be buried beside each other. And I believe she is dead. I believe she died of grief and a broken heart. For she went to Europe to plead with Napoleon to honor his treaty not to withdraw his troops until my Mexican empire was firmly established. Now the whole world knows how a Bonaparte keeps his word.
But, sir, why did you continue to fight after Napoleon had withdrawn his troops?
For honor? My mother urged me to fight for the honor of the Habsburgs. And the clergy here in Mexico promised me arms and money. And those Mexicans who hate Juarez promised me armies. But the armies never arrived. Poor fool that I was to believe them.
The crowned heads of Europe, Your Majesty, are still pleading for you. Franz Joseph, your own brother.
My own brother, my dear beloved Franz Joseph. What is he but another poor relative of Bonaparte's, like myself? Where was Franz Joseph when I was tried in a mock spectacle on the stage of a theater here in Querétaro? My beloved brother was in a Viennese music hall, and Napoleon was at the opera in Paris. Now, the crowned heads of Europe did not attend my command performance. And when my Queen Carlotta went to the Pope in Rome, he too said that unfortunately he could not help us now. We must wait, he said. Wait. The Pope thinks of time in terms of eternity. But I see now that the soldiers of Juarez have come to lead me to the end of my time.
The firing squad has come up and halted in the corridor outside the cell. Has commanded Maximilian to take his place with Generals Mejia, Miramon, the two other condemned men. Blasio, the Emperor's secretary, has cried out. He's weeping. Father Hilarion has begun to pray. Your Majesty, is there anything further you wish to say?
Yes. I hope that my comrades, General Mejia and General Miramon, will be spared. They are good men. General Miramon was once president of Mexico, and General Mejia's wife has just born him a new child, and she's mad with grief.
The Archduke has walked calmly out of his cell into the corridor. He has taken his place beside his comrades in death.
And march.
The death procession is on its way down the corridor now. Here in the empty cell, the silence of death already reigns. A single candle sputters on an improvised altar. Ken Roberts is waiting at the entrance to the convent to follow the procession to the Hill of Bells when it emerges. So I switch you instead to our CBS News headquarters here in the convent in Von Hollenbeck.
Maximilian's queen, Her Royal Highness, the Empress Carlotta, is alive. That fact has been confirmed by Arthur Hannes in Europe. Hannes is now at Miramar Castle on the shore of the Adriatic Sea near Trieste, ready to talk with Her Royal Highness. Hannes tells us that it is true that Carlotta had suffered a nervous breakdown due to the grief and tension brought on by her unsuccessful audience with the Pope to save the Empire. She collapsed in the Pope's chambers, was taken to Miramar Castle, and placed under her physician's care. However, she has now recovered sufficiently, and she has her doctor's permission for this interview, so we take you to Miramar Castle near Trieste and Arthur Hannes.
Your Royal Highness, is there anything you would care to say at this moment?
Yes, I would like to say that we must save the Indians of Mexico. That is the task that God has set for Maximilian and myself, and even without my beloved Max. I must go on.
But, Your Royal Highness, you will no longer...
If the Indians flourish, the Empire will flourish. I am thrilled with enthusiasm. I have developed social theories on the cause of the revolution in Mexico. We must restore the dignity of the Mexican Indians. Maximilian and I will restore to humanity millions of men. We will not ask help of Bonaparte. We will do it ourselves. We will create a great liberal empire, and the Indians will be our citizens.
Of course, Your Royal Highness. But do you not realize that at this moment, Maximilian is...
Yes. My Max is in danger. And don't I suppose I am poisoned by our enemies? If I should be poisoned, let me not be embalmed or lie in state. Let me be buried in the simplest way in St. Peter, near the tomb of the apostle. Ah, but what will become of our empire? An heir, a son to carry on the glorious destiny of an empire for the people. Ah, forgive me, Max, my lord of the earth. Forgive me, for I have not borne you a child. Why? Why are we not among the blessed who have given children to the earth?
Your Highness, perhaps Juarez...
Juarez! The Liberal Party of Juarez is the most hideous form of demagogy. This party is singing its swan song. It is blazing up, blazing, do you hear? It is struggling against fate, against law and justice. It will sink into the grave. The slimy grave. All is slime and poison.
Your Highness...
Max, my beloved sovereign of the universe, I bid thee farewell. God is calling me to him. I thank you for the happiness which you have always given me. May God bless you and help you to eternal peace. You will live forever.
Peace be with you, Your Royal Highness. This is Arthur Hannes in Trieste. I return you to CBS in Mexico.
This is Ken Roberts with the CBS Mobile Unit following the execution procession to the center of Las Campañas, the Hill of Bells. There are 3 carriages in the procession. Maximilian rides in the first, General Miramon in the second, and General Mejia in the last carriage behind which marches the firing squad. All 3 carriages are plain black hansoms drawn by black horses. They are escorted by a strong detachment of cavalry and infantry. The procession moves slowly through the streets of Querétaro. It is dawn. The first light has broken out on the distant Hill of Bells, and the sun is rising over the blue hills surrounding Querétaro. All along the way, blinds are drawn over all the windows. Doors are shut. But there are a few spectators following this last cortege of the former Emperor of Mexico. They are, these followers, for the most part, women. They are weeping as they walk behind the carriages. Perhaps they remember now how during the final siege of Querétaro, when Juarez's forces surrounded the city, the young Archduke mingled freely with the people and shared their meager rations. Riding with us in our mobile unit is Captain George Monrique, a Republican officer detailed by General... A woman has run up to the carriage directly in front of us, General Mejia's carriage. She has a baby in her arms. She's screaming, hanging onto the carriage with one arm and being dragged through the street. The guards are trying to loosen her grip. They pull her away, but she's still fighting off, struggling and trying desperately to get back to the carriage. We're past the woman now. Captain Monrique, who is that woman? What is she shouting?
That is the wife of General Mejia. That child in her arms was born but a few days ago. She is pleading for the life of her husband.
Captain, did you know General Mejia?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I fought under him when I first came to Mexico.
I don't understand, Captain. You fought under the general, and now you are with Juarez?
I am a Frenchman. I came to Mexico with the armies of Napoleon. I was told we were putting down a tyrant. But the tyrant proved to be not Juarez, but Maximilian. It was Maximilian who signed the Black Decree of October 3rd.
You mean, Captain, the decree that all Mexicans who were caught carrying arms for the Republican forces were to be summarily shot?
Yes. It was the most infamous day in history, a day of massacres. I was detailed to shoot brave soldiers that were captured. There was no pardon for them. I deserted to Juarez, and I am not ashamed. And there were thousands of other French soldiers who deserted with me.
This is Ned Calmer in San Luis at the executive offices of President Juarez. We have interrupted Ken Roberts, and on behalf of the combined correspondents here in San Luis, I am privileged to speak with the President of Mexico. President Juarez, you said you had a statement concerning Maximilian?
I know that many people throughout the world are waiting to hear that I will pardon Maximilian. Senor, Maximilian came to Mexico and had the audacity to invite me to collaborate with him. And I answer him, sir, it is given to men to attack the rights of others, to take their property, to take the lives of those who defend their liberty, and to make of their virtues a crime, and of their own vices a virtue. But there is one thing which is beyond the reach of perversity, and that is the tremendous verdict of history. History will judge us. We must trust in history and in the people. And everything will yield to our will, however stormy the situation may be that awaits us. The people love independence and democracy, and they have no trust for monarchs and moneylenders. The evils of the invaders are too long to recount. The text is long, and the preacher is tired. Although the greatest criminals will go unpunished, and they are Napoleon and the banking house of Vieca, Maximilian must pay.
Does that mean, President Juarez, that you will not halt the execution of Maximilian?
The doom of Maximilian and the others will be the redemption of the misled.
Thank you, President Juarez. This is Ned Calmer in San Luis. I return you to Ken Roberts in Querétaro.
I am on the Cerro de las Campañas, the Hill of Bells. The firing squad and the three who face it are in their appointed places. The great, silent crowd here is hemmed in by a square of 4,000 troops. The officer who will give the command to fire has just talked to the Archduke. Maximilian asked him if any of his royal entourage were present. He was told that his faithful manservant, Doulos, was the only one. And a moment ago, Maximilian gave each of the 7 soldiers of the firing squad 1 ounce in gold, with the request that they take good aim at his heart. Maximilian has yielded the place of honor in the center to General Miramon as a tribute to a good soldier. Maximilian will die first, but now he is speaking.
Pido que todos me perdonen a mí y espero que mi sangre, que será derramado ahora, lo sea por el bien del país. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva la independencia!
Maximilian has just said, I forgive everybody. I pray everyone may also forgive me, and I wish that my blood, which is about to be shed, may be for the good of the country. Long live Mexico, long live independence. The officer has raised his saber. Of the 7 guns, 1 holds a blank cartridge, so the sword is down, the soldiers have fired. Maximilian fell face downward on the ground. He's writhing as he lies there. He cried out as he fell. I think his words were, hombre, hombre, man, man. The officer has walked quickly over with the soldier. The officer points his saber to Maximilian's heart and orders him to grasp. 1 shot. His pain is over now. And the pain, too, of the abortive rule of a Habsburg on the Western Hemisphere. Now comes General Miramon's turn. Almost silent, they seem to be shocked by the sight of the man who was once their emperor. As he
June 19, 1867, Maximilian Emperor of Mexico, is dead.
This is John Daly at Runnymede, England. The hour has come and gone, this 19th day of June, 1215, the hour when King John agreed to sign the Magna Carta. But the king has still not left Windsor Castle, 7 miles away, for the council meadows here on the Thames. The patience of the barons gathered here at Runnymede is at the breaking point. After 3 days of haggling with the king's emissaries, the 49 articles of the Magna Carta still remain the barons' unconditional terms of peace to end the war which has been raging up and down this English Isle for more than a year. If John does not arrive, and that shortly, there is the strongest possibility that the barons will take to the sword once again, march on Windsor Castle, and once more plunge England in civil war. This is the dread thought that strikes fear into the hearts of thousands upon thousands of people who have gathered here from all over England.
Runnymede, June the 19th, 1215. CBS is there.
King John, Runnymede, the barons and their Magna Carta. CBS takes you back 732 years to a momentous milestone on the road to modern democracy. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
June the 19th, 1215. The meadow called Runnymede and John Daly.
Fantastic nature. It's a clear, beautiful spring day, and for days now, the barons and their forces have been waiting. Every hour their numbers grow larger and larger. More and more gaily colored pavilions rise over the meadows to quarter this host. Judging by the tremendous array of men and weapons, we would say that here at Runnymede stands the bulk of the might and power of England. 300 barons or more are here with at least 2,000 knights in full armor. With their host of retainers, yeomen, and other fighting men, they constitute the greatest striking force ever assembled on English soil. Spears, pikes, battle axes, swords, crossbows, burnished helmets and armor, a gleaming sea of deadly metal in the springtime sun. The leader of the barons, my Lord Robert Fitzwalter, is with us now at our CBS microphone. He wears late chain armor under a white surcoat. His squire stands a few short distance away, a few feet from us, holding his helmet, his sword, and his shield. Lord Fitzwalter is a picture of strength and quiet confidence. My lord, do you think King John means to break his word and not sign the charter?
What King John means to do, I know not. He has shown bad faith before, he may show bad faith again.
And exactly what will you do, sir, if King John does not appear to sign the charter?
I have said it before, and I will say it again. We will march on Windsor Castle and tear it down stone by stone on his stubborn head.
But, sir, what of the reports we have heard that even at this present moment, mercenary soldiers drawn from the continent by King John are landing at several points along the English coast?
We are aware of that.
But, my lord, suppose this meeting here at Runnymede is a ruse, a trap set for you by King John. What if instead of arriving peacefully, his forces come charging onto this field, hoping to take you by surprise?
That is a possibility. But if John Softsword chooses that manner of talking peace, he will find us quite ready to answer in kind.
My Lord Fitzwalter, many observers think that King John will never accept Article 49 of the Charter.
So we are beyond the point of being concerned with what King John thinks of any particular article in the Charter. We have haggled about it quite enough. It stands as it is. He signs today, and that before the shadows of our swords grow much longer, or mayhap England will be without a king.
And if it came to such a crisis, sir, do you think the people of England would stand in back of you?
The people? What mean ye by the people?
Why, the common folk, my Lord Fitzwalter, the multitude gathered over there along the fringes of the meadow.
Oh, yes, the people. I presume they stand behind us, but I fail to see in what manner they are concerned.
Does not the Charter talk of the rights of all free men, my lord?
Free men, yes, but free men are people. Free men are free men, nobles, knights, lords, not serfs, yeomanry.
But if the people do not stand to profit by the Magna Carta, my lord...
If you will forgive me, I have weightier matters on my mind at this moment.
Thank you, my Lord Fitzwalter. The leader of the barons is walking away now, back to his lieutenants, who are gathered before Fitzwalter's pavilion. And while we were speaking, a message was handed to me saying that my colleague, Don Hollenbeck, in a CBS mobile unit, has reached Windsor Castle. Don, is there anything stirring at Windsor? Any sign of the king's imminent departure for Runnymede?
Nothing much yet, John. I'm standing outside the south moat of the castle. The drawbridge is still up. There's a considerable force of the king's loyal men here, and it keeps growing all the time. I would say that now there are at least 1,000 armed men here at Windsor, nobles, knights, and their retainers, yeomen, crossbowmen, and foot soldiers. I doubt whether in the 49 years that John has lived, or in the 16 years that he has reigned, the sixth and youngest son of Henry II, surnamed Lackland of the House of Plantagenet, has ever faced a more crucial moment. No one can say whether he will return from Runnymede with his crown on his head, if he returns at all. We're trying to set up an interview with one of the king's men, John, and I'll let you know when we're ready.
Right. Here at Runnymede, we're at the south end of the meadow, and we can see the whole of the council field spread out before us. To the north, about 6 long acres away, is the road from Windsor. To our left, the meadow is flanked by the Thames, and directly in the center of the field, underneath the canopy draped in the royal pennant, is a large council table. It looks like any other ordinary table, but the decisions that may be taken there today may very well affect the whole course of English history. To our right are huge crowds, masses of people who have come from one end of England to the other to witness what may happen today. These are the people, the very people who loom not very large in the mind of the leader of the barons, Lord Fitzwalter. Ken Roberts is among them with a CBS microphone, and it might be interesting to hear what their thoughts are. So over to the people and Ken Roberts. This great crowd of people has been gathering for days from all over England. Some have come on foot, some in donkey carts, some even down the Thames on boats. Many have slept in the open fields, bringing their provisions with them. There are men, women, and children, entire households. Many, weary with the long wait, are resting on the ground, but most of them are standing about singly and in groups, their eyes fastened on the road from Windsor Castle. Here, for example, is one member of this crowd, a man dressed in a light tan tunic made from flaxen cloth. Friend, what part of the island are you from?
I'm come from Northumberland.
Northumberland, eh? Well, that's quite a distance to travel, isn't it?
Aye. Goodly journey. 3 days on the way, I was.
You must be very interested in the peace conference to have made such a long journey.
Aye. I would know what will be.
What will happen to your crops while you're away?
No crops have I this year.
You mean you haven't planted at all?
Nay, not a seed.
Well, why not?
I will not say.
Could it be that your last year's wheat was seized by the king's bailiffs?
Will not say.
Or perhaps the Baron Steward seized your barley.
Nay, 'twas millet. I will not say.
I see. And which side would you like to see win out today, the Barons or the King?
I will not say. I would have peace. Not a seed will I plant until there be peace. Enough of strife, say I. Enough of barons and kings stealing poor man's crops, say I. That I will not say. I'm come from Northumberland, and I would have peace.
Of course. And what do you think of the Magna Carta?
No read, no write can I, nor trust I things on parchment. I will not say. I'm come from Northumberland, and I would have peace.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did not say.
And here's another man. What is your name, sir?
His name is Peter Harbeck, and I'm his good wife, Cecilia.
His good wife, Cecilia, yes. And you're both citizens of...
London town is where he's from, and I'm from Dublin. A cloth merchant is what we be. Right. And no finer cloth than Harbeck cloth is sold nor made.
Naturally. And what, sir, are your hopes for the outcome of this peace conference today?
To be sure. Tell the man, Peter.
Yes,
Tell him how they sell your cloth, the barons and kings. Clothe them in the finest woolens. And mind you, no finer woolens than Harbeck woolens are sold nor made. Tell him not a coin have you been paid by king nor baron since this war began.
Not a penny.
So we hope indeed that they on their arms and open their purses, or there'll be no Harbeck cloth for England anymore. We shall be ruined.
Sir, would you like to see the Magna Carta signed?
Of a truth we would. 'Tis a good contract for the barons, we hear, and it has our blessings. But will mean the end of the war and the payment of our debts, we hope.
We hope.
Well, thank you, Master Harbeck, for a very informative interview.
Well, thanks the man, Peter, for the sake of the lost your tongue.
And here is another man. He's wearing a long black tunic with slashed pockets and draped sleeves. By his garb, I would say he's a scholar. Is that right, sir?
Poor scholars. We never can hide our misfortune, can we?
Misfortune?
Aye, we know all the answers, but who lends us ear?
Why, then, this is your opportunity. You have the ear of the world. Speak, Sir Scholar.
Of what? The heavens? The earth? I have a sea of wisdom. Of what shall I speak?
Why, speak of King John.
Ah, yes, speak of the devil. John. Our bald pate is soon shaven, and our good king will be well barbered today. The barons will see to it. But alas, there will be other monarchs, nay, even tyrants, who will contest man's right to determine his own destiny. Aye, at times, and at times they may even be victorious in dimming the glow of freedom. But extinguish it, never.
Then you think the Magna Carta means freedom?
Freedom. A wide word. A broad word. What is freedom? Is it yours or is it mine? Freedom for what?
Why, for the people, of course.
Indeed, sir. Sir, thou art a crackpate. Freedom for the barons and only for the barons. The people will still remain under the power of their overlords. The people will still have no will but the will of their masters. But in time, in time the barons may find their power too contested, as they contest the power of their king today. Perhaps they may live to regret that it was they who pointed the way to man's freedom here in England. That would be a goodly dress, wouldn't it? To fashion a harness for the king and find themselves checked and bridled in their own strappings, with the people snapping the whip.
Our good scholar seems vastly amused by his own wit and wisdom. He's walked away from our microphone, laughing to himself. While we were talking, however, a message was handed to me. The Cardinal Subdeacon, Pandulph, the Pope's emissary to the court of King John, has just arrived at Windsor Castle. So over to Don Hollenbeck.
You can probably hear the chains as the drawbridge goes over the moat following the admittance of Cardinal Pandulph. The Pope's emissary arrived 2 minutes ago. With him came the 7 bishops of England, and what this may signify is anybody's guess. With me now at our CBS microphone is Lord Fitzrogers, a spokesman for the king, a loyal nobleman who's been very close to the king's council for many years. He wears link-chain armor. His squire stands by holding his helmet and sword, that long two-handed sword that King John's brother, Richard the Lion-Hearted, wielded so famously in the Holy Land Crusades and on the continent. My Lord Fitzrogers, does Cardinal Pandulph's arrival here at Windsor Castle mean that His Holiness has thrown his support behind King John?
It would pleasure me greatly, good sir, to answer your question, but in truth I know no more than you do. I am not privy to the King's counsel.
Well, all right, then. Is the king going to sign the Magna Carta?
The king has promised to sign. But if I may speak frankly, I fear the consequences of that signing.
What do you mean, my lord? Most informed observers believe it is for the good of England.
Perhaps, but then again, perhaps not, young sir. In the historical development of a folkland, there are times when unity should be cherished more than feudal liberty. The barons have been fighting each other for a long time, storming each other's castles, robbing each other's lands, impoverishing England, weakening her strength. John is ambitious for England, not for himself. He would have England a strong and united power, a power to be feared on the continent. Now, if the Magna Carta is signed, England will have a multitude of rulers instead of one. And as the Holy Book says, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. For we shall be a prey to every marauding power on the continent. Ah, no, young sir, it is a fine point, you will agree. This Magna Carta of which you speak may be a good thing for the barons, but is it a good thing for England? Is it a good thing for England?
Thank you, my Lord Fitzrogers. The noble lord is walking away from our microphone now, his squires following him. He has raised an interesting point which historians may well ponder in the future, but which for now we'll leave to the judgment of our listeners. The trumpets are sounding inside the courtyards across the moat. The drawbridge is coming down. The yeomen, crossbowmen, and foot soldiers are springing to attention. The knights and nobles are being helped onto their horses by their retainers. That trumpet must have been the prearranged signal for King John's appearance. It looks as if this army is going to march. The drawbridge is down. The royal standard bearers are coming across. They're turning left in the direction of the council meadows. And here is John, King of England, astride a big black charger. The king wears a white surcoat over his armor with the red Knight Templar cross embroidered across the chest. King John, you know, has never ventured on the crusade to the Holy Land. There's Langdon, the Archbishop of Canterbury, riding to the right of the king. King John is flanked on his left by William the Marshal, commander of his forces. And there's Cardinal Pandulph, the Pope's emissary, next in order. And after him, the 7 bishops of England. At last, John is off to Runnymede, We're going to move up with the King's forces in our CBS mobile unit, but now, John Daly at Runnymede, you've heard the news. What's the reaction in the Barons' camp?
The news that King John is on his way has stirred up a flurry of heightened activity here at the Barons' camp. All about me I can see knights in their heavy armor being helped onto their horses by their retainers. Yes, and the crossbowmen, many of them, are fitting their deadly bolts into their powerful weapons. Somehow, every knight, every armed yeoman, everyone here seems to be getting ready for trouble. If trouble comes, and they're doing it with a will all over this meadow, men are preparing for battle if there is to be a battle. I can see my Lord Fitzwalter. He's mounted now and flanked by his close lieutenant. Eustace de Vesey has just handed to Fitzwalter a scroll, and no doubt it's the Magna Carta. I'm close enough to the leader of the barons to see the smile upon his face. It's a sardonic smile with just a hint of triumph. He just did a very curious thing, by the way. With his left hand, he brushed the scroll back and forth across his chin, while his right hand fondled the great sword that is hanging by his side. It was an eloquent gesture, not lost upon his lieutenants either. The Magna Carta are the sword, or the sword. That's what it says. But it's going to take some time for King John to cover the 7 miles from Windsor to Runnymede. So while he's on his way, let's switch to our headquarters pavilion for Quincy Howe and an analysis of the Magna Carta.
I hold a copy of the Magna Carta in my hand. Article 49 states specifically that the barons shall have the right to elect 25 nobles from among themselves to administrate the new laws contained in the other 48 articles of the Charter. This is remarkable. If the law forces the king to share his power, what becomes of the divine right of kings? What's more, this revolutionary document, the Magna Carta, demands security that the laws and freedoms it contains shall be guaranteed and fulfilled. I quote from Article 49. If the king, or any of his justiciaries, or bailiffs, or any of his ministers shall break these articles of peace and security, the aforesaid 25 barons shall go to our Lord the King and shall petition to have redress without delay. And if the king shall not amend it within a reasonable time, the whole community of the land shall distrain and distress the king by all the means which they can. That is to say, and I'm still quoting from Article 49 of the Magna Carta, by taking his castles, lands, possessions, and in every other manner which they can, until amendment of the wrongs shall be made. End of quote. Now, this has no precedent. It's completely unheard of. It means a new philosophy of government for England, with future consequences that no one can foresee. Will King John sign this Magna Carta? Will he peacefully give up the traditional prerogatives of a monarch accountable only to God for his actions? No one yet knows, but we're soon going to find out. And now, back to the Barons' camp on the meadow and John Daly.
John Hollenbeck is on his way over here from Windsor with King John, accompanying King John and his troops, and he tells us that the king and his men have halted about 1/2 mile from here.
Right, John. The king's forces have stopped at the river bend just about 1/2 mile from Runnymede. That halt was ordered by William the Marshal, the king's commander, so that they could permit the foot soldiers to catch up with the mounted knights.
Well, what do you make of this maneuver, Don?
Well, look, I'd say the king appears anxious to have his full force compactly behind him when he reaches the meadow.
I see. Well, would you say
the
then
foot soldiers are getting here now, John. They're approaching, but while they're fanning out into the fields on either side of the road, it looks as if...
Go ahead. It looks as if what, Don? We're not getting you. Come on in. What's wrong?
Why, there's nothing wrong, John. I was merely about to remark that it looks to us as if England this spring is lovelier than it's ever been. And what could be lovelier than England in the spring? Agreed, John?
Yes, of course, and I suppose it's censorship, Don, but as my Lord Fitzwalter said, the barons are ready for anything. And if it means that the king intends to charge, the barons will be ready. The crowds of spectators massed at the east end of the meadow, by the way, know that King John is headed this way, and they've moved back, way back, and they're still pushing and shoving to get back out of the way of any possible action. There's a thick cloud of dust in the distance over the road from Windsor Castle, and I can make out a body of horsemen advancing down the road, coming close to the meadow. It's King John with a packed mass of knights and nobles. They're riding forward at a slow canter, The foot soldiers in the fields on either side of the road are keeping pace with the canter. King John and his retinue have halted now. They've pulled up their horses on the extreme north fringe of this meadow. As if by a signal, the foot soldiers have stopped dead in their tracks. The king and his close party are still making no move to come forward. They're seated upon their horses, just looking in silence at the huge force of barons across the meadow, sort of sizing the situation up. And it's strange now how quiet everything is getting. Almost a deadly quiet. I get the funny feeling of looking at a still painting, at a tremendous canvas with John seated upon his horse, the dead center of the picture. Even the great crowd that fringes the meadow is hardly moving at all, and there's hardly a sound from them. Here at the south end of the meadow, the mounted knights and the barons are watching and waiting. There's nothing but a deep, sullen silence, broken occasionally. There's the first move! The first move in this fantastic game of chess being played here at Runnymede Meadows. John and his close party have dismounted. They're walking to the council table in the center of the meadows. I'm going to move up to that table as fast as I can. Meanwhile, perhaps Don Hollenbeck can come in without censorship again, since the king is evidently going to talk and not fight.
I can this time, John. They did cut us off while the king's forces charged up to the meadows. I don't understand the maneuver. Perhaps it was a bluff to frighten the barons, a bluff backed by might, but it certainly did not succeed. Lord Fitzwalter and his lieutenants in the barons' camp have dismounted. They're walking forward now to meet John and his party. Fitzwalter is flanked by Richard. That's the Earl of Clare, and Geoffrey, Earl of Essex and Gloucester. King John is at the council table now. The king's in the center. Stephen Langdon, Archbishop of Canterbury, is on his right. William the Marshal, Earl of Pembroke's on his left, and behind them, Cardinal Pandulph and the 7 bishops. The barons have reached the council table now, and so has John Daly, I see, so over to him.
The barons are waiting for King John to make the first move, and the king's face, as he looks at Lord Robert Fitzwalter, is absolutely expressionless. The king has turned to Archbishop Langdon, and that was the king's voice commanding the archbishop to open the conversation.
My sons, I greet you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, I pray for the peace of this realm and the salvation of our souls. God grant us wisdom and good counsel in the grave matters before us. Amen. My Lord Fitzwalter, the King is ready to affix his royal seal to the charter, provided all of you first swear fealty and declare yourself his liegemen.
Most venerable Father, we, the knights and nobles of England, in solemn assembly, swore upon the high altar of St. Edmundbury that we are no longer liegemen of John Plantagenet, and we will hold ourselves so till he should, by this charter, confirm to us and our heirs all that we demand.
Fitzwalter has thrown the Magna Carta on the table.
Seal first, then our oath of allegiance.
Oh, my sons, I beseech you. Has there not been enough of strife and bloodshed?
His royal seal first.
The archbishop has turned to the king, appealing to him, both arms outstretched, but the king himself has moved forward and is speaking.
So, my Lord Fitzwalter, you and your barons refuse to take an oath of fealty to the crown. You know very well that this matters not. Of what worth is the oath of traitors? Come, let us be done with this tiresome affair. My Lord Marshal, give them the document which I have caused to be drawn up. Give it them and let us be gone.
William the Marshal has thrown the king's document on the table.
This document of yours, does it contain the 49 points of law we petitioned for? 48. And in truth, if I love not peace, if I held not so dearly the honor and weal of this realm, never would I have consented to accept even these 48 outrageous demands. Sire, these 48 laws which you so graciously grant us are quite worthless without surety that they will be administered in good faith. Surety! Surety! You dare ask for surety. Is not the word of your king sufficient surety? Sire, we question not your good faith. Nevertheless, this is the document we wish you to seal. This is our Magna Carta. This alone will satisfy us if you wish peace. Your royal seal, sire. Hearken to me, my lords. My noble lords. I, John, by the grace of God, King of England, am only accountable to our Lord in heaven and to his holy servant in Rome, Innocent III. I am the king. I make the law. You ask that we grant the church freedom from state power. We grant that. You ask that we restrain our bailiffs from seizure of land for debt. Grant it. You ask that no free man be put to death for petty crimes. Grant it. You ask that no constable be empowered to seize goods for relief of the state. Grant it. You ask that freemen be tried by an elected jury. Grant it. These These and all the divers' laws to the number of 8 and 40 granted. Granted! But when you ask, nay, demand the administration of these laws be placed in the hands of private petty barons, I say not granted! Not granted! Why don't you ask for my throne? Why don't you ask for my crown? By the saints, I, and no one administer the law in this realm. Never will I grant liberties that will make of me a slave. I am the king. I am the law. Your royal...
King John has turned his back upon the barons. He motions to Cardinal Pandulf, and the Pope's emissary comes forward, his long red robes trailing the ground. Taking a scroll from beneath his red robe, he unrolls it and has begun to read from it.
Servus Saborum Dei. Universis Christi Fidelibus. Paginam Inspectorus. Salutum et Apostolicam Benedictionem.
Cardinal Pandulf is reading Latin, and I am not a Latinist, but I did catch the word Innocentus, which undoubtedly means that it's a letter from Pope Innocent III addressed to the barons. This is something we hadn't anticipated, or we would have had a Latin scholar handy to give you a running Oh, just a moment. Quincy Howe is motioning for the microphone. Go ahead, Quincy.
Yes, an official translation of the letter that Cardinal Pandulf is reading, and it's been handed to me, John. It's a message from the Pope, addressed to the barons. The message rebukes the barons for their lack of fealty to the crown. It accuses them of persecuting the king. The message refers to the Magna Carta as vile, base, unlawful, unjust, induced by violence and threats. The message goes on to say that His Holiness reprobates and entirely condemns an agreement of this kind. And finally, it threatens both the king and the barons with excommunication if the barons compel King John to sign the charter, especially Article 49. Now, John Daly.
A threat of excommunication against John and his barons both if the king signs the Magna Carta. Fitzwater and his men are stunned when they insist upon their demands in the face of dread excommunication. Yes, Fitzwater has turned and has signaled to his forces to advance. They're defying the king. The barons' forces are moving forward. 2,000 armed knights moving up for battle. This position can become very difficult, but as long as the king remains here, we're in no danger. The Archbishop of Canterbury now is pleading with King John to sign. He's pointing to the Magna Carta, waiting for the royal seal. The king's face is contorted with fear and anger. He stands behind the council table, staring at the oncoming barons moving slowly across the field. His own forces at the north end of the meadow are waiting for a signal from him, but there's no signal. The oncoming knights are no more than... King John has spoken to William the Marshal. The Marshal is handing him a seal. It's the royal seal. The king holds it up. The king has cried, "Behold our seal," and Fitzwater has motioned his forces to halt.
Behold our seal! With its own weight, it kills our majesty. For by this act, I uncrown your king. I give you 25 talents in my stead.
King John has sealed the Magna Carta. All 49 articles are law. Robert Fitzwater is holding the Magna Carta over his head, waving it at his throat. The knights have broken...
June the 19th, 1215. King John signs the Magna Carta at Runnymede, and a new age of freedom begins.
You have been listening to the signing of the Magna Carta, another broadcast in the series CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The signing of the Magna Carta was written by Henry Walsh and Robert Louis Cheon. Next week...
March 6, 1836, the defense of the Alamo. CBS is there.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the walled city of Troy. The following is an unofficial and unconfirmed report this 9th morning of the 40th year of the reign of King Priam and the 10th year of the war. According to the captain of the guard at the West Gate, the Greek forces which have been besieging Troy for 10 years have vanished. We emphasize this report is unofficial and unconfirmed, but the captain of the guard says the Greek fleet has sailed and that as far as can be seen from the wall of Troy, the Greek camp has been completely abandoned. Also, the captain of the guard says that the image of a towering horse can be seen on the plain a few miles from shore. Again, we repeat, this report is without official confirmation, but the captain of the Trojan Guard is a reliable source of military information, with every reason to believe that the report is trustworthy.
1184 B.C., the ancient city of Troy. You are there.
A towering figure of a horse at the wall of Troy, Homer's Troy, History's Troy, the Troy of mingled fact and fancy, the epic moment when a proud but decadent civilization faced its destiny on the shores of the Aegean Sea. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
And now,
1184 B.C. Inside the walls of Troy with John Hollenbeck.
The Greek forces have left the Trojan shore. A scouting party is even now somewhere on the plain outside Troy, trying to find out exactly what the Greeks are up to this time. John Daly is with that force, and we're awaiting word from him. We expect to have a report at any moment, and we'll stay on the air until we get that report. Quincy Howe has been assessing the implications and possibilities of the Greek evacuation, and he'll bring us up to date now.
Is this the day for which Troy's national heroes and great warriors, led by Hector, have fought so valiantly and died? If it is, then the intolerable tension of the 10-year siege has ended. No longer will Trojans have to live behind their 30-foot walls, never venturing outside except at the risk of their lives. But there's a big if. Have the Greeks really gone for good? Or is this just another trick in the 10-year history of Greek treachery and deception? Remember that only 3 days ago in the last battle, Troy almost fell to Agamemnon, supreme commander of the Greek allied forces. It was another Greek trick, engineered by their chief strategist, the foxy Odysseus, who showed the Trojans something never seen before in war, something that might be called an armored force. Formations of Greeks, covered top, front, and sides with their shields, advanced to the very walls of Troy. Swords, spears, and arrows bounced off this armored monster until the last minute when Aeneas, the Trojan commander, son-in-law of King Priam, ordered a concentrated rain of heavy rocks. The big question now is, if the Greeks have gone, and it's not yet official that they have, we just don't know, the big question is, why? After this long, bitter attempt to overcome Troy, why have they suddenly quit? Have they... Just a moment. John Daly, who's with the scouting party out on the plain, is calling in by shortwave.
The report that the Greeks have gone is true. The Greeks have gone. Not one of the 1,165 ships whose mast Troy has seen every morning for 10 years is here. The camps are deserted. Only abandoned barracks, rubbish, smoldering fires, which apparently the Greeks set to destroy their equipment, remain. I can't describe what it feels like to stand out on this plain before Troy without fear of a Greek arrow. However, one very curious thing about this whole mystery is the strange reminder which the Greeks have left behind, a towering image of a horse. It stands 20 feet away, as close as the soldiers will permit me to go. We have to look up to see its head in the early morning light. It's taller, much taller than the 30-foot walls of Troy. Evidently, it's made of highly polished wood, intricately carved, and certainly a master craftsman must have designed and built this imposing and somewhat frightening figure, now all alone on this plain of Troy, where for so many years live horses and men with them have died. The Trojan scouting party I'm with is waiting for the arrival of King Priam's advisors. The trolls are scouring the hills and woods surrounding the plain, making sure there will be no ambush, although there seems little likelihood of that since the ships are gone. A group of chariots has come out of Troy. Here come the king's advisors. Yes, I can recognize the chariot of Aeneas, the tight-lipped commander-in-chief of all Trojan forces since the recent death of Hector. And there's the chariot of Thymoetes, suave personal advisor of the king, and, oh yes, Laocoon, the elder statesman of the king's cabinet and self-appointed guardian of Troy's spiritual welfare, is here too. Their chariots are pulling up nearby. The captain of this scouting party has met them, and as the king's advisors walk towards the monster figure of the wooden horse, the captain is rapidly explaining the sequence of events this morning. Aeneas, Thymoetes, Laocoon are looking at the horse curiously. Aeneas seems puzzled. He keeps staring fixedly at the horse. Thymoetes is smiling urbanely. Only Laocoon is shaking his head angrily and scowling, a mark of the old gentleman's crusty temper. Laocoon has just grabbed a spear from one of the soldiers. He's thrown it right into the horse. The spear is quivering in the flank. It made a sharp, hollow sound. The sun, now breaking through the early morning mist, has caught the spear and is dancing along its shaft. The sun also lights up the horse, and we see now that it has a golden bridle and reins
with bridle ornaments in ivory dyed purple. The eyes of the horse are so realistically carved they seem to be staring watchfully at the walls of Troy 3 miles away. Aeneas, Laocoon, and Diomedes are talking heatedly now. There seems to be some disagreement, to put it mildly. Diomedes and Aeneas are practically dragging the old man away from the wooden horse. Diomedes is pointing in the direction of an abandoned Greek shelter right near here. They're coming this way now, apparently planning to talk things over inside that shelter. Aeneas is in the lead. Aeneas, sir, as commander-in-chief of the Trojan forces, what do you make of all this?
I have nothing to say. Let me pass me.
Yes, sir. Laocoon. Sir, do you feel that the...
We are being tricked. The Greeks have not gone. Please, sir. That's what I thought they wish us to think. We have not seen the last of them. We have. Diomedes, you must realize this is a trick. You must
please, Laocoon, we all know your solicitude for the good of Troy. But Aeneas and I...
Aeneas and you. Burn the image, I say. Please, sir, please. Till it's full of spears. And I'll tell the king so, too.
Laocoon, we're keeping our commander in chief waiting.
It's a cunning...
Thank you, gentlemen. Diomedes and Laocoon are entering the Greek shelter. There certainly seems to be a division of opinion as to the exact meaning of what's going on. Laocoon seems to mistrust the whole business, particularly this big wooden horse here. I believe if he had another spear, he'd throw it into the horse himself. Diomedes, however, seems inclined to accept the evidence that the Greeks are gone. And as for Aeneas, the Trojan commander-in-chief, he, as usual, is non-committal. We'll wait here until their conference is over. A patrol has just come up. They've got a prisoner, a Greek. They're hustling up to the captain, who is standing right here. I can see the Greek now. 2 husky soldiers have his arms pinned behind his back. He's a short man, blond, as all Greeks are, unshaven. Young fellow, his tunic is torn and dirty.
Over every foot of the Greek camp. He wasn't in the camp, sir. We found him in a clump of trees, moving around while we were searching. Well, you better go out there and see there aren't any more. Take the prisoner inside.
The captain isn't wasting any time questioning this Greek prisoner. He's taking him right into the shelter where Aeneas, Diomedes, and Laocoon are conferring. The patrol is fanning out again, going back to see if there are any more Greeks that may have been overlooked. Perhaps the capture of this Greek prisoner will prove to be the key to the mystery of the Greek evacuation. We'll have to wait for something official on this, but here's a message. Richard Hotlet with another Trojan detachment has reached the main Greek camp. He's ready with a report. Go ahead, Hotlet.
It gives one the strangest feeling to stand in this great deserted camp. For 10 years, this has been the Greek arsenal for the siege of Troy. It's not a camp, it's a city, a neighboring city to Troy, about which Trojans have known almost nothing until today. Apparently, the Greeks tried to burn it down, but the fires were not very extensive. If the Greeks really meant to destroy this city camp, they didn't do very well. I'm standing in the huge main square, which evidently served as the meeting place for the Greeks. Streets run into this vast area from all directions. They're silent streets now, but once they were thronged with military, slaves, animals, and women. Captive women picked up on islands in the Aegean and brought by the Greeks to serve them. The air is full of the smell of wild ginger, which grows in abundance on this coastal plain. Trojan women have been deprived of this source of perfume for 10 years, but now they'll have it again. All around the square are the houses formerly occupied by Nestor, Achilles, and Agamemnon, Ajax, all the other Greek leaders. Attached to Achilles' house are barns and stables for supplies, chariot horses, and cattle. This camp, by the way, is right by the edge of the sea. The surf rolls in and the gulls are crying as they hover over the stone foundations which served as land bases for the Greek ships. The ships were lined up in rows facing Troy, and in front of them the Greeks threw up a high earthen wall with a moat and watchtowers, but now I've just received word that Aeneas, Diomedes, and Laocoon, the king's advisors, have taken the mysterious Greek prisoner to King Priam's palace. John Daly is with them, so over to John Daly.
I'm in an anteroom of King Priam's palace. The Greek prisoner was rushed here almost immediately after being questioned briefly on the Trojan plain. He has just been interrogated thoroughly by the king and his advisors, who are at this moment in conference. We've been given permission to interview the prisoner. He's here with me now under close guard. Guards are walking up and down. The prisoner has given his name as Sinon. It's a name that we don't recognize as being on the lists of Greek warriors and heroes. Now, Sinon, what did you tell the king? Have the Greeks left for good?
I wouldn't have that information. I'm just a minor officer.
I see. Why were you left behind?
I hid myself before the fleet left.
Why?
It's a long story.
Well, we've got plenty of time. Tell it to us.
Well, there's Odysseus. You've probably heard of him.
Yes, I've heard of him, but let's get that long story started.
I had a little trouble with him. There was a disagreement. Something went wrong, and I was blamed.
Well, go on.
Well, people whom Odysseus dislikes have been known to disappear, or they've been found with a dagger in their backs.
Yes?
I thought I'd disappear without Odysseus' help.
Why did the Greeks leave?
I don't know. I'm just a minor officer.
You must have some idea.
It was said around the camp that we were going back to Greece for fresh supplies.
Then the Greeks are coming back.
It was said around the camp that once our commanders returned home, they'd remain there.
What's the story about the wooden horse?
It was built for the goddess Athene.
Well, why? What for?
The oracles told our commanders that if they built a wooden horse, they'd have victory.
If that's true, why did they leave the horse behind?
It was too big to carry on a ship.
Well, why not destroy it? Why leave it for the Trojans if it's an offering for victory?
They didn't leave it for the Trojans.
What do you mean?
They built it so big, it can't be taken into the city.
I see. Well, what did the king say to you when... Oh, just a minute. I'm told that the conference between King Priam and his advisors has broken up. Ned Kelmer is in the king's quarters, so over to him.
Diomedes, Laocoon, and Aeneas are just coming out of the king's cedar line suite. Aeneas, sir. What did the king say?
I have nothing to say. Nothing to say.
Laocoon, if you please, sir. What did the king say? Is the war over? I say, Laocoon, sir. Is the war over? What did the king say?
I say the war is not over. I say the Greeks are coming back. What the king said. We must not demobilize. We must not relax for an instant. If we do, we are lost.
Yes, I know, sir, but what does the king say? What does he think about the Greek prisoner, about the horse?
He is not sure yet. He will not make a decision yet. But I begged him to keep the city alert. That horse is a gift from the Greeks, and a Greek gift means death.
Of course, sir, we
must be alert, I say alert. I am going to the temple to pray for horse.
Diomedes, sir, what is your view about all this?
Well, it's very simple. As you heard, Laocoon, in his praiseworthy zeal for Troy, argues that the Greeks are coming back. As for my part, I accept the evidence of my eyes and ears. I don't believe everything the Greek prisoner says, but I think we can safely assume that his commanders have had enough of their unsuccessful siege of Troy.
Then the war is officially over.
Not quite. As Laocoon said, the king has been unable to reach a final decision. He's still weighing an official declaration concerning the state of hostility.
Well, then there are no plans for demobilization?
Not immediately.
And what about the wooden horse?
Oh, that's really not important. I can't imagine why the Greeks did it, but we must admit it's a curiosity, a clever product of the woodworker's art. The king agreed that it might provide a welcome spectacle for the people. Every Trojan loves horses. We're bringing it into the city.
But how can you do that, sir? I understood the Greeks had built the wooden horse so big that it couldn't be brought into the city.
Oh, I'm afraid the Greeks were too clever this time. We're simply going to widen the gate.
Oh. Thank you, Diomedes.
Not so.
To this reporter, at least, the situation is still rather confused. We don't know yet whether it's war or peace. However, there is in Troy at this time one Greek other than the captive Sinon. For a comment on this baffling situation, that other Greek is now waiting at a microphone with Ken Roberts. So, over to Ken Roberts.
I'm speaking to you from the women's quarters of King Priam's palace. Seated beside me is a beautiful woman. She is dressed in a long, frilled robe with a high, close bodice. At her shoulder, she wears a pin of Chinese jade. The air is scented with her perfume of rose oil. Her hair is blonde and elaborately coiffed. There can be only one such woman, the Princess Helen, formerly of Greece, lately of Troy.
Permanently of Troy now, I hope.
Does that mean then, Princess Helen, that you think your countrymen have finally given up their avowed purpose, never to return to Greece without you?
Now, do you really think my countrymen, as you call them, came all the way to Troy to fight the greatest war of history just for me?
Well, certainly your husband, Menelaus of Sparta, his brother Agamemnon, and all the Greek commanders have been most vociferous in keeping alive the story that you are the cause of this war.
That is romantic, isn't it? Helen elopes with Paris, Trojan prince. He takes her to Troy. Deserted husband rallies all of Greece, launches 1,000 ships, all to bring back a pretty face. Romantic, yes. In fact, idyllic. But in truth, rather foolish. Let's recognize it for what it really is, a convenient pretext on which to start the war.
Well, Trojans have never heard your version of what this war is all about.
I think it's quite simple. It's a matter of economics and rivalry between two powers. The Greeks are a virile, expanding people. They've outgrown their rocky, unproductive home. They need and want control of the Hellespont, the gateway to the inland sea and the riches of the East. One power stands in their way. Troy. Need I say more?
Sounds reasonable. Do you think that their leaving means that they've finally given up their dream of world conquest?
I wouldn't care to predict what a Greek will do, but I sincerely hope they're not coming back. I don't ever wish to leave Troy. I've followed my heart to Troy. Troy is my home. The more so since my Paris died defending it.
Thank you, Princess Helen. This is Ken Roberts. I return you to our studio.
This is Quincy Howe. Priam has not yet decided whether to declare hostilities officially at an end. The old king is a tired, almost broken man who has lost all but one of his sons in this war. Now, this present lack of leadership, this indecision, is doing Troy no good. It has complicated an already confused situation. If Laocoon, Troy's elder statesman, is right, and the city needs more alertness than ever, then every added moment of hesitation weakens morale. A growing body of public opinion, led by Thymoetes, argues that this is indeed the end of the war, the time to demobilize, to cut wartime taxes, to lift controls and trade restrictions inside and outside Troy. All this eagerness for peace comes out in the reception given the wooden horse, which is now inside the city. Many Trojans agree with Thymoetes that it's a victory trophy, and these people are trying to persuade others to share that view. Yet even while Laocoon prays in the temple, another prominent citizen is carrying a message of warning to the Trojan people. She is King Priam's daughter, Princess Cassandra, the strong-willed, social-minded reformer. At this moment, Princess Cassandra is in the main market square addressing the public. John Daly's there, too, so over to John Daly.
Princess Cassandra is speaking to a big crowd growing every minute. It seems as if every citizen of Troy is coming into this market square carrying torches. The people are listening quietly, intently. They seem unable to make up their minds. Let's listen.
For years this man has been saying, appease the Greeks, end the war at all costs, make peace with the Greeks, give them what they want, lie down and grovel before them on their path to world conquest. Who was it who counseled us to accept the Greek ultimatum before the war began? It was Thymoetes. Who was it, once the war began, who begged to accept the terms of Odysseus for a dishonorable peace? It was Thymoetes, and I have reason to know that this same Thymoetes has held secret meetings with the Greeks here inside Troy, while your sons and husbands on the plain out there were dying. Citizens of Troy, I tell you, the Greeks are coming back. Now is the time, if ever, for Trojans to double their guard and their vigilance. Now.
This is Don Hollenbeck. We have interrupted the Princess Cassandra to announce the death of Laocoon. The elder statesman died under mysterious circumstances while praying in the temple of Poseidon. His 2 sons died with him. Authorities are investigating, and in the absence of an official explanation, wild rumors are beginning to circulate. The story is being spread that Laocoon and his sons were strangled by serpents. Other fantastic accounts are going the rounds. But more reliably, it is reported that Laocoon and his sons may have been murdered by unknown elements opposing his violent resistance to the declaration of peace. We'll bring you further news as it develops, but now back to John Daly in the market square.
This is John Daly. The news of the death of Laocoon has already reached this square, and it's having an electrifying effect on this great crowd. Quiet just a few minutes ago, it has now come to life, and the men and women in it are turning to all sorts of celebration. They're taking the death of Laocoon and his sons as a divine visitation, a punishment of the elder statesman for opposing the party of peace. They're milling about the square, pushing and shoving, forming into groups of celebrants. Many of them have suddenly brought out goat skins of wine. Others are headed for the taverns, and they're shouting, "Peace, peace, the war is over." It looks as if the decision has been taken from King Priam's hands, the decision which he was unable to make himself. The citizens of Troy have declared peace, and the gods help them if the decision is a wrong one. Still, there's no news here in the square as to what Aeneas, the commander... Oh, wait a minute. Ned Kelmer has some news at King Priam's palace. Go ahead, Kelmer.
There are Greek soldiers inside Troy near the wall. Headquarters has just made this statement. Aeneas and Thymoetes have left the palace with a body of troops. They're on their way to the wall. News of the Greek sudden appearance was brought to the palace by a wounded Trojan soldier. He was with the detachment on guard at the wooden horse. We've been promised more details as soon as possible. Couriers have been sent from the palace to all parts of the city to alert the populace and round up all troops. I repeat, there are Greek soldiers in Troy near the wall. This statement was made a short while ago here at King...
This is Don Hollenbeck. John Daly is on his way with a mobile unit to the wall where the Greek soldiers have been reported seen. Richard Hottelet has taken over in the market square, so for the city's reaction to that news, we'll switch you there. Come in, Richard Hottelet.
As far as we can tell, the reaction down here to the report that there are Greek soldiers in the city seems to be a mixture of disbelief and unconcern. The crowd, which began celebrating the end of the war when Laocoon's death was announced, has grown larger and even more exuberant. More and more soldiers have joined it without their arms. By the light of their moving torches, we can see the soldiers, arm in arm with the civilians, thronging the square and streaming in and out of the taverns around it. This cobbled square is littered with empty wineskins. The one sober, urgent note in all this rejoicing is the presence of the couriers from headquarters trying desperately to round up these celebrating troops for whatever action may be required. Soldier, wait a minute.
No hurry, I'm not running away.
But aren't you on your way back to barracks? Where's your sword?
What? Well, I need a sword for it. Never going back to the barracks.
But your orders, this news about Greek soldiers in the city.
Greek soldiers where? What? I didn't hear it.
There's been a report from the palace that there are Greek soldiers near the wall. Your commander-in-chief ordered all troops on the alert.
Thanks. I have to go to my barracks at once. I have to...
Wait a minute. Aren't you going the wrong direction, soldier? Your barracks are this way.
Well, that's true. Where did I leave my sword? I can't remember.
Ned Kelmer at the palace has more details about the Greeks in the city, so come in, Ned Kelmer.
The Greeks in the city came from the wooden horse, which was hollow. As nearly as the wounded Trojan soldier could estimate, there were about 25 of them, and he thought he recognized Odysseus. In the darkness, the soldier said, the small Trojan detachment, which had been posted as a guard around the horse, was surprised and overcome. Everyone but this soldier killed without a chance of self-defense. The wounded man, left for dead, managed, however, to make his way to the palace. He said that when the Greeks had gone, he could see the hole in the belly of the horse through which the Greeks had crawled, and a ladder down which they climbed to the ground. After killing the guards, the Greeks then made off in the direction of the wall. We don't know if this Trojan soldier is going to live or not, and we don't yet know the full implications of this.
This is Don Hollenbeck at News Headquarters. We've interrupted Ned Kelmer because John Daly in a mobile unit has reached the wall. Go ahead, John Daly.
Thousands of Greek soldiers are streaming across the plain from the beaches towards the walls of Troy. The plain is almost as light as day with the fires of Greek torches and beacons. The Greek host is pouring out of the Greek fleet, which has returned to the harbor in full strength.
In the distance, the ships are being unloaded. In front of them, vast columns of troops are lining up, and nearer to us, the chariots are moving across the plain, moving closer and closer to the wall of Troy. Waiting for them at the main gate of that wall 30 feet below are not armed Trojans ready to die in bitter defense of their city, but instead Greeks. The small band of Greeks which came out of the belly of the wooden horse, who quickly overpowered the surprised and totally unprepared guard at the main gate, which had been widened to allow for the entrance of this great wooden horse. This small band is waiting now to march at the head of the oncoming Greek hordes into the city. On our way to the wall from the city square, we heard repeatedly the story from civilians and soldiers alike that Aeneas has deserted, has fled the city, and that Thymoetes, the man who had cried, "Peace, peace," at any price, has taken over command to meet the Greek army, not in combat, but as an ally. There's one story that he's at this very moment with Odysseus at the main gate, and that Sinon, the mysterious prisoner, is with him also. All of which adds up to a picture which is becoming increasingly clear every passing moment as these Greek chariots come nearer and nearer the city gate of Troy, which is now open to receive them. This has been a plot, a cunning stratagem, conceived probably by Odysseus and cleverly carried out by Sinon, a plot which was nourished by Troy's fatal moments of indecision and its people's weariness of war and their unwillingness to listen to Laocoon and Cassandra. Now, below me, the first of the Greek chariots have reached the gate. There are some empty ones to accommodate the men from the wooden horse. They are getting into them, passing through the gate. The Greeks are now entering Troy in full force, and so far, not a sign of any Trojan defense. One can imagine how effective that defense will be, with all of the city taken off guard, demoralized, and at the height of celebration, rejoicing.
1184 B.C. Troy takes a gift from the Greeks and dies.
The Fall of Troy was broadcast originally by CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and came to you at this time as another program in the series You Are There. You Are There was a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii, and Jackson Beck
finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle sections, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. There it is. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavenius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quiritius Vargas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course, but the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat, I vow, is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And for truth, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes, come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, Your Honor. Enjoy our entertainments, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage 2 years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all. Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Moranus? As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Moranus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win. Thank you, Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater? By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded. What is the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater? Why, we are doing Pappas the Doctor Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know... A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today. Oh, really? Would you tell us about it? I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the Forum.
That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet. No? No, for by Jupiter, for the it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Podnax and 2 talents on Marina.
But that way you'll only break even.
The confirmation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wages? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Oconee and Rufus. The purpose of just time is announcing the entrance of the gladiators to the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater.
The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Podnax and Marinus. Podnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Marinus, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. Acknowledged the salute with a wave of his purple-bordered handkerchief, and now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery, so let's go down there and see who it is. CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbrizia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer, is murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Murenus battle. Magnificent Murenus.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Nearly 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you're wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlets piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear.
I see you're wearing your robe in stroller fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. So I move that fan faster, I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, Januaria? Pugnax or Morenas?
Morenas. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges at frightened into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbricio Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave but discharged with honor. Now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Detriades of Macedonia.
Greetings.
Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Detriades?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Morenas?
Both are names, I vow.
They don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Detriades. The trumpets are sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jack Suzette in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest.
Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A tense air of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Morenas has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax plunges with his sword, but Morenas steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that net in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his stroke has thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's thrashing about like a wild animal. Morenas approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his hide. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Morenas steps back. Pugnax lifting his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want cold steel, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, thorough, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Life-and mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Morenas, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Morenas salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The Lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The Lions are being let out of their cages now. Here the cage door is being opened. Here come the Lions. They're passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeon. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. Guards are pushing the 3 Nazarenes into the arena. He's trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. He does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth. The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. Their lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What the world is that? How the light... By the God, it's Vesuvius! Mount Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air has suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in a...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We're trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Beloved the Pearl. Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples, confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the Caesars, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and just a moment, I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Plini's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike Fitzmaurice. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow, tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie light, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with dark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. The smoke. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearable. Hot. I can't talk. I can't. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fit. Oh, they're coughing too. Waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in re-establishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius, and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruins. It looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed a young boy and girl clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody's just shouted, the roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. This is Cameron Blake. The exit is close to a trap. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and heat are unbearable. I'm crouching on the floor of the roof. The roof is collapsing. It's starting to come down. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
The their wounds and their burns, yet taking the guts of their escape. It's still almost as black as midnight here. The ashes of the burning embers are still falling. But miraculously, the barge is not on fire. And I think we're going to get through. The scene on the beach was and still is pandemonium. People pouring out of the city by the thousands, standing in the water up to their chins, the breakers plunging over their heads and sweeping them away. The water choked with drowned and drowning people. Sailors formed a human chain between the shore and the barges, taking aboard as many as they could. There are barges to right and to the left of me from the other ships. They're also filled with survivors, and we'll be coming back for more. Ken Roberts, Jackson Beck, and Michael Fitzmaurice are in one of those barges. They're safe, but we still have no word of Cameron Blake. It's impossible to believe that here on this land of thriving city existed a bare few minutes ago. It's nothing now but a funeral fire, a mass of flaming, burning, gutted ruins. Now we're beyond the ashes, beyond the embers. The sea is rough, but it's safe. We can breathe again. We're safe. But Pompeii, lusty, glamorous, luxurious Pompeii that only a few short minutes ago was vibrant and alive, Pompeii is dead and gone. As I look above and beyond the ruins, I can barely make out the form of Vesuvius. It is still erupting, flames like lightning flaw from its summit. The thick, suffocating cloud of hot ash hangs like a cloud over the entire area.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunik. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Don Hollenbeck for CBS News in Washington. It will soon be dawn this morning of March 9th, 1862, off the Atlantic coast at Hampton Roads, Virginia, 150 miles southeast of the capital. The next few moments will see the return of daylight to that pivotal point in the North's naval blockade of the South. And according to all experienced federal observers here in Washington, the coming moments may also see the return to Hampton Roads of the Confederate ironclad Merrimac. If the Merrimac can break out into the open sea round Old Point at the southernmost tip of Maryland, proceed northward to attack the northern ports on the Atlantic seaboard, the most
March 9, 1862, Washington, D.C. You are there.
Washington, on the dawn of the day that will see the decisive naval battle between the North and the South, between the Federals and the Confederates. CBS takes you back 86 years to the surprise engagement that ushered in a new era of sea warfare. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
CBS News in Washington and Don Hollenbeck.
So heavy with foreboding and impending calamity. Here in Washington, there are grim faces at the White House, tight-lipped comment from officers at the Northern Department of the Navy. When reports first reached the Navy Department stating that the Merrimac was venturing forth out of Norfolk to challenge the Federal fleet, there were expressions of amusement and cynicism. Northern Navy officers laughingly imagined the ironclad as a humpbacked turtle grotesquely waddling her ineffective way through the rough waters. But then the Merrimac struck. Within a matter of hours, the northern sloop Cumberland was rammed and sunk. The 50-gun sailing frigate Congress was abandoned and on fire, and the 40-gun steam auxiliary frigate Minnesota was aground and helpless. At twilight, the Confederate ironclad retired toward Norfolk, leaving behind the question, what can be done to prevent the Merrimac from returning and destroying the entire northern fleet? That's the situation as we see it here in Washington this morning. However, CBS correspondent John Daly is now at Hampton Roads aboard the frigate Roanoke, the flagship of the Northern Naval Squadron. So for a report from the actual scene of the expected naval battle, we switch you to John Daly aboard the Roanoke.
Merrimack has not been sighted as yet, and here aboard the Roanoke, daylight is beginning to streak the eastern sky, but the sea is still shrouded in a heavy, swirling mist. Somewhere out in that mist, about a mile to my right on the ripraps, Federal tugs are desperately trying to release the battered Minnesota from the shoals on which she grounded yesterday. Perhaps you can hear the tug whistles in the distance. Also to my right, hidden by the mists and the angry water of the roads, lie the hulks of the Federal warships Congress and Cumberland, both of them sunk in yesterday's action. Right now, here on the Roanoke, every man-jack is searching the curtain of mist that hangs over the sea, waiting and watching for the first sight of the Confederacy's juggernaut of destruction. The air is tense. The men seem calm and determined. There's no false optimism. The nearness of new fighting has produced a solemn, a quiet, well, almost a prayerful attitude among the officers and the crew. With me at our CBS microphone is Commander Prescott Singleton, one of the senior officers of the Roanoke. Commander Singleton, do you think that the Merrimack is on her way to attack the fleet again, sir?
Foregone conclusion.
Well, what did you think of yesterday's engagement?
Well fought, I should say. Well fought indeed.
Well, do you happen to know who is in command of the Merrimack, sir?
Yes. Captain is Franklin Buchanan. I'm told he holds the rank of Commodore in the Southern Navy.
Oh.
A good man. Knew him before the war. Knew him well. Shipped together, the two of us.
I see, sir.
I'm rather disappointed in him, I might say. Disappointed.
In what way, sir?
Well, it's difficult to put into words, but in the Navy we have traditions. Very high and proud traditions, I might say. I just cannot conceive of a good Navy man skulking behind iron plates.
But don't you consider the Merrimack to be a very ingenious ship of war, sir?
Well, yes, but it's not the way to fight upon the sea. It's unethical.
Well, might I ask what you would think if you were given command of an ironclad?
I'd resign my commission first.
Well, then you feel, Commander Singleton, that the Merrimack is not a legitimate weapon of naval warfare?
Absolutely not. The introduction of new and novel methods of warfare I must treat with repugnance. Men have been fighting on the high seas for centuries, according to certain basic laws of strategy. Nelson, John Paul Jones, Drake. In short, the sea is no place for experimentation.
But, sir, can anything prevent the Merrimack from further ravaging the Northern Fleet?
We will stand against her. We will fight her bravely and gallantly. Count on that. Our hopes, sir, shall rest upon the good Lord, good marksmanship, and good, solid New England oak.
Thank you, Commander Singleton. The mist is still very heavy hanging over the water here, and there's still no sign of the Merrimack. So this is John Daly aboard the Roanoke. Now back to CBS Washington.
This is Don Hollenbeck. A moment ago, you heard Commander Singleton, one of the senior officers aboard the Northern flagship Roanoke, say that he knew the name of the Confederate captain of the Merrimack, and that raises an interesting question. How much advance information did the Northern Department of the Navy have on the Merrimack? Quincy Howe has just come from the Department of the Navy, where he talked with Northern officers. Quincy, was the North aware of the fact that the South was building an ironclad?
Yes, Don, they were. The Navy Department in Washington, through various secret agents, has known all along that the Merrimack, the South now calls her the Virginia, was being rebuilt as an ironclad.
You say rebuilt. The Merrimack, then, isn't an original construction.
No, it seems not, Don. The Merrimack was a wooden ship in the American Navy undergoing repairs at Norfolk Harbor when the fighting began. Because the Federal forces couldn't tow her off anywhere to safety, they scuttled her before they evacuated the city of Roanoke. Then Southern engineers came along, raised up the burnt-out hulk, and converted what used to be a graceful frigate into this present ugly, iron-coated monster of destruction.
Well, then the North knew about the Merrimack in advance and didn't do anything to counter her because they discounted her power. Is that it?
Yeah, that's about the size of it, Don. Now, in the considered opinion of every Northern naval officer whom I've talked to, there's only just one thing that can stop the Merrimack, and that's a miracle. There's no defense against the ironclad. The way she could withstand the concentrated fire of even the most powerful batteries that the North has to offer on land or sea, well, that's shown that she can defy every weapon that the Federal forces now have at their command. Then the Merrimack's iron plating permits her to get close enough to any opposing ship to drive home that ram of hers with deadly effect.
Well, then, as it looks now, Quincy, nothing can stop the Merrimack. What then?
The answer now just seems all too clear. The Confederacy will simply have broken the Northern blockade. And just think what that means. Up to now, the Northern blockade of the southern ports, well, that's been the Union's most effective economic weapon against the Confederacy. The Merrimac, though, now threatens to destroy that weapon, and the result will be that cotton, the money crop of the South, will again start flowing across the sea, and in exchange, of course, the South will get cargo upon cargo of badly needed guns, ammunition, food, all the essentials of war. A victory by the Merrimac would be likely to increase the war-making power of the Confederacy, I guess maybe 10 times over. Then there's this angle. England may decide to recognize the Confederate States of America as a sovereign nation and therefore entitled to all the international privileges of the belligerent.
Another point, Quincy. What do you think this effect will be, the effect of the Merrimac? Now, what will it have on naval strategy in this country and around the world?
Well, all I can say, Don, is everywhere I went, I heard people saying things like this. The era of the wooden ship is over. Every wooden war vessel now afloat, all the way from England's great ships of the line to the lowliest little corvette of the smallest nation. They've all become obsolete. Just in one day, we've witnessed a complete revolution in maritime warfare. And no one
Excuse me, Quincy, I'm sorry. A message. We've just got a message from Douglas Edwards at Fortress Monroe overlooking Hampton Roads. He has with him the wife of a federal officer who's just come through the southern lines. So we take you now to Fortress Monroe and Douglas Edwards.
I'm in the correspondence room at Fortress Monroe. The young woman with me is Mrs. Lucy Creighton. Where is your home, Mrs. Creighton?
Providence.
Will you speak a little louder, please?
Providence, Rhode Island.
Mrs. Creighton, I know you must be very tired. You've had a long and hard journey, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I've just come through the lines on a safe conduct pass.
I understand. But will you tell us, please, what you were doing in the South?
My husband was wounded and taken prisoner at Fort Donelson in February. It was only a month after we were married. They arranged to let me go see him.
Mrs. Creighton, you were in Norfolk, Virginia last night. That's Southern territory. Can you tell us, please, how the people there received the news of the Merrimac's victory yesterday?
Well, they were very happy. They were shouting, dancing in the streets. They had a torchlight parade. I guess it must have been like that in every city of the South.
Mrs. Creighton, would you say, then, that the people of the South feel that the Merrimac is going to bring them victory in the war?
Oh, yes. They were all saying that after the Merrimac sinks our fleet, it's going to go north and bombard Philadelphia and New York. They were sure it would do that. And they were yelling and shouting that the war would soon be over.
Go on, please.
When the Confederate officer who accompanied me last night took me back to the northern lines, it was like riding through a carnival. When I reached the exchange point, the southern officer tipped his hat. He was very kind to me all the time, very nice. He tipped his hat and said that he was so glad the war would be over soon and we would be at peace again.
There's no doubt, then, that the morale of the people of the Confederacy has been lifted tremendously by the events of the last 24 hours.
Oh, I would say so, yes. All the time I was traveling in the South, I never saw anyone laugh or act like they were happy until last night in Norfolk when the news of the Merrimac came.
This is Don Hollenbeck at CBS Washington. We've interrupted Doug Edwards at Fortress Monroe because the Merrimac has been sighted. The immediate target seems to be the frigate Minnesota. Ken Roberts is aboard that ship, so now to the Minnesota and Ken Roberts.
The Merrimac is in sight. We can see the Merrimac. Just a few moments ago, the sun began to break through the overcast, and like a curtain rising on a stage, the mist lifted to reveal the squat and ugly form of the Merrimac, not more than a mile or two away, breasting the foam-capped water. She looks like a slanting black roof afloat in a flood. The officers here aboard the Minnesota estimate the top speed of the Merrimac to be only 5 knots, so it will be some time yet before the Confederate ironclad comes into cannon range. I've also learned that the Merrimac carries 4 guns on each slanting side, and one pivot gun fore and another aft, making a total of 10 guns in all. The sides are sheathed in 4 inches of iron plate. All the Minnesota guns here are primed. The crew has been supplemented by many survivors of the Cumberland and the Congress, and directly above us we can see the big land-based guns of Fortress Monroe, also waiting for the Merrimac to come into range. The tugs are still pulling at the Minnesota, trying to get her free. The officers of the Minnesota and the tugs calling to one another as they cast lines, tighten and pull, then recast, tighten and pull again.
Out on the bridge of the Minnesota, I can see the officers clustered together, watching the approach of the Merrimac. They're a grim, silent group. Now, as I look across the water, I can see Old Glory flying from the protruding mast of the Cumberland. Standing beside me is one of the survivors of that ill-fated ship, a young seaman taken aboard during the night after spending 14 hours clinging to a piece of wreckage. The Minnesota's commanding officer has given us permission to talk to him. What's your name, sailor?
Charles Horman, seaman second class.
What was it like yesterday, Charles? What was the feeling aboard the Cumberland when the Merrimac came up for the attack?
Well, first off, we didn't think it was going to attack. We had our wash out on deck, and some of the boys were swabbing deck like as if nothing were going to happen. We didn't know.
When did you clear for action?
Well, it wasn't until almost she got into rain.
Then what happened, Charles?
Well, first, I don't know, but first I think the Congress started firing, and then we saw she was coming our way, so we began.
Who was coming our way?
The Merrimac. So we began firing.
Did the Merrimac answer with her guns?
No, sir, she didn't. It was the craziest thing. Listen, it was crazy. She didn't fire, not until she was so close we could almost reach out and touch her. That's how close I think. And then she let go with her bow gun. The shot went right through us, raked us fore and aft. Killed some of the boys, and those who were hurt started yelling and cussing.
What happened then, Charles?
Well, we fired everything we had at her then. Everything. All the guns we had. And we could see our shells bouncing off the side, bouncing into the water. It was crazy, honest. And the Merrimac kept right on, coming closer and closer, and we couldn't even figure out what was happening. She just kept coming at us. And then it was like somebody or something had got under our ship and heaved us into the air.
Into the air?
Yeah. You couldn't see nothing, only hear wood breaking, and the other guys yelling, and we filled it over until the decks were awash.
Go on, Charles.
Well, when we righted, the Cumberland began to lift fast because our whole underbelly had been ripped by the ram of the Merrimac. Just a chunk chewed out, and the water poured in. That was on the starboard side below deck. After that, there wasn't anything to do but jump, so I jumped. Believe me, I didn't even think about it. When Lieutenant Morris, who was deck officer, yelled for us to jump, I just jumped and prayed. When I got in the water, there was a busted spar floating nearby, and I got hold of it, and that was how I managed to save my life.
Well, it wasn't the guns of the Merrimac that did the big damage then. It was her ram.
Ram. It was the ram.
Thank you for talking with us, Charles Harmon. Now, here's another sailor from the Cumberland, but one whose experience was even more incredible, more dramatic. Your name, sailor?
Cavanaugh, Jimmy Cavanaugh, Bedford, Mass.
Well, every man who witnessed yesterday's engagement, Jimmy, is talking about your heroic effort to board the Merrimac. Tell us about it.
Well, look, I don't know. It wasn't anything.
You were aboard the Cumberland.
Yes, sir, both in faith.
That's right. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, after we caught the broadside of the Merrimac, she come in so close that an officer on the Merrimac opened a porthole and yelled out, "Surrender, Morris, or I'll sink you."
That's Lieutenant Morris, deck officer of the Cumberland.
Yes, sir, that's right. And you know something? Here's something awful funny. It turns out that the officer on the Merrimac was a Lieutenant Jones who went to Annapolis with our Lieutenant Morris.
Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Well, what did your Lieutenant Morris reply?
Morris? Morris yells back, "Never, never, I'll sink first." By this time, the Merrimac was under our deck. Actually, under the deck. So I jumped on it. I had 2 pistols stuck in my belt. I jumped on it. They'd killed so many of us, you see. My boys, they were. 100 were dead, you see, and the others screaming and yelling. Well, I guess I lost my head, I guess. All I could think was that I wanted to get to that Merrimac and get even, see? For my boys to get even.
Yes. Go on, Jimmy.
So I didn't even think, I don't know. It happened like that, see? I don't know. I jumped over on the Merrimac and tried to climb her side. Get to the gun ports. Somewhere where I could see inside and let him have it with my guns. That's what I wanted to do, but it was so slippery. Like our greased boards. The iron was so slippery I couldn't get a foothold or nothing. Every time I climbed up a little, I'd fall back in the water. Then I'd try again and fall back again. All the time, the guns over my head were shooting, and the banging was making me dead, so I saw it was no use, see? And then, well, by then the Cumberland was rammed and sinking, so I dived back in the water and held on to some wreckage, and later they picked me up.
That was a very brave thing you did, Jimmy.
100 of my kids they killed. I wanted to do something. That's all I wanted to do, you see?
I know your action will be well rewarded.
I could have gotten a toe hold. You see, it was like grease. The sides were so slippery.
I see. Thank you, Boatswain's Mate Jimmy Cavanaugh. And now I have another sailor, a man who was aboard the Congress, who can give us a first-hand account of what happened there.
His name is Pete Finley from New York City. Yeah, I sure wish I was there again. What's your rating, Pete?
Rating? Me? No rating for me. I'm just a member of the Naval Brigade.
Well, that's kind of like the militia, isn't it? Not regular Navy.
Yeah, not regular Navy, that's right.
Well, what were you doing aboard the Congress?
You better ask that of Father Abraham.
You mean President Lincoln?
That's what I mean. It was him who put us aboard that leaky old tub.
Were there many Naval Brigade men aboard your ship?
3 companies.
What about the regular crew?
They've been discharged 4 or 5 days ago. Their enlistment was up. We was put aboard to make it look like the ship was manned, I suppose. There wasn't even a single trained gunner aboard. Can you imagine that? So when the Merrimack, she lets go of us, and we see the Cumberland going, so we run up the white flag.
And
you couldn't expect any different. Now, could you?
I know.
We not been trained for fighting, if you know what I mean. Well, when it comes time, the white flag has gone up the mast, and I says to myself, Petey boy, it's in the tank for you, and over the side I goes.
Over the side?
Yeah, you couldn't expect no different. Now, could you expect different?
Well, tell me, Pete, do you know when you'll get another ship?
Me? Another ship? With that thing, that iron boiler out there still riding wild? Oh, no, sir. No pot of water for me, not for Petey Finley. The land for me, and I'll kiss it, so help me if I ever get these big feet to feel the land again, I'm
sure you will, and thanks, Pete.
Yeah, I'm glad you're sure, mister. Wish I was.
Now, looking out to sea again, the Merrimack looms near us, smoke belching from her chimney, an ugly, misshapen monster. The Congress makes a space between them. The commander just given a clear ship for action. Men are ready to get position. Sorry, you have to go below. Shall we stay here? No, get below. Yes, sir. This is Ken Roberts. I'm returning now to CBS Washington.
This is CBS Washington. We take you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Hampton Roads. Come in, Jackson Beck.
Idea of where I was going, what I was to report. Under sealed orders, I was taken under escort to the Continental Iron Works in Brooklyn, New York. And here, for the first time, I was told of the nature of my secret mission. I was to accompany the Monitor on its journey to Hampton Roads. And, well, here I am. Now, what is the Monitor? Well, I have by my side the young commander of this unique naval vessel, Lieutenant John L. Worden. Lieutenant Worden, suppose you answer that question for us. Just what is the Monitor?
Well, sir, we hope the Monitor is the answer to the Northern Prayers. The craft of unique design, the idea of John Ericsson, the famous Swedish-American inventor. It's iron-hulled, surmounted by an armored circular turret 9 feet high, 20 feet diameter, covered with 8 folded layers of 1-inch iron. The turret and the little pilot house that lays forward are the only deck structures, except for smokestacks and exhaust grates, which we remove before going into action.
I see. What about your armament, Lieutenant Worden, or is that restricted information?
No, sir, it's no secret. We carry 2 11-inch Dahlgrens.
Well, the reports we have of the Merrimack say she carries 10 guns.
Oh, that's true, but her guns are smaller and stationary.
I see.
Ours are fitted into a revolving turret. We can shoot in any direction without having to maneuver into a firing position.
Well, then you think the Monitor is an even match for the Merrimack, Lieutenant Worden?
I think we're more than an even match, and we stand ready to prove it.
Can you tell us just how the Monitor came to be here in Hampton Roads right at this crucial moment?
I guess a good part of that is luck.
Oh?
We set out from Brooklyn 3 days ago. Our orders were for us to head for Hampton Roads at full steam. Last night, we anchored in the darkness off the Roanoke, and one of our officers, my second in command, Lieutenant Sam Green, went aboard the Roanoke for orders. No one knew him, and he received his orders from the Admiral in secret. Now, these orders were clear and simple. We were to take up a position near the Minnesota and defend her from attack by the Merrimack. Well, we anchored in close under the Minnesota's lee side so that we were hidden from sight. Now that the Merrimack is coming in range, we're sailing out to carry out our orders, to defend the Minnesota. And we're going to do just that.
How many men? What's that?
Merrimack has opened fire.
You missed. Merrimack right, sir.
Take over the firing turret, Green. I'm going forward to the pilot house.
The Merrimack has opened fire. The first salvo missed us by some 20 yards, but the concussion of the shells is tossing the Monitor around like a cork. Here in the turret, the gun crew is stripped to the waist. There isn't enough room for a man to stretch out his arms. It's hot in here, and it's going to get much hotter. The crew is getting ready to fire. I can see the Merrimack now through a tiny slit in the metal turret. It is about 1,000 yards away. The snouts of her cannon are smoking from that first broadside, and the second one should be coming any minute. The Monitor has opened fire. We have opened fire. deafening. See? I can't think where much I can't think. We are being hit. No doubt you can hear but the shells of the Merrimack are bouncing hundreds of miles an hour. The Monitor's 8-inch armor is holding. Getting set for another shot. I can't hear myself talking.
This is CBS in Washington. The noise of the firing aboard the Monitor makes it impossible to hear Jackson Beck, but John Daly aboard the northern flagship Roanoke has an excellent view of the action in Hampton Roads, so we switch now to him. Come in, John Daly, aboard the flagship Roanoke.
The battle between the Monitor and the Merrimack has begun. The Merrimack towering high above the water, and the tiny Monitor, David and Goliath, the two ironclads, are not more than a few hundred yards apart now, flinging tons of iron at each other's sides. It's a fantastic sight to those of us who covered other naval engagements. No footed spars, no ripped wooden hulls. The Merrimack's guns are firing at will, and they keep up a steady hammering barrage. The Monitor fires one gun at a time at intervals. The very first blow that the Federal Monitor struck sent the Merrimack reeling backwards, but just for a moment. She came right back in again, and now she's letting go with every piece that she has, and incredibly, that shot is just glancing off the rounded turret of the Monitor without doing any perceptible damage, not a bit of it as far as we can see from here. The gallant little ship takes the full force of the shot without a tremor, without a sign of distress, and then she returns every salvo with a blast of her own. Her turret spins around as soon as one of her cannon is fired, and the second cannon is all loaded and ready to go. Right now, this fight has gotten so hot, the smoke is so thick, it's kind of hard to make out exactly what is going on, except that the two of them, the Monitor and the Merrimack, are actually standing toe-to-toe and slugging it out just like two bare-handed prisoners in the middle of a ring. Big blast of sound. They're just firing their guns as fast as they can load them. The Merrimack has just pulled out from the cloud of smoke, and she's leaving the Monitor. The Confederate ironclad is evidently going to try something. Yes, she's going to try to attack the Minnesota, one of the Federal ships. And here comes the Monitor. The Federal ironclad is sweeping in between the two of them, intercepting. She's forcing her iron side in between the Confederate Merrimack and that wooden Minnesota. She's challenging the Merrimack. She's challenging her to come back and give combat once again. The Merrimack is forced to turn. She's forced to turn and is turning on the Monitor, making full steam. The Confederate Merrimack looks like she's going to try to ram the Northern champion if she can. The two of them are almost deck to deck. But the Monitor's sweeping aside. She's turning out of the path of the Merrimack. She's avoiding that ram, and as she turns, she keeps blasting away at the Southern ironclad. That Monitor's still in that fight. She's still in between the Merrimack and that Federal wooden ship, the Minnesota. Once more, though, that Confederate ironclad has been turned away from her objective. She's been turned away from the wooden sides of the Minnesota. And this time, the little old Monitor seems determined to fight it out to the very finish. It's a terrific struggle, a battle of iron and steel. They're just blazing away. And the Merrimack is swinging around. Oh, she's slow and she's clumsy, but there's no question about it. She's turning. She seems to be heading back towards Norfolk. And there goes the Monitor after her, just like a puppy chasing after a beer lorry, barking frantically. Yes, the engagement is all but over. The battle is over, and the Northern fleet here in Hampton Roads is saved. The blockade of the South remains intact. There goes the Roanoke band, and just listen to that band. It's playing the brand new Battle Hymn of the Republic, written only a month ago. And to be fair, neither the Merrimack nor the Federal Monitor was defeated, and neither one of them can really claim a clear victory. This great naval battle, which has just been fought so gallantly by the North and the South, is a draw. However, it's an unhappy day for the South, for as long as the Monitor stands here in Hampton Roads, Southern hopes of breaking the Federal blockade with the Merrimack are doomed, and the Monitor is going to stay here. This day, the
March 9, 1862, the Monitor stopped the Merrimack, and the Union fleet is saved.
You have been listening to the Monitor and the Merrimack, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Monitor and the Merrimack was written by Irv Tunick and Mr. Cheon. The cast included Anthony Kemble Cooper, Cliff Carpenter, Joseph Boland, Bill Quinn, Patsy Campbell, Court Benson, Jim Davidson, Bert Cowlin, and others. Next week.
July 21st, 1881, the surrender of Sitting Bull. You are there.
CBS Christmas weekend draws to its end tonight with two fine comedy shows. One of them drawing laughs from a schoolroom and the other from a general store. At 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, Our Miss Brooks finds Eve Arden starring as America's most unusual, at least unusually madcap schoolmistress. And at 10, it's no secret, Lum and Abner, those famous storekeepers, relax with you in the laughter that comes from their famous store, the Jot 'em Down store, located out in Pine Ridge, Arkansas. Climax your Christmas holiday with comedy in Our Miss Brooks and Lum and Abner tonight over most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in Athens. Will Socrates escape? That is still the big question here in the capital of Greece on this dying day in the first year of the 95th Olympia. I'm standing before the door of the prison, behind which the friends of the condemned philosopher, so the rumor goes, are urging him to save himself from drinking the poison hemlock. Socrates has only to walk out of that prison and board a ship to freedom in exile, and the prayers of his friends and the hopes of his enemies will be answered. This dramatic situation, which is having significant repercussions throughout the Hellenistic world, is now inevitably approaching its climax, and in 30
Athens,
we'll know
399 B.C., CBS is there.
Ancient Greece prays that Socrates will not die. CBS takes you back almost 2,347 years to that fateful day when one of the most enlightened democracies on earth trembled on the brink of a cup of poison. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, with Walter Hamden portraying Socrates in this broadcast, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Athens, 399 B.C., and John Daly.
Heard the rumor that the friends of Socrates were in the prison, pleading with him to take his freedom. CBS has been here on the spot, attempting to verify that rumor. Should Socrates agree to save himself, it would be a simple matter for his friends to whisk him away through this sea of white tunics worn by bystanders only too willing and too eager to fulfill the hope of escape. We're directly in front of the prison door, but the brilliant red and orange of the setting sun is blinding me, and I'm not at all sure that I would be able to say for certain who came out of the deep gloom of the death house. The crowd here of some 3,000 or 4,000 men, women, children, and slaves is milling about me, cursing, praying, whispering in anxious groups. They know that when the sun sets, it will mark the moment when they may never again hear the voice of their beloved cross-examiner. His enemies, too, are anxious, for they're afraid. One of them has asked for an opportunity to speak to the public on our CBS microphone. He is the poet Meletus, Socrates' chief accuser at his trial. Meletus is not quite the most popular man in Athens today, and as a matter of fact, he's been hiding in the shade of the prison wall, and I'm going to wave him over here now to the microphone. And it's just as Meletus feared. This crowd has recognized him. They're surrounding him, shaking their fists, threatening, shouting imprecations. Women are clawing at him. Citizens! Citizens! Let Meletus speak! Let him speak! All right, Meletus, what have you to say?
Just one hope. With all good Athenians, I pray that Socrates will escape.
But you who urged his death at the trial...
It's true that I was the chief accuser of Socrates, but Socrates himself said I was of no consequence.
You are nothing!
I merely presented what some people have been saying against Socrates for 20 years, that he was a corrupter of the minds of youth and did not believe in the gods of the city.
Let me ask you, Meletus, do you think Socrates will escape?
I do not know, but if he does, he's just another poor mortal like all of us who's afraid to die.
You mean you want Socrates to die?
No, all I said was that I'm not to blame. Blame the playwright Aristophanes. It was Aristophanes who first said that Socrates taught young men to cheat payment of their just debt, to deny the existence of the gods. I'm just a poor poet. Blame the rich playwright, don't blame me.
The poor poet, Miletus, has just blamed the rich and successful playwright Aristophanes for the death sentence imposed on Socrates. Aristophanes is at a CBS microphone with Ken Roberts right now in the Theater of Dionysius. He had agreed to make a statement for us, and as we still have no official news here as to whether Socrates will heed the counsel of his friends to escape, let's switch to Ken Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts in the Theater of Dionysius. The playwright Aristophanes is right here beside me. He heard what Miletus said, and by the smile on his face and the nodding of his head, I understand that he certainly would like to make a comment. Aristophanes?
I take it that the poor poet, Miletus, was referring to my play, The Clouds.
Yes, the comedy in which you lampooned Socrates as an evil character who ran a thinking shop.
Yes, the shop was called the School of Very Hard Thinkers.
Aristophanes, weren't the graduates of that school adept at the alleged corrupt and immoral practices that Miletus mentioned?
Oh, to be sure. But that was the comedy situation. And at that, it wasn't one of my better comedies. No, to blame a single play, not a very good one at that, for the death sentence of so celebrated a philosopher as Socrates is preposterous. After all, I'm a playwright, not a hangman.
But Aristophanes, Socrates himself said at his trial that your play contributed to the case against him.
No. He mentioned my play merely to brush it aside as of little consequence.
Yes, but
Sir, one of my severest critics measures the failure of a play by the amount of food eaten during the performance. When The Clouds was first offered 24 years ago, the trash collectors worked overtime. On the opening night, Socrates himself enjoyed the jolly lampoon of himself and laughed heartily at the caricature. He even stood throughout the performance to give the first nighters a better shot should they wish to hurl a handful of ripe figs at him.
I take it, then, that you're specifically denying Miletus's charge that your play was responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Oh, emphatically. The death sentence was imposed not by any mere play, but by the ignorant jury of 500. Socrates himself said that. What else would you expect of an uneducated majority who have rather an odd conception of democracy?
What's your conception of democracy, Aristophanes?
Well, it certainly isn't killing a man who happens to disagree with me. I believe with Socrates that the sovereignty of the people has become a sovereignty of politicians. Socrates also believes that government is an art, and as such, it requires more training, knowledge, and skill than any other. You cannot leave questions of politics and justice to chance, nor to the vote of the mob.
And do you believe that the jury was acting as a mob?
Yes, of course. 500 men must decide a whole case in one day. And what may be momentary passion on one day may be passionate regret on the next. And that passionate regret may take another life. That's why Miletus is afraid. That's why he's throwing me to the mob.
Thank you, Aristophanes. By the way, citizens, if you are hearing strange music behind our conversation here in the Dionysian Theater, I'd like to explain that it's the flute player quietly rehearsing his part in Aristophanes' play Lysistrata. CBS also has a microphone at the home of Plato, the distinguished young philosopher and friend of Socrates. Plato also had agreed to make a statement for us. We have nothing from John Daly of any news about Socrates, so over to Plato's home and Don Hollenbeck.
Our CBS microphone is at the bedside of Plato. The 28-year-old philosopher has been ill these past few days. He says he objects strongly to Aristophanes' remark about democracy being responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Miletus is throwing Aristophanes to the mob, but I protest the manner in which Aristophanes is throwing democracy to the mob. If Socrates dies, and I pray that the rumor that he will escape is true, it will not be democracy that is to blame. Our many wars with Persia and in the Peloponnesus have exhausted us in body and soul. 2 out of every 3 Athenian men have died in battle, out of fever of fear. runs high among us. We're confused, desperate. And so we seek someone to blame and sacrifice Socrates on the altar of our dying faith. It is not our jury system, as Aristophanes charges, that condemned Socrates. It is the prejudice of old men whose minds have been poisoned against him since they were children.
The old men you speak of, Plato, they are the jurors?
Yes. But they are merely the symbol of old ideas that fear to be challenged, cross-examined, and perhaps exposed as no longer virtuous in our time. That is why the old men hate Socrates. Socrates is like a gadfly on the backs of men. He forces them to cry out, "Socrates, you make me acknowledge my worthlessness." He makes them say, "I had best be silent, for it seems that I know nothing at all." And for that, he's hated. Well, Aristophanes is wrong. It is shameful. If Socrates dies, it will not be democracy that's to blame, but those who have lost faith in democracy.
Thank you, Plato. We have heard Meletus blame Aristophanes. Aristophanes blame the shortcomings of our democracy, and Plato blame our loss of faith in democracy. But no one has come forth to say that Socrates was justly condemned for the alleged crime of atheism and corrupting the minds of the youth. In order that you may have a chance to form your own opinions, CBS has prepared a special transcription of Socrates' trial, which we will play now. The next voice you hear will be the recorded voice of Socrates speaking to the jury at his trial 1 month ago in the amphitheater.
Athenians, you say first, I do not believe in the gods, and then again that I believe in demigods. You might as well affirm the existence of mules and deny that of horses and asses. Come here, Meletus. Now, is it not a fact you think it very important for the younger men to be as virtuous as possible?
I do.
Well, come then, tell the judges who it is improves the younger men. Come now, you're accusing me of being the corrupter of youth. Reveal to the judges who improves them.
They.
You see, Meletus, you have nothing to say. You are silent. Is not your silence conclusive proof you never gave a moment's thought to the matter? Come, tell us, good sir, who makes the young men better citizens?
The laws.
My intelligent friend, that is not my question. What man improves the young who starts with the knowledge of the laws?
The judges here, Socrates.
Why, what do you mean, Meletus? Can they educate the young and improve them?
Certainly.
All of them, or only some of them?
All of them.
By here, that's good news. There's a great abundance of benefactors. And do the listeners here improve them or not?
They do.
And do the senators?
Yes.
Well then, Meletus, the members of the assembly, is it they who corrupt youth, or do they all improve them too?
They all improve them too.
Then all the Athenians, it seems, make the young into fine fellows, except me. I alone corrupt them. Is that your meaning?
Yes, most certainly that is my meaning.
It's absurd to believe that only one man is the corrupter of all, and that all the rest of the world is the improver of youth. I see present here in the assembly many of the young men whom it is said I gave them evil counsel. Meletus, call them forth to be your witnesses. Let them come forward and accuse me, and support you. Not one youth comes forward. Then let their fathers, who have grown up and are uncorrupted, or their relatives, come forward. No one? You see, Meletus, that's because they know very well I speak the truth. And they know very well, Meletus, that you're a liar. Strange indeed would be my conduct, O men of Athens, were I to desert the command of my God, to fulfill the philosopher's mission, to search into myself and other men, because I fear death. Men of Athens, I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you. And while I have life and strength, I'll never give up the practice and teaching of philosophy. And whoever I meet, I'll say to him, citizen of Athens, why do you care so much about money and honor and reputation, and so little about wisdom and truth? Athenians, I believe in God as no one of my accusers believes. And to you and to God I commit my cause to be decided as is best for you and for me. Then acquit me or not, but know I shall never alter my ways, not even if I have to die many times.
This is John Daly again outside Socrates' prison door. The recording you've just been listening to was a specially prepared transcription of Socrates' defense made at his trial 1 month ago. The prison door has swung open, and Crito, Socrates' rich friend, has come out, and with him is Xanthippe, the wife of Socrates. Xanthippe is crying. Wailing would be better. Crito has his arm around her shoulder. Behind Xanthippe is a slave with a baby in her arms, the youngest child of the 70-year-old Socrates. Here they come. Crito! Crito, will Socrates escape? Will Socrates escape?
Escape? He must escape. What will become of me and my children? What good is it? Death?
Please, Xanthippe, come away. Come away.
No. I've been silent all my life. And he has talked himself into all of this trouble.
Please,
why didn't he keep his peace? Why didn't he stay at home like a good father and husband?
Go home. Socrates wants you to go home.
Home. He was never home. He left before the sun came up and returned long after we were asleep. He never brought money into the house. All he did was talk.
Woman, this is shameful. Have you no respect?
Respect? Did he have respect for me? Did he care for me and my 3 children? Talk. But I told him, Socrates, this is the last time you will ever talk to your friend.
Go now, woman, go. This is as far as I'll take you.
Never talk.
Go, I say. That was shameful. Xanthippe is going off now. The crowd is parting, letting her through. What is it, Crito? What is it?
She does give a true portrait of Socrates. Socrates' mission in life is to seek truth, and not to seek the easy comforts of home and hearth. His friends have provided for his family so that the philosopher might be free to inquire into the nature of knowledge. Socrates is a war hero, a veteran. Is this the best that Athens has to offer? A poor veteran who endured the hardships of war better than any mortal man? As for his children, we will provide for them after Socrates is gone. It is the matter of...
What do you mean by gone, Crito? Will Socrates escape or will he die?
Come with me.
But where? Where are we to go?
Come with me and you will know.
All right, I will. As Crito turns toward the prison door, the crowd opens to let us through. Xanthippe has increased the tension here. This crowd is restive, confused, and still no answer to the all-important question, will Socrates escape? That bang was the door slamming shut behind me. It is being locked now. Crito is moving down the corridor in the deep gloom to which my eyes are not as yet accustomed. And now Crito is beckoning me into a cell, a high-walled, rock-ribbed chamber. And ironically enough, the slanting sun through the narrow window up there is shedding a rosy glow that seems to illumine and make of this chamber here a temple. There are 4, 5, 6 men standing by an empty couch. The prisoner's couch, I presume. Socrates doesn't seem to be here. Perhaps he has... No, Socrates is coming in now through another door and moving directly toward this microphone. He's going to talk to his friends once more.
My dear friends, your anxiety to save me is most valuable, if it be right. I am still, as I've always been, a man who will listen to no voice but the voice of reason. Come then, let us reason together on whether or not I should escape. If I run away to exile, where could I go? Will not orderly men and cities look askance at me as a lawless person? Is that true, sir, or not?
Yes, it's true, Socrates.
And do you think life would be worth living in disorderly states like Thessaly? What could I do there? I'd scarcely have the face to converse about virtue.
But at least you could be with your children and your family, Socrates.
What? Make them strangers to their own country? And the men of Thessaly, would they look upon the children of an escaped prisoner with good feeling or with contempt?
Then leave your children here, sir. Your friends will take care of them.
To be sure. But if they are real friends, will they not take care of them as well, whether I go to Thessaly or to the other world?
Certainly, Socrates. Escape then and live.
That's exactly what my friends have been urging me to do. But if I escaped and they helped me, they'd be committing a crime against the state. And for that, the state would punish them. Their lands, their wealth would be confiscated. And they might be banished as well. How, then, could banished or impoverished friends care for my wife and my children? No, my dear friends, that is not the way. A man should be guided only by the knowledge that he is doing right, even though the consequences are death. Citizen must obey the laws of his city, or his city will perish. The law of Athens condemned me, and therefore it is right I perish rather than the city that gave me life. So you see, my friends, the voice of reason tells me I have no choice but to die.
The jailer has come in with the cup of poisoned hemlock in his hand. He is trembling. His hand shakes as he approaches us.
Socrates, I know I shall not find you unreasonable like other men. They are angry with me. They curse me when I bid them drink the poison because the authorities make me do it. I'm sure that you will not be angry with me, but with those you know are to blame.
Friends, how courteous the man is. How generously he weeps for me. And the whole time I've been here, he has been constantly to see me and has been the best of men. And now, I wish to prophesy to those Athenians who have condemned me. For I am dying, and then it is that men have most prophetic power. I prophesy that as soon as I am dead, a far severer punishment than death will surely overtake my judges. They have done this thing thinking they will be relieved from having to give an account of their lives. But if they think by putting men to death They will restrain men from reproaching them for the evil of their lives. They are very much mistaken. It is much better for you and much easier not to silence reproaches, but to make yourselves as perfect as you can. This is my parting prophecy to those who have condemned me. Of you, my friends, I have but one request to make. When my sons grow up, visit them with punishment, if need be, and vex them in the same way I have vexed you. If they seem to you to care for riches or for any other thing before virtue, and if they think they are something when they are nothing at all, reproach them as I have reproached you for not caring for what they should and for thinking they are great men when in fact they are worthless. If you will do this, I and my sons will have received our deserts at your hands. And now the time has come. I to die, and you to live. Whether life or death is the better is known to God, and to God only.
Wait, Socrates. I think the sun is upon the hills. It is not yet set, so do not hurry. There is still time.
My dear Crito, by drinking the poison a little later, I think I shall gain nothing but my own contempt for so greedily saving up life which is already spent. The state of death is one of two things. Either the dead man wholly ceases to be and loses all sensation, or it is a migration of the soul unto another place. If death is like a sleep, unbroken by any dreams, it would be a wonderful gain, for then it would appear that eternity is nothing more than a single night. But if death is a journey to another place, what greater good can there be than this? To sit and converse with such gods as Orpheus and Homer. I am willing to die many times if this be true. I pray the gods my journey hence may be prosperous. That is my prayer. Be it so.
Socrates has lifted the fatal cup to his lips.
No.
He is drinking the hemlock. It's impossible to describe. I can almost taste the poison on my own lips, and it's on the lips of all who are here, of all who are listening. It is Greece that dies, Greece that is dying, but Socrates will live as long as truth will live. And this fateful day in the first year of the 95th Olympiad will be remembered as long as men cherish knowledge above life itself.
Athens, 399 years before Christ is born, Socrates dies.
You have been listening to The Death of Socrates, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Death of Socrates was written by Joseph Bliss and Robert Louis Cheon, and the role of the philosopher was portrayed by Walter Hamden, with Oliver Clipp as Meletus, Arnold Moss as Aristophanes, Carl Swenson as Plato, Esther Sondergaard as Xanthippe, Charles Webster as Crito, and Philip Clark as the jailer. Next week,
Philadelphia, July 4th, 1776. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Don Hollenbeck at General Meade's Union Army headquarters somewhere behind the lines near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. The situation here on this third day of July 1863 is grave indeed for the Union forces. 2 Confederate attacks have been repulsed in 2 days of heavy fighting, but the Northern casualties have been severe. The Union line is badly shaken, and there's serious concern as to whether it can successfully withstand the next attack that's expected at any minute from the crack Confederate troops of General Lee. And for the last 2 years, they've yet to lose a single battle in this war between the states. General George Gordon Meade, at a news conference held a few moments ago, announced...
Gettysburg, July 3rd, 1863. CBS is there.
Lee before Gettysburg, the high tide of the Confederacy. CBS asks you to imagine that our microphone is present at this decisive battle of the war between the states, between the North and the South, between the Union forces and the Confederates. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Gettysburg, July 3rd, 1863, and Don Hollenbeck.
This afternoon at Field Army headquarters is one of tension and suspense. This is the most serious moment of the war between the states. The next few hours will tell whether or not the Confederate tide can be checked. If Meade fails to hold Lee here at Gettysburg this afternoon, the nation's capital will be at the mercy of the victorious Confederate troops. President Lincoln will be under increased pressure to accept the Confederate demands for peace. At this very moment, according to CBS reports from Washington, the Vice President of the Confederacy, Mr. Alexander Stephens, is now at Fortress Monroe in Chesapeake Bay under a flag of truce awaiting to be received by President Lincoln. If Meade's army is defeated here today on the soil of Pennsylvania, there may be many more who will say that the war is hopeless, that the North had better make peace with the South. And that would mean a nation permanently divided. It would mean the dissolution of the Union. That is why military experts here at Gettysburg are convinced that this battle may be the turning point of the war. And here to weigh the possibilities of the situation is our own CBS military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
It is now 10 minutes of 1. There has been an ominous silence over this Gettysburg battlefield since 11 o'clock this morning. Then General Slocum's Union Corps regained its position on Culp's Hill, the right anchor of the Union line. However, General George G. Meade, the Union Army commander, has not been deluded by this local success. He knows that General Robert E. Lee, the Confederate commander, has yet to throw the full might of his forces into a final attack. I am convinced, on this third day of battle, that the attack will not come at the Round Tops, the left anchor of the Union line, for good reasons, for 20,000 reasons. 20,000 dead and wounded Confederate and Union soldiers. I saw them fall in yesterday's violent fighting in a peach orchard and a wheat field when the Confederates under General Longstreet attacked the Union Third Corps under General Sickles. Also, I am reasonably sure that the Confederate attack will not be directed against the right flank of the Union line at Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill. And here's why. The Confederates under Generals A.P. Hill and Ewell attacked there last night, and although they took a heavy toll in Northern casualties, they were beaten back by the troops under Union Generals Slocum and Howard. The only point of the Union line that the Confederates have yet to test is the center under General Hancock, and that's where I think the attack will come this afternoon. Major General George Gordon Meade has been in command of the Union Army of the Potomac for only 5 days. He is in a tight spot. I talked with him last night after a council of war at his headquarters. He admits that he is somewhat superior in numbers. He is far better off as regards supplies. His army is in good spirits under his leadership. He holds a strong position. But the Confederate troops here at Gettysburg are flushed with an unbroken string of victories. These men of Lee's Army of Northern Virginia have never been defeated. They believe they can do anything, and they are determined to smash this Union Army this afternoon, claim it as perhaps their final victim, and end this war. Confederate artillery has just come out of the woods opposite the center of the Union front. We have our CBS reporter right there. So go ahead, John Daly. Go ahead, Daly.
10 Confederate guns have been wheeled into position in front of me and a little bit to the left. From this distance, it's hard to tell whether they're trained here at the center or farther over on the line. The guns were brought out just a few moments ago, but the Confederates who brought them out have disappeared back into the woods, taking their horses with them, leaving the guns as far as we can see unattended. General Hunt, the Northern Artillery Commander, standing behind me here on the ridge, is examining the Confederate pieces through his field glasses and giving orders to his aides. It may be that the general will move up more Union artillery, although I don't see how that's possible, for Cemetery Ridge, here in plain view of the Confederates a mile away, is lined with Northern cannon almost wheel to wheel. There are over 80 guns on this ridge. There's no secret about it. The Confederates can certainly see them and can count them. Still no sign of any artillerymen around those Confederate cannon. Whether this means an immediate shelling, the beginning of the attack that we're expecting and waiting for, we just don't know. While we wait for the Confederates to make up their minds about those cannon over there, I want you to meet two privates from the Union ranks. First, Private John Burns, citizen volunteer, native of Gettysburg, cobbler by trade, and 72 years old. That's right, isn't it, Private Burns?
Yeah.
Private Burns has snow-white hair, deep-set eyes, 3 bandages, one on each arm, one on his left leg. You told me a while ago, Private Burns, that you got those wounds in the first day's fighting. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you get them all at once?
No.
Private Burns is modest. The fact is, he's a veteran of the War of 1812. He's got a farm here at Gettysburg. And when the Confederates came, he got his old musket and powder horn and joined up with the famous Wisconsin Iron Brigade. In the fighting that followed, Burns was wounded in the right arm, taken to the rear, and his wound was dressed. He returned immediately to the front and was wounded in the other arm. He was taken to the rear again. His second wound was dressed, but he came back and was wounded a third time, this time in the left leg. But even that didn't stop him, because here he is with his rifle in his hand, waiting to see what those Confederate cannon over there in the distance are going to do. Right, Private Burns?
Yeah.
Well, don't you think you've done enough fighting for one man, Private Burns, especially for a man of your age? Don't you think that...
Listen, mister, don't start telling me where I belong.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way, Burns.
Well, then, why don't you say what you mean?
All right, I will. I'd like to know why you volunteered.
They took my cow. Ain't got no right taking my cow.
Is that the only reason you're fighting this war, for a cow?
One reason, mister. It's a good one, ain't it?
Well, what are some of the others?
I'm a farmer and a cobbler. I've lived on this little piece I got here for over 70 years. I'm not too old to work it, and I'm not too old to defend it. And, mister, I don't know whether you know this either, but if we lose this battle today, I not only lose my cow and my piece of property, but we lose the Union. We lose this country. And that's something I fought for in 1812, and I'm fighting for it again.
Thank you, Private Burns. It looks as though you're going to get a chance to do some more fighting this afternoon. There's still no sign of Confederate artillerymen around those cannon over there, And here's another Union soldier, Private Tom McGaw. He's tall and lanky, with freckles and a mess of red hair shooting out from under a blue cap. Well, what do you think about those Confederate cannon over there, Private? What do you think it means?
I don't know.
Well, how old are you, Private McGaw?
18.
Well, would you speak just a little bit louder, please?
18.
18. Well, I understand that that's the average age of half the Union Army here today, Tom. It seems awful young, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, why are there so many young ones like you here?
Well, after the Battle of Chancellorsville, most of the older fellas' time was up, so they went home.
Oh, I see. And then youngsters like you volunteered to fill the ranks.
No, sir. I was drafted.
Well, where are you from, Tom?
Illinois country.
And what were you doing when you were drafted?
Oh, working in my dad's store.
Are you married? Well, what are you blushing about? Have you got a sweetheart?
Oh, I guess so.
Does she write to you?
Oh, about every 2 weeks.
And who do you miss the most? Your mother or your sweetheart? You miss them both, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you like the Army, Tom? Excuse me, Tom. The Confederates are moving more artillery out of the woods into the open position beyond the Emmitsburg Road, which runs diagonally through the battlefield. I can't see what's going on very well, because the guns are too far to my left, and the Cadore house out there in the middle of the battlefield is blocking my line of vision. But Jackson Beck, who's over on Big Round Top, 2 miles to my left, can see them better. So over to Jackson Beck.
75 guns.
It looks like the whole works this time, John. I'd say about 75 guns on good ground over on my right. They're moving them along the Emmitsburg Road from the peach orchard
northward for about 1,300 yards. Some of the cannon were as close as 600 or 700 yards from the northern lines. The Confederates are beginning to point the guns, most of them are Parrotts and Napoleons, toward the center of the Union line. In some of the interviews I've had here with the veteran Union officers, they say that they cannot recall such an unusually heavy concentration of Confederate artillery at any one point. Now, there's no telling how many more guns are screened in those woods further down to the center, and on past the center, and all up and down that long Confederate line. Now, looking through my glasses from here, I can see that once again, as before, the Confederate artillerymen have taken their horses back into the woods. The guns are unmanned, but we're not forgetting that they can be fired at a moment's notice. All the cannoneers have to do is run out of the woods and let go. But Ken Roberts, over at the far right of the Union line, has news of cavalry action, so over to Ken Roberts.
I've just received a report that a heavy force of Confederate cavalry has ridden far around and behind this right flank of the Union Army, and at this moment has been intercepted and engaged by Union cavalry under Generals Kilpatrick and Gregg. It is almost certain that this surprise cavalry movement is a part of the Confederate tactics now shaping up rapidly. In other words, while the Confederate cavalry, presumably under General Stuart, is trying to turn the right flank of the Union Army, the main Confederate attack will try to break through its center. We haven't heard the Confederate artillery open fire yet. We have no news about the progress of the cavalry engagement, but we expect to hear in a moment or two. And while we're waiting, by special permission of Union General Howard, and with the consent of the man himself, I'm going to let you hear from a Confederate prisoner of war taken in the action on Culp's Hill early this morning. He's a huge, brawny man, about 6 feet tall, dark, sunburned, heavy, bushy beard. He's wearing reddish homespun pants, shirt, broad-brimmed wool hat, and brand new shoes.
That's right. First shoes I ever had since this year war started.
Where'd you get them?
Over yonder. Gettysburg, day before yesterday, when we kicked the daylights out of the Yankees and threw them out of town.
Well, do you think you'll enjoy wearing those shoes in some northern prison camp?
Northern prison camp? Man, where you been this war? Don't you know March Roberts going to bust this Yankee line wide open this afternoon and take me to Washington with him?
You're pretty confident, aren't you?
Well, sure. You remember what March Roberts did to the Yanks at Manassas? Remember what he did at Sharpsburg?
You mean Antietam, don't you?
No, sir. I mean Sharpsburg. And Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville? Ha! Every time he was outnumbered 2-1. Every time we railed him. You trying to tell me that today's going to be any different?
Well, how about those new Spencer carbines the Yankee cavalry have here at Gettysburg? They're the first repeaters ever used in this war. They shoot 8 times, and yours only shoot once.
Yeah. We know how to aim, boy.
Then you don't think much of the Yanks as fighters?
Well, I suppose they'd fight pretty good if they didn't have to tote such big loads. You know, they're in the toting business. They ain't in the fighting business. Man alive, I don't see how they can move with all that stuff on their backs.
I forgot to ask your name, soldier. Where are you from?
Jim Crocker. I'm from Mississippi.
Well, if you're so certain of winning, maybe you'd like to tell us where General Lee is going to attack this afternoon.
What's the matter, boy? You scared, huh? You stick with me, I'll take care of you.
Well, I don't think you're going to laugh at this. This note that's just been handed to me says that your General Stuart cavalry has been repulsed behind the Union lines and is riding back to the Confederate lines as fast as it can.
That ain't got nothing to do with the cannon up yonder. That's where the Yanks are going to get it.
Well, nothing's happened yet. That was a cannon shot. About 2 miles to my left. There's another one, same direction. I can't see it to the center of the line, out of my range of view. So over to John Daly.
The Confederate artillerymen are swarming around their guns in plain sight of our position behind this little clump of trees. They've opened fire with fast guns. The Confederates are firing on us, the shells streaming right over our heads. The horses around us are rearing up. They're neighing in fright. One of them is running away. He's galloping past me out of the battlefield. Fire splinters and shells are flying through the air on this ridge just behind me. Artillerymen are falling. Bolts and iron axles, poles and rails are snapping like straws. Caissons are being blasted to bits. The infantry out in front of me is huddled behind the stone wall. They're digging in behind every rock, crushing into every ditch. They're hugging this ground just as I am for dear life itself. The scouts of the Union guns are lifting. They're sealing out the range. They'll be cutting loose in just a minute, I hope. The whole Confederate line running along Seminary Ridge, 1 mile across from me, has opened up. It's getting very hot here. I don't know how much longer I can stay on the air. A Union caisson behind me has just exploded. I've never heard such a cannonade as this.
This is Don Hollenbeck at Union headquarters behind the lines. We've lost contact with John Daly at the center of the line. We'll switch you now to Jackson Beck at Big Round Top, 2 miles to the left of Daly. Come in, Beck.
Jackson Beck on Big Round Top. Through my glasses from my perch way up here, I can see the Confederate guns firing and their shells falling at the center of the Union line. Now there goes the Union artillery blazing out an answer to the Confederates. The entire Union line, for 2 miles, my vicinity to Cemetery Hill, has opened up in full force. Smoke on both sides is thickening, rolling across the battlefield, beginning to converge in one big black canopy, blacking out the sun. It's awfully difficult to see anything from up here, but through the smoke I can hear and see roars and flashes of flame as the shells find their marks again and again, exploding caissons, blowing up batteries. The casualties on both sides must be enormous. This is the greatest artillery duel I've ever seen in this war. There must be at least 180 guns firing at each other, a tremendous concentration of artillery. The Northerners are concentrating on the Confederate artillery, but the Confederate guns are not only going after the Union artillery up there on the ridge, they're throwing their shells over and to the rear of the Union lines. The fire is unusually heavy. Must be directed either against the Union reserves or possibly even at Meade's headquarters. We haven't heard from them. Let's have a report from there. Go ahead, Don Hollenbeck.
This is Don Hollenbeck at Union headquarters behind the lines. General Meade narrowly escaped death a few moments ago when a Confederate shell exploded here and killed one of his aides. The general and his staff have ridden farther behind the lines, out of range of the Confederate fire. Now the Northern fire has stopped. I don't know whether it's been knocked out or what. But the Confederate fire is still going. This little whitewashed farmhouse is still taking a heavy Confederate fire. The shells are exploding all around. The fire's especially heavy. Now the Confederate fire's stopping. I don't know what this means. The damage at Union headquarters is terrific. It must be an awful shambles in the center of the Northern line. We've been trying to make contact again with John Daly, but we haven't been able to since the start of the cannonade, so we'll switch you again to Jackson Beck on Big Round Top to see what's happening. Go ahead, Beck.
This is Jackson Beck. Something is going on. It's going on over on Seminary Ridge in the woods up there. Now, through my glasses, I can see the...
This is Don Hollenbeck at Union headquarters. We've just established contact again with John Daly at the center of the Union line. Go ahead, John Daly.
The Confederate infantry has come out of the woods 1 mile across from me, thousands of them. Now they've halted. They're dressing the line, right and left. It's at least 3/4 of a mile long, a straight line of men in butternut and gray. Their rifles are at right shoulder as if on parade. Their battle flags are coming out now, coming out of those woods. 5, 6, 7, 10. There must be at least 20 of them up and down that line. They're red, deepened by the sun. Up here on the ridge, Union Reserve artillery is pulling into position. Through my glasses, I can make out among those flags the 14th, the 18th, the 19th, the 57th Virginians. They belong to General Pickett's Virginia Division. I remember seeing those same blood-red banners at Fredericksburg. There's the 22nd and 34th North Carolina. They must be under General Pettigrew. There comes the 1st and the 14th Tennessee. Troops from Alabama and Mississippi also, and many more. I believe some of them are under General Trimble. It looks like the Confederates are going to charge under Pickett, Pettigrew, and Trimble. Many of the Confederates are wearing blood-stained bandages, but still they keep coming. A second line has come out of the woods, forming behind that first one. The first gray line hasn't moved yet. It's still dressing its formation. And all of this in the full view of the Union line 3/4 of a mile away. There must be at least 10,000 Confederate soldiers over there now. There comes some more. A third line is coming out of the woods. 5,000 more. I'm still using my glasses. I can see a Confederate officer on a big black horse riding up and down in front of that first line. He's wearing a blue overcoat in this hot July sun. I think it's Garnett of Virginia. There are 4 more officers on horseback coming out in front of that long gray line, swords drawn. Other officers are on foot. The Union artillery reserves are ready. The infantry behind the wall in front of me is tense and expectant and strangely silent. Through my glasses, I can see another Confederate officer. He's on horseback. He's placed his hat on the tip of his sword. He's pointing it at this direction, and he's shouting to his men. It must be the signal to advance. Yes, it is. That dull, gray line is moving forward, marching. Common time, arms at right shoulder. Perfect formation. An ocean of men on parade, regiment after regiment, brigade after brigade. Their glittering muskets look like a solid mass of steel. They move with the regularity of a pendulum. This is incredible and magnificent. Lee's proudest, finest bearded veterans, some in uniform, many of them in civilian clothes, straw hats, caps, aristocrats and barefooted mountaineers, the flower of the South. Men who glory in close fighting. They're marching now with unbelievable confidence, and they're headed right up here. The Confederates are, perhaps a little more than a half a mile away now. They're still in perfect formation, except that each flank appears to be gradually closing in, converging towards this clump of trees where I'm standing. It looks like they mean to hurl 15,000 men right at this point of the Union line. I just can't believe it. Not a shot has been fired on either side yet, and that gray line is still coming on. Their long line is getting narrower and deeper. It's pushing over fences in their way, striding through fields of wheat, stubble, and tall grass. It's nearer and nearer to the Emmitsburg Road, which is just about in the middle of the battlefield. 200 yards those Confederates have marched, and not a shot fired. Why don't the Northern guns up here open up? Why don't they shoot? Why don't they... All up and down cemetery ridge are firing. The blast is directed against the Confederates advancing on my right. They're falling by the tens, by the hundreds. Their flags are beginning to go down. But those bearded Southerners keep coming with straight and measured pace. There's scarcely the fire of a single Confederate rifle. The Confederate columns have reached the Emmitsburg Road. They're less than half a mile across from it. They're pushing right through the fence there, crowding together and crossing the road. Their break-cut ranks are up in a march, which the Union gunners are reaching again and again. Dead and driving men litter the ground. But those gaps close up. That gray line keeps on coming. It keeps on advancing. They're pushing through the second fence now on this side of the Emmitsburg Road. This is horrible. The Northern guns keep tearing bloody gaps in the Confederate ranks. And now that Confederate battle line is stretching its form once again. It's a stirring sight up and down the line in the face of this murderous Union fire. And now the gray line is going forward again. They're bringing their rifles down. They're charging at double time. The rebel yell is rolling up the ridge. They're coming at us. Get the hell out of here. Get out. Yes, sir. I can't stay any longer under this clump of trees. You can order away. Take it, Jackson. Back. Go ahead, back. Go ahead, back.
This is Jackson Beck at Big Round Top. Through my glasses, I can see those Confederates about 2 miles up to my right. They're charging hard. They're charging toward the center of the line now where John Daly was. They're charging straight at the center of the Union line with cold steel. Now the Union infantry has opened up. A flash of flame and a roar, and they're playing havoc with the charging Confederate lines. I see a mounted Confederate officer waving his men forward. Now, through my glasses at 2 miles, it's difficult to see clearly all the details of this action, but I'll try and give you as much as I can. It's impossible to describe everything that's going on up there. Too much is happening. That Confederate officer on the horse is down, and the horse is racing back to the Confederate line. There goes another Confederate officer blasted off his horse. Now a third one is down, but he's back on his feet. It's the man with the hat on the point of his sword. I can see him pointing his sword at the Union line. It's odd how one little man with a hat on his sword can center your attention, but it's the only way I can trace the tide of the battle. There goes the first Confederate volley from at least 5,000 rifles. The Northern infantry seems to be wavering. Cannoneers behind them must have been cut to ribbons by this murderous Confederate fire. Smoke and the dust of the fighting makes it awfully hard to tell exactly what's happening up there now, but they should be getting courier reports back at Meade's headquarters. Hollenbeck. Ron Hollenbeck, can you hear me?
Yes, Jack, yes, go ahead.
Are you getting any reports from the battle?
That's right. Couriers are coming down here all the time, but so far we don't know much more than you can see from Round Top. The fire's terrible. We can only guess how bad it is by the wounded coming in. We've just had a courier report that the first line has been hit hard. Can you see anything, Jack?
The Union infantry is falling back. The Union line is breaking. Where I can see the line, the blue-coated men are running back. About 5,000 Confederates have stormed the ridge. They've broken the Union line. The ridge is theirs. Now they're taking cover behind the Union stone wall. Through my glasses, I can see that Confederate officer with his hat on his sword standing on the wall up there. He's urging his men to follow him. There they go, about 100. They're swarming over the Union guns. Now they're turning them around. They're turning the guns around. They're going to fire on the Northerners with their own guns. Now the Union infantry is rallying. They seem to be reforming. The Northerners are firing volley after volley at the Confederates at the guns, and the Confederates are going down. They're being blasted down by the Northern rifles. There goes that gallant Confederate officer. He's down. He's down. His body is draped over a gun. That broken Union line has reformed. It has reorganized. Now it's charging back to retake that part of the line. The only part that gave way in the charge. The Confederates see them coming. They're pushing madly into an angle of the stone wall, which I can't see from here. Hollenbeck, you have any reports at headquarters?
Yes, Jack. A courier just came in from General Gibbon, and the spearhead of that Confederate charge looks like it's been broken. That's the way we see it here. But the Confederates are still attacking in an angle, that angle to the right of that little clump of trees. Can you see how they're making out in there?
Well, the Union cannon have stopped firing, but it's tough to see what's going on. Such a mass of men, arms, smoke, and fire, swords, and butts of guns. Through my glasses, it's plain that men are falling at every step. In that angle of that stone wall, it's a bloody angle now. The Confederate color sergeant is using his flagstaff as a club. The Confederates are crowding around their battle flags. Flags that waved so proudly such a short time before, and they're now being cut down one by one. The Northerners are closing in on the right, left, and in front. Those Confederates are in a death trap. They're lost unless they can get reinforcements right away. Now, through my glasses over there, I can see those Confederate reinforcements, but they're going the wrong way. They can't see their objective because of the smoke of battle. Now, back up in the center of the Union line, the Northerners are stepping up that brutal rifle fire from three sides. Now, it looks like the Confederates are wavering. They are wavering.
Jack. John Daly's back in the center of the line. Let's give it to him. Go ahead, John Daly.
The little clump of trees is ours again. The gray line is retreating. It's falling back. Confederates all around here raising their hands, surrendering, throwing down their guns and their swords. It was the only thing they could do. No human being could stand up under such fire. In front of me is the body of the gallant Confederate officer who led that charge over the stone wall that advanced further into the Union line than any other Confederate. His body is hanging over a Union cannon, left hand on the barrel, his right hand still grasping his sword, his gray hat clean up to the hilt. He is one of what must be at least 10,000 Confederates who were either killed, wounded, or taken prisoner in the fighting here today. Now the cheer, it's for General Meade. Here comes the Northern commander, General Meade. He's riding fast down the Federal line to my right. But all you're hearing is the entire Union line standing up and saluting him with a cheer. I'll try to get to him as he passes. He's dressed in his familiar summer uniform of dark blue without badge or ornament, except for the shoulder stripes of his grade, the light straight sword. His hat is thrust over his bearded white face. Here he comes now. General Meade. General Meade. General, sir, will you say a word? The battle is ours. Turn forward. Union praise. It's victory. Victory for the North. Unbelievable victory on the very brink of defeat. General George Gordon Meade, the commander-in-chief of the Union Army, has just declared that today, July 3rd, 1863, the
Gettysburg, July 3rd, 1863. Pickett's gallant charge failed, and the high tide of the Confederacy is over.
You have been listening to the Battle of Gettysburg, another broadcast in the series CBS is There, produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Battle of Gettysburg was written by Macaja Wren and Robert Louis Cheon. Next week,
Athens, 399 B.C., the death of Socrates. CBS is there.
Monday, October 27th is Navy Day. Each year, one day is set aside to pay tribute to the accomplishment of United States naval establishments, including the Marine Corps. Open house programs are scheduled to all major naval bases and airfields. The public is invited to visit warships of the fleet at various ports. There will be public observances throughout the nation, and a hats-off salute to our Navy and its fine record in our country's history. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in the new Senate building at Rome. Julius Caesar will attend the last session of the Senate on this 15th day of his 5th consulship. Caesar had planned to attend, you know, but then, for some strange reason, he changed his mind and sent word that he would not be present. Some of the senators then sent Decimus Brutus to urge Caesar to come, and apparently his intimate friend and trusted general was able to prevail upon him. A word has just reached us that the master of Rome is on his way here now, this Ides of March, accompanied by Brutus. And so the Senate attendants are again placing Caesar's chair in a rather curious spot, in front of the statue of Pompey, Caesar's old and dead enemy.
March 15,
certainly going to
44 B.C., ancient Rome. You are there.
Julius Caesar on the Ides of March, the great Roman conqueror on his way to the Senate. CBS takes you back almost 2,000 years to the day that shook the Roman Empire and changed the course of history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotations. And now,
the Senate of ancient Rome and John Daly.
That important session of the year. Perhaps Caesar's hesitancy about attending this final session of the Senate is due to the many rumors which are flying thick and fast around Rome. Rumors to the effect that Caesar's enemies, and he has a great many hidden ones amongst the patrician upper classes, are plotting something to block this new era of popular reform ushered in by Caesar since his return from the wars. Just what they can do to stem this tide of social progress, which Caesar has set in motion, is difficult to imagine. But here is one imaginative fellow who seems to see things that ordinary people like you and me miss. He is Artemidorus, a soothsayer, who also makes a living on the side by teaching logic to some of the wealthier citizens of Rome. Artemidorus, how do you reconcile teaching logic with soothsaying?
With those who prefer prophecy, I prophesy. With those who prefer logic, I reason. I have found this the most logical way for me to make a living.
Sounds logical, but what does your soothsaying say about the rumors that are going around Rome to the effect that Caesar's enemies are plotting against him?
Well, I would say that the Ides of March may be shall we say, a fateful day for Rome.
What do you mean by fateful?
Oh, nothing for certain. Just that there are certain indications.
What indications?
Well, indications that this will be a very fateful day.
Well, are you trying to say that Caesar is in danger?
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. You see, it is just that, it is written in the sands and in the stars that, that even the mightiest among us may suddenly take leave and dwell with the gods.
All right, then, in your soothsaying mind, exactly what name comes to the surface as plotting Caesar harm?
I see a cloud of names.
What are they?
The cloud is clearing. I see 7 letters, a number of C's.
Yes, go on.
The clouds have returned. I cannot see anything anymore. Peace be unto you.
Farewell. Artemidorus has just hurried away. I think he saw someone, although I'm looking in the direction he looked, and I can see only distinguished senators and several close friends of Caesar's. There's Ligarius and Tilius Cimber, Trebonius, and Cassius. Cassius is walking over here. He was recently appointed praetor by Caesar. Good day, Cassius.
Good day. Was that Artemidorus the soothsayer?
Why, yes, Cassius. Do you know him?
I have studied some logic with him, but I found the fellow more given to imagination than reason. What did he say?
Well, he thinks Caesar has a lot of enemies.
One needn't be a soothsayer to divine that. Every ruler has an opposition.
You're speaking of the Optimates, I presume, the patrician ruling class.
Not only the Optimates. Many good and loyal citizens of ordinary rank take exception to some of the things that Caesar has done.
Oh, I was under the impression that most of the common people of Rome were ardently for Caesar and his policy of reform.
I wish they were. But you know, unfortunately, I have heard talk that many Romans are afraid that Caesar might become king.
But how could that be? We all know that Caesar has refused a crown several times.
Who can say what a ruler with all of Caesar's power will do next? We must always hope for the good of Rome that men with so much power will not abuse it for their own gain.
Thank you, Cassius. Caesar has not arrived yet. Here comes Mark Antony. Perhaps I can get him to say a few words. The proconsul, who shares the administration of Rome with Caesar, seems to be in fine spirits today. And when Caesar leaves tomorrow to subdue Parthia, Mark Antony will be temporary ruler of Rome, you know, in Caesar's absence. Oh, Mark Antony. Mark Antony, I've been trying to track down a story that there's a plot against Caesar.
Oh, that's an old story. People have been plotting against Caesar ever since he was born. He was kidnapped, you know, when he was a boy. Plotters. Do you remember Labienus? Do you remember Pompey? They all plotted against Caesar, but they're all dead now.
But then you do think, Mark Antony, that there may be some substance to this rumor.
Oh, no doubt about it. But whoever these plotters may be, let them beware. For all those who plot against my friend Caesar will sooner or later feel the edge of the hungry, naked sword of Mark Antony.
Caesar just walked in from Mark Antony. He's accompanied by Decimus Brutus, and the senators have risen and are greeting him. Caesar carries his tall, slim figure erectly, as usual in military fashion. His gray eyes are sweeping the Senate as he walks. He bows politely to the senators and other high dignitaries, and though his face is kindly as usual, Caesar is not smiling today. He doesn't appear to be too well. He's reached his chair now, is sitting down, carefully arranging the folds of his brilliant white, purple-bordered toga. Many senators and officials are gathered around him. It's Caesar's custom before the session begins, you know, to hear private petitions. Tullius Cimber has approached Caesar and is standing directly in front of Caesar now, holding a petition. Cimber is speaking. Let's listen.
Great Caesar, liberator, father of the fatherland, if you have a petition, Tullius Cimber, I will listen to it with a better mind if you do not employ all those flattering and unnecessary adjectives before my name. What is it you wish?
Oh, Caesar, you will always be remembered for your clemency and your forgiveness. You pardoned most of your enemies. Please, oh Caesar, consider my brother, now banished from Rome and living in miserable exile in a barbaric land.
I have told you before, Tullius Cimber, that I will never pardon your brother. He has not only committed crimes against the state, but also savage crimes against humanity. I do not know how to forgive such evil. Do not beg too hard in his behalf, lest I think you think him guiltless, and so cover yourself with some of his guilt.
But, great Caesar, you have always been kind.
I will hear no more of your brother.
I beg you, please reconsider the case. I have all the facts here in this petition.
Tullius Cimber, I have right to liberty! Vile Castor, what does this mean? Savage Castor, strike! Die, Caesar! Die, senators!
An attempt is being made on Caesar's life. Castor has stabbed Caesar. Cassius stabs too. Caesar is out onto Cassius' hands, trying to fight them off. Brutus has stabbed Caesar now, and they're all thrusting at him, all the senators around Caesar, stabbing in a frenzy. Tullius Cimber, Cassius, Brutus, Castor, Ligarius, they're murdering Caesar right before my eyes. Caesar is resisting no longer. He's fallen, is lying in a pool of blood. Brutus and Cassius stand over his body, clasping hands, congratulating each other. And now Brutus is shouting to Cicero, the venerable leader of the Senate.
Cicero! See how the tyrant lies dead at Pompey's feet. Rome is free. Liberty is restored. The Constitution is saved.
The senators are running out of the Senate. The men who murdered Caesar are waving their daggers, shouting, Rome is free, the tyrant is dead, liberty is saved. The Senate is emptying rapidly. Julius Caesar is dead this Ides of March. It means Rome will be in a turmoil. I return you to our CBS studio.
This is Ned Chalmer. The men who killed Caesar call themselves the Tyrannicides. Right now, they're staging a torchlight procession along the Via Flaminia. Don Hollenbeck is there in a CBS mobile unit, so over to Don Hollenbeck.
Torchlight procession is passing by us now. Many of these paraders are drunk, some with wine, some with the event, and some with both. The parade is a strange mixture of venerable senators, young perfume dandies, the younger members of the patrician class. But the strangest thing about this parade is that there are no people on the streets to watch it. Not a less so pleasant to cheer or throw flowers or wave a hand. One of the leaders of this parade is Tilius Cimber, the senator who gave the signal for the attack on Caesar. He's right here beside me. Tilius Cimber.
Everything is going to be all right. Rome is free. Everybody is free. There's nothing to fear. Nothing.
Perhaps the people of Rome aren't sure what will happen, Tilius Cimber. Perhaps that's why they're hiding.
There is nothing to fear. The people will still get their free food and their free circuses. Bread and circuses. What else do common people need?
Perhaps they want liberty and dignity.
Liberty and dignity. That's why we disposed of Caesar.
The parade is pressing on down the Via Flaminia now. Tilius Cimber lurching after it, waving his dagger, shouting to a deserted street. This is Don Hollenbeck. I return you to our CBS studios.
This is Ned Chalmer again. Cassius, Brutus, and the other leaders of the tyrannocides are now meeting with Mark Antony. Cicero is acting as the mediator. This surprising development would seem to indicate that Mark Antony may make peace with the men who killed his chief. There are even rumors that he'll accept a major post in the new government. The body of Caesar has been removed from the Senate and taken to his home by his servants. And now here is Quincy Howe to analyze all these fast-moving events.
Well, this much seems clear. Mark Antony hopes to avoid another civil war, even if he has to forget his loyalty to Caesar and make a deal with the murderers, who, by the way, must now decide fast what to do with Caesar's body. That's because it's always been a custom to throw the dead bodies of murdered tyrants into the river Tiber, unhonored, disgraced. But if Caesar's body were thrown into the Tiber, all his laws and appointments would become null and void. And all the men now meeting with Mark Antony, except Cicero, all these fellows received their appointments to top government jobs from Caesar himself. Thus, if Caesar's body should be thrown into the Tiber, they'd automatically put themselves out of office. The big question really is no longer Mark Antony, but the people. What will the people do? They can't stay behind locked doors much longer. Here's Ned Chalmer.
A statement has just been released by the men at Mark Antony's house. It says they've decided to give Julius Caesar a public funeral, and that Mark Antony himself will deliver the funeral oration. Ken Roberts and Caesar's wife, Calpurnia, are at Caesar's palace on the Tiber now, waiting to talk to us. So over to Ken Roberts.
I am speaking to you from the atrium of Caesar's home. Calpurnia, Caesar's wife, has just learned that the tyrannocides will allow a public funeral for her husband, and she has given orders that the body of Caesar be taken now to the Forum. Calpurnia, would you care to comment on the decision of the tyrannocides to allow a public funeral for your husband?
Yes. It is an old Roman custom to invite intimate friends to private funerals. A public funeral does not alter this in any way at all. I know Caesar would want all his friends to be present.
Calpurnia, what made Caesar change his mind and attend the Senate?
His very close friend, Decimus Brutus, came and persuaded him because there were urgent and pressing matters in the Senate requiring his personal attention. This was the same Decimus Brutus whom Caesar loved and trusted, whom he raised from perfumed obscurity to wealth, honor, and high position. And all the time he pleaded with Caesar to come, a dagger lay hidden in his toga. And when Caesar came, of all that august and honorable body of senators, not one raised a hand to help. Hirelings, betrayers, puppets for the idle, degenerate patricians, they were all conspirators. It was not Caesar who threatened Rome. It is the 500 families that rule our city. They killed my husband because he sided with the people. Caesar never wanted to be king, and every one of those murderers knew it.
Thank you, Calpurnia. This is Ken Roberts. I'll return you to CBS.
Quincy Howe again. Tullius Cicero has just announced that he will be unable to attend Caesar's funeral. The leader of the Senate said, and I'm quoting, "The death of Caesar has so affected me that my physician has advised against my attendance." End quote. Just a few words of comment on this statement of Cicero's. Cicero argued for all he was worth against the public funeral. He said it was playing with fire, especially since Caesar's last will and testament will be read in the Forum where the ceremony is about to take place. Now, no one knows what Caesar's will contains, but since Caesar was always generous to the plebeians, there's good reason to believe that his will may contain some surprises which might prove, a bit unsettling to the public peace, if you get my drift. This is Quincy Howe. I switch you now to John Daly in the Forum.
of our country in greater danger.
The speaker you hear addressing the crowd here in the forum is Caius Cassius, one of the leaders of the conspiracy against Caesar. He and other gifted public speakers among the Tyrannicides have been haranguing this crowd of more than 50,000 people, trying to make them see the wisdom and necessity of disposing of Caesar, but the crowd listens quietly, very quietly. The big question is still what's going on in the minds of these 50,000 silent Romans. Cassius has finished speaking, and now Decimus Brutus, the most gifted speaker of all the Tyrannicides, has stepped up to the rostrum. He's greeted with respectful silence. This should be interesting, so let's listen.
Of Rome, I, Decimus Brutus, was Caesar's closest friend, yet I killed him. I, Decimus Brutus, was his trusted general and confidant, yet I betrayed him. Why then did I take his life? Was it to enrich myself? The death of Caesar will not make any of us richer. Was it because I bore him a grudge? No one had more cause to love and honor him than I. Why then did I kill and betray my friends? The answer is, citizens of Rome, that Caesar was a grave danger to Rome, for Caesar would be king. You cannot have both a king and a republic. Our great nation is a democracy, a magnificent civilization which cannot abide kings or emperors. For then we would be like the barbarians who have not learned how precious and sweet is liberty. Oh, Romans, here in my hand is the dagger with which I slew my dear friend. It is still sharp and keen. If I have wronged you, citizens of this free land, if I have wronged you by killing Caesar, then shall I plunge this dagger gladly into my breast. Speak, citizens of Rome!
Most of the big crowd is unmoved and silent. Their attention has turned away from the rostrum to the approach of Caesar's funeral procession. Decimus Brutus is speaking again.
You have given me your answer. I sheath my dagger. Caesar's funeral procession approaches. By my permission, Mark Antony will deliver the funeral oration. Stay and listen to him, for you all know that in some respects, Caesar did serve his country well. It is fitting that you pay him your last respects. And so, farewell, good citizens. We shall meet again on some happier occasion.
Brutus has left the rostrum. The funeral procession is inside the forum now, coming to a halt in front of the rostrum itself. Calpurnia, wearing a shabby toga, as is the custom, and Mark Antony seem to be the principal mourners. The body of Caesar is being carried on a couch and placed in front of the rostra. 6 citizens are carrying it. The couch is draped with a white cloth trimmed with purple, and now the music has stopped, and the herald steps forward.
Caius Julius Caesar has surrendered to death. Mark Antony will now deliver the funeral oration. My fellow Romans, my countrymen, I need not tell you of Caesar's great and good deeds, as is the manner at funerals. You know them well enough. You remember who forced the optimates, the nobles, to give the people a share of the public lands. It was not Cassius. No, not Cassius. It was Caesar, now dead by Cassius' hand. Do you remember, citizens of Rome, who passed a law
that allowed liberated slaves to become citizens? It was not Simba. No, not Simba. But Caesar, the man Simba so cruelly stabbed. Do you recall, good citizens, who it was the Senate declared to be godlike in his clemency to his enemies? It was not Cinna. No, not Cinna. But the man Cinna cut down with a hideous dagger. Can you bring to mind my fellow countrymen who 3 times refused the offer of a crown? It was not Decimus Brutus. No, not Brutus. But the man Brutus so monstrously betrayed. Yet all these conspirators have nothing to say about Caesar but that he was ambitious, that he desired to be a king. All they knew it well that Caesar, now lying fiercely dead before us, never wished to be a king. Citizens, I will tell you why they killed him. They killed him because he stood in the way of those corrupt aristocrats upon whom Caesar waged unremitting war all his life.
Mark Antony is not in league with the conspirators, has dropped the mask of collaboration. He's attacking the tyrannicides with power and passion, and the crowd has suddenly come alive. This is what they've been waiting for.
That's enough of praise! Enough of praise! We have a matter of a last will to be read. Caesar's will. And you shall hear it now. I bid you, heralds, step forward and read Caesar's last will and testament. Step forward.
The herald steps forward, unrolls the parchment. The crowd is hushed, straining forward.
I, Caius Julius Caesar, do declare this to be my will. This will to be executed immediately upon my death. To each citizen of Rome, I hereby allot 75 drachmas. My gardens along the Tiber River, so long coveted by many envious aristocrats, I bequeath to the people of Rome as a public park. What remains of my property, I bequeath to Octavius Caesar, my nephew. Should Octavius fail, then I name as my second heir Decimus Brutus.
Stepping back, the herald rolls up the parchment, and the crowd is now denouncing Decimus Brutus. All the conspirators is calling for vengeance. Mark Antony has stepped up to the body of Caesar. He flips the covering off the body, and the mutilated body of Caesar now lies exposed. The crowd is in frenzy.
Citizens, here lies the father of your country. Here lies the hero of Rome. Here lies our beloved comrade and friend. Here he is, lifeless. Although the Senate had sworn to protect him with their lives, here he lies dead. Dead not by disease or age or war, but killed by his own countrymen. Oh, Caesar, those whom you spared and showed mercy and kindness, they have spilt your life away. Where, Caesar, is your love for mankind? Where now are those great and noble laws you'd pass for the common people? Caesar, stand up, and let the public see you. You cannot For you are murdered. Murdered by the very same people you saved. O Rome, O citizens of Rome, our father, our comrade, lies quiet and still and forever dead. Romans, let us not proceed to the campus martius for the funeral fire. Let us have the funeral fire here and now in the forum. No greater honor can bestow upon our fallen leader. No greater defiance can we give to the conspirators. Then we can light our torches at Caesar's fire and hunt down and burn and kill the conspirators!
The crowd roars its utmost approval and the funeral music is started again. The tyrannicides have failed. Their bid for power is over. Even in death, Caesar has conquered, and execution or exile awaits the conspirators. Flaming torches are being applied to the rostrum.
The Ides of March 44 BC. Julius Caesar is assassinated, and the course of history is changed.
You have been listening to The Assassination of Julius Caesar, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Assassination of Julius Caesar was written by Sigmund Miller. Mark Antony was played by Torrin Thatcher, and the cast included Thomas Chalmers, Raymond Edward Johnson, Wesley Addy, David Orrick, Richard Waring, Ann Seymour, Guy Sorrell, Bert Powlin, and others. Next week,
June 30th, 1520, Mexico City. The death of Montezuma. You are there.
Broadway is my beat, says Detective Danny Clover. And today, Danny's going to explore the strange actions of an out-of-work Broadway actor engaged to an heiress who's a friend of Danny's. Broadway is my beat will come to you later this afternoon on most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly at Runnymede, England. The hour has come and gone this 19th day of June, 1215, the hour when King John agreed to sign the Magna Carta. But the king has still not left Windsor Castle, 7 miles away, for the council meadows here on the Thames. The patience of the barons gathered here at Runnymede is at the breaking point. After 3 days of haggling with the king's emissaries, the 49 articles of the Magna Carta still remain the barons' unconditional terms of peace to end the war which has been raging up and down this English Isle for more than a year. If John does not arrive, and that shortly, there is the strongest possibility that the barons will take to the sword once again, march on Windsor Castle, and once more plunge England in civil war. This is the dread thought that strikes fear into the hearts of thousands upon thousands of people who have gathered here from all over England.
Runnymede, June the 19th, 1215. CBS is there.
King John, Runnymede, the barons and their Magna Carta. CBS takes you back 732 years to a momentous milestone on the road to modern democracy. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
June the 19th, 1215. The meadow called Runnymede and John Daly.
Fantastic nature. It's a clear, beautiful spring day, and for days now, the barons and their forces have been waiting. Every hour their numbers grow larger and larger. More and more gaily colored pavilions rise over the meadows to quarter this host. Judging by the tremendous array of men and weapons, we would say that here at Runnymede stands the bulk of the might and power of England. 300 barons or more are here with at least 2,000 knights in full armor. With their host of retainers, yeomen, and other fighting men, they constitute the greatest striking force ever assembled on English soil. spears, pikes, battle axes, swords, crossbows, burnished helmets and armor, a gleaming sea of deadly metal in the springtime sun. The leader of the barons, my Lord Robert Fitzwalter, is with us now at our CBS microphone. He wears late chain armor under a white surcoat. His squire stands a few short distance away, a few feet from us, holding his helmet, his sword, and his shield. Lord Fitzwalter is a picture of strength and quiet confidence. My lord, do you think King John means to break his word and not sign the charter?
What King John means to do, I know not. He has shown bad faith before, he may show bad faith again.
And exactly what will you do, sir, if King John does not appear to sign the charter?
I have said it before, and I will say it again. We will march on Windsor Castle and tear it down stone by stone on his stubborn head.
But, sir, what of the reports we have heard that even at this present moment, mercenary soldiers drawn from the continent by King John are landing at several points along the English coast?
We are aware of that.
But, my lord, suppose this meeting here at Runnymede is a ruse, a trap set for you by King John. What if instead of arriving peacefully, his forces come charging onto this field, hoping to take you by surprise?
That is a possibility. But if John's soft sword chooses that manner of talking peace, he will find us quite ready to answer in kind.
My Lord Fitzwalter, many observers think that King John will never accept Article 49 of the Charter.
So we are beyond the point of being concerned with what King John thinks of any particular article in the Charter. We have haggled about it quite enough. It stands as it is. He signs today, and that before the shadows of our swords grow much longer, or mayhap England will be without a king.
And if it came to such a crisis, sir, do you think the people of England would stand in back of you?
The people? What mean ye by the people?
Why, the common folk, my Lord Fitzwalter, the multitude gathered over there along the fringes of the meadow.
Oh, yes, the people. I presume they stand behind us, but I fail to see in what manner they are concerned.
Does not the Charter talk of the rights of all free men, my lord?
Free men, yes, but free men are people. Free men are free men, nobles, knights, lords, not serfs, yeomanry.
But if the people do not stand to profit by the Magna Carta, my lord...
If you will forgive me, I have weightier matters on my mind at this moment.
Thank you, my Lord Fitzwalter. The leader of the barons is walking away now, back to his lieutenants, who are gathered before Fitzwalter's pavilion. And while we were speaking, a message was handed to me saying that my colleague, Don Hollenbeck, in a CBS mobile unit, has reached Windsor Castle. Don, is there anything stirring at Windsor? Any sign of the king's imminent departure for Runnymede?
Nothing much yet, John. I'm standing outside the south moat of the castle. The drawbridge is still up. There's a considerable force of the king's loyal men here, and it keeps growing all the time. I would say that now there are at least 1,000 armed men here at Windsor, nobles, knights and their retainers, yeomen, crossbowmen, and foot soldiers. I doubt whether in the 49 years that John has lived, or in the 16 years that he has reigned, the sixth and youngest son of Henry II, surnamed Lackland of the House of Plantagenet, has ever faced a more crucial moment. No one can say whether he will return from Runnymede with his crown on his head, if he returns at all. We're trying to set up an interview with one of the king's men, John, and I'll let you know when we're ready.
Right. Here at Runnymede, we're at the south end of the meadow, and we can see the whole of the council field spread out before us. To the north, about 6 long acres away, is the road from Windsor. To our left, the meadow is flanked by the Thames, and directly in the center of the field, underneath a canopy draped in the royal pennants, is a large council table. It looks like any other ordinary table, but the decisions that may be taken there today may very well affect the whole course of English history. To our right are huge crowds, masses of people who have come from one end of England to the other to witness what may happen today. These are the people, the very people who loom not very large in the mind of the leader of the barons, Lord Fitzwalter. Ken Roberts is among them with a CBS microphone, and it might be interesting to hear what their thoughts are. So over to the people and Ken Roberts.
This great crowd of people has been gathering for days from all over England. Some have come on foot, some in donkey carts, some even down the Thames on boats. Many have slept in the open fields, bringing their provisions with them. There are men, women, and children, entire households. Many, weary with the long wait, are resting on the ground, but most of them are standing about singly and in groups, their eyes fastened on the road from Windsor Castle. Here, for example, is one member of this crowd, a man dressed in a light tan tunic made from flaxen cloth. Friend, what part of the island are you from?
I'm come from Northumberland.
Northumberland, eh? Well, that's quite a distance to travel, isn't it?
Aye.
goodly journey. 3 days on the way I was.
You must be very interested in the peace conference to have made such a long journey.
Aye. I would know what will be.
What will happen to your crops while you're away?
No crops have I this year.
You mean you haven't planted at all?
Nay, not a seed.
Well, why not?
I will not say.
Could it be that your last year's wheat was seized by the king's bailiff?
Will not say.
Or perhaps the Baron Steward seized your barley?
Nay, 'twas millet. I will not say.
I see. And which side would you like to see win out today, the Barons or the King?
I will not say. I would have peace. Not a seed will I plant until there be peace. Enough of strife, say I. Enough of barons and kings stealing poor man's crops, say I. That I will not say. I'm come from Northumberland and I would have peace.
Of course. And what do you think of the Magna Carta?
No read, no write can I. Nor trust I things on parchment. I will not say. I'm come from Northumberland and I would have peace.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did not say.
And here's another man. What is your name, sir?
His name is Peter Harbeck, and I'm his good wife, Cecilia.
His good wife, Cecilia, yes. And you're both citizens of...
London town is where he's from, and I'm from Dublin. A cloth merchant is what we be.
Right.
And no finer cloth than Harbeck cloth is sold nor made.
Naturally. And what, sir, are your hopes for the outcome of this peace conference today?
Oh, to be sure. Tell the man, Peter.
Yes,
Tell him I will sell your cloth to barons and kings, clothe them in the finest woolens, and mind you, no finer woolens than Harbeck woolens are sold nor made. Tell him on a coin have you been paid by king nor baron since this war began.
Not a penny. The hopes.
We hope indeed that they'd on their arms and open their purses, or there'll be no Harbeck cloth for England anymore. We shall be ruined.
Sir, would you like to see the Magna Carta signed?
Of a truth we would. 'Tis a good contract for the barons we hear, and it has our blessings. But will mean the end of the war and the payment of our debts, we hope.
We hope.
Well, thank you, Master Harbeck, for a very informative interview.
Well,
Thanks the man, Peter, for the sake that you lost your tongue.
And here is another man. He's wearing a long black tunic with slashed pockets and draped sleeves. By his garb, I would say he's a scholar. Is that right, sir?
Poor scholars. We never can hide our misfortune, can we?
Misfortune?
Aye, we know all the answers, but who lends us ear?
Why, then, this is your opportunity. You have the ear of the world. Speak, sir scholar.
Of what? The heavens? The earth? I have a sea of wisdom. Of what shall I speak?
Why, speak of King John.
Ah, yes, speak of the devil. John. Our bald pate is soon shaven, and our good king will be well barbered today. The barons will see to it. But alas, there will be other monarchs, nay, even tyrants, who will contest man's right to determine his own destiny. Aye, at time, and betimes they may even be victorious in dimming the glow of freedom. But extinguish it, never.
Then you think the Magna Carta means freedom?
Freedom. A wide word. A broad word. What is freedom? Is it yours or is it mine? Freedom for what?
Why, for the people, of course.
Indeed, sir. Sir, thou art a crackpate. Freedom for the barons and only for the barons. The people will still remain under the power of their overlords. The people will still have no will but the will of their masters. But in time, in time the barons may find their power too contested, as they contest the power of their king today. Perhaps they may live to regret that it was they who pointed the way to man's freedom here in England. That would be a goodly dress, wouldn't it? To fashion a harness for the king and find themselves checked and bridled in their own strappings, with the people snapping the whip.
Our good scholar seems vastly amused by his own wit and wisdom. He's walked away from our microphone, laughing to himself. While we were talking, however, a message was handed to me. The Cardinal Subdeacon, Pandulph, the Pope's emissary to the court of King John, has just arrived at Windsor Castle. So over to Don Hollenbeck.
You can probably hear the chains as the drawbridge goes over the moat following the admittance of Cardinal Pandulph. The Pope's emissary arrived 2 minutes ago. With him came the 7 bishops of England, and what this may signify is anybody's guess. With me now at our CBS microphone is Lord Fitzrogers, a spokesman for the king, a loyal nobleman who's been very close to the king's council for many years. He wears linked chain armor. His squire stands by holding his helmet and sword, that long two-handed sword that King John's brother, Richard the Lion-Hearted, wielded so famously in the Holy Land Crusades and on the continent. My Lord Fitzrogers, does Cardinal Pandulph's arrival here at Windsor Castle mean that His Holiness has thrown his support behind King John?
It would pleasure me greatly, good sir, to answer your question. But in truth, I know no more than you do. I am not privy to the King's counsel.
Well, all right, then. Is the king going to sign the Magna Carta?
The king has promised to sign. But if I may speak frankly, I fear the consequences of that signing.
What do you mean, my lord? Most informed observers believe it is for the good of England.
Perhaps, but then again, perhaps not, young sir. In the historical development of a folkland, there are times when unity should be cherished more than feudal liberty. The barons have been fighting each other for a long time, storming each other's castles, robbing each other's lands, impoverishing England, weakening her strength. John is ambitious for England, not for himself. He would have England a strong and united power, a power to be feared on the continent. Now, if the Magna Carta is signed, England will have a multitude of rulers instead of one. And as the Holy Book says, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. For we shall be a prey to every marauding power on the continent. Ah, no, young sir, it is a fine point, you will agree. This Magna Carta of which you speak may be a good thing for the barons, but is it a good thing for England? Is it a good thing for England?
Thank you, my Lord Fitzrogers. The noble lord is walking away from our microphone now, his squires following him. He has raised an interesting point which historians may well ponder in the future, but which for now we'll leave to the judgment of our listeners. The trumpets are sounding inside the courtyards across the moat. The drawbridge is coming down. The yeomen, crossbowmen, and foot soldiers are springing to attention. The knights and nobles are being helped onto their horses by their retainers. That trumpet must have been the prearranged signal for King John's appearance. It looks as if this army is going to march. The drawbridge is down. The royal standard bearers are coming across. They're turning left in the direction of the council meadows. And here is John, King of England, astride a big black charger. The king wears a white surcoat over his armor with the red knight Templar cross embroidered across the chest. King John, you know, has never ventured on a crusade to the Holy Land. There's Langdon, the Archbishop of Canterbury, riding to the right of the king. King John is flanked on his left by William the Marshal, commander of his forces. And there's Cardinal Pandulph, the Pope's emissary, next in order. And after him, the 7 bishops of England. At last, John is off to Runnymede. We're going to move up with the king's forces in our CBS mobile unit, but now, John Daly at Runnymede. You've heard the news. What's the reaction in the barons' camp?
The news that King John is on his way has stirred up a flurry of heightened activity here at the barons' camp. All about me I can see knights in their heavy armor being helped onto their horses by their retainers. Yes, and the crossbowmen, many of them, are fitting their deadly bolts into their powerful weapons. Somehow, every knight, every armed yeoman, everyone here seems to be getting ready for trouble. If trouble comes, and they're doing it with a will all over this meadow, men are preparing for battle if there is to be a battle. I can see my Lord Fitzwalter. He's mounted now and flanked by his close lieutenant. Eustace de Vesey has just handed to Fitzwalter a scroll, and no doubt it's the Magna Carta. I'm close enough to the leader of the barons to see the smile upon his face. It's a sardonic smile with just a hint of triumph. He just did a very curious thing, by the way. With his left hand, he brushed the scroll back and forth across his chin, while his right hand fondled the great sword that's hanging by his side. It was an eloquent gesture, not lost upon his lieutenants either. The Magna Carta or the sword, that's what it says. But it's going to take some time for King John to cover the 7 miles from Windsor to Runnymede. So while he's on his way, let's switch to our headquarters pavilion for Quincy Howe and an analysis of the Magna Carta.
I hold a copy of the Magna Carta in my hand. Article 49 states specifically that the barons shall have the right to elect 25 nobles from among themselves to administrate the new laws contained in the other 48 articles of the Charter. This is remarkable. If the law forces the king to share his power, what becomes of the divine right of kings? What's more, this revolutionary document, the Magna Carta, demands security that the laws and freedoms it contains shall be guaranteed and fulfilled. I quote from Article 49. If the king, or any of his justiciaries, or bailiffs, or any of his ministers, shall break these articles of peace and security, the aforesaid 25 barons shall go to our Lord the King, and shall petition to have redress without delay. And, if the king shall not amend it within a reasonable time,
the whole community of the land shall distrain and distress the king by all the means which they can. That is to say, and I'm still quoting from Article 49 of the Magna Carta, by taking his castles, lands, possessions, and in every other manner which they can, until amendment of the wrongs shall be made. End of quote. Now, this has no precedent. It's completely unheard of. It means a new philosophy of government for England, with future consequences that no one can foresee. Will King John sign this Magna Carta? Will he peacefully give up the traditional prerogatives of a monarch accountable only to God for his actions? No one yet knows, but we're soon going to find out. And now, back to the Barons' camp on the meadow and John Daly.
John Hollenbeck is on his way over here from Windsor with King John, accompanying King John and his troops, and he tells us that the king and his men have halted about 1/2 mile from here.
Right, John. The king's forces have stopped at the river bend just about 1/2 mile from Runnymede. That halt was ordered by William the Marshal, the king's commander, so that they could permit the foot soldiers to catch up with the mounted knights.
Well, what do you make of this maneuver, Don?
Well, look, I'd say the king appears anxious to have his full force compactly behind him when he reaches the meadow.
I see. Well, would you say
the
then
foot soldiers are getting here now, John. They're approaching, but when they're fanning out into the fields on either side of the road, it looks as if...
Go ahead. It looks as if what, Don? We're not getting you. Come on in. What's wrong?
Why, there's nothing wrong, John. I was merely about to remark that it looks to us as if England this spring is lovelier than it's ever been. And what could be lovelier than England in the spring? Agreed, John?
Yes, of course, and I suppose it's censorship, Don, but as my Lord Fitzwalter said, the barons are ready for anything. And if it means that the king intends to charge, the barons will be ready. The crowds of spectators massed at the east end of the meadow, by the way, know that King John is headed this way, and they've moved back, way back, and they're still pushing and shoving to get back out of the way of any possible action. There's a thick cloud of dust in the distance over the road from Windsor Castle, and I can make out a body of horsemen advancing down the road, coming close to the meadow. It's King John with a packed mass of knights and nobles. They're riding forward at a slow canter. The foot soldiers in the fields on either side of the road are keeping pace with the canter. King John and his retinue have halted now. They've pulled up their horses on the extreme north fringe of this meadow. As if by a signal, the foot soldiers have stopped dead in their tracks. The king and his close party are still making no move to come forward. They're seated upon their horses, just looking in silence at the huge force of barons across the meadow, sort of sizing the situation up. And it's strange now how quiet everything is getting. It's almost a deadly quiet. I get the funny feeling of looking at a still painting, at a tremendous canvas with John seated upon his horse, the dead center of the picture. Even the great crowd that fringes the meadow is hardly moving at all, and there's hardly a sound from them. Here at the south end of the meadow, the mounted knights and the barons are watching and waiting. There's nothing but a deep, sullen silence, broken occasionally. There's the first move! The first move in this fantastic game of chess being played here at Runnymede Meadows. John and his close party have dismounted. They're walking to the council table in the center of the meadows. I'm going to move up to that table as fast as I can. Meanwhile, perhaps Don Hollenbeck can come in without censorship again, since the king is evidently going to talk and not fight.
I can this time, John. They did cut us off while the king's forces charged up to the meadows. I don't understand the maneuver. Perhaps it was a bluff to frighten the barons, a bluff backed by might, but it certainly did not succeed. Lord Fitzwalter and his lieutenants in the barons' camp have dismounted. They're walking forward now to meet John and his party. Fitzwalter is flanked by Richard. That's the Earl of Clare, and Geoffrey, Earl of Essex and Gloucester. King John is at the council table now. The king's in the center. Stephen Langdon, Archbishop of Canterbury, is on his right. William the Marshal, Earl of Pembroke's on his left, and behind them, Cardinal Pandulph and the 7 bishops. The barons have reached the council table now, and so has John Daly, I see, so over to him.
The barons are waiting for King John to make the first move, and the king's face, as he looks at Lord Robert Fitzwalter, is absolutely expressionless. The king has turned to Archbishop Langdon, and that was the king's voice commanding the archbishop to open the conversation.
My sons, I greet you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, I pray for the peace of this realm and the salvation of our souls. God grant us wisdom and good counsel in the grave matters before us. Amen. My Lord Fitzwalter, the king is ready to affix his royal seal to the charter, provided all of you first swear fealty and declare yourself his liegemen.
Most venerable father, we, the knights and nobles of England, in solemn assembly, swore upon the high altar of St. Edmundsbury that we are no longer liegemen of John Plantagenet, and we will hold ourselves so till he should, by this charter, confirm to us and our heirs all that we demand.
Fitzwalter has thrown the Magna Carta on the table.
Seal first, then our oath of allegiance.
Oh, my sons, I beseech you. Has there not been enough of strife and bloodshed?
His royal seal first.
The Archbishop has turned to the king, appealing to him, both arms outstretched, but the king himself has moved forward and is speaking.
So, my lord Fitzwalter, you and your barons refuse to take an oath of fealty to the crown.
You know very well that
it matters not. Of what worth is the oath of traitors? Come, let us be done with this tiresome affair. My Lord Marshal, give them the document which I have caused to be drawn up. Give it them and let us be gone.
William the Marshal has
One
thrown the
moment,
king's
if it
document
please
on
you,
the
sire.
table.
This document of yours, does it contain the 49 points of law we petitioned for?
48. And in truth, if I love not peace, if I held not so dearly the honor and weal of this realm, never would I have consented to accept even these 48 outrageous demands.
Sire, these 48 laws which you so graciously grant us are quite worthless without surety that they will be administered in good faith.
Surety! Surety! You dare ask for surety. Is not the word of your king sufficient surety?
Sire, we question not your good faith. Nevertheless, this is the document we wish you to seal. This is our Magna Carta. This alone will satisfy us if you wish peace. Your royal seal, sire.
Hearken to me, my lords. My noble lords. I, John, by the grace of God, King of England, am only accountable to our Lord in heaven and to his holy servant in Rome, Innocent III. I am the king. I make the law. You ask that we grant the church freedom from state power. We grant that. You ask that we restrain our bailiffs from seizure of land for death. Grant it. You ask that no free man be put to death for petty crimes. Granted. You ask that no constable be empowered to seize goods for relief of the state. Granted. You ask that freemen be tried by an elected jury. Granted. These and all the divers laws to the number of 840, granted. Granted. But when you ask, nay, demand the administration of these laws be placed in the hands of 5 and 20 barons, I say not granted. Not granted. Why don't you ask for my throne? Why don't you ask for my crown? By the saints, I, and no one administer the law in this realm. Never will I grant liberties that will make him be a slave. I am the king. I am the law. Your royal...
King John has turned his back upon the barons. He motions to Cardinal Pandulf, and the Pope's emissary comes forward, his long red robes trailing the ground. Taking a scroll from beneath his red robe, he unrolls it and has begun to read from it.
Servus Savorum Dei. Universitas Christi Fidelibus. Paginam Inspectorus. Salutum et Apostolicam Benedictionem.
Cardinal Pandulf is reading Latin, and I am not a Latinist, but I did catch the word Innocentus, which undoubtedly means that it's a letter from Pope Innocent III addressed to the barons. This is something we hadn't anticipated, or we would have had a Latin scholar handy to give you a running Oh, just a moment. Quincy Howe is motioning for the microphone. Go ahead, Quincy.
Yes, an official translation of the letter that Cardinal Pandulf is reading, and it's been handed to me, John. It's a message from the Pope, addressed to the barons. The message rebukes the barons for their lack of fealty to the crown. It accuses them of persecuting the king. The message refers to the Magna Carta as vile, base, unlawful, unjust, induced by violence and threats. The message goes on to say that His Holiness reprobates and entirely condemns an agreement of this kind. And finally, it threatens both the king and the barons with excommunication if the barons compel King John to sign the charter, especially Article 49. Now, John Daly.
A threat of excommunication against John and his barons both if the king signs the Magna Carta. Fitzwalter and his men are stunned when they insist upon their demands in the face of dread excommunication. Yes, Fitzwalter has turned and has signaled to his forces to advance.
They're defying the king. The Baron's forces are moving forward. 2,000 armed knights moving up for battle. This position can become very difficult, but as long as the king remains here, we're in no danger. The Archbishop of Canterbury now is pleading with King John to sign. He's pointing to the Magna Carta, waiting for the royal seal. The king's face is contorted with fear and anger. He stands behind the council table, staring at the oncoming barons moving slowly across the field. His own forces at the north end of the meadow are waiting for a signal from him, but there's no signal. The oncoming knights are no more than... King John has spoken to William the Marshal. The Marshal is handing him a seal. It's the royal seal. The king holds it up. The king has cried, "Behold our seal," and Fitzwater has motioned his forces to halt.
Behold our seal! With its own weight, it kills our majesty. For by this act, I uncrown your king. I give you 25 talents in my stead.
King John has sealed the Magna Carta. All 49 articles are law. Robert Fitzwater is holding the Magna Carta over his head, waving it at his throat. The knights have broken...
June the 19th, 1215. King John signs the Magna Carta at Runnymede, and a new age of freedom begins.
You have been listening to the signing of the Magna Carta, another broadcast in the series CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The signing of the Magna Carta was written by Henry Walsh and Robert Louis Cheon. Next week...
March 6, 1836, the defense of the Alamo. CBS is there.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly aboard the Peary polar exploring ship Roosevelt, frozen fast in the Arctic ice pack off Cape Sheridan, Grant Land, just about the northernmost reach of land in the Western Hemisphere. It is 1 hour before noon here, April 6, 1909, and we're going to make another attempt to establish radio contact with Commander Robert E. Peary. Commander Peary, Matt Henson, and their 4 Eskimo drivers were last heard from 6 days ago. The commander estimated his position then to be 130 miles south of 90 degrees north latitude. Unless unforeseen emergencies have arisen, the party should have covered that distance by now, and Commander Peary should be at or somewhere near his great goal, a goal no man has ever obtained before, the top of the Earth, the North Pole. If all has gone according to plan, Peary has been traveling approximately 25 miles a day. His last recorded position was 87 degrees, 47 minutes north latitude.
April 6, 1909. The polar exploring ship Roosevelt. You are there.
The men aboard the Roosevelt wait as Commander Robert E. Peary, Matthew Henson, and 4 Eskimos dash across the frozen Arctic Sea toward the unconquered North Pole. CBS takes you back 40 years to the climactic hour of a great scientific adventure. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on historical fact in quotations. Fact in quotations. Fact in quotations. Fact in quotations. And now,
the polar exploring ship Roosevelt and John Belt and John Belt and John Daly.
John Daly. Speaking so valiantly for degrees north latitude, the north latitude. The days ago, when we last talked to the commander, he told us that he would not broadcast again until he had either reached the pole or had been forced to turn back. He said he hoped he would be talking to us again on April the 6th at 11 a.m. from the pole. Well, it is April the 6th. It's 11 a.m., so let's try and make that contact. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Peary. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Robert E. Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Peary. Come in. It may be see that Commander Peary is trying to get through to us, but atmospheric conditions are preventing his signal from reaching the Roosevelt, or he may still be traveling toward the pole or back from it. We just don't know, but we're going to keep on trying to make that contact. Our circuit will remain open. Here aboard the Roosevelt, the original members of Peary's Polar Party are packed into this little radio room, listening eagerly, waiting word from their commander, word that will tell them that the great project they embarked upon 9 months ago has finally been successful. The original pup of 7 Americans. Besides Commander Peary, there are Matt Henson, the commander's constant companion during all his previous polar expeditions, the skipper of the Roosevelt, Captain Bob Bartlett, young George Borup, fresh from Yale, Dr. J.W. Goodsell, our surgeon, Donald McMillan, schoolteacher from Worcester, Massachusetts, and Ross Marvin, a veteran polar explorer. Bartlett, Borup, and Marvin are not aboard the Roosevelt at this time, but McMillan and Dr. Goodsell are here, and Dr. Goodsell is at the microphone right now. Well, Dr. Goodsell, are you at all worried about the fact that we haven't heard from the commander?
Not a bit. The commander's all right. He'll make the pole and he'll come back.
Well, why are you so confident, Doctor?
Well, anyone who's had the opportunity to work as closely with Peary as I have must have confidence in the man. The commander's an engineer. He has applied the scientific method to every phase of this expedition. Planning, and more planning. From the very moment we started 9 months ago in New York, the hand of Peary, the master engineer, was in evidence.
Well, you've spent many months up here, sir, but only now are you really making the dash for the pole.
Well, Peary knew the pole could be achieved only during the very short season between the 1st of March, approximately through the middle of April. So he brought the Roosevelt up last summer, wintered here, spent the dark, dreary hours of the Arctic night training the men for the job ahead, toughening us up, teaching us how to build and how to use igloos, how to work the sled, work with the Eskimos, how to live with the Arctic. Men who came up green and soft in August were hardened Arctic hunters and explorers by February.
Well, I think you're a fine example of that, Doctor.
Now, I am indeed. All the men are physically in better shape now than they've ever been. Why, Peary's planning has been so complete, so detailed, that he even has recommendations.
Excuse me, Dr. Goodsell. Something is coming through on our receiver. The signal is not very clear. It's Captain Bartlett's frequency, and it must be he. Go ahead, Captain Bob. Where are you, sir?
Is that you, Roosevelt? Can you hear me, Roosevelt?
Yes, Captain Bartlett. We hear you. Where are you, sir?
We're through. Have you heard from the commander?
What's that? Will you repeat that, please?
Have you heard from Peary? What about the commander? Have you had any word from Peary?
Not yet, Captain Bartlett. Not yet. But where are you, and how are you?
Fine, fully. I'm at Camp 16, on my way back to the ship.
Well, when did you see Commander Peary last?
What's that? I don't get you.
I say, when did you leave Commander Peary?
Oh, 6 days ago.
How was he?
Shipshape, fine.
How is the weather where you are?
It's too blasted good. Too good. The ice is breaking up. Lots of open water all around.
Well, did you get any farther north than 8747?
Yes. I took a little stroll up the avenue. I got to about 88 degrees north.
Well, congratulations, Captain Bob. That's a great record.
Not as great as Peary's going to be. The commander's probably taking out his wash on the pole right now.
Well, were you disappointed in having to turn back after you got so near the pole, Captain Bob? Did you know, for instance, that the commander intended to take Matt Henson with him on the final lap instead of you?
Well, I was kind of disappointed, but that was part of the Peary plan. Henson's a good man. None better for Arctic work. He's as good a sled handler as any Eskimo and better than most. He's always gone along with the commander. So it's right that he should be in on the finish. How are things aboard me ship?
Oh, everything's fine here, Captain Bob.
Thank God he's better be. You tell that crew of mine that the brass better be shining and the woodwork sparkling when I hit the deck, or by all that's holy, I'll strip off their blubber and feed it to me dog.
Okay. I'll tell him, Captain.
I'm dog tired now, and Commander may be trying to get through to you, so I'll sign off. I'll see you all again in one of three places. Heaven, hell, or the Roosevelt.
Okay, good luck, Captain Bob. Our channel will remain open. If Commander Peary starts calling, we'll hear him. The Peary plan Captain Bartlett mentioned is probably the most important feature of this expedition and possibly the greatest innovation ever introduced into Arctic exploration. The Peary plan is a carefully worked out system of relays which has as its main objective the getting of the commander to a point as close to the pole as possible, as fresh as possible, and with adequate supplies and equipment. And here's how it works. With the first break of spring twilight on February 22nd last, the entire party left the ship and proceeded by dog sled to the takeoff point at Cape Columbia, 90 miles west and north of this point. Captain Bob Bartlett, with his sleds and Eskimos, was the first to hit the polar sea on the dash northward. He cut a trail through the tortured, jagged pressure ridges that are formed when the gigantic 2,000-mile ice pack is crushed against the shoreline by the winds and the currents. And as he, Captain Bob, pushed out, he set up a series of igloo camps. Peary and the others followed in his trail, Peary always in the rear, conserving his energy, keeping himself fit and rested. Approximately every 5 days, a division of the main party, led by one of the Americans, would peel off from the main body and return to the ship, taking with them the most exhausted dogs and the least dependable Eskimos. Well, thus you can get the picture of the party gradually thinning out as its spearhead approached the pole. And finally, 6 days ago, at Camp 22, only 130 miles south of the pole, Captain Bartlett and the last supporting party peeled off, and Peary, Nat Henson, and 4 Eskimos began the last lap of this great adventure. In addition to Bartlett, Ross Marvin is still out there, headed back for the ship. We haven't heard from him in quite a while. Another leader of a supporting party is young George Borup. He returned to land a few days ago, but instead of coming directly to the ship, he went off to the east to put down caches of supplies just in case some of the supporting parties may be forced to cut over that way on their return trip. George Borup is only 21, a Yale graduate and a well-known athlete in his college days. He's affectionately called the Kid by the men of the party, and he's ready now to report by shortwave on how he's getting along so many miles away from Old Eli. Come in, George Borup. This is the Roosevelt calling George Borup.
Over! Oh! How are things aboard the ship? How are you Kablunas making out?
Kablunas?
What's the matter? Don't you know your Eskimo yet? Kablunas means white men.
Oh, yes. Well, we're fine, George. But how's the weather out where you are?
No rain, dolly, what? Dooley.
Well, that sounds like some more of that Eskimo. What does it mean?
No rain, dolly, what? Dooley. If you want a literal translation from pure spit out Eskimo, it means it's blowing like home get out all of the time. Gee whiz, there's more wind out here than you'd find at a suffragette convention.
Well, how are you holding up under it, George?
My feet are frostbitten and blistered. It's a good thing I've only got 2 to worry about. Just think if I were a centipede. Gee whiz.
Well, what are you doing for that frostbite? You better look after it.
I'm being attended by a famous Eskimo specialist on frostbite, Amatingwa. Right now he's giving me his extra #1 special treatment.
And what's that?
Well, he's got my feet tucked under his kulita, right on his bare belly. There's no better way to treat frostbite. Matter of fact, I'm beginning to feel them sting now. I guess they'll be okay.
Well, we hope so, George. By the way, have you any word from Marvin?
No. I thought he'd be aboard ship by now.
No, he's not here. I understand that he left the main party only a day after you did. I thought you might have caught up with him.
No, I didn't. But don't worry about good old Marvin. He can take care of himself. Hey, listen. You fellas better start getting ready for me. Lay in a 6-month supply of Copper 2 Dixua.
I know what that is.
steak, biscuits, and coffee.
You said it! So start piling it up. I'm going off now. Too cold to do anything but rest and listen in for word from the commander. Word that spells Victory.
Okay, George Borup. While we've been talking, our circuits have been open, of course, but nothing as yet has come through from Commander Peary. It's just possible that he may be waiting for us to call him in. So let's make another try at raising the commander at or near the pole. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Peary. Come in, Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander... No, there's still no news, but of course we'll keep right on trying. The commander said that we would be hearing from him at approximately this hour, and every man aboard the Roosevelt is fully confident that he will get through to us, and that he'll have the news that we're all waiting for. The normal act come to a dead stop at this time, and as we said earlier, most of the men of the original party who came up here into the north are now crammed into this little radio shack, listening intently to the speaker on the far wall, hoping that they will hear Commander Peary's voice. As a matter of fact, the only ones aboard ship who seem somehow to be immune to the tension and the drama of the hour are the Eskimos. For them, this is just another day. Some of the men are out on hunting trips. The women and the children with us are out on the deck as usual, enjoying the rather balmy weather we're having, a mere 27 degrees below zero. Ned Calmer, if he's not yet congealed, so for an icy report on life among the Eskimos, come in, Ned Calmer.
Here on the foredeck of the Roosevelt, a community of Smith Sound Eskimos, 29 men, women, and children, have been keeping house for the last 7 months. Most of us had preconceived ideas about Eskimos. All Eskimos, so said the book, are a crude, primitive people, lazy, immoral, not to be trusted. They lie, they cheat, and they're dirty. Well, at least one part of that's true. They are primitive people. They have no written language, no school, no government, no king, queens, or chiefs, no idea of what money is, nor property. But 7 months of living with these Eskimos, living as close as one has to live aboard this little ship that's no bigger than an ocean-going tug, 7 months of close contact have shown us that these Smith Sound Eskimos are honest. They don't lie. They're loyal, intelligent, and in fact wonderful companions. They're not lazy. Their men are almost constantly out hunting. The women work 10 and 12 hours at a stretch. Incidentally, they've made every stitch of the clothing worn by the members of the polar party. And they're a gay, happy people, always ready to laugh with you or at you, as the case may be. I think the story that they can't be trusted is exploded forever on the basis of their work with this expedition. These Eskimos love Commander. A member of the crew has just sighted 2 dog teams coming in at a very fast clip. They're about a quarter of a mile away as I make it, just rounding a towering Fulberg out there and making directly for the ship. The dogs are straining at the traces. I can't quite make out who the men are, but most probably it's Ross Marvin and the 2 Eskimos, Kudluptu and Harrigan. Harrigan, of course, is a nickname. A member of the crew taught him the hit tune from George M. Cohan's musical comedy, 50 Miles from Boston, and the Eskimo keeps singing it all the time. He hasn't the faintest idea of what the words mean, but he keeps bawling it all day long. You know, Harrigan spells Harrigan. Yes, the crew of the Roosevelt has come pouring out of the deck house. They're all at the rails now, waving, greeting the oncoming teams. And Donald McLuhan has also come out. He's right here at the rail with me now. Mac is an old friend of Ross Marvin's, and I guess he's mighty glad to see him coming back, aren't you, Mac?
There's something wrong.
Wrong?
I see only 2 men, the 2 Eskimo. I don't see Marvin. Those Huskies aren't whooping and hollering the way they usually are when they come back to ship.
McMillan is going over to the gangplank that leads from the deck to the ice. He's going out towards the oncoming sleds, which have almost reached the ship's side now, and I'm going to follow him with this microphone. The gangway is pretty slippery. You have to watch your step going down. But Kudluptu and Harrigan are bringing their dogs to a halt. Everybody's running up to them. McMillan, the Eskimos, the crew members surrounding them, shouting questions. And Kutuptu and Harrigan have come off the sledges. They've dropped down on their knees in the snow. They're crying. Tears are flowing from their eyes. Wait a minute. McMillan is questioning.
Kutuptu, Harrigan, where's Marvin?
Badine, doorgebracht. Sikuliane, dus zijn ongeloog.
No. Mac, what's happened to Marvin?
Ik mag schwappen. Ik Pieterisok. Cute Claire, Pukut. Cute Claire.
Oh, my God.
Mac, translate. What's he saying?
Marvin's dead. Drowned.
Drowned? Where? How did it happen?
Canuck.
Ik mag schwappen. Kan naar Klaarboek. Algereput. Dagereput. Goedendag, Jenny. Dagerbal.
Was at the big lead. Ross evidently tried to cross on soft ice. He was out ahead of them, and when they got to the lead, all they saw was the back of his coat floating in the water. Tom, you'd better get these two below deck. Let them eat and rest. We'll find out more when they're not too worked up. Come along. Gotta get something to eat.
Go
ahead, Harrigan. Go with it. It's difficult to express what this means to all of us. Ross Marvin was one of the real dynamos of the party. Tireless, experienced Arctic explorer, a scientist to his fingertips, a gentleman, a wonderful comrade. The tragedy occurred at the Big Lead, a very wide stretch of open water, about 100 miles to the north. It was here that Peary and his men were held up for 4 long days on their dash toward the pole. But it did finally freeze over, and the party were able to get across. However, the new ice, as might be expected, was thin and treacherous, and on the way back, Marvin must have misjudged the thickness of the ice and decided it was safe to cross. These leads, these fissures in the polar sea, are the greatest hazards in all Arctic exploration. You never know.
This is Peary calling the Roosevelt.
This is John Daly in the radio room of the Roosevelt. We've interrupted Cape Calma because Commander Peary is calling in.
Hear me? This is Peary calling the Roosevelt. This is Peary. Hello.
Yes, Commander Peary. Yes, we can hear you. This is the Roosevelt. We hear you, Commander Peary.
Yes, hello.
Are you at the pole, Commander? Are you at the pole?
I don't know. We have just set up our camp. I am going to take my observations now.
Well, do you think you've made it, Commander? Do you think you've reached the pole?
I can't say, but we will know as soon as I have computed my position.
How is Matt? How are the others?
Fine. Here is Matt now. Hello, Roosevelt.
Hello, Matt. How do you feel?
It is a fiddle.
Well, what do you think, Matt? Are you at the pole?
By dead reckoning, I'd say we've averaged close to 25 miles a day since Captain Bob left us. That should put us close, very close.
Well, what's the commander doing now, Matt?
He's shooting the sun down behind a little snow windbreak we built, flat on his stomach.
How does he look?
He's very thin, very tired. I don't think he's slept for 1 hour during this past week.
Well, is he excited?
It's hard to tell about the commander. He never shows his feelings.
Well, how about you? What are you thinking about, Matt?
Well, if we're really at the pole, it's a great honor. A wonderful thing that one of my race is able to share this great hour of triumph. That is it. Height of sun above horizon, 12 degrees, 36 minutes. 12 degrees, 36 minutes. Index correction, 3. Watch time, 11 hours, 20 minutes. Watch fast, about 60th meridian, mean time, 10 minutes. 60th meridian, mean Time, 11 hours, 20 minutes. Greenwich Mean Time, 15 hours, 10 minutes. Got that, Matt? Yes, sir. All right. Let me have the papers. Here you are, sir.
What's happening, Matt?
The commander's going into the igloo we built. The tables and charts are there. He'll be able to work out our latitude in a couple of minutes.
Fine. Look, Matt. What's it like up there? Describe the place for us.
I'm not much at doing this describing, but let's see. First off, of course, there's nothing to see but ice. Just ice. Nothing but ice. It isn't piled up in pressure ridges, not like it is near land, but it's not smooth either. It's jumbled up in spots. Lumpy and mean looking. We took a sounding before, and the ice pack is about 8 feet thick here. And it's covered with, right there, about 8 or 9 inches of snow.
No sign of life anywhere, I suppose.
No, nothing. But just 2 days ago, we did see some fox prints. Don't know why any wise old fox would want to come out here. I think... Wait now. The commander's coming out of the igloo. He's making his reading. He's carrying a little flag, the little silk American flag. The flag he's had with him on every expedition. And he's got a long bamboo pole. Here's the commander. Hello, Roosevelt. Hello, Roosevelt. Here's a message for you to send to my wife. Will you take it?
Yes, go ahead, Commander Peary. Go ahead.
My dear Joe, I start for home and you. Love to the kiddies. Signed my name and dated April 6th, 1909. 90 degrees north latitude.
Peary has made it. Peary is at the pole. Quiet. Quiet. That's
Quiet.
Commander, quiet.
My dream and goal for 20 years. I've nailed the stars and stripes to the North Pole. Old glory is whipping in the wind.
April 6, 1909. Commander Robert E. Peary stands at the North Pole.
And now here is Robert Louis Cheon. We were very interested in finding out what the Peary family would think of our recreation of the Admiral's moment of triumph. So we asked Admiral Peary's daughter, Marie Anagito, to come here and tell us. Marie Anagito was born in Greenland. She was once known as the famous Snow Baby. Today she is Mrs. Edward Stafford of Washington, D.C., the president of the Society of Woman Geographers. Mrs. Stafford, what did you think of our broadcast?
Well, I'm so excited I'm practically breathless. I feel as if I'd actually been on board the Roosevelt. But I have been tremendously impressed with the amount of research and the meticulous attention to accuracy that has gone into this broadcast. Of course, it was a little difficult on my part to adjust to the use of radio in my father's work, because Mother and I have always congratulated ourselves that during all the 20 years of Dad's expeditions, radio wasn't in existence.
Well, that's not very complimentary to radio.
Oh, well, Mr. Cheon, don't misunderstand me, please. I'm speaking only from the family point of view. When Dad came back and told us of his many narrow escapes, we could hardly listen to him, even when his presence proved that the story had a happy ending. And just think how ghastly it would have been if we had had radio to bring us a day-to-day account of the risks and hazards that were the usual routine of Dad's expeditions. From his point of view, of course, I can see that radio would have been wonderful in helping to direct his parties in the field.
You probably know, Mrs. Stafford, that many people think your father's expedition had no real significance.
Well, the fact remains that no man has done what my father did, walk to the pole on his own 2 feet. And Dad certainly proved that man's endurance and his ingenuity and his courage can overcome the forces of nature, even at their harshest.
And that, Mrs. Stafford, is the theme of today's broadcast. That's precisely why we did it.
And I'm certainly glad you did. And I feel very sure that those members of my father's polar party who are still living, Commander McMillan, Dr. Goodsell, Matt Henson, and, of course, Uta, Dad's faithful Eskimo companion, would want to join Mother and me in thanking CBS for recreating so accurately and so very dramatically this great American achievement.
Thank you very much for being with us, Mrs. Stafford. Peary's Dash to the North Pole was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. Peary's Dash to the North Pole was written by Irv Tunick. Admiral Peary was played by Eric Dressler, Matthew Henson by Canada Lee. The cast included Matt Crowley, Stott Scotsworth, Cliff Carpenter, Joseph Conway, John Merlin, Guy Sorrell, and others. Next week,
March 7th, 1815, France. Napoleon returns from Elba. You are there.
The First Lady of the American Theater, Miss Helen Hayes, will repeat her famous broadcast, My Little Boy, tonight on the Electric Theater. Betty Davis will be heard on the Family Hour. Barbara Stanwyck will be Jack Benny's special guest. And Eve Arden will be heard again on Our Miss Brooks. Listen to them all on CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly with the Imperial Army of Alexander of Macedon at the Hypasus River in northern India. This day in the 113th Olympiad, Nazi battled between the Greek and Persian divisions of Alexander's forces, with the Supreme Commander leading the Persian unit against his own Greek countrymen. For 3 days, Alexander's Greeks have defied his orders to go forward into the dangerous lands of India to the east. They insist on returning to Greece. Today, Alexander has called an assembly of the Greek unit. It is expected that he will offer his countrymen one last chance to end their mutiny. If they refuse, it's believed that Alexander will order the Persians to attack at once. It must be emphasized, however, that this is not official. It is speculation. The best opinion we've been able to obtain in answer to our question, why 326 BC,
India. You are there.
Alexander of Macedon, seeking mastery of the world, is defied by his war-weary Greek troops. CBS takes you back more than 2,000 years to the climax in the career of the great conqueror. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. Today's broadcast, Mutiny in India, is the last of a trilogy on the life of Alexander the Great. And now,
India, the army of Alexander and John Daly.
Alexander will order the Persians to attack them. That is the expectation here on the assembly ground near the Hypasus River, where the Greek troops are falling in to hear Alexander. There are, of course, only 30,000 Greeks in Alexander's imperial expeditionary forces against 100,000 Persians. The Persian troops are comparatively fresh, but the Greeks are war-weary. They had hoped that after their young king had crossed into Asia, reached the borders of India, the easternmost boundary of his empire, he would turn homeward. But Alexander led the army into India, into lands never before entered by civilized men. When the troops reached their present positions here on the west bank of the Hypasus River, Greek resentment reached the point of mutiny. The Greek divisions held conferences, sent a delegation to Alexander demanding that he turn back. The emperor rejected that demand, ordered the Persian divisions to prepare for an attack upon the Greeks. But then, instead of attacking today as was expected, Alexander ordered this assembly of the Greek unit. Alexander is still at his headquarters and probably will not appear here until the assembly is completed. But General Coenus, the leader of the insurgent Greek divisions, has arrived. Is at our news headquarters a short distance away. Ned Calmer is with him, so go ahead, Ned Calmer.
General Coenus will be with us in a moment. He's speaking to several officers. The general is of middle age, slightly above medium height, and there's a scar on his face, the mark of an old sword wound, a scar running from his left ear down to his lip. Coenus has been one of Alexander's most reliable captains, and the general has ended his conversation with the officers, and he's coming this way. General Coenus, sir, do you think Alexander has called this assembly to give the Greeks an ultimatum?
Yes, he'll stand on that platform. He'll rage and threaten. But that will change nothing. The troops will stand fast. Alexander must yield. He must end this expedition and lead us back to Greece.
But, General, I'm afraid a good many officers disagree with you, sir. They think that unless you end the mutiny, Alexander will order the Persians to attack.
Persians? That's merely frightened talk. Disregard it. The Emperor's threat to use the Persians against us is a sham.
Oh, what's your reasoning on that, sir?
If the Emperor throws the Persians against us, he'll not only destroy us, but himself as well.
Himself? Do you think those Persians have forgotten that Alexander invaded their country and conquered them? Do you think they've forgotten that their kinsmen died on the battlefields of Germanicus, Issus, and the Tigris? No, sir. The Persians have no love for Alexander. Once we Greeks were gone, they would turn on Alexander like wolves.
Well, General, suppose you're mistaken. Supposing Alexander does throw the Persians against you, what are your chances to defeat them?
He won't. He can't. But if he does, we have no chance at all.
But you Greeks have always been outnumbered by the Persians when you fought them, and yet you've beaten them.
Yes, but always in the past, Alexander was our general. If we fight today, he will be leading the enemy. And as a general, he has no equal. He's worth 500,000 men.
And still, sir, in spite of that, you're willing to risk a battle?
We have no choice. We Greeks have been campaigning with Alexander for 9 years. We fought countless battles. We've seen our comrades die. And we feared each battle would be our last. These past 60 days, we've marched through a wilderness infested with poisonous reptiles. It's rained every day. Hundreds have perished of snake bite and fevers, and what lies ahead? Only more fighting against the Gangrene, a great and savage nation. What difference does it make if we die today or the next day? If we must die, rather than die fighting for Alexander's insane ambition, let us die fighting to go home.
Thank you, General Coena. And now Don Hollenbeck at Alexander's headquarters is waiting to report. So over to him. Go ahead, Don Hollenbeck.
The Emperor has still not left to go to the Greek assembly ground. Here outside Alexander's headquarters, the 100,000 men of the Persian units are drawn up behind Alexander's tent. Near the headquarters are 1,000 Persian cavalrymen, the royal bodyguard. Ordinarily, the Emperor's bodyguard is composed of an equal number of Greeks and Persians, but all the Greeks were instantly dismissed when the mutiny began. Among the royal bodyguard are a number of Persian satraps, warlords. The commander of the bodyguard is Oxyates, king of Sogdia, the emperor's father-in-law. Alexander married Oxyates' daughter Roxanne 2 years ago, and thereby cementing the friendship between this Persian warlord and his Greek ruler. King Oxyates has agreed to a brief interview. He's with us now. Your Highness, General Coenus, the leader of the insurgents, said a moment ago that Alexander is coming to the assembly ground prepared to yield to the Greek troops. Do you think that's true?
Does the tiger yield to the fawn? Does the eagle yield to the dove? Does the leviathan yield to the minnow?
Well, from your metaphors, I conclude you think Alexander will not yield.
I am not privy to the Emperor's thoughts in this matter. But it is my belief that unless the Greek troops throw off their misleaders and submit voluntarily, Alexander will scourge them into submission.
Well, do you think the Greek troops will break and submit?
Does it matter to the tempest if the trees bend before it? Does it matter to the sea if the shore crumbles? Does it matter to heaven if the earth vanish? Alexander belongs no longer to Greece. His majesty belongs to the world. And with or without the Greeks, he will go on to conquer the world. We Persians will march with him.
But the Gangredi who lie ahead are reported to be very strong. It said they have 2,000 war chariots, 20,000 cavalry, 200,000 infantry, and 3,000 war elephants.
Possibly. But our spies also report that the Gangredi are dissatisfied with their present king. He is said to be a mere father, elevated to the throne by an amorous queen. The Gangredi will not fight for him. They will welcome Alexander as a liberator.
Your Highness, General Coenus claims if the Greek units were destroyed, you Persians would then turn on Alexander and destroy him. Would you comment on that?
I shall be delighted. Alexander has enlarged my kingdom 5-fold. He has married my daughter. She will bear him sons who will one day reign in his place on the high throne of Asia. Does the father murder a beloved son? Does the vassal murder the ruler he honors? Does the receiver of rich gifts
murder his benefactor?
Excuse me, Your Highness. Alexander has come out of his tent. He wears battle dress. He's made some significant changes in his armor. In the past, Alexander's armor has been a mixture of Greek and Persian designs symbolizing the unity of both peoples. But today, the Emperor's battle dress is Persian from helmet to boot. The Emperor looks weary, older than his 33 years. His face reflects the strain he's been under these 3 days of the Greek mutiny. Alexander and King Oxyates and the other Persian satraps have mounted now. Behind them, the trumpets are sounding. Alexander spurs his chargers forward. The cavalrymen dig into the flanks of their mounts, and behind the cavalry, the entire Persian force begins to move. Alexander's riding to the assembly ground with all the Persian divisions behind him, so back to John Daly with the Greek troops. Go ahead, John Daly. From our position here at the assembly ground, we can see Alexander and the vanguard of the Persians coming over the crest of a hill about half a mile away. They're riding at gallop, raising a heavy cloud of dust as they approach. The Greek troops here are watching their king approach. They're silent, resolute, seem ready for anything. The veterans of Alexander's campaigns are standing rank upon rank, 30,000 of them, drawn up by division. To my left, the famous companion cavalry, the spearhead of all Alexander's victories. Next to them, the phalanx, Alexander's mighty hammer, which has shattered every enemy line Alexander has met in 9 years of victorious campaign. To the right, the light armed foot soldiers, the most mobile and highly disciplined body of troops in the world. All these men show signs of the hard campaigning they've undergone, especially these past 2 years since the invasion of India. Alexander's bodyguard has halted now at the edge of the field. Behind the bodyguard, the Persian divisions are also coming to a rest. But Alexander, alone, continues to ride on toward his platform through the ranks of the Greek troops. But the Greeks do not salute their commander and king. They hold him accountable for their suffering. The men are prone thin, wasted by hunger and disease. Their armor is dented and rusty. Many of them have festering wounds. The king of Macedon has reined up before the platform. Quickly, he dismounts without a word to anyone. Without a glance at General Coenus, he's mounting the steps of the platform from which he will speak. A lone figure before the 30,000 silently accusing and defiant Greeks who must be wondering whether their emperor will actually hurl the Persians against them unless they end their mutiny. Alexander is speaking. 3 days ago, your spokesman informed me that you refused to continue the campaign beyond the Hypasus River. Soldiers of Greece, this is treason! I should have nailed your spokesman to the nearest trees, flogged thousands into obedience, cut off hundreds of heads, as I did twice before, when traitors dared to rebel against me. Seleucus, Callisthenes, Parmenion, all traitors and all dead. Yet, out of my love for you, my fellow countrymen, my simple soldiers who shared danger with me and victory, I am showing the greatest of forbearance. Soldiers of Greece, there are limits to my patience. We go forward, forward against the Gangrene, forward to new and ever more glorious victories, forward to mastery of the world. Alexander's words have drawn no response from the Greek divisions. The men are absolutely silent, unmoved by the eloquence of their king. They've heard his eloquence before, and apparently General Coenus is mounting the platform. Alexander turns to him. Coenus confronts his king now. Back to the platform. When you charge us with treason, we have opposed your will, but only because it has become necessary to place a limit upon our suffering, your suffering. Have not I, your emperor, suffered as painfully as the commonest soldier? True, sire, but you must realize how numerous we Greeks were 9 years ago when you marched forth from Macedon on this expedition. You must realize, sire, how few of our original numbers have survived. I and you who have survived have sacks of gold and precious jewels. One I became your king. You were peasants, living in mud huts. Now you are men of wealth and power. I have made you princes of Asia. But we are men, sire. We have a great yearning to see our wives and children. Of what use is gold to us if we die here on an alien soil? Leaders,
lead us, we beg you, back to Greece. Then, if it be your wish, lead a new expedition against the Gangrene. Young men will flock to your banner, replacing us who have grown old and weak in battle and hard to march. March at once. Oh, by my father Zeus, the Persians attack. I beseech you, sire, trust not the Persians. You rule their bodies, but not their hearts. Trust us, sire, us, the loyal Greeks. We who honor and love you. Fool, mortal! It is I, Alexander, Emperor of Asia, son of the divine Zeus Ammon, a demigod who speaks. Forward, I say! Forward! No!
The Emperor is leaving the platform, his face pale with rage. General Coenus has just ordered the Greeks to prepare to resist an attack. Should Alexander order it now? The king has mounted. He's riding towards the Persians. The men are turning to face the Persian division. Cavalrymen are setting their lances. Archers fitting arrows to their bows. Soldiers of the phalanx have locked shields and raised their long spears. Others have drawn their swords. The Persians haven't moved yet. Alexander is approaching them, and a horseman has left the Persian ranks and has met Alexander in the center of the field. The horseman is Aristander of Todessus, the emperor's chief soothsayer. He's talking excitedly with Alexander. The emperor shakes his head, and there is evidently an area of disagreement. This unexpected development comes as a complete surprise. We don't know what it means. Aristander is one of the most celebrated augurs in the world. The two men are galloping. The two men are galloping back here towards the platform, and General Coenus has ordered a stop to the preparations for battle. We don't know if they presage some startling development. Aristander is the great licensed soothsayer, famous seer and designer of the will of the gods. He is Alexander's chief augur, entrusted with the making of sacrifices, examining the omens and reading them. On the basis of the omens, he very often advises Alexander on difficult decisions. The emperor has just mounted now at the platform. Aristander remains below. The men are silent again. General Coenus and the Greek units seem to know nothing more than we do about the meaning of this unexpected development. Alexander's up on the platform again. Ignores General Coenus, and once more Alexander speaks to the troops. Aristander has intervened in your behalf. He wishes to demonstrate to you that it is not my will, but the will of the gods that we go forward. Here, now, on this platform, before your very eyes, Aristander shall perform the ceremony of the omens. He shall reveal to you the will of the son of Zeus, the friend and counselor of mankind, the Olympian Apollo. By what omen, sire, shall the will of Apollo be revealed? By the flight of a sacred white falcon. When the bird, upon release from its cage, flies eastward, it shall be a sign that you must march eastward. But, sire, what if the bird does not fly eastward? What if it flies to the west, the south, or the north? The falcon shall fly east, you hear? But if it does not fly east, sire, why not? If the bird fly in any direction but east, we march home. You swear it, sire? I swear it. Alexander, prepare the ceremony. Alexander is leaving the platform. General Coenus is following the Greek troops. Their broken ranks are milling about the field, talking excitedly about this new development. For the moment at least, there will be no battle here. Ned Calmer has made his way to General Coenus, who is surrounded by a group of excited Greek officers. So go ahead, Ned Calmer. General Coenus, what do you think of the Emperor's decision to learn the will of Apollo and the flight of a falcon? Alexander is furious. He's broken, just as I said he would. We're going home. Home to Greece. Home? I don't understand, General. Isn't that question still to be decided by the flight of the falcon? No, the question's already decided. The falcon will fly west. West? How do you know that, sir? Because Alexander has instructed the soothsayer to make the falcon fly west. Are you charging that the ceremony of the omens is a fraud? Of course it's a fraud, a device to permit the emperor to yield without loss of prestige. Instead of humbling himself before his men, he will make it appear as if he is accepting the will of Apollo in the matter. But can the flight of a falcon be predetermined? My dear fellow, it's the simplest thing in the world. That rascal Aristander is a clever trickster. He dozens of white sacred falcons in his cages. Why, they're all trained to fly in different directions. Some to the west, some to the east, and so forth. I'm a member of Alexander's staff. I've seen it done before. I told you this would happen. Alexander has realized at last
that without his Greek divisions he cannot conquer anything. Without us, he could not even hold the throne of Asia. Without the consent and support of loyal troops, even an emperor is nothing. Thank you, General Coenus. And now I'm informed that Don Hohenbeck, who's with Alexander in the Persian divisions at the edge of the assembly grounds, is ready with a report on the Persian point of view on this matter. So over to him. Go ahead, Don Hohenbeck.
I'm in a tent that's been hastily put up here to shade Alexander and his Persian satraps while they await the ceremony of the omens. Alexander is talking to members of his royal bodyguard. But here with us again is General Oxyates. Your Highness, General Coenus has just said the ceremony of the omens will be a fraud. He says that Alexander will direct the flight of the sacred falcon and that the bird will fly west, signifying Alexander's capitulation to the will of the Greeks. What's your comment on that?
I am not a Greek. I know nothing of their gods or their ceremonies. But I do know my son-in-law. Alexander has not approached so close to his majestic goal of world domination, only to be stopped now by a handful of miserable Greeks.
But, Your Highness, if Alexander means to continue the expedition, why has he offered the ceremony of the omens? He could have attacked.
Alexander is not only shrewd, he is also merciful. If Greeks are to die this day, he wishes to sacrifice as few of his countrymen as possible. Therefore, he plays upon their superstition. He knows that when the falcon flies east, many Greek soldiers will accept it as the will of Apollo and capitulate.
You say the falcon will fly east, and you also think the ceremony will be a fraud.
Let us not call it a fraud. It is a wise stratagem. We Persians worship the god who rides the blazing sun chariot across the heavens, the supreme Ahura Mazda. But even among us, however, kings have been known to instruct the Magi to, so we say, assist our god in determining what mortals should do. Do not believe General Coenus. The expedition goes on.
Thank you, King Oxyates. And now John Daly reports that the ceremony of the omens has begun, so back to the platform. Go ahead, John Daly.
Up there on the platform, the ceremony of the omens has begun with an invocation by a chorus of 12 Greek boys. The chorus is chanting the hymn of Apollo, which begins with the words, "We will sing in praise of thee, glorious son of Zeus, who dwellest on the snowy peak, where in sacred oracles thou hast proclaimed tidings prophetic from the divine tripodic seat." Alexander the soothsayer stands at the center of the platform, wears a white robe girded about the waist by a belt of hammered gold. On his brow, the soothsayer wears a finely wrought chaplet, also of gold. The chanting boys are dressed in white tunics and short white skirts. Their invocation is accompanied by the music of a flute and a lyre, and on a high tripod in full view of the troop is the instrument that will reveal the will of Apollo and the fate of this expedition, a large cage which contains a white falcon. Alexander still hasn't arrived, so let's listen to the hymn for a moment. flight of this sacred white falcon, which we deliver unto the skies.
With a quick movement of his hand, Alexander has lifted the lid of the cage, and with a scream, the sacred white falcon has launched itself into the air. It's climbing rapidly. Every man among the 30,000 Greek soldiers here is watching its flight, taut, nerves at the snapping point. The falcon is soaring in wide circles directly overhead, and it seems to be searching for its course. And now, with another scream, the falcon is winging westward. It's flying west in the direction of Greece. And to a man, every Greek has turned to Alexander on the platform. The bird has flown west, but will Alexander keep his promise? The king is still watching the falcon. As it grows smaller and smaller in the distance, there's an expression of bitter heartbreak, sorrow on his face. Now the king is speaking. Of Greece, Apollo has spoken. No mortal, not even I, Alexander, a demigod, may defy him. Soldiers of Greece, we march home.
Alexander's opposition surrounded their king, stitching his hands, his armor, even his feet. But Alexander makes no response. He stands there, a tragic figure, king of Macedon, emperor of Asia, a man who might have been master of the earth, who has now come to the end of his cherished dream of world empire. Whether or not the ceremony of the omen was a fraud, a device to save faithful Alexander may never be known. But one thing is certain. India, Carthage,
September 326 BC, India. Alexander of Macedon submits to his war-weary Greek troops and fails to realize his goal of world conquest.
Footnote. Alexander did not lead his Macedonian troops back to Greece. He took them as far west as Persia. And there, 3 years later, 323 B.C., Alexander caught the fever and died. You have been listening to Mutiny in India, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. Mutiny in India was written by Michael Sklar. It was the last of a trilogy. Alexander the Great Seeks Mastery of the World. Alexander was played by Richard Waring. General Coenus was Torrin Thatcher. King Oxyates by David Orrick, and the soothsayer by Guy Sorel. Next week.
April 22nd, 1889, the Oklahoma Land Run. You are there.
Fine comedy, fine drama on the distaff side are provided every Sunday night by two of America's most talented actresses, Miss Eve Arden and Miss Helen Hayes. Every week, Miss Hayes is heard on the Electric Theater in an outstanding Broadway motion picture or radio drama, while Miss Arden brings you the lighter side of a teacher's troubles as the star of Our Miss Brooks. CBS cordially invites you to hear them both every Sunday night over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
High noon has come this 14th day of October, 1066, the hour when William, Duke of Normandy, and Harold, King of England, will meet here at the instigation of His Holiness Pope Alexander II. We still don't know whether this meeting is a sign that William and Harold have agreed on a peaceful settlement of their dispute. Harold, the Earl of Wessex, holds the English throne. William claims it. This was to have been the day of decision by arms, but the Pope's emissary, Bishop Lanfranc, arrived in the Norman camp, and soon thereafter this meeting between Harold and William was arranged. Since then, there has been no statement from either the Duke of Normandy or from the Pope's emissary which told the full story behind this dramatic last-minute conference.
October 14th, 1066, Hastings, England. You are there.
William of Normandy and his French army face Harold of Wessex and his English host. CBS takes you back 883 years to the meeting that decided which of these two nobles would become the undisputed King of England.
All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
a new camp at Hastings Hill, England, and
has produced, if any, which would induce King Harold to discuss a peaceful settlement. Reports from the English lines time and again have quoted the Earl of Wessex as saying he has nothing to discuss. And he has been further quoted as saying if William wants the throne of England, he'll have to fight for it. And that's precisely what William had planned to do today until the unexpected arrival of the Pope's emissary. John Daly's at the scene of the rendezvous in neutral territory on Hastings Hill, and he reports now that William is arriving, so come in, John Daly.
The Duke of Normandy has left his lines at the bottom of Hastings Hill and is coming up to this rendezvous, located midway up the hill between the two armies. King Harold at the crest and the Duke of Normandy's men down there at the foot. The Duke is mounted on a pure white charger, and his official retinue apparently is coming with him. Bishop Lanfranc, the Pope's emissary, rides at William's right. I can also recognize William Fitz-Ober, the Duke's chief steward, and there's Count Alain of Aragon, the leader of the Breton contingent in the Norman army. We call it the Norman army, although William has drawn his men from every corner of the Gallic provinces. The Duke is dismounted. In a moment he will pass here, and we hope to be able to ask him a few questions. He wears a white surcoat over his chainmail armor. William and Harold will meet at a council table set up at this point. It's a bright autumn day here at Hastings, and now... Oh, my lord! Yes, my lord, has King Harold agreed to give up the throne?
Harold, the Earl of Wessex, agreed to nothing except to meet with Bishop Lanfranc.
Well, then His Highness is not meeting with you. He is coming here to talk only with the Pope's emissary.
That is correct. I, too, am here only at the Holy Father's behest.
But has there been no basis agreed upon in advance for this meeting, sir?
None whatever. The Earl of Essex and I have agreed to meet solely for the purpose of hearing a message from His Holiness.
And do you know what that message contains, sir?
I do not.
Well, suppose the Pope urges that you and King Harold divide England between you. Will you agree to that?
Absolutely not. I am the rightful King of England. All Christendom knows that King Edward, who has just died, God rest his soul, was my cousin. We are the same blood. Before Edward died, he promised that I would inherit his throne.
But, my lord, Harold claims that King Edward promised him the throne.
If that be true, and I doubt it, my royal cousin was promising something he had no right to bestow. Harold is not of royal blood. His father's father was a swineherd.
But if I may, my lord, was not Harold elected king by the English Council of Lords and Prelates?
Elected? Quelle idée. How can you elect a king? Kings are divinely appointed to rule, not elected.
Then is it true that no matter what the Pope may say, you still intend to be king?
Let us say that before this day is out, I shall be King of England or dead.
Thank you, my lord. And now I'm going to try to ask the Pope's emissary, Bishop Lanfranc, a question. My Lord Bishop, will you tell us, sir, please, what message you have brought from the Holy Father in Rome?
Not now, my son. Later.
Are you going to propose a division of England between Harold and William?
All in good time. Later, my son.
There is a rumor, my Lord Bishop, that His Holiness favors the Duke of Normandy in this dispute. Is that true?
The Holy Father does not favor one of his children over the other.
Then why has the Pope intervened?
The Holy Father, ever mindful of the welfare of his children, desires that the succession to the throne of England be decided without the useless shedding of innocent blood.
Thank you, my Lord Bishop. The Bishop Lanfranc has joined the Duke of Normandy at the conference table. They seem impatient. William has risen. He's pacing the ground near the table, talking to his officers. It's now 5 minutes past the agreed time. The tension here is great. One can't help wondering what the feeling is down there at the foot of the hill among the men of William's army. There are 8,000 fighting men down there ready for battle. Approximately 5,000 of them are barons and knights, the remaining 3,000 mostly free men. And Ken Roberts is down there among them, so we switch you now to Ken Roberts.
Out of all this French-speaking host, I've been able to find a few who speak English. So, suppose we ask them how they feel about this peace conference. First, here is the Chevalier Hugh de France, a Norman knight. Is that correct, sir?
Oui, monsieur. I am from Normandy.
I see. And will you tell us how it happens that you speak English?
Fighting men learn many languages, monsieur. My sword is for hire.
You mean that you're a mercenary?
Call it what you may, monsieur. is one of the oldest professions, no? Is what you might call the trade of second son.
Why do you say that, sir?
Because in our branch, where I come from, my elder brother Roland, by the right of, comment dit-on, oui, primogéniture.
Primogeniture, you mean?
Primogeniture, oui. By that right, my brother inherits all my father's castles and lands. So, what is left for a poor second son to do but to wander up and down everywhere, fighting a little here, a little there. That's how I make my living.
And that is why you come to England?
Oui, monsieur. I hope that this will be my last employment. I want land and retainers of what land. The Duke of Normandy has promised me plenty of votes here in England, and for that I fight for him.
Well, it appears, however, Chevalier d'Arlange, that you may not fight today. If the conference results in peace, you will have...
Peace or war, it does not matter. So long as William becomes king and pays me my land. Personally, I think this English Earl of Wessex is frightened and means to bargain. Bon. Third, if he does not bargain, also bon. We fight. To me, it does not matter, so long as I get my land.
Thank you, sir. And now, here's a man from the province of Anjou, a freeman, a foot soldier. His name is Raoul de Marnac. He wears a leather jerkin over a quilted shirt, and he's armed with a sword and dagger. Have you also been promised land and returned to your services de Marnac?
No.
Then you fight because you believe in William's cause.
Everybody in William's army believes in William's cause.
I see. You volunteered.
No.
Then why are you here?
I am here because I am a retainer of the Comte d'Anjou. My lord is a liegeman of the Duke of Normandy. The Duke of Normandy brought my lord, and my lord brought me. I am giving him the military service I owe him.
Well, I thought the customary term of service due a lord from his free man is 40 days a year.
That is true.
You've been away from home almost 3 months.
That is also true.
You must be very anxious to return to Anjou.
How would you feel, monsieur, if you had a wife and children at home and no land? Nothing to gain here on this island but death?
I understand. Thank you, de Marnac. I hope you get home to your wife and children.
Merci. I hope so, too.
Well, I've just received word that King Harold has not reached the rendezvous yet, but my colleague, Don Hollenbeck, at the news camp behind William's Line, has been granted permission to interview an English prisoner who was captured recently. And so over to Don Hollenbeck.
This prisoner is Swain of Kent. He's a member of that famous body of Harold's troops known as the Housecarls. The Housecarls are picked soldiers, Harold's palace guards. They're the elite of his army. I'm told it took 6 Normans to overcome Sir Swain, and I can well believe that. He's nearly 7 feet tall. He must weigh 300 pounds, all of it apparently muscle. He's wearing a steel helmet and a leather jacket armed with steel discs. Sir Swain, you don't seem a bit upset by the fact that you've been taken prisoner.
The scoundrels caught me by surprise. I'll not be a prisoner long.
Well, is that because you think this meeting between Harold and William will end in peace?
Peace? There'll be no peace. Unless the Norman invader turns tail and runs for home like a whipped dog.
Oh, you regard the Duke of Normandy's army as an army of invasion.
Well, what would you regard it? There's not an Englishman among them. They come from all over Europe. They come to steal our lands and to make us slaves.
Slaves, huh? Well, I've heard there's more slavery in England than there is anywhere else in the Christian world.
We have slaves, yes, but they're Saxons.
Oh, I see. By the way, are you an Englishman? It seems to me that Swain is a Danish name.
My father was a Dane.
How did he come to England?
I came with King Canute.
Oh, Canute. Wasn't Canute the leader of a Danish army of invasion that plundered England?
Yes, but that
And didn't King Canute drive out Ethelred, the Saxon king of England, and put himself on the throne?
That all happened 50 years ago. Now the Danes who came here are English. This is our home.
Well, apparently the English earls of Northumbria and Mercia don't agree with you. They refuse to acknowledge Harold as their sovereign. They point out that he himself is the son of a Danish woman. And
yes, I know.
Just a minute. Here's the report of activity up at the top of Hastings Hill, so back to John Daly.
Harold and his men are riding down now to this meeting place. He has only 4 knights with him, enormously tall and powerful men. They must be housecarls, like the prisoner Don Hollenbeck was just talking to. Each knight is carrying a battle axe, and they're by far the biggest battle axes I've ever seen. The blades must measure, at least 16 inches across. Harold himself is in armor. This will be the first time that the Earl of Wessex, King Harold, the Duke of Normandy have come face to face since 2 years ago when Harold was a guest in William's court. Harold, as you remember, had been shipwrecked on the French coast, and as is the custom with strangers shipwrecked on a foreign shore, he was held for ransom by one of William's noblemen. He'd probably have been put to death if the Duke of
Normandy had not personally intervened and invited him to the Norman court. There, Harold and William became fast friends, and Harold, before departing for England, even took an oath that he would support William's claim to the throne of England when the question of a successor to the then reigning King Edward should arise. Harold has arrived, dismounted. He kneels before Bishop Lanfranc and kisses the ring on his finger. The bishop bids him rise, and Harold has now seated himself at the council table opposite the Duke of Normandy. The two men, once friends, now bitter enemies, are staring at each other. Neither has uttered a word. Bishop Lanfranc speaks.
I bring thee greetings from His Holiness Pope Alexander. His Holiness instructed the court of cardinals in Rome to investigate the merits of the rival claims to the English throne. It is the judgment of His Holiness, of the Supreme Pontiff, of Christ Vicar upon earth, that the rightful and lawful successor to the throne of England is William, Duke of Normandy.
I protest, my Lord Bishop. Neither I nor my liegemen were represented at the court of cardinals.
But, my son, you were invited, and you did not choose to come or to send ambassadors.
Aye, verily. What jurisdiction has the court of cardinals in Rome over the temporal affairs of my realm in England?
Oh, please. Do you dare challenge the authority of the Supreme Pontiff?
On what basis? On what basis, I ask? Did the cardinals make their findings?
On the basis of William's blood relationship to the late King Edward. You yourself did recognize this relationship and its inevitable fruits of rightful succession.
Not true!
Witnesses, my son, unimpeachable witnesses, did testify that on the 8th day of May in the year of our Lord 1064, at the court of William, you swore an oath to support in all ways his claim to the throne of England when that throne should become vacant.
Yes, I swore the oath, but I swore it under duress, and it is therefore not binding. And I refused to swear fealty to William, he would have had me murdered.
You lie! You took the oath of your own free will, out of gratitude because I saved your life.
Gratitude? To you? All Christendom knows you for a poisoner.
You dare call me a poisoner? You who could not even wait until Edward was cold in his grave before you seized his town and thrust it upon your head in guilty hate.
I was elected.
You child! Out of your hand. Harold, Earl of Wessex, I read you this message from His Holiness. I, Pope Alexander II, do hereby call upon Harold, Earl of Wessex, to relinquish the throne which he has taken unlawfully. I further call upon Harold, Earl of Wessex, to disband his army and submit to William, Duke of Normandy. Should the said Harold, Earl of Wessex, refuse to do so, we will place a sentence of greater excommunication upon him.
My Lord Bishop, I am a humble and obedient vassal of the Holy Father in all matters but this.
Consider carefully, my son. As an excommunicant, you will be denied the spiritual rights and comforts of the church, internment in consecrated ground, the civil right to make wills and to sue in the court. You will be shunned by servants, friends, and family. You will be an outcast, and the faithful shall call you Antichrist.
Call me what you will. I am King of England, and king I will remain.
Harold has turned his back on the conference. He is walking away, defying Rome, defying excommunication, and the... That's William who cried out, "Wait, Harold, wait." King Harold has turned, and now William is speaking.
Listen to my offer. Stand of the crown of England. In return, you may keep the earldom of Wessex. In addition, you shall have all the lands beyond the Humber River. You shall be the greatest earl in my realm. You shall stand at the foot of my throne by my right hand. We shall be brothers in arms. I make this offer to you because of our former friendship.
Keep your friendship, and I will keep my throne.
Then let us at least avoid a bloody battle in which thousands of my liegemen and yours will die. I challenge you to single combat. The victor will be king.
Single combat? Have you no faith in the valor of your army? Did you bring your host from France to challenge me to single combat? My throne is there, at the crest of Hastings Hill, defended by my valiant men. If you would sit upon that throne, climb the hill and conquer, if you can.
The peace conference has failed. William and Harold and their knights are going to return to their lines and the sword. The sword alone will now decide who is to be the King of England. The battle will be fought here. Just when, it's impossible to say. It may even break and flow over this field at any moment. Robert, down among William's men, is now in the best position to follow this fast-developing action, so go ahead, Robert.
The Duke of Normandy is coming up to his line. His trumpets are sounding attention. It's hardly necessary, because every baron, knight, and foot soldier is anxiously waiting to learn what William will do now that the peace conference has failed. The Duke of Normandy is reined up in front of his men. He raises his hand. William is speaking.
L'ennemi a refusé nos conditions généreuses. Il a défié le pape à Rome. Il incarne l'Antéchrist.
William has just told his men that Harold, by defying the Pope, is become the Antichrist. The Duke has been handed a banner. It's the Pope's banner, a great gold cross on the field of blue. Now William again.
Voyez la bannière de Rome. Le Saint-Père lui-même a béni cet étendard. Notre Pope est saint.
William has just said that the Pope himself has blessed his banner.
Le comte a s'éloigné du péril. Car j'ai donné l'ordre à la flotte de reprendre la mer.
William just announced that he has ordered the Norman fleet to sea. There is no possibility of return to France.
Baron, chevalier, en retard, en avant, à la victoire!
With a final call to victory, the Duke of Normandy has wheeled his charger. He holds the banner of Rome aloft in one hand, his sword in the other. The whole multitude of the Norman host is moving forward up the hill against the English lines. John Daly was to take a position to the right of the battlefield, halfway up the hill. Go ahead, Daly.
From this position under a clump of trees about 500 yards from the battle area, we can see the Norman army is advancing in three divisions. The first wave are the archers. Behind them come the heavily armed foot soldiers, and behind them the mounted knights and the barons. The English are waiting for them at the crest of the hill, massed in depth, and way in the rear of the English position are a number of catapults with their deadly piles of stones to be hurled at the Normans. Only the Normans, by the way, appear to be using cavalry in this battle. The English are not using horses. They plan to stand their ground on top of the hill and to force this Norman host to weaken itself in futile assaults against the wall of English shields. Then the English hope to come down the hill and destroy them. The first line of Norman archers have stopped, dealt, and now they're shooting thousands of arrows up into the air. You can perhaps hear the sharp, shrill clanging of their bowstrings as they pour arrows into the English. Their arrows are arched high into the air. They drop almost vertically among the English housecarls up there on top of the hill. And those arrows are having their desired and planned effect. The housecarls have been forced to raise their shields as a protective roof, to protect their heads and their faces. And even so, housecarls are dropping. But still, others take the places of those who have fallen. And now the Norman archers are fanning out, opening a path directly into the center of the hill. They're blocking my line of vision. I can't see clearly, but Ken Roberts should be opposite me, across the hill and slightly below where he can see, so over to Ken Roberts.
The Norman foot soldiers, with their shields and swords, are charging up the hill, racing up that path opened a moment ago by the archers. And behind them, the mounted Norman knights, lances set. Line after line of horsemen galloping wildly, pennants and banners flying in the wind. William is there somewhere in the center of the vanguard. I can see the blue and gold banner of the Pope. And now boulders, enormous rocks are raining down upon the charging Norman horsemen and foot soldiers. The English must have loosed their catapults. They're taking a heavy toll of the Normans. But the charge. The magnificent charge of William's men up the hill continues. In a moment, the two great forces will collide. Go ahead, John Daly. Two armies have collided, have clashed head on. Norman horsemen are knifing their way into the first line of housecarls, and the English, stunned by the shock of the blow, are falling under the lances and under the horses' hoofs. But now the Normans are being engulfed, swallowed up by the sheer mass of English soldiers up on the top of the hill, up there, lying about them with their heavy, mighty battle axes. More and more Normans keep coming up, more and more of them, and everywhere I look now, there are great surging crowds of Normans and English giving and receiving blows, the great battle axes showing for a moment above the melee and then swinging down. It's almost impossible to draw a coherent picture out of such a savage and chaotic scene. Still in the thick of the fighting flies that blue and gold banner of the Pope. Under it is the white charger of the Duke of Norfolk. Now William has been struck down. At least he's fallen from his horse. And from here, it's impossible to tell whether the Duke has been struck or has been killed. If he has, it may mean catastrophe to the Norman forces. Ken Roberts is closer to that scene of action. Perhaps he can tell us. Go ahead, Ken Roberts. I can't see the Duke of Normandy. The households of Normans are fighting furiously around the spot where William fell. The Normans are wavering. They're giving way now. Many of them are falling back in confusion. Soldier, what's happened to the Duke of Normandy? Who is the Duke of Normandy? The Duke is lost. William has been killed, the soldier said. The battle is lost. The entire Norman line is falling back in complete confusion. All of the Normans who have seen their Duke are down. The English housecarls are seizing the advantage, striking with redoubled fury, and the Norman retreat is turning into a rout. The Normans have turned their backs on the enemy. They're fleeing down the hill, running past me in panic. And now, here come the English, led by the giant housecarls. They're pouring down on foot from the top of the hill, pursuing the Normans. And Harold himself is leading them. He must be supremely confident of victory to have left his fixed position. The English have overtaken the Normans now. They're cutting them down with their huge battle axes. The Normans are being slaughtered. William, Duke of Normandy, is dead, and his army is dying with him. This position is becoming dangerous, so I'll switch you back to John Daly on the other side of the hill. Go ahead, Daly.
We'll try it here. This is Don Hollenbeck at the news camp behind the Norman lines. Go ahead, John Daly. Come in, John Daly. It's entirely possible the English may have swept over John Daly's position, too. As you heard Ken Roberts report, William, Duke of Normandy, has been killed. The Normans are in full flight. The entire news camp here is breaking up. The Normans seem to be hopelessly trapped. Before the battle began, William ordered the Norman fleet out to sea, so there's no possibility of escape in that direction. Unless the Normans can perform a miracle, reform their lines, it's possible every last man of them will be killed or captured, and there's doubt here whether any prisoners will actually be taken. Harold had sworn to be merciless. The best any prisoner can hope for is slavery. Just a minute. We've established contact with John Daly. He's ready to report again, so go ahead, John Daly.
William is alive. The Duke of Normandy is alive. From this new position at the foot of Hastings Hill, we can see the Norman leader riding a new horse. A short while ago, at the very height of the Norman panic, he reappeared suddenly, rode widely into the confused and fleeing Normans, tore off his helmet and cried out, "I am alive! I am alive!" And then he rallied his men, formed his lines again, stemmed, held, and turned the English tide of conquest. The English, out of their fixed positions at the top of the hill on foot, have suddenly found themselves at the mercy of the resurgent Normans. I'm going to try to get up there to the center of the fighting. Meanwhile, I'm told that Ken Roberts can report again from the other side of the hill. Go ahead, Roberts. The Norman knights are surrounding the English. The English, on foot, are helpless against the charging, rearing cavalry of William. They're trapped. The English are trapped. The French are herding them into a dense, disorganized mass, striking them down. Harold has fallen. His horse has been struck from under him, and his housecarls are losing heart. Their resistance is weakening. Some of them are throwing away their arms, and the Normans are pressing the advantage. The fall of King Harold and the faltering of the housecarls is having its effect on the mass of English soldiers. They are beginning to run away now in all directions. The last signs of organized English resistance is disappearing. Only a few housecarls are still fighting around the flag of their fallen commander. But now they too are being cut down one by one, and the Normans are reaching for the English banner. It's down. The banner is down. And John Daly has moved into the center of the fighting, so go ahead, Daly. William's blue and gold banner has just been lifted over the very spot where Harold fell. The Earl of Wessex is dead, killed by a Norman arrow, and that is definite. Here is the Duke of Normandy himself. Here is William. This is a glorious moment for you, sire. You snatched victory from the very jaws of defeat. Defeat never. Issue was never in danger. But the retreat, sire, your flight from the top of the hill. A stratagem, sir, a maneuver. Planned in advance to flush the English from their roost and crush them indeed. The fact that I was shot from my horse only helped to fool the English. Thank you, your highness. But you won't survive. The combat of the tail, nous appartient. Un droit de conquête. William has congratulated his men, and they're now hailing him, calling him William the Conqueror. And conqueror he is today. The Duke of Normandy is the new King of England by right of conquest. Nothing stands now between him and the throne and the crown.
October 14, 1066. William the Conqueror wins the Battle of Hastings, and the Middle Ages begin.
You have been listening to the Battle of Hastings, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Battle of Hastings was written by Michael Sklar and Mr. Cheon. Guy Sorrell played William of Normandy. Dot Cotsworth was Harold of Wessex. And the cast included William Podmore, Oliver Cliff, John Merlin, Peter Hobbs, Alfred de la Fuente, and others. Next week.
April 7, 1498, Florence, Italy. The plot to kill Savonarola. You are there.
CBS's 10 great shows on Sunday nights are built around outstanding talent in show business.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the conference chamber of the Admiralty in London. On this 23rd day of May, 1701, Sir Rodney Graves, prominent member of the House of Commons, has still not arrived for his scheduled appointment at this time with Lord Orford, First Lord of the Admiralty. Sir Rodney requested that appointment. It's expected he will present a petition to Lord Orford signed by several members of the House of Commons. That petition will request a stay of execution for Captain William Kidd, who within the hour is scheduled to hang at Execution Dock at Wapping on the Thames for piracy on the high seas. Here in the conference chamber of the Admiralty, a group of reporters are crowded around the table where Lord Orford presides.
May 23rd, 1701, London, England. You are there.
A prominent member of the House of Commons makes an 11th hour attempt to stay the hanging of Captain Kidd, condemned for piracy. CBS takes you back 247 years to the truth behind a false legend. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there...
You are there.
You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
London, the conference chamber of the Admiralty, and Don Hollenbeck.
Successful in securing from Lord Orford a stay of execution for Captain Kidd. The captain is 56 years old, an American colonial from New York. He was commissioned 3.5 years ago by Lord Orford to sweep the seas of pirates who were destroying English trade. After 18 months on the high seas, it was alleged that Captain Kidd was using his royal commission as a cloak for his own profitable freebooting. The Admiralty ordered the arrest in Boston 2 years ago. Captain Kidd was brought to England and indicted for piracy. After serving 2 years in Newgate Prison, he was brought to trial last week and condemned to hang. The trial was a sensational affair. It involved personages in high office here in England. There have been charges made in the House of Commons that despite the verdict of the Admiralty Court, Captain Kidd is no pirate, that he is in truth a scapegoat for certain prominent noblemen in the government who wish to see him dead because dead men tell no tales. Sir Rodney has just come into the conference chamber accompanied by several other members of the House of Commons. The reporters are crowding around him, hurling questions at his head.
Sir Rodney. Gentlemen, please, I cannot answer all of you at once.
Sir Rodney, on what basis does your petition request the stay of execution?
Certain new evidence has come to light which casts considerable doubt on the guilt of Captain Kidd. We feel that he should have another opportunity to substantiate his claim of innocence.
What evidence, Sir Rodney?
At the moment, I cannot say.
But, Sir Rodney, what hopes have you that Lord Orford will grant a stay at this last moment?
There is still time. All that is needed is a word to the sheriff. If Lord Orford is a just man, I fail to see how he can deny us.
It is true, though, isn't it, that Lord Orford will be tried on a bill of impeachment in the House of Lords next week?
Yes, but I fail to see
Well, his lordship will be tried, won't he, for illegally sanctioning the Kidd expedition?
That is correct, but I don't see how...
But, Sir Rodney, you are the chief mover of the bill of impeachment against Lord Orford, and...
I stand not alone in my opposition to the present government.
What I'm trying to get at, Sir Rodney, is that certain quarters have charged that you are trying to keep Captain Kidd alive in the hope that he will offer damaging testimony against Lord Orford.
If Captain Kidd has anything to contribute, he should be heard.
Sir Rodney, do you think that Captain Kidd is...
Gentlemen, make silence. The First Lord of the Admiralty.
Lord Orford is entering the conference chamber, followed by two undersecretaries. The First Lord of the Admiralty is with his tall man, well past his middle years, a stern face, and carries himself with that self-contained, cool manner so typical of him under all circumstances. He's taking his place now at the head of the conference table. He's busy with some papers, made no sign of acknowledgement to the petitioners. Sir Rodney, the other members of the House are standing, waiting for his attention. Lord Orford looks up now. He's leaning back in his chair. For the first time, he has looked directly at Sir Rodney. His lordship is speaking.
Gentlemen, your concern with me. State it.
My lord, we beg your consideration for the matter contained in this petition, which we hereby present.
I am pressed for time, gentlemen. I note the length of this document. Briefly, what is contained therein?
Speaking for several gentlemen of the House of Commons and others, we petition for a stay of execution for Captain William Kidd.
In my opinion, this man, William Kidd, was fairly tried and justly condemned. Unless you can produce particulars that have not yet come to light and that have some bearing upon his case, I see no reason to set aside the verdict of the court.
New particulars, my lord, have come to our attention, which have direct bearing on a matter to be presented to Commons, to the House of Lords, next week. The House Committee on Trade meets today to consider those particulars. Now, in our judgment, it is essential that Captain Kidd be interrogated by this committee.
Captain Kidd has twice been interrogated by the House before his trial.
Yes, my lord. But as I have said, new particulars have come to light upon which we wish to question him.
Well, shortly, sir, what are these new particulars?
At this moment, my lord, it would be injudicious to make them public. They are a matter for House consideration.
Indeed, sir. You come before me and plead that I set aside the verdict of the Admiralty Court. On what basis, pray? You refuse to tell me the basis unless you grant me just inducement this petition denied.
My lord, are we to understand that you deny the rights of the House of Commons to make investigation into matters which concern the welfare of His Majesty's government?
I do not deny the House. I deny this unwarranted and unofficial procedure.
But, my lord, time presses. Captain Kidd is to be hanged within the hour.
It is indeed unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Petition denied.
This is Don Hollenbeck again, as you heard. Petition denied. Lord Orford has risen. The sign the interview is over. He's walking toward the door now, followed by his undersecretaries. The reporters have surrounded Sir Rodney again, besieging him with questions. Sir Rodney, are you still going ahead with your efforts to get a stay of execution?
Well, are you going to take the matter up with the House? Do you think there's time, sir?
As long as Captain Kidd is alive, we still do everything in our power to bring him before the Committee of Trade. And now, if you will excuse me, gentlemen, the matter is pressing, and I must get...
Sir Rodney Graves is leaving the Admiralty Conference Chamber. As you heard, he means evidently to continue his efforts to get a stay of execution. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you to our studios here in London.
This is Quincy Howe. We've been listening, as you have, to Don Hollenbeck's report from the Admiralty, and probably the same question has occurred to you that's occurred to us here in our London studios. Just what can Sir Rodney Graves do now to secure this stay of execution for Captain Kidd? Well, he could go at once to the House of Commons. He could ask the Committee on Trade to make an official request for a stay. the House of Commons just grabs every opportunity to discredit the House of Lords, especially when a member of the upper house, like Lord Orford, also happens to hold high office in His Majesty's government. The First Lord of the Admiralty, however, gave no guarantee that he would honor even an official request from the lower house. If Captain Kidd does not hang within the hour as scheduled, Lord Orford better start worrying about those impeachment proceedings next week. Because if Captain Kidd is kept alive to testify, the best opinion is that the First Lord of the Admiralty will be found guilty of misconduct and dismissed from office. As for Captain Kidd, well, he'd probably have a new trial with a pretty good chance of getting off. The whole case hinges on whether Lord Orford is guilty or innocent of the charges made against him, and on what new evidence Sir Rodney... in fact, we may have some new light on that right now. Ned Calmer reports that the Committee on Trade is just convening in the House of Commons to hear Sir Rodney Graves. So over to the House and Ned Calmer.
The committee chamber is packed with members of the Committee of Trade, as well as other members of the House and spectators here. The committee members are seated on a long platform at the end of the chamber. Chairman at the center, clerks below taking notes. Sir Rodney Graves started speaking a moment ago, reporting briefly on his meeting with Lord Orford. So let's listen.
A bill of impeachment against Lord Orford, which will be tried in the House of Lords next week. This bill will charge that the First Lord of the Admiralty did propose to two gentlemen by name Samuel Newton and William Reynolds that they undertake to organize a venture to clear the seas of pirates. The venture was to be launched for their private gain, profit to be derived from the booty seized from the hands and vessels of the pirates taken. Lord Orford then commissioned one Captain William Kidd, master of the enterprise. Now, in the bill of impeachment, this committee has charged that Lord Orford had no legal right to commission under the Great Seal of England a sea captain who would engage in an enterprise for private gain.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, sir.
Mr. Harrison?
Thank you.
Mr. Harrison is a member of the committee who voted against the bill of impeachment and has consistently defended Lord Orford.
And in truth, he has been beguiling us with information we already have at our disposal. He is once again attempting to besmirch the reputation of a worthy nobleman who has unfailingly and unselfishly devoted himself to the service of the crown.
Oh, rubbish.
What is this technicality of legality? Can anyone doubt that his lordship acted in good faith in granting Captain Kidd his commission? Can anyone doubt that he was motivated purely by a desire to further the trade advantages of England in clearing the seas of the scourge of piracy?
We are not here to debate that point, Mr. Harrison.
Oh.
No, sir. A majority of the committee has voted to put the matter to a test, entering a true bill of impeachment against my Lord Orford.
Really?
Yes. The matter of this impeachment will be determined by a trial of his peers in the House of Lords. I would request, Mr. Chairman, that the honourable member refrain from throwing obstructions and difficulties in our efforts to see justice done.
You may proceed, Sir Rodney.
Thank you. Now, this committee has been summoned to hear a request for an official action to stay the imminent execution of Captain Kidd. I urge this action because certain new particulars have come to light which make it imperative that Captain Kidd be interrogated further.
What are these particulars, Sir Rodney?
While we did not choose to divulge them to the First Lord, it is fitting that they be revealed to this body. The new particulars that have come to our attention are namely these: that the two gentlemen, Samuel Newton and William Reynolds, were naught but cloaks, go-betweens, to hide the identities of the true parties who hope to profit hugely by the enterprise. And I have reference specifically to our esteemed Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Somers, and to our equally esteemed First Lord of the Admiralty, Lord Orford.
Sir Rodney's accusation has produced a sensation in this committee chamber. If Sir Rodney can substantiate his charge, it will result in a scandal that will undoubtedly prove the end of the political careers of both Somers and Orford. These are serious charges of malfeasance in office. Mr. Harrison is asking for the floor. Let's listen again.
Thank you.
Most unjust procedure, most unjust. Not at all according to English tradition. Not at all.
The honorable gentleman, Mr. Harrison, no doubt would have proof of my allegation.
Indeed, sir, I would. I will not stand by silently and hear such libels directed against two such honorable noblemen. The gentleman had best take care that he has proof, and proof indeed to support these scandalous statements.
I have the proof. I hold here in my hand a deposition signed before witnesses by Mr. Samuel Newton and Mr. Reynolds. The deposition attests to the fact that they, Mr. Newton and Mr. Reynolds, did secretly covenant with my lords Orford and Somers to hold in trusts for my lords all ships, vessels, goods, merchandise, treasures, and other things that Captain Kidd might take as prizes on the high seas. In short, gentlemen, Mr. Newton and Mr. Reynolds were naught but paid agents, acting secretly in behalf of my lords Orford and Somers. The whole venture was designed by my lords Orford and Somers to use their high offices to line their own pockets. Now, sir, Mr. Chairman, can the honorable gentleman, Mr. Harrison, disprove that?
Mr. Harrison? Mr. Harrison makes no comment. Gentlemen, I believe our duty is clear. Mr. Rodney?
Mr. Chairman, I move that this committee, officially, on behalf of the House of Commons, do at once petition Lord Orford to stay the hanging of Captain Kidd.
The honorable members of the committee have heard the motion. I note their accord. Sir Rodney is instructed to proceed at once.
This is Ned Chalmer again. Sir Rodney's motion has been carried. Mr. Harrison was the only dissenter, but while the motion was being voted, word reached us that Captain Kidd has been taken from Newgate Prison and is now on his way to the execution dock at Wapping. Lord Orford apparently is determined to go on with the execution. John Daly is at execution dock, so over to him.
Here at execution dock off the Wapping stairs on the Thames, this great crowd gathered here still hasn't heard that Captain Kidd is on his way from Newgate Prison. Newgate Prison is only about a quarter of a mile from this dock, but Captain Kidd will not come directly to the gallows on this last journey, if it is to be his last journey. Tradition requires that the cart carrying the condemned stop before the portals of St. Sepulchre. There the preacher will come out on the steps of the church and deliver a sermon to all those within hearing, warning them that the wages of sin is death, and pointing to Captain Kidd as the illustration of gospel truth. When we hear the bells of St. Sepulchre as they are being tolled, we will know that Captain Kidd has reached the church. From there, after the sermon, it's only a matter of minutes to this dock. A public hanging always draws a huge audience here in London, but never since the day of Charles I, the day he was beheaded in 1649, has there been such a turnout to witness an execution. The stretch of beach exposed by the low tide is jammed with spectators. Scores of small boats filled with onlookers have collected along the riverfront close to the gallows. Behind them is a row of barges packed with people at 2 shillings a seat, I've been told, and the rigging of the ships moored to the nearby docks is swarming with seamen. Along Wapping Street, facing the waterfront, they're even perched upon the chimney tops and the high, sharply pitched roofs of the buildings. There's no doubt that the wide publicity accorded the trial last week, the sensational character of the evidence. Oh, the hangman has just appeared on the dock. And the crowd is joshing him. As you can hear, a favorite sport on these occasions. Yeoman of the halter, Sir Surveyor of the last drop. Some of the men and women here are shouting out. Jack Ketch, they call him, and that is not his real name. Every hangman since the days of the original hangman, whose name really was Jack Ketch, who, by the way, was hanged himself, every hangman since that time has been called Jack Ketch. And now the crowd is chanting a doggerel. Poor Jack Ketch, whose neck you're going to stretch. Listen to them for a minute. Looks greatly offended by the levity of this crowd. He scowls, turns his back on the people, and gives some instructions to his assistants. Jack Ketch wears a black cloak. He was a butcher by trade, but now I'm told he's quite proud of his office of public hangman. He's paid on a fee basis for each hanging and also gets whatever gratuities
the victim may cast in his direction for quick and gentle treatment. There are the bells of St. Sepulchre. Captain Kidd's cart has now stopped at the church, and in a moment the preacher there will begin his sermon on the steps. The crowd here has heard the bells, is suddenly silent, for this crowd knows the meaning of the bells. And the sudden silence has served to highlight the cries of the vendors who don't stop for anything. They're still going about their business, and they've been doing a brisk trade all morning, peddling their wares, selling their services. Here's one now just approaching us, holding his wares high above his head as he pushes his way through the crowd. He's selling buns and singing out that they're hot and sweet. Let's see if we can pick him up for you. This way, Fred. I'll have one of those.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And there's another one of the vendors. I can't make... Oh, yes, I can. I see now what his trade is. He's a tooth puller. He's carrying a vicious-looking pincers in one hand, a bowl in the other, and there's a blood-stained towel over his shoulder.
A tooth drawer.
And Kind Heart the tooth drawer is walking off into the crowd again. And while we were listening to him, we had word that something is happening at St. James's Palace, which may have important bearing on the fate of Captain Kidd. The cart carrying Captain Kidd will be at St. Sepulchre's for a few moments yet. So this is John Daly at Execution Dock, and now to Ken Roberts at St. James's Palace.
I'm in an anteroom off His Majesty's reception chambers. Captain John Humphreys is waiting for an audience with the King. Captain Humphreys is the American master mariner, the friend of Captain Kidd's, who came all the way from New York to bear character witness for Kidd at his trial last week. Captain Humphreys is ready to reveal to His Majesty certain new and sensational information which he hopes will cause the King to intervene even now and save Captain Kidd. He has told that information to one of the King's secretaries, and he's going to repeat it for us now. Captain Humphreys, what are you going to tell the King?
I shall tell His Majesty that if they hang Captain Kidd, they hang an innocent man, an honest mariner, a good husband, and a kind father who enjoys the respect of every decent citizen in New York.
Yes, Captain, but what's the new evidence you have?
I am ready to swear to His Majesty that Captain Kidd received secret instructions from my Lord Belmont, governor of New York Province. And if under the cloak of his royal commission my friend went a freebooting himself, the Admiralty would conveniently close its eyes. He'd have naught to fear. In fact, it was expected of him.
What has Lord Belmont to do with this case?
The governor of New York, sir, was another gentleman who, together with my lords Orford and Somers, would have profited secretly by the venture.
I see. Well, what proof have you to back up that statement, Captain?
Captain Kidd himself, sir, came to me after speaking with Lord Belmont. And I remember well how distraught he was. He said he had no choice but to accept the commission. That if he didn't, he'd be a ruined man.
Ruined? How could they ruin him?
My Lord Belmont threatened to bar his vessel from all American waters. Captain Kidd said to me, and these are his exact words, they expect me to do a bit of buccaneering myself, they do, but I would rather die than engage in such dishonorable practices.
You mean Captain Kidd knew they didn't expect him to go chasing pirates?
Oh, my dear sir, that was a pretext, a pure pretext, not their main concern. If the Admiralty were truly interested in capturing pirates, they had but to send a warship to New York Harbor and find them dining at the governor's table.
Is that so?
Yes, why, the bloodiest pirates roam up and down the streets of New York, sir, immune from seizure, brawling in the taverns, murdering and rioting in the streets, so that honest citizens fear for their lives and remain indoors at nightfall. Sea rovers, sir, with published prices on their heads, selling their bloody booty openly to the merchants on the docks of New York.
Well, why didn't you or Captain Kidd reveal this at the trial?
Sir, my poor friend William knew not where to turn. He hoped that if he held silence and didn't involve those in high office, they'd come to his help. And he imposed upon me the same silence. He swore me to it.
Well, Captain Humphreys, what of the evidence produced in court that Captain Kidd did seize a Moorish vessel, the Quedagh Merchant, upon the high seas?
Oh, Moorish vessel indeed. As Captain Kidd claimed, the Quedagh Merchant was sailing under the French flag and carrying French passes. And as such, he was a legitimate prize of war, for we're at war with France. Captain Kidd was instructed to engage all enemy vessels.
Yes, but those French passes were not produced as evidence in Captain Kidd's defense.
They were not produced because my Lord Orford has them in his pocket. And he means not to let them see the light of day until my friend's mouth is stopped.
Well, that's a rather serious charge, Captain Humphreys.
Hanging an innocent man is also a serious matter, sir.
Well, why should Lord Orford hide such important evidence which could have cleared Captain Kidd?
My Lord Orford, sir, suffered great embarrassment when this affair came to light. Captain Kidd has to be disposed of to save his political career. But I'll no longer abide by the oath I swore to my poor deluded friend. I'll see the king, and I pray God there's yet time for His Majesty to intervene.
Thank you very much, Captain John Humphreys. This is Ken Roberts. Now back to John Daly at Execution Dock.
If there is going to be a reprieve for Captain Kidd, it had better come very soon, because the prison cart carrying the condemned man is approaching the Wapping Street stairs just above me. It's an open cart. Captain Kidd stands alone in it, his arms bound behind him. The noose that will hang him is around his neck. It's traditional to make the condemned wear his own noose through the streets to the gallows. The constable's officers walk in front, carrying tall staves, clearing the way, and behind them walks the Marshal of the Admiralty, carrying a silver oar, symbol of the Admiralty's jurisdiction over all crimes committed on the seas. Behind the cart is a corps of drummers. These drummers are always in attendance at executions. They are more than just a ceremonial touch of color, as we have learned from past executions. We've seen and heard them used to drown out the last words of the condemned, especially should those words contain anything that the execution officials might consider embarrassing. The crowd is excited. Their holiday mood has quickened, and they are shouting at the prisoner with the cart now stopped up there on Wappingham Bankrupt. The drums have stopped. The constable's officers and the Admiralty Marshal with the silver oar are coming down the steps to this dock. Captain Kidd has been removed from the cart. His arms have been unbound, and he's being led down the Wapping stairs. Mr. Lorraine, the ordinary of Newgate Prison, who serves as chaplain, is walking forward to meet him. Captain Kidd is a tall man, sturdy, but the 2 years he spent in Newgate waiting for his trial have given him a worn and wasted look. It's hard to believe the cruel and blood-curdling tales told about him. His face now shows no fear. There's more resignation than anything else. He looks straight ahead, and he knows about the last-minute efforts being made to reprieve him. He doesn't seem to be placing much hope in them. Captain Kidd has been halted now. He's about 5 feet from the gallows. He's looking up at the gallows, a triple tree set into the foreshore of the Thames at low tide. The Marshal of the Admiralty is ready to read the death sentence, and Captain Kidd is being led under the gallows onto the platform below it. The hangman's assistant is waiting up at the gallows top. And now Jack Ketch, the hangman, has taken the end of the noose around Kidd's neck, thrown it to his assistant above, and he's fastening it to the cross tree. There go the drums, and the sentence is going to be read. So let's listen.
William III, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, to all those present, be it known that William Kidd, not having the fear of God before his eyes, but being seduced by the devil, did commit piracy upon the high seas. For this he has been tried and justly condemned by the court, for which his life has been judged forfeit. May a just God have mercy on his soul. Given under our privy seal at our palace of Westminster this 23rd day of May, in the 13th year of our reign, 1701.
The sentence has been read. There go the drums again, and the macabre business that will now take place here at Wapping Stairs is commenced. There's no sign of any messenger from St. James's Palace, nor the Admiralty with the last-minute reprieve which has been talked about so much in these days since the trial. Captain Kidd himself is looking up into the sky. His final moments have come. The crowd is shouting at him, crying out, "Fare thee well, Captain Kidd. Goodbye, Sir Buccaneer." Nothing can save him now, and his face is a grim mask, as if he himself realizes that nothing that anybody does in the House of Parliament, the House of Lords, or even in the castle can save him from the fate that awaits him if only a few minutes more are to pass.
May 23rd, 1701, London, England. Innocent of piracy, Captain Kidd hanged.
The proof of Captain Kidd's innocence came to light shortly after his death, the French passes carried by the Quedagh merchant, the passes that disappeared so mysteriously before Kidd's trial, reappeared just as mysteriously in the Admiralty files. They can be seen in London today. You have been listening to The Hanging of Captain Kidd, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Hanging of Captain Kidd was written by Henry Walsh and Mr. Cheon. Torrin Thatcher played Sir Rodney Graves, Richard Gordon was Lord Orford, Oliver Cliff was Mr. Harrison, Guy Sorel, the chairman, and Eric Dressler played Captain Humphreys. The cast included Van Marlowe, Alfred Dell, Richard Seff, Alfred de la Fuente, and others. Next week,
March 9th, 1862, Hampton Roads, Virginia. The Monitor and the Merrimack. You are there.
If you tune in over most of these CBS network stations next Saturday afternoon, that's Christmas Day, you'll hear CBS Giant 2-Hour Christmas Festival. All your favorites will be there to greet you. Lionel Barrymore in his 13th annual presentation of Dickens' Christmas Carol. Danny Kaye telling the story of Tubby the Tuba. John Nesbitt in his own adaptation of The Juggler of Notre Dame. And such merry entertainers as the Andrews Sisters, George Burns and Gracie Allen, Gene Autry, Hollywood columnist Hedda Hopper, and many more. Put a note on the Christmas tree so that you won't forget to listen to Columbia's Christmas Festival next Saturday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly at Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. On this 25th day of June, 1788, the Virginia Ratifying Convention has been taken completely by surprise. Mr. Edmund Randolph, present governor of Virginia, has come out publicly in favor of the proposed federal constitution for the United States of America. As a delegate to this crucial convention, and up to now an avowed enemy of the Constitution, Governor Randolph has been a leader in the campaign against ratification. But he has just told reporters that he will speak and vote for ratification when the convention reconvenes to vote a few minutes from now. Thus, the Constitution, which would unite the 13 American states under a strong central government, has found a powerful friend in an unexpected quarter.
June 25th, 1788, the Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. You are there.
Virginia, key state in the plan to form the 13 original states into a united America, stands undecided, torn by dissension, and the Constitution hangs in the balance. CBS takes you back 160 years to the day that determined whether Americans could go forward from revolution and establish a stable central government. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Virginia, the Richmond Convention Hall, and John Daly.
For a group of reporters hurriedly summoned to the governor's executive chamber a few minutes ago. Asked why he is turning from the party of Patrick Henry to the party of James Madison, Governor Randolph would not amplify his statements, saying only that he will give the reasons which prompted his move on the floor of the convention. And we hurried from that news conference to this microphone here on the convention floor to bring you this news. There's Mr. James Monroe, one of Mr. Patrick Henry's chief lieutenants, in the fight against ratification. Mr. Monroe. Sir? Sir, are you aware that Governor Randolph has gone over to the Federalist Party?
I am indeed.
Would you care to comment on it, Mr. Monroe?
Any remarks on Governor Randolph's strange conduct will come from Mr. Henry, the leader of our party.
But how do you think Governor Randolph's action will affect the vote on ratification, sir?
No comment, sir. No comment.
Mr. Monroe has turned away from the microphone. Our brief conversation, a mark of the confusion Governor Randolph's change of mind has produced here. Ned Kelmer has been analyzing the possibilities inherent in Governor Randolph's action and is ready now with his report. So over to our CBS headquarters booth here in Convention Hall and Ned Kelmer.
Governor Randolph's sudden allegiance to the Federalists may have a decisive effect on this convention. Roughly half of the delegates represent the cities, towns, and the Tidewater planters, and the other half come from the rural districts. Generally speaking, the planters and the businessmen are in favor of a national constitution. They are haunted by memories of Daniel Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts last year, and they want the Constitution as an instrument to end social chaos. On the other hand, the rural delegates, by and large, oppose the Constitution. At present, they're paying their debts with cheap state paper money, and they fear that national currency reforms would work to their disadvantage. But Governor Randolph has much influence and prestige among the country delegates. His change of position may very well swing the necessary votes from among them to carry the ratification. Thus, what happens here in Virginia today may decide the destiny of America. As you know, 9 states must ratify the proposed Constitution if it's to supplant the Articles of Confederation. 8 states have already ratified, and 4 others probably will not. If Virginia fails to ratify, the Constitution is likely to be doomed. And in that case, just a moment, Governor Randolph, at his executive mansion, has consented to grant our reporter, Don Hollenbeck, a brief interview before departing for this convention hall. So over to Don Hollenbeck at the governor's mansion.
Governor Randolph, sir, will you tell us why you've made this last-minute turn from the anti-Constitution party to the Federalists?
I have joined the Federalists because the anti-Constitution party has caused far too much delay on the pressing issue of a strong central government.
Why do you feel that we need a strong central government such as the proposed Constitution outlines?
It is imperative. The union of the states sags apart for want of it. Mr. Henry fails to see the danger. He occupies himself with legalistic assaults on various phases of the Constitution without realizing that the measure as a whole is desperately needed.
Well, Governor, do you endorse the proposed Constitution in toto without amendments?
No, I do not. I hope and trust that certain amendments will subsequently be adopted, such as a Bill of Rights and a clause absolutely forbidding the importation of Negro slaves. But all that can come later. Time is running out, and we cannot go on under the Articles of Confederation.
Thank you, Governor Randolph. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you now to John Daly on the floor of Convention Hall.
About 80 delegates are here now, and among them is Mr. Patrick Henry, former governor of Virginia, leader of the anti-Constitution party. He's wearing the ill-fitting wig and shabby black coat for which he is famous, and his hawk-like face is grim and forbidding. Mr. Henry! Sir, would you care to comment on Governor Randolph's repudiation of the anti-Constitution party?
Governor Randolph, bah! My opponents are welcome to him. He, like they, has turned his back on the revolution. He's divorced himself from the common people and embraced that hydra-headed monster property.
Well, do you mean to suggest, sir, that the Constitution favors the property-holding classes of the nation?
Yes. May I charge you? The worship of private property is implicit in every article of that infamous document. 1 year ago, sir, at Philadelphia, the Constitution stank so noisomely that Governor Randolph refused to sign it. Does it smell any sweeter now? No. The Constitution remains unchanged. It is Edmund Randolph who has changed. Randolph. An empty sail billowing with the wind from the Tidewater.
Are you implying, Mr. Henry, that Governor Randolph has yielded to pressure from the Tidewater plantation?
No. Randolph was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He is rich. He has many slaves. He is also a politician, and as such, he flirted briefly with the ideas of liberty and equality. But the governor has seen the light. Property is the thing that counts.
Well, wouldn't you say, sir, that the protection of private property is important for the welfare of the country?
Important, yes. But human rights are equally important. And where, I ask you, where do you find one single mention of human rights in this Constitution that we are asked to ratify today?
But if that is so, Mr. Henry, how do you explain that 8 states have already ratified the Constitution?
Citizens of those 8 states would bargain away their heritage of freedom for a mess of pot. For my part, give me liberty, greatest of all earthly blessings. Give me that precious jewel, and you may take everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Here comes Mr. Madison. He's a small man and quiet of voice, but Mr. Madison yields to no man in intellectual capacity. Indeed, he is as famous for the logic of his arguments as Mr. Patrick Henry is for the brilliance of his oratory. Mr. Madison! Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry has just charged that the Constitution places property rights above human rights.
An interesting phrase. But then Patrick Henry is a master of interesting phrases. One of them helped to start our revolution. The trouble is, Mr. Henry is in a constant state of revolution. He should remember that the war is over and that his antagonists in this hall are not redcoats.
Yes, Mr. Madison, but what about his argument, sir?
Yes. Property rights above human rights. Well, now, suppose we examine that without the benefit of oratory, shall we? Mr. Henry would give you the impression that this is a struggle between the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak.
The fact is, sir, that there are wealthy men who hate the Constitution and poor men who love it. The point is that all Americans, rich and poor, are in dire straits today because we have no strong central government. Mr. Henry poses as the shining knight of liberty. But where, sir, is liberty without order? Order is what we need, not at the expense of human rights, but precisely to render them secure.
Well, Mr. Madison, it's been reported that Mr. Thomas Jefferson, our ambassador to France, is against the Constitution.
That, sir, is a distortion. Mr. Jefferson is a friend of mine. I'm in constant correspondence with him. It is true that he disagrees with some aspects of the Constitution, but on the whole, he favors it. As a matter of fact, it would be well for Mr. Henry to remember there are other patriots of the war for independence who stand behind the Constitution. Not only Thomas Jefferson, but General Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Dickinson, and a host of others.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
A pleasure, sir.
Well, you've heard that the Constitution would be of great benefit to all Americans, and you've also heard that it will benefit only the rich. Outside this Virginia Hall, there's a representative crowd waiting for the result of the vote, and Ken Roberts is out there. So let's switch to him and find out how these people feel about the Constitution. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
In this crowd, judging by their dress, are people from every section and class of Virginia. I see men who are obviously planters, others who must be tradesmen, and a large number of farming folk. Some of them must have come a long way to be in Richmond at this fateful hour. Here, for instance, is a tall man wearing a fringed shirt and a coonskin cap. Where are you from, sir?
I be from Pineville, in the Western District.
You're a delegate, sir?
Nay. I come here to watch all the delegates.
Oh?
I want to be sure they vote the way they're supposed to.
And, how are the delegates at the Western District supposed to vote, Mr.
Holloway, Thomas Holloway, and they're still supposed to vote against the Constitution when Governor Randolph will be paying for turning his coat on us come next election.
Would you mind telling us why you're against the Constitution, Mr. Holloway?
See this bullet wound in my left arm? I received it 10 years ago, from September. I received it fighting to free Virginia from the rule of King George.
Don't you mean that you were fighting to free the United States?
Nay, to free Virginia.
But aren't you a citizen of the United States?
Nay, I'm a citizen of Virginia. We fought to be rid of the third George, and we want no fourth to take his place.
Then you think the Constitution would result in a king being imposed on the American states?
Aye.
What makes you think so?
If there be a Constitution, there'll be a president. If there be a president, he'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
But, Mr. Holloway, it's generally agreed that if the Constitution is ratified, the first president of the United States will be General George Washington.
Aye. He'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
You think that General Washington, if elected, will establish a monarchy?
Aye. There'll be nothing in the Constitution to stop him if he's a mind to. And I reckon he'll have a mind to. Power would be spoiling a man, say I. There's always
That's a ridiculous statement. It's
Mr. Holloway has just been interrupted by a well-dressed man in the crowd.
Trapped in the jail talking that way about General Washington.
Would you have the mind to be crying at me, Flambeau?
You're smirching the reputation of the best hand.
Gentlemen, just a moment. Sir, we'll be glad to have your opinions on General Washington and the Constitution after Mr. Holloway
Speak for himself. I have no
Now,
question
Mr. Holloway, you were just saying General Washington will make himself king if the Constitution is ratified.
Aye, and he could do it. According to the Constitution, the President would have his own standing army.
Yes, but wouldn't the army be subject to the decisions of the Federal Congress?
With a gun at its throat, what could the Congress do? He'll be making himself monarch, Congress or no.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Now, sir, now you have your opportunity.
You tell you not, he's an empty head.
Empty head, I would tell you, see, abuse, canard, that's the way with you rascals. You impute the most dastardly crimes to the patriots who frame the Constitution. You don't want the truth.
Don't want the truth.
You're a rider, a troublemaker, that's what you are. The scum of the backwoods.
See, holding your tongue now, you find that empty head.
Please, gentlemen, we were discussing something else. Let's get back to the Constitution.
Yes, indeed, the Constitution. I predict, sir, that unless the Constitution is ratified, the merchants of this country will be ruined, wiped out utterly.
Are you a merchant, sir?
Yes, sir, I am. I am a merchant, sir. I trade in tobacco, fine Virginia leaf, sir. Ask anyone in Richmond, you'll find that Ralph Barker handles only the best.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would be a boon to business?
Absolutely, sir. Business is bad today, oh, bad.
bad, very bad. And my warehouse is bursting with unsold tobacco. The country is in a depression. And it's because of the money situation. It's scandalous, absolutely.
Would you explain that, please, Mr. Barker?
Yes, you explain. I will if you will only give me a chance. My word, there are so many different kinds of money in circulation. It's like a man in that one. Doubloons, pistoles, gold, Johannes's, English, French crowns, English guineas, Spanish dollars. Yes, and to cap it all, the states are issuing money that isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Now, how on earth can a merchant do business under such conditions?
It must be difficult.
Difficult? Why, it's impossible. It's confusion compounded into an unholy mess.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would restore order in interstate commerce and regulate the currency?
Yes, sir, I do. Of course I do. The Constitution specifically...
This is John Daly in Convention Hall. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because Governor Randolph has just come in. He entered by a side door to avoid the crowd outside. Now he is walking down the aisle, and the tension here is so thick one can literally feel it. Mr. Henry has just snubbed Governor Randolph, and the snub was unmistakable. His face pale, the governor has walked to his seat, sits down, shakes hands with Mr. Madison. Now the gavel sounds. Mr. Pendleton, president of the convention, is calling the delegates to order. The final debate will begin in a few moments. As you know, the resolution embodying the Constitution has already been debated clause by clause in the 3 weeks this convention has been in session. And now, Mr. Pendleton.
The ratifying convention is hereby declared to be officially convened. By previous agreement, the final speech in opposition to ratification will be made by Mr. Patrick Henry. And he will be followed by Mr. James Madison, who will speak in favor of ratification of the proposed federal constitution. I now recognize the first speaker, Mr. Henry.
And Patrick Henry rises, walking slowly up the aisle. He's moving toward the front of the hall. Now he's mounting the rostrum. His hawk-like eyes under that ragged wig look out piercingly around the room, and they have come to rest on Governor Randolph. Mr. Henry stares at the governor now with an expression of, well, you might almost call it contempt, and now Mr. Henry is about to speak.
My concluding remarks in behalf of the Anti-Constitution Party, the Party of Liberty, will be brief. But I would first make a few observations on the conduct of one of the delegates. I am referring to none other than Governor Edmund Randolph. Last year in Philadelphia, Governor Randolph denounced the Constitution. It seems to me very strange that which was then the subject of his denunciation should today become the object of his praise. Something extraordinary must have happened to operate so great a change in his opinion. Mr. President! Mr. President!
Governor Randolph is calling for the floor. He's been ruled out of order. Now, Mr. Henry.
I yield to the member. Let us hear what the honorable member has to say.
The honorable speaker hints that I have changed my opinions for some hidden and therefore discreditable reason.
I have no personal intention of offending anyone. I merely do my duty.
The gentleman smiles when he says that. His conduct is malicious, and it is not compatible with the least shadow of friendship. Very well. If our friendship must fall, let it fall like Lucifer, never to rise again.
Does the member accuse me of malicious behavior?
I believe the meaning of my words is clear.
Is the member prepared to back up his remarks with deeds?
If the gentleman seeks satisfaction, he will find my second ready.
I thank the gentleman for his willingness to render satisfaction. Mr. President, I request a short recess in order to arrange the details of a matter of honor.
This is unprecedented. However, due to the member's request is granted, I hereby declare a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Randolph and Mr. Henry are leaving the hall, no doubt to choose and confer with their seconds as is traditional in these affairs of honor among gentlemen. This is a startling turn of events, and we'll try and bring you the developments just as fast as we can. The floor here is a scene of confusion. The delegates are milling about, shouting and arguing, shaking their fists at each other, and from the look of things here, it would almost seem that there'll be more affairs of honor out there on the floor of this convention hall unless this convention is called back into order, and very soon. And there's Mr. Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton, sir. Will the session resume in spite of this conflict between Mr. Henry and Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I will reconvene in 5 minutes.
And the vote will be taken as scheduled, sir?
Certainly.
Do you have anything to say on that?
No, not now, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pendleton. The debate will continue. The vote will be taken despite this dramatic interruption. As you know, Mr. Henry is one of the principal speakers, and he must be back before the convention can properly be reconvened. As I said before, the floor is a scene of confusion, and there is a chance there'll be more of these affairs of honor unless the convention is indeed called back into session, and very soon. But now I've seen Ned Calmer out there circulating quickly among the delegates to learn how Mr. Henry's attack on Governor Randolph will affect the vote. So let's go over to our CBS headquarters booth and Ned Calmer.
Thanks. Well, on the basis of my brief conversations with the delegates just now, it's safe to say that Mr. Henry, by his open attack on Mr. Randolph, has restored the situation to what it was before the governor came out in favor of the Constitution. Yes, I'd say there's no doubt about that. The delegates from the rural districts admire forceful speech and prompt action. They saw it today, and no matter what outsiders may think of Mr. Henry's conduct, well, his action sits well with the country people. These rural delegates who might have been shaken by Governor Randolph's new allegiance to the Federalists now seem to be back in the anti-Constitution fold, definitely. And it does look as if the Constitution may fail of ratification. And now Mr. Pendleton has called the convention to order again, so back to John Daly on the convention floor.
The Republic itself.
The delegates are again seated. The convention has reconvened, and Mr. Henry has resumed the floor and is speaking on the resolution embodying the proposed federal constitution of the United States of America. Now let's listen to Mr. Patrick Henry.
Exclusion of the 4 remaining states. Congress, under this proposed constitution, would have a tyrant power, and more. It could lay whatever taxes it chooses. With a standing army, it could keep the people in submission. The president, if he should be ruthless and able, could make himself an absolute ruler. I would rather have a king, lords, and a House of Commons than a government replete with such insupportable evils. Gentlemen, my opponents ask you to surrender not only the sword and the purse, but the very scales of justice. Ratify this Constitution, and you place our state courts at the mercy of federal courts. A monstrous creation. I dread popular resistance to this proposed government. So vague, so indefinite, so ambiguous in its assurances of liberty and human rights. Let me warn you in the most emphatic terms of the dreadful effects which must ensue should the people resist. I beg, I beseech the delegates to search their consciences and vote nay on this resolution, lest they rouse the people to rebellion in defense of their God-given liberties.
Mr. Henry has left the rostrum, and Mr. Madison is coming up now to speak. He carries his hat in his hand. Now he's taking some slips of paper out of the hat. They are the notes for his address, and he's waiting for the convention to come to order.
Order. The chair recognizes Mr. James Madison.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, I yield to no man in my respect for the previous speaker. Yet in these brief concluding remarks, I would point out that his objections to the Constitution arise out of misunderstanding. This is not strange because the form of government we are proposing is new, unique in the history of the world. Let the delegates, therefore, not measure it by outmoded standards. Mr. President, the American states have stirred the admiration of the world by setting up free governments under the pressure of war. How much more will they win admiration if they should be able peaceably to establish one central government when not cemented by common danger? But will the states achieve that goal?
Suppose only 8 states ratify and Virginia refuses to become the 9th except on her own terms. Then even if the others agree to our terms, which is doubtful, every state must call new conventions to consider the amendments. There will be endless disagreements. Every state will be encouraged to offer its own amendment. Agreement will be even more difficult to reach than it was in Philadelphia. In short, Mr. President, if Virginia holds out today, the United States may never have a functioning central government. But if Virginia ratifies the Constitution, it may bring the most fortunate event in the history of mankind. I therefore respectfully submit that the honorable delegates vote yea on the resolution before us, the resolution containing the Constitution of the United States of America.
Mr. Madison replaces his notes in his hat and leaves the rostrum, and from the floor, many voices calling the question. Mr. Pendleton is raising his gavel.
The convention will now vote on the resolution embodying the proposed Constitution for the United States of America. The vote will be by a show of hands. A simple majority will decide. Those delegates who are in favor, those who wish to vote aye on the proposition, will raise their right hand.
Hands are going up all over the hall, and the tellers are moving about counting. A total of 166 votes will be cast. 84 are necessary to carry or defeat the resolution. And it seems now as if half the number of delegates here have their hands up, but it's impossible to tell exactly. However, it's going to be close. You can be sure of that. Very close. We'll know the result in a moment from the aye count. If it's 84 or over, the ayes will have it, and the Constitution will be ratified here in the Virginia Convention and will become the law of the land. The tellers have completed their count now and are moving up to report to the rostrum. They're at the rostrum. Mr. Pendleton is receiving their reports, checking the totals, and we'll know in a moment. Mr. Pendleton.
The tellers report in favor of the resolution, 89 votes.
The resolution The United States is now committed to a strong central government. We're to have a president, a Congress, a federal judiciary, a national army under the Constitution. I have a copy here in my hand, and it preamble begins, "We, the people of the United States, in order
June 25th, 1788, Virginia ratifies the Constitution and government of, by, and for the people begins."
The ratification of the Constitution was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The program was written by Michael Sklar. Thomas Chalmers played Patrick Henry, Richard Waring was James Madison, Eric Dressler played Governor Randolph, and the cast included Carl Swenson, Chester Stratton, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, and others. Footnote: the Virginia Convention debated and voted under the impression that it was the 9th necessary ratifying state. The 9th necessary state was actually New Hampshire. It had ratified 4 days earlier. Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry, and their colleagues did not know this because in those days news traveled slowly. Beginning next week, You Are There will be broadcast regularly over most of these stations at a new time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for You Are There next week and thereafter. Next week,
November 7th, 1637, Puritan, New England. The trial of Anne Hutchinson. You Are There.
this is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.